focal length, the name of the guy who took the picture, everything is the model, which lens he used. Show me this on your unicorn photo or video.
No, I'm just saying, how would you? Okay, let's say you wanted to debunk this video.
Well, if I don't have the data,
this picture, how would you? We have all the data. We have all the data for this blue marble photo, right? We got all the data for it.
Talking about your unicorn. If I don't have the camera
the
data,
blue marble
the
one.
lens.
Forget the unicorn. Forget the unicorn. We got the blue marble photo. How do we debunk it? How do you debunk it?
You don't. Why you need to debunk it? For what reason?
Let's say you didn't think it was real. How would you go about trying to debunk it?
It's real.
What? Let's pretend you didn't think this blue marble photo wasn't real. How would you debunk it? What would be the first steps you would take to try to debunk the photo?
There is a site, I forgot what its name. They give you those pictures live.
Chike, you don't think this blue marble photo is real? How do you debunk it?
I think it's real. Don't
yeah, but let's pretend you didn't think it was real.
Don't
let's pretend you didn't think it was real. How would you?
I guess
let's pretend you didn't think it was real. Am I breaking up?
No, I hear you. You want me to do your dirty job?
Let's pretend you didn't. No, this is a thought exercise. Let's pretend you didn't think it was real. Pretend you thought this was a fake photo. What are the steps you would take to debunk it?
Like I said, I wouldn't. It's real.
You suck at thought experiments.
No, you're asking me an impossible task. Debunk and undebunk a picture.
How would you even? What would you even do? Well, let's say you thought it wasn't.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Let's say you thought it wasn't real. What would you do to? Let's say you thought it wasn't real. What would you do to debunk it?
Here, I'll tell you. They lie to us. They lie to us. This is impossible. You can't see this thing at all. This is not real.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying what you guys say. Repeat the nonsense.
No, I'm saying we got a camera. We want a camera. We have a camera. You want to go try to debunk this photo. Which steps would you take to try to debunk the photo?
I just did. I'll talk smack. That's all I can do.
Okay, let's say I gave you GPS coordinates and a picture of a unicorn. I said there's a unicorn at these GPS coordinates. You have a camera. What would you do to go see if you can take the same picture? Would you go to those GPS coordinates and try to take the picture of the unicorn that I said was there? That I had
I need to see your picture. First, I need to see your picture.
Just pretend it's a thought exercise, Chike. You suck at this.
It's a thought exercise. In this thought exercise, you took a picture of a unicorn and you give it to me.
Yep, and I want to see all the data. Of a unicorn. You have a picture of a unicorn in GPS coordinates, and this is where the unicorn is. It doesn't move. It just sits there. What would you do to try to debunk that photo? How would you go about it?
I told you. First, I look at your photo. And if it doesn't contain the data I'm expecting to see, I call CGI.
The photo looks real. That's it. You would just say CGI.
I don't care how it looks. I told you, I don't care how it looks. If it doesn't carry the data I expect to see in a photo, I call it CGI. It's nice to give me a photo.
So
it's a thought experiment.
This is a thought experiment. So let's pretend that all the data is there. And you know what? You
want me to tell you how to make. You want me to teach you. You want me to teach you how to examine a photo. I'm telling you. First of all, I need to see all the data.
Any other topics? Hold on, Chike. Do you have any closing statements you want to make on this? Because we're moving on right after this. So go ahead, make your closing statements.
No, you can't start a topic and close it while I'm talking. You
It's
want me
fine.
to
That's
tell
what I
you
said.
how?
Make your closing
So
statements.
shut the fuck up. You talk all over me.
I sent
Make your
the
closing-
photographs there, Chikey. I've put the photographs. You check it out. I took them. I did it right. I'm finished. I just wanted to say that I took the photographs, and I'm still not going to apologise.
All right.
Of course, you're not going to.
Chike, make your closing statements
apologize.
on this. We're changing topics.
Then
So make your
shut the
closing
fuck
statements
up
on
and
this,
let
please.
me speak. Every time I open my mouth, they talk over me. So first step, when I analyze a picture, I want to see it's a real picture that came from a real camera. And I expect from a real camera to carry certain data on it, focal length, shutter speed, all that kind of stuff. Depending on the camera, I will get more or less data. If I don't see it, I call it CGI. If I see it, say maybe there's something on it. What's the GPS coordinate? Let's see. If it's if it's near my place, I go and take a picture myself. No, the unicorn is not here.
Okay, great. You suck at thought experiments. We're moving on. So, does anyone have any other topics? Don't interrupt, Chike. Does anyone have any other topics they'd like to bring up?
You talk all
I
over
wouldn't
me and
mind
tell
getting
me
an
not to
answer.
interrupt.
I wouldn't mind getting an answer to the two photos. You asked me to put two photographs, and I've took the photographs. Chikey, are you going to look at them or just ignore them?
I'm going to ignore them.
Yeah, I thought so. No worries. There you go.
Hold on, Allie, are you saying it doesn't work like that, where you back away and you can see more stuff on the surface?
No, I just said look at the two photographs that I took, and you decide. That's it.
They're very fuzzy. I think.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Have a look how much you can see. You can still see how much you can see. I'm sorry they're a bit fuzzy, but you can see there's no difference. There's absolutely no difference. It doesn't matter how close you get. You can see it, and if you look at Chikey's two photographs, he messed with the photograph guys.
Yeah, you know what? Your photo actually does look like you can actually see the same amount. I know I can see four. What do they call those dimples on the golf ball? What are they called dimples?
Dimples, yeah.
So after the E in extreme at the end of the word extreme, I can see four dimples on the bottom picture. It's like four. You can barely see the fourth one, right? And then on the top picture, it's kind of the same thing. Like I can barely see the fourth one. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like we're seeing more in your picture, but I don't know. That's neat, but do we have any other topics?
You'll grow up. You learn to take a picture, Alex. Don't worry about it.
All right. All right. Good stuff. What else we got, guys? Nothing? You guys got nothing? Do we all know about how all the well, most of the globe evidence is affirmative consequent? It's also unfalsifiable. Like, I have no way to falsify that picture, the blue marble picture. There's no way to falsify it. I'd have to get a rocket and shit. Like, it's not even within most people's means. I mean, you gotta be some big Elon Musk elite space agency to even be able to get up that high, no? So, I mean, that shit's unfalsifiable. And as far as the affirmative consequent, all their shit is almost all of it's affirmative consequent. Foucault pendulum, gyroscope, weight change with latitude. You think you got an experiment because you measure the effect nonstop? All you did was measure the effect. You got nothing. Nothing.
Hey, what's up, douchebag? Sorry, I didn't
Just
hear what you
measure.
were talking about.
Oh, what's up, Gosha?
Just measuring your cock? You don't got a fucking micrometer, do you? You have one of those?
This is not a good start. This is not a good start, Gosha. Where have you been?
Listen, asshole. I had a dream. Listen, I had a whole revelation. I had a dream about you. Let me tell you what happened.
What was I doing?
It was you.
What was I
and I
doing?
want to say Noah. It was Noah or someone like
weird.
Noah, but it was like a real life debate between you and Noah, or you and Nate and my brother. And to prove your point, you punched my brother in the face. And I think he was supposed to like take the point and like go with that, but he ended up punching you in the face. He ended up kicking your ass. Like he's like, cause he didn't know what he was doing, so he started beating your ass real bad. And for some reason, this like woke me up. I had a huge revelation. Like I was supposed to start doing stuff, dude. And so I've been doing shit all day, man. I've been fucking, I've been moving and getting shit done. But this is for real, dude.
Kosher, do
First off,
yourself
that's how
a
you know it
favor.
was a dream.
Get off this site for a few months.
It's crazy though, dude. I was like, hey, you fucking beat Jeremy's ass, dude. What the fuck, dude? Like I wanted
That's
to
how
get
you
up.
know it was a dream.
He punched you in the face like 4 times. You fell down a hill. It was crazy.
I fell down a hill. we were on a hill.
Man, he punched you in the face. You rolled down a hill.
We'll be waiting for an apology from your brother. Just let him know whenever he's ready to apologize.
I went in the gym server. I was like, guys, did you see that yet? I was waiting to ask, like, you guys see that? My brother fucking punched him in the face, and nobody saw it yet. Like, I hadn't seen it yet. So, but anyway, that's not the point. I might need to ask one of you guys for a favor. I'm making these real estate phone calls right now, making these deals. I'm trying to see if I can get one of you guys to do like a fake deal with me on a phone call to sound legit.
You want to do a pretend phone call?
yeah, I think so.
I'll do it with you. Let's go.
All right, hold on. I gotta make
I
sure.
don't know if we can do it in here right now. Have you ever seen The Office when they did it when Michael Scott made Dwight call Jim as a fake customer?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do you like that.
I'm trying to make sure. That like it has to be like planned out, because I just had a real phone call and it impressed my girlfriend so much. She changed her whole tune. She's like talking to me nice now, and I called this lady Donna. She's like, it was a good phone call. So I'm trying to see if like maybe I should make another phone call like that, but better. But I got to make sure it's better. So I got to plan the whole thing out. Is it weird? My girlfriend has like every phone call recorded. I don't know if she has my phone calls recorded, but she has all her phone calls recorded, all the work phone calls recorded, and we can go back and we'll listen to any phone call ever because she has them all recorded. It's crazy. You ever think about that shit actually? Like here and then Jim Pandas and 24/7, all the shit's recorded. And sometimes like you
The
forget
difference is
sometimes. Like,
the difference is though, Jem deletes it, so we can't call you guys out on your incessant bullshit that you always
yeah.
try to pull.
Jem's smarter than the rest of you guys. So Jem knows what's up. Right? There's a reason Gems, you can say anything you want in Gems, it never gets fucking shut down because of the way he has it fucking set up. But yeah, but is it? But
Yeah,
it's
but
crazy.
everything here that's been done, all the thousands of hours we have here, is all a part of history, like a
Yeah,
part of
that's true.
humans' history, and will be documented till, in that sense. So it's not just a
Yeah,
fly by
exactly.
night thing that just in and out, and no one remembers. So
100%.
everything that's been done
100%.
here will be a part of history.
There's a different value for each of it. There's a different value for each of it. That value for that is there, but the value for Gems, like I said, you can say whatever you say anything, and it's not. You don't have to be worried about the retributions in the future. But regardless, though, what's crazy is sometimes you forget in real life you don't have that. So sometimes, like, you're like, shit ever go down in real life, and you're like, oh, I'll just go back. I'll just go back and fucking, I'll just go back and check the tapes. It's like there's no tapes in real life. You know what I mean? Because it's crazy. Like in this world, there's tapes. You know what I mean? It's like we'll have a conversation here. You'd be like, okay, I can just fucking, I can look back like 12 hours ago and I can see what this person said, and you forget that in real life that doesn't exist.
Well, you could argue that it does if all of our phones are recording us and it's all going into some, CIA database somewhere. So you could argue that actually everything is recorded in terms of that.
Yeah, but we just don't have access to it though. But yeah, there's a huge value to that, man. I think we live in a time in a very unique, valuable time where that's part of what makes this whole community priceless. Is that whole thing? Is that I always said this, like we live in a strange like augmented reality TV. Like they have reality TV. We live in like an augmented reality TV where we're recording and publishing our content as reality TV that we're a part of, and it's very unique in that way. I think like we live in a time we live in a community in a time where we're kind of the only people a part of that. It's kind of cool.
To add to that, the collective unconscious, right? Or just all the collective unconscious that's being gathered digitally, right, by these software companies or social networking companies. This is untapped potential that they're using this data. And honestly, the algorithms and everything are recording the data. And it's more than just AdSense, advertisements. There's a deeper philosophical, like theoretical leverage that you can have having all this data collected into one source, right? They don't even know the limits, the variables that you can. It's like a new untapped potential, like the internet. We didn't really know what the internet could be used for. Right? There's all kinds of possible scenarios that could play out. Well, what are the possible scenarios that could play out with this untapped potential that they just recently have the capabilities of even accessing, right? Because of the advancements in technology. And they're implementing Chat GPT, and I keep hearing people ask Chat GPT this, Chat GPT that. they keep feeding ChatGPT. With every ChatGPT, we're at like 5 right now, I guess 4.5 or 5 since it first came out, and they keep feeding it data, bro. And some of the data are like all the books that were ever written, or they keep uploading them digitally into the system. But like all the books that we have on record that librarians are photocopying digitally into the system, and then all the other stuff that people comment in the in the YouTube comments, the messages that you send your friends, all this is being recorded by the NSA, and it's all being sold for clearly they're gonna sell it. I mean, they're selling it to private organizations. They've been doing it for a long time behind our backs. But regardless, it's pretty amazing times that we're living in. This is unprecedented times in human history.
Yeah.
I'm with you, my man. I'm with you 100%. Johnny was saying something earlier, and Snacks was on his back about it. Johnny was saying, like, too many people, local communities don't do nothing right now. But just like you said, we live in an unprecedented time right now where people have the opportunity, like small people, small communities, to do something and like have a presence. And I think we're soon going to like that time is going to be over. Like they're going to recognize that people can do that. They're going to find out and not let local people and like people like us like have a big presence, right? And I think that now is kind of a time to do something about it.
Presence.
Like
Yeah, what do you want to do?
For instance, like Jeremy. Let's say Jeremy wasn't an
People
asshole.
adopt your holiday or something like that. I was talking about like real changes, like that happens.
No, exactly. No, I know exactly. That was my point. But let's say Jeremy wasn't an asshole. Let's say Jeremy was a real fucking dude, and we liked him, and we wanted to make him the next president. Okay, we
makes
could
sense.
do that. We could do that in a community like Witsit. Witsit is a good example, actually, because Witsit is actually a dude people like. Nobody likes Jeremy, but people like Witsit, right? And you can make a dude popular in this community around Witsit, and then you make a dude like Witsit like big. Just because the internet has a lot of people, like a lot of people that will gather around somebody. You can make a dude big by virtue of people actually giving that person value, just because there's a lot of people around him, around in the internet. So you could actually,
we can make Jeremy popular.
yeah, but anybody, you can make anybody big who is actually a valuable person. If people actually, well, just say if anybody was actually a good dude, a lot of people could be built around a person on the internet, bigger than the media could actually, because the internet's bigger than the media, for the most part. And well, sure, but that's my point though, is that you were kind of saying that ordinary groundspeople can't do nothing, like at the base, like people can't do shit, but actually they can right now because of this, and it's not being utilized in that way.
Organize a dog show or something like that. What are you trying to do? Like,
I'm just saying that we're missing an opportunity. We're missing an opportunity that is going to pass us by before we even knew we could do anything with it. And
Oh, I see. At first, I
yeah.
was confused, bro, because I'm like, wait, you're talking about popularity? Like, dude, that's so superficial and
Sure,
shallow, right? Like,
it
what do you?
is.
I went from talking about ChatGPT, and then you talking about popularity. It's like, what?
No. But yeah, popularity. But it doesn't matter. I'm saying like people, like a movement, like a real movement. Like how like there's people like Ron Paul, for instance, in 2012. I was into Ron Paul, and Ron Paul, he had a real movement that the media was able to shut down, even though he was actually surpassing what the media was doing.
Yeah.
They say, huh?
Ron Paul, yeah,
he's alright, yeah. But he was, especially in that medium, he was, you know, out of the fucking nominees that the media was selling us, he was the best of the best out of those people, for sure. And in 2012, like out of the 16 people they presented to us, he was a dude that the people were actually, yeah, and it was because of the people. And we live in an environment where the people, if we were actually empowered to, you know, put forth a person that we thought was the best, it would be someone different than what the media would suggest, because we have the power to actually, you know, put that person forth right now. And I think that we live in a unique time where that's the case. I think in the future we'll never have that opportunity again.
He talked about the Federal Reserve, the banks. He talked about going back to the gold currency. I mean, the gold standard.
He was the best of the best out of the flock.
He was the best, bro. He was like, yeah, man, independent kind of, but he had conservative values.
But that's my point, though, is that we only live in a unique time where that's possible. I think in the future that's not going to be possible, and I think in the past that was definitely not possible. I think in the future they're going to realize what has been realized, and they're not going to allow that. They're not going to allow for independent kind of ground based, you know, movements to be pushed. They're gonna find a way to isolate and consolidate as they had in you know, in the old system, which is like, you know, they have the two parties. Yeah.
Somebody should ask ChatGPT if the elections are rigged.
And don't do that, because just like COVID, those are the two things that are protected as far as like talked about things. Like if you talk about the elections being rigged,
dangerous
or if you
question.
talk about,
Don't ask it.
yeah, if you ask about the election being rigged, or you ask about COVID, like those are the two things you get shut down from YouTube. So.
Yeah, right. You'll get put on a list.
Yeah.
Government list. They'll send it to the government.
But you know, it's not about the elections being rigged, though, dude. The elections don't need to be rigged. Elections don't need to be rigged, dude. They just need to be easily controlled, and they're easily controlled because there's two parties, and there's two systems, and you get put into one of the two systems. Johnny, like, you guys should have been listening to Johnny when he was talking, dude, because he was saying some real shit, dude. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit that can be done at the ground. It was you, Snacks. It was you who was fucking shutting them down, dude. You shutting them down big time.
I was holding it down. I was doing the right thing.
Snacks.
Oh, for real,
you're wanted front and center, bro.
For real, dude. It's the ground works. Right? I think right now, like today's age, like 2020 to 2025 or something like that. We live in like the only times where we can actually do something about it, and no one's doing nothing about it. It's crazy, because we live in a time where if there was a dude like Witsit or Jeremy or Geo or fucking anybody, doesn't matter who it is, but if we live in a time where we can actually bolster somebody up, and the media couldn't do anything about it if they were legit, you know what I mean? Like, because we have the power to actually bolster somebody up. Like, we have more power than they do at this point, because we could do that without them right now. But I think in the future they're going to find a way to circumvent that.
You serious, Jeremy? Jeremy got a great idea yesterday to start measure the black swan with an instrument. He bailed after 8 hours.
Nothing to do with that.
He has people. He said he will send people. They will take pictures there through theodolite.
Jeremy, you're being called out, bro. You better.
And 8 hours later, he fires me.
Jeremy, the Israelis are after you, kid.
Do you got anything drier you can say, Jake?
No, it was a good idea. We could do some observation, get some data from the black swan. Actual data, angles to the horizon.
That didn't sound
No, it
interesting.
looks 9 miles, looks 5 miles. We'll measure exactly where it is.
Yeah. It's not popping.
What is it?
It's like, you still talking about that old dusty photo from 5 hours ago, dude?
No, I'm talking about something else.
Yeah, that picture's so old, it went up in value.
Like, you don't get it. You need more evidence than one picture. The horizon moves, bro. Goes up and down.
I don't
Depending
know.
on the season.
That wasn't proven by Jeremy. He don't have people.
See, that case is closed, dude. Shut. The coffin's in the ground.
Moving on. Yeah, I thought he was coming in to disagree with Kosho and his.
I mean, Gio
internet.
already posted. Sorry.
Good.
Now, Gio already posted that image, bro, that he had it with the bot, the Discord bot that kept popping it up. You can't argue that, man. The horizon shifts. Refraction is a thing. Refraction's on our side. Doesn't have to be a bad thing. I'm reluctant to talk about it, but
Right.
remember when refraction used to be taboo for the flat earthers? But now it's actually on our side.
That works for us.
Yeah. I'm reluctant to talk about light bending too, but light does seem to bend also through crystals and crystalline structures.
I don't know. He likes angles, but I don't know if it actually the beam actually bends. You know what I mean?
That is debatable, but the effect remains, where how it happens is questionable. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody really knows. There appears to be like these fractal patterns inside the gem that make light act weird. But I don't, depending on the gem too, the light can vary widely of how it
It could
acts.
have like internal. It could have internal reflections and stuff.
Yeah.
You know who's actually probably the smartest person in the room right now? You'd never guess it. You probably
What's
think,
up?
yeah, exactly. You probably think
Probably
some
think
of like
snacks, but
snacks,
you'd be wrong.
snacks. Yeah,
No,
exactly.
nobody's
God,
thinking that.
Godric, dude.
No,
Godric.
Kodrick's the smartest.
Godric's a G, dude. And he knows what's up.
What's up, Kosho?
So Godric.
It's good.
So I don't know about light bending, but I do know that a lot of what you guys say is wrong. A lot of you guys in here say is wrong because you guys talk about light in a certain way, but light is actually used in a different way, like with quantum computing, and it's actually used in that way, which is weird. So it's like it's used in the way in which is described by you guys to be wrong, which I think is crazy.
You know, it's funny you bring up quantum computing. You know, the other day I was like, oh, I wish Kosha was here because I seen an article that came up in my feed. I think it was from like scientific. What's the website? But it was talking about quantum computing. Actually, for the first time, they're starting to admit that, like the common consensus is starting to admit that the brain is like a quantum computer. For a while, people have theorized that, hypothesized that, but now they're actually coming to the conclusion that consciousness is quantum powered. But I don't like the word quantum has so many kind of like connotations, and it's a loaded term. And I know flat earthers are gonna hark on that, but I'm not saying I agree with the whole quantum mechanics philosophy. But I'm just saying that there seems to be some sort of effect that is faster than the speed of light happening inside the head, right, or whatever you call conscious experience or conscious awareness. That right there, whatever that is, be powering or seems to be at a power greater than the speed of light. That's why they call it quantum, because quantum really just means faster than the speed of light. That's why they're trying to come up with this patch that will fit both, relativity and quantum mechanics. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. They've been trying for what, 60 years, at least 70 years. It's unified. They're trying to come up with a unified theory to kind of mend them together, dude. But
To be honest with you, I don't know if that's just what quantum means, because I think when they say quantum, they just mean that in the case of light, it can be thought of as discrete chunks. It's like the quanta of light. But regardless, I think that what they say about quantum things, quantum particles, I think has to be true because it's been shown to be true. And that's that all quantum things have these weird properties that uh, you wouldn't uh, attribute to normal shit, like superposition and entanglement and this type of stuff. Like there's these weird properties that they have that you wouldn't give to normal things. Like you wouldn't say this normal thing can be in two different states at the same time. But I think it just comes down to the models that we have for everything is so incomplete that we give these models for things like um, uh, we say like electrons and photons and stuff that we give them these properties in the models that we have, and they just don't do justice to what they actually are doing. Like they don't do justice to where these things actually are and the positions they're actually in, all this type of stuff. It's gonna take another dude like an Einstein type dude that just has a new perspective for what's going on and explains all these things in a different way that actually makes sense. And the reason why this shit doesn't make sense is because this we have this world of shit that it's compatible with what we already know, but it's not compatible with what's actually happening. That makes sense.
So we need new perspective.
Exactly. We need new perspective. Where is that guy?
But what about the old perspective? What about that? Like all the stuff like Dyslow being into?
That's all's wrong. I wish Dysol was here because I
What?
wouldn't be saying nothing about him. But he's wrong, man.
That's both. That's a bold statement. You can't just hand wave.
It's not really bold, man.
Just
I can say
I don't
that
know,
because
or
I know that Dyslow is an extension of Ken Wheeler. So if I know that, I know Ken Wheeler's wrong. I can just tell you, Daisel's wrong. Although Ken Wheeler is not like.
You saying that Ken Wheeler's wrong about everything Ken Wheeler talks about? How's that possible? Everything?
Right.
Nah, come on.
Point though.
Isn't that a genetic fantasy? Why not?
It is. It is. But it is a genetic fallacy. Let me just say that that's my point. Is that Einstein and quantum mechanics, they got so much right, but we're subject to their perspective, and they have a perspective of looking at things, and it's that perspective that is giving us this wrong interpretation. So we have a wrong interpretation of what's happening, even though it has a right edge. And I think that there's people like Ken Wheeler and other people and Electric Universe people who probably have a different perspective that's not correct, but it's a fact that there is a different perspective though. There's some new interpretation that is needed that is more correct than the one we currently have, and it probably has some flavors that Ken Wheeler might be familiar with, but Ken Wheeler is still wrong. That's what I'm saying. Okay, Ken Wheeler is still wrong, although he might have a different flavor that is somewhat correct. That's okay.
So I got this article from freethink.com, right? This is the one I was talking about. Brain experiment suggests that consciousness relies on quantum entanglement. This is January 21st, 2023. But if you read the article, it goes into straight like supercomputers can beat us at chess, but it talks about more than what we experience with binary code, right? There's something more here, the untapped potential, right? Because I remember I talked to you a while back about AI, and you're like, oh, you don't think that it's capable of ever becoming sentient or close to sentient, right?
Yeah, you're right. I'm trying to name my girlfriend at the door where all the feta cheese, dude. She thinks all the cheese has gone bad because it's feta cheese, but it's just feta. By the way, Rakia's in the house. Rakia's not been here in a long time, so I want to give a shout out to Rakia.
Holy! I was starting to wonder. I was starting to wonder what happened to Rakia.
Got the Raging Cajun in the house. I'm trying to give him the word real quick. By the way, Rakia, I don't know if I told you this. I think I have told you this several times. But my girlfriend, she's also Cajun, or at least she's from somewhere in Louisiana. The whole place is a cesspool. You know that, Rakia. She's from somewhere over there. So just gonna go a shout out to that. Is he in Vegas? You playing poker in Vegas right now? Sorry. Something about Louisiana also, man. Just got back to Vegas. Okay. Oh, just got back from Vegas. Well, regardless, dude. She plays slots, man. She's a huge slots, and she's addicted to gambling, dude. You guys in Louisiana, you guys are sickos. You guys are all gamblers, dude. All gamblers. Which me, I am too, but still. Let's get back to the whole thing. But yeah, welcome back, Rakia. It's nice to see you again. I try to keep people involved by like calling them out, call them sickos or something, like swamp people or say something like that. See if they jump in, but it's not really working. Hey, yeah, what's up, Jeremy? You're not a swamp guy, Jeremy. But so what's up, man?
Did you ever see Did you ever see the pebbles in the pond thing we did on Brandon? Where he made
You and him went gay for a little bit. Yeah.
the thing where he made the light disappear on the flat surface.
You talking about the dude who did that in the garage?
Yep, he did on the warehouse floor. He had a light. He opened the garage door. Everything was above the floor. He opened the garage door. The light disappeared. Right? Did you see that or no?
I've seen that a lot of times.
You seen that?
I've seen it a bunch. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I was just wondering. Did you see the Rob Skiba thing where he made the sunset on the flat table?
God damn, dude. God damn it, dude.
Did you see that one?
You remember? You want to reminisce, or what are we doing?
I'm just wondering, how many ways do you think there are to make a sunset on a flat surface?
I don't know, man. You ever dance with the devil on a pale blue night? Were you talking poetry to each other? What are we doing?
When you do dance with the devil, you don't get to decide when the music stops. Now, how many ways do you think there are to make a sunset on a flat surface?
I don't know, one or two. I don't know.
Well, we know there's two. Do you think there's more?
I don't know. Think about this Cajun Navy shit that Ricky is talking about. I almost joined the Cajun Navy, but
rest in peace, Rob Skiba.
Well, that would make sense because you love semen. So,
fuck you. First of all, Cajun Navy is not even about the seamen, dude. They're all about the fucking shores between the Gulf and Florida and all that shit. They're dudes, man. I'll tell you that. I don't Cajuns. I'm not really a big fan. Okay, Cajun Navy though, good people. So.
We talking about Louisiana? What are you talking about? Louisiana or New Orleans? What are you talking about? I'm just wondering because you're saying Cajun Navy. You're speaking in code.
what the fuck are we? Kosho, how many ways are there for a sunset to set on a flat surface? Two that we know of, right? Have you ever seen it? I'm asking, have you ever seen any other ways? I think I've only seen two. I can't be sure though. I've seen a lot of stuff. Have you seen a third way? I know you're into this whole flat Earth thing, possibly more than I am.
Yo, nobody's trying to bite, dude. I don't know, man. I tried. You tried. You ain't trying to.
Tried what?
Trying to get a conversation started with Kosho, and he ain't trying to bite.
I'm just wondering because he's been around this shit for years. He's knee deep in this shit, so I'm just wondering if he's seen a third way. Because I only know of those two ways to make a sunset on a flat Earth. I'm wondering if there's a third that I haven't seen. You know, I haven't seen it all.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, man. I had my girl. I got excited about the Cajun Navy. I told my girl about it. I got some feta cheese and some chips, and this whole thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways of having. What are you talking about? A fucking sunset? Sunset. What are you talking about? How you have a sunset? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about, man? You guys making New York look bad. Well, you guys claim to be from New York, right?
I'm from Boston. What are you talking about? New York. New
What?
York's a dump. You won't catch
What
me
the
dead
fuck
in
do
New
you
York.
say? What the fuck do you say? First of all, your accent is not from Boston, dude.
New
I
York's
got
a
news for you,
dump.
dude. I got news for you, dude.
Nah,
Your accent is not from Boston, man.
I'm 40 minutes from Boston right now. I was just in
Yeah, but
Boston all day.
40 minutes from Boston. And what state are you in?
Hold on, man.
What?
Yo, what the fuck, Kosho? I was muted. I was talking for like 5 minutes. I was like, why are these guys?
Yeah, no shit,
Sorry to
dude. Listen to
interrupt.
this guy. This
We've
guy's trying to say
seen
he's from
two
Boston.
ways. Who cares? We've seen two ways suns can set on a flat surface. Have you ever seen a third way?
Well, it's two ways.
Pebbles in the Pond from Brandon's, right? We just went over this, bro. What are you talking about? Pebbles from the Pond and Rob Skiba. Have you seen a third way that I haven't seen? Maybe.
Yeah. If the Earth is rotating and you look at the sun, the Earth rotates like backwards, sort of. That's one way. So it's the third way, right?
No, we're talking about ways suns can set on a flat surface. Is there a
On a
rotational
flat
thing
surface.
then?
Oh.
Are you okay today?
Honestly, I was confused until you said on a flat surface. Okay.
Did you have some bad Chinese food last night?
I had some old feta.
That could be it. That could be it. Yeah. So, have you seen a third way a sun could set on a flat surface that I haven't seen? Because so far, all I know is the Rob Skiba way and the Pebbles in the Pond way. Is there a third thing?
It's a bunch of dumb ways. I can make a bunch of dumb ways. Let's go with those ones then.
No, I'm saying, have you ever seen a third one?
Now let's go with those ones. Bunch of dumb
You never
ways. Both those are stupid though.
I mean, I can see the, I can see the contention with this.
Is there a fireman in the house?
So I can see the contention with the Skiba one. Kinda, not really, because I do think the atmosphere is magnifying shit. But
Hold on, dude.
the
You're
Pebbles in
okay?
the Pond one.
You all right?
What's up?
It sounds like
I'm
you're
fine.
in some kind of fire.
I got that bubonic chronic. Listen, don't worry about it. The Pebbles in the Pond thing's like real shit, though. He made that happen with atmosphere and shit, and a light well above the surface. Like that wasn't even like Pebbles wasn't even close to the surface. He was like way high up.
Close to the surface, dude.
What's up? Your mouth was full of dick.
Yeah, it still is, dude. And that dude was at the surface, dumbass. He was in the garage at the surface.
Yeah, but you
Remember
could
that?
see the light. But his thing was there was no movement. Nothing was even moving. Like the camera was still and the light was still. It was static. And then all he did was change the conditions, and the sun and the light disappeared. So
Yeah, man.
I think they're both viable ways. I mean, that's some real deal shit right there. As the sun gets farther away, usually. What's up?
Show hands. Who else here thinks that those are stupid fucking ways to fucking have a sunset? I think it's retarded. It's not a
Bro,
real
are you?
sunset, dude.
Where's the real Kosho at? Are you the real Kosho?
Yeah, dude, I'm eating right now, but that was stupid what you said, man.
Why is it stupid? We made a light disappear over a flat surface, dude. You're falling off, bro. Are you falling off or what's going on? I've been touting you as like top 10 Glober for like over a year now, and you've just been coming
Dude,
up
you've
with
been using that.
rebuttals.
You've been using that against me for 3 years, dude. It doesn't work anymore. My girlfriend.
Using what?
If I don't eat this
Using
fucking
what against you? I've been saying you're the best Glober out.
Yeah, you've been saying that for fucking 3 years. She's like, oh, I gotta make sure I'm still the best Glober. I gotta make sure that I'm measuring up. It's not working anymore, dude.
Yeah,
But
don't let us down.
Yeah, my girlfriend's just gonna fucking. I gotta eat this fucking cheese real quick, dude. Because she told me it went bad 2 months ago, and if I don't eat it now, I can't eat it. So just give me a second.
Okay, eat your 2-month-old cheese. We'll be here. I hope you have a better rebuttal than it's just a stupid way. Come back. If you think about it while you're cheese. Are you just eating just cheese?
He just admitted to being a beta.
Come on, man.
He's eating
Oh.
spoiled cheese because this girl is gonna take it away from him.
You're eating
She
cheese
likes
like
the
a little mouse?
Oh
You want me to be real?
dude.
She already threw it in the trash. I gotta get it out of the trash.
Oh man, you're hilarious, dude.
Was
It
it
doesn't go back
rats?
to next month.
Bro, why?
Isn't
Okay,
it-
Pocho, why are you doing this to us? Listen, why is Pebbles way stupid? That's actually a real thing that
His
happens.
way is not stupid. His way is not stupid, but it's not a the sunset. The sun sets because it sets, dude. So
That's profound. I'm telling my wife that right now. Hold on.
hold on. Give her a minute. Give her a minute. Let her catch her
The sun
breath.
sets because it sets. That's like I'm gonna get a Dremel from Lowe's later and carve that in stone. Where is the real Kosho? Will the real Kosho please stand up?
2 minutes to eat this cheese.
I've been saying you're the best Glober. You're probably the top 10 Glober on Earth. And I feel like lately you've been a big, I'm not really mad. I'm like kind of disappointed.
What do you expect, man? We got G's out here, dude.
From the top 10
Globers
Glober, I
and ballers,
expect a
man.
lot. What's up?
The Earth's not a globe, dude.
Earth's not a globe?
Yeah, the Earth's not a globe.
Are you a flat earther now?
We got a bunch of losers like me. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Scott Veach.
You guys throw Neil under the bus all the time. I don't know why you'd even bring his name up.
Don't got nobody, dude.
Have you ever thrown Neil deGrasse under the bus?
I think he's a real dude. I think he's a real good dude. I think that you guys what's unique about what you guys have is you guys have a lot of good. You guys like strangely have like points that like ironic points. Like, wait a minute, that's actually a good point, even though it's not true. It looks like it could be true. You know what I mean? So that kind of thing.
What the hell are you talking about? Yo, somebody bring Johnny B was in here earlier. He's making more sense than you do. All right, we're bringing Johnny B back in. Somebody DM Johnny B. Tell him to get back in here.
I'm doing the cheese.
It's the mold from the cheese, kid. Scanning your brain.
Are you on shrooms right now? Like, what are you doing?
I did. I was eating that cheese, man. I'm done with it.
Listen to me. Just eat your cheese and just think about pebbles on the pond. And now we made the light disappear on a flat surface.
I had COVID, dude. I had COVID the last 5 days, man.
Did you? You sound sick right now. You sound like you're a little bit out of it.
No, but who else was saying they were sick? Didn't you say you were sick too? Who else was saying they were sick?
I'm getting over it now.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
all good now.
Yeah, the same shit. Yeah, you said it was the same shit. You said you had the chills and everything, dude.
The main symptom was
Yeah.
pressure behind the eyes, which is unusual.
Yeah, pressure behind the eyes, the whole thing, dude. VD told me COVID was coming back, and I swear, dude, I felt like
C word though.
Hunt. What am I gonna do about it? I felt bad, dude. Oh, I felt bad, and it felt real bad, and I felt like I was dying, dude. I wasn't the only one.
Glad you made it.
Lion and me both, dude. Had the same symptoms.
I'm glad you guys made it.
I was not worried, dude. Not one bit.
I wasn't worried either.
Of course, you weren't.
Never
Your
was.
wife wasn't.
No, I'm saying even early on in the pandemic, never was worried.
His wife made the best. I swear to God, the best tea. Darjeeling tea. She made this for me. It was
and you know who makes the best
probably
meatballs? My motherfucking grandma. Let's go. Now, pebbles on the pond made this light disappear over a flat surface, okay? Why is that stupid?
It's just.
What? Yeah, we're bringing Johnny B back in, bro. You're like mumbling now.
I got a cough drop in now. You said the pebbles on the pond. Why is it the best sunset? Sunset doesn't happen on flat Earth. It just doesn't.
Shit was fire.
We've what's up, Snack?
He's trying to get Johnny B back. I got you.
Send him a DM.
This shit was amazing.
Kosho.
Got the
That shit was
legend.
dope. Now, Kosho. What did you say? I forgot. What do you mean sun doesn't set on a flat Earth? Of course it does.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It does. Go outside.
Pebbles on the
Watch
pond.
sunset. What's up? What's up, Kosho? Are you still eating cheese? All right. Forget Kosho. Have you guys all seen the Pebbles on the Pond thing though? Okay, who here hasn't seen the Pebbles on the Pond? I know Jem saw it. He just fucking denied it. I think he literally said "nuh-uh" when he saw it.
Oh, Jim
I
Panda?
can't remember. But yeah, he was over there when we did it, and he just denied it. He's like, "No, that didn't happen."
Jim Panda is the smartest person in this room right now. Even
He's
if
not
he's
even in this room.
Doesn't matter. Jim Panda is the smartest guy in here. My best friend.
Are you on like cough syrup or something like NyQuil? Are you on anything right now? I feel like your days.
I had a lot of NyQuil last night. Who cares, dude?
I'm just saying. I feel like you're a little.
Matter?
I feel like you're a little out of it. Right? I'm not saying like both of the things like Gem Pandas. That wouldn't even be true if we were in Gem Pandas. Like, what are you saying?
What's up with the giggles? This is
That was funny what he said, man.
definitely codeine.
No, I didn't have no codeine, but I did have NyQuil last night. I've been drinking I've been drinking what's it called? Malt liquor my whole life. And I've been drinking it in a cup lately, and it seems to do a lot. It does the trick quicker. The trick is done quicker, is what they say.
So everybody's still in there. What are you going to do?
We need to bring Japan to Let's bring Japan in the fold real quick.
You're like fantasizing about Gem Panda for. Yeah, genetic fallacy on.
I'm gonna go grab him.
Wait, he's gonna go just bring Gem Panda like it's a party. Like Jim, come on, you can have a great time. Come on, come on in. What's he doing? What's Kosho up to? It's pretty footloose and fancy free, I tell you.
Gonna grab Gem Panda like grabbing a crab from the rocks on the beach.
What? I'm thinking about eating gem panda with some drawn butter. This is a wrong idea, Carlos. I'm sorry.
You've seen SpongeBob?
Have you seen the gem panda experience? Do you know about his
Yeah.
fictional animals?
Yeah, that's the one that lives under the rock all the time. Starfish.
I think they live in some type of forest. The gem pandas, and they have their own genetics. Like rats, cute rats.
Mutating.
You ever
Ninja
seen a
Turtle.
bear in the wild?
No.
Seen one out the window in a front yard. That's plenty close.
You ever seen Khabib wrestling that bear when he was training as a kid? That's crazy.
Yeah, you've seen these like accidents on streets, and it's just like they're not busy streets, and I'm like, how did that accident even happen? Like that's brutal. I think they're just planting them. Yeah, some kind of auto insurance hoax. Yeah, that's a ticket.
I heard that they actually killed people doing that, dude. You ever heard that they can somehow remotely control the gas pedal when the car just kind of loses control, starts accelerating by itself, and you can't stop it?
High Man, I can't wait till like political election season. It's just gonna be crazy. All right, I'll try to wait. I'll try to wait.
Do you think that people are going to start burning buildings again, tearing their cities up?
Not to the election, but you know, in the run up to that, it's gonna be fun too, though. I mean, do you honestly think we could go through an election without burning shit down now? I mean, come on, we lost our manners. It's not like you get them back. All of a sudden.
Hey, some people like it. They enjoy the chaos. They like the negative news.
Yeah,
They feed off of that. They
pretty
want
much.
society to implode.
Get out to the polls and burn them down. You know, express your right to free Molotov cocktails. Bars will be given away for happy hour. Yeah. No, I don't know. It's just going to be interesting, regardless. Like,
But this,
whatever the
so
chess
there's,
game is, it's going to be interesting to watch.
yeah, your mic's acting up.
I'm gonna slap that bitch.
Nah, it just sounds like 26K, dude. I mean, if that's all you got, it's all you got, Snacks. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to shut you up. I was just saying.
Wasting all my good minutes this month listening to Hank talk. Like, if I could assign them, that would be cool, and just save my premium minutes for when I'm talking. I'm just joking. Anyway, yeah, I'm stopped now. Maybe my signal will get better.
But yeah, so you know how there's pyros, right? And then there's people that just like terror. Like I see, like there's people that like the spirit of looting. You know what I mean? Freely, just walking into a store and taking a TV, taking. I mean, I've seen. You know, it happened in the '90s. It was like little collapses of society that happened throughout the U.S. But it was very small. You know, a town here, a town there. Town just disappears. You know, but dude, like what happened a couple years ago, where all the Democrats were flipping out and burning their buildings down, people were getting shot. Dude, that was a crazy, turbulent time for America. Right now, everything's relatively like kind of calm. I'm surprised because for a while it was just more and more. It kept escalating, and now look, everything just kind of relaxed a little bit. We should be thankful for that. But some people want to see society fall. It's like there's like a spirit within them that they like the terror, bro. They like the terror, bro. They want to see things. It's like you build a sandcastle, and then but you enjoy destroying it too. There's like
Some
I
people
don't know.
just want to see the world burn.
Yeah, bro. Exactly. They have a lust for it. I mean, to be fair, I can see within myself. If I honestly reflect, like there's a part of me that enjoys seeing destruction or enjoys being excited, even if it's fear based.
And, right. But then after Don Lemon, gets pushed around a little bit, you feel bad, and you're like, oh, yeah, we don't need this. So if you just see a little bit of riots, it's better than not at all. Even if you have to stir them up a little bit.
But there's a name for that. There's a technical name for that, dude.
Maybe.
Like those crisis actors, right? There's a technical name for it. When the government hires you to do that type of stuff to get the crowd riled up.
Yeah, it seems a little bit like they do that. Like maybe they do that.
Oh,
Or
definitely, dude.
it just happens at these weird times, and it seems like somebody's just doing it on purpose. But it's probably just natural. But anyway, yeah, maybe there'll be some natural or unnatural events coming up, for the next election or whatever, man. I'm sure people have feelings, and that's why it's good to be in America.
T-Man's, T-Man got that right.
I'm
And
so interested.
if he
I
don't
just want to
got,
see how it
if you
feels.
don't, I'll be I'll be questioning the whole election, dude.
All right,
Again.
yeah, probably rigged again. Can't rig it twice, you know what I mean? Fool me once, I mean, he can't say that it's rigged twice, right? Don't do that.
The people know, man. The people.
Oh man, I just want to put all the chips on the board. We'll just break Hillary out. Let's see what happens here. It's gonna be amazing. History is just gonna be history. That's what this is gonna be. It's gonna be amazing. Just like, oh, and then plus all the courtroom drama, all that stuff. Ah, I love it. It's amazing. I'm telling you, this
You
is
probably
this is like
ate you probably ate up the Johnny Depp case for Amber. You probably ate that up, didn't you?
I remember it's pretty juicy. That was good stuff.
Yeah, Johnny Depp's a scumbag too, bro. They're both scumbags.
Yeah, at least he can act. I mean, she just looks pathetic. But anyway, she's no Hillary Clinton, and I just feel like that's the 800-pound gorilla in the room, if you will, because Biden can't. We were just saying today we're not sure if he could use a spoon to eat his own breakfast cereal, you know, and that's saying something. I mean, if that's the case, first time in my lifetime, the president's actually be like, "Nah, I'm good," you know. Go ahead. Whoever wants to do the president thing, go ahead. You know, I haven't seen that. I don't know when the last time it happened was. Right? But that man needs like coloring books and like some fuzzy slippers or something. You know, he doesn't need all this president doing stuff. It's Joe Biden. He's earned a break, and I don't think he's going to run again. That's all. And let the carnival ensue. Right? Too fucking interesting. You know, but don't let it be like Chris Christie. You know what I mean? Just I want this like a 3-ring fucking circus like we deserve because we're America. God darn it.
Everything's gonna change quickly, you know. The crypto and I mean they're talking about a UBI very seriously though, considering a UBI after the collapse, right? And they'll be or like during the collapse to try
Yeah.
to prevent the fall to be so catastrophic, right? The idea that you won't be able to take out more than like $250 from an ATM, that would be like the maximum amount for the day.
All right.
Or like it'll be like 300. Yeah, you have a UBI. Yeah, the government will give you money, but you can only take out so much every day because they'll limit your money because they don't want you going completely broke. And that'll be their excuse probably. But I don't think that they'll end up doing it here per se. But you never know.
I mean, we're not without any means for employment, right? But a lot of people do get public assistance to live and stuff and buy things, you know.
I mean, unless you can figure it out on your own, right, without having to use government support in the middle of the woods somewhere with your little commune, that's actually is ideal. But if a societal collapse actually is something that is possible, right? And I know we don't want to talk about it, and it's taboo to talk about it. You want to be labeled a doomsday theorist or whatever you want to call them. I'm not part of those people. I don't dwell on apocalypse, though I have read a lot of apocalyptic literature. But that's besides
I
the
like
point.
the UBI thing from a kid's perspective, or from like if you're 15 or something like that. I mean, nothing's guaranteed in this world. Fucking go get your shit. You're 18 years old. fucking, you know, I mean, it's like you already have a job, you know, you could, or it's like before that too, like they're suggesting like that the kids get something, you know what I mean? So they'd be like, oh, you know what, I fucking want to be this or that, or I want to like take lessons in this bullshit or whatever, and increase my fucking knowledge.
Like, I don't know anybody personally that went through this collapse of the Soviet Union, but I've heard horror stories of what happened in Russia and all its territories. And then in Venezuela, same thing, you know. We can't always be too prideful and believe that this couldn't happen in our country. We always got to be militant minded
It's just,
when
well,
it comes to these things.
it's just like communism or whatever, and then people are like, oh, it's communism, kill it, it's evil, and it doesn't belong in America. But yet I think that there are like lots of types of communism that do exist within our society. We just don't call them that, you know, or I don't know. Our economy isn't purely all free market capitalism. You know, there's exclusive places to be able to purchase things, exclusive rights you have to do some of that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, don't they call it democratic socialism nowadays? It's evolved.
I mean, it would still
That's
be
what they
that
want.
if it was a Republican, you know, government. It's just, I think there's best use case scenarios for imperialism and certain ones that work well for the communism part of it, which will parade around as free market capitalism, where we just like push a limited amount of shells around anyway, because there's like scarcity that creates like sort of, it's like expanded communism, but effectively it's communism. Anyway, that's just from a philosophical standpoint, you know.
No, it's all good. But you know what I found out recently, or maybe not recently, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, but that what makes up a republic specifically is the amount of votes that you need to create legislation, right? Now, I don't know all the legalese or the technicalities, but what I do know is that like a democracy is based on half the population, more than more than half the population. Where a republic, and man, I wish I remembered. It's like what 72% or something like that of the people, or the Congress has to agree, and if not, they don't pass it, bro. So it has to be. It's actually more than half. It has to be at least a third, right? So what? I mean, 3/3, around 3/3. Can somebody help me out? Is Issa here? Because I know Issa probably knows this, bro. You can correct me on this. Or not. It's all good. But yeah, I like the idea of a republic way more than a democracy, because it actually represents the majority of the people. But that's all philosophical,
I mean,
right? So
I don't know. I can't say for sure. Like if I was pressed, even like what we do actually live in, you know, like if you think about like I don't know, like correctly to call it like what we actually live in, but then the reality of like actually how it does work, I'm not sure how I would say what that would be, you know, because you know a lot of it is really just determined by money moving and money changing hands, and I don't know, like finance and banking and manufacture and those kinds of things that they take precedence over like the notion of what we might try and design, you know, as a society. But all the support comes for things with dollars behind them.
yeah, you're talking about lobbying. and lobbyists, and that's like tobacco and alcohol companies.
Well, I don't know, like what Kosha was talking about, something like, where people could participate in government. Well, wouldn't something we do be like, hey, no more starving people? You know what I mean? We'll just not do that anymore, right? Go ahead and solve that. No more starving people, right? Anybody who doesn't want to starve, they don't have to. That's what we'll make happen. But I don't think you could even do that. Yeah. 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 I don't know.
No, yeah, you couldn't. It's impossible to starve. I mean, starve. It's impossible to solve starvation because you can't get. It's a ethical problem. And if everybody pulled their weight and did what they had to do, then things would change. But you can't force any group of people to fix something. Over time, there's always going to be like degradation of that system, bro. Like, look at all these systems that were built to basically be good to society and end up turning on us. Every single one of them, dude. FBI, right? CIA, NSA, TSA. Oh, TSA is supposed to be for security, right? It's supposed to be for make sure that there's no bombs on an airplane. You don't want no bombs on an airplane, right? Next, you got another organization created, and imagine the TSA in 40 years. What kind of evolution they're gonna have, right? You can't. This problem has to be fixed from the inside out. It's by the people for the people. So if we all got up, if we all supported the donation of food to the poor, then maybe things would change. But you can't force the government to do that. They can't. They're incompetent. Any organization is incompetent. Dude. They can't. The Red Cross ain't gonna be able to do that. I don't donate to these things anymore. I don't donate to the Red Cross. Like I do donate though. I donate to charity, not to boast, but I'm very specific of who I donate my income to. I don't donate to a church. Because most of these organizations, even the Red Cross, dude, I had blood taken from me when I was in high school, dude. I was in 10th grade. I seen students passing out, dude, in the gymnasium from giving blood. And yeah, oh, it's a blood drive. Yeah, let's go to all the schools in the city. Oh, it's for a good cause. And how do we know? That's just an example, but they were testing vaccine. Bill Gates was testing the V's in Africa with the polo. You know what I'm saying? Not polo, but the other word.
Like Ralph Lauren.
It's funny. Bill Gates he has this like nice look to him, right? He got a little tie on and a little button up. And he looked professional. He looked humble. But then that he got a grin, right? That you can kind of see the evil side of him, and it comes out. He can't help himself, dude. Like he's a philanthropist. He's donates all this money, but at the same time, he was dosing African kids up with the juice, bro. And who knows how many got dosed. And I know in PR they did all these studies too. They did all kinds of crazy stuff in PR, bro, in the Caribbean. Because PR is a territory. They don't have the same rights as a state. And actually, the Federal Reserve initially began in PR. If you really look at the history of the Federal Reserve, bro, their first base was in PR. And so they got the District of Columbia to basically, I don't know what happened, dude. I forget the technicalities, but DC.
It was Jekyll Island.
Oh, yeah, see, you know your stuff, bro. You can fill in the gaps because I'm spitting from the dome right now. I don't even remember half this stuff.
Island's the same area. That's where they made a deal. They made a deal out in the Caribbean. Obviously, though, it was made in Congress, so. Ryan, when's your birthday, man?
Who, me?
Yeah, when's your birthday?
89.
Same here. I'm 89 as well, but what month?
4/27/89.
No shit.
Wow,
You want to
what's
hear some
up?
shit? You want to hear some shit? 4/26/89. 4/26/89.
Jeez Louise. I don't know. That's
I
funny.
I asked you because my friend, she passed away earlier this year. Her birthday would have been today, but she was a Leo. So you know, I didn't know if it was like lying had anything to do with being a Leo, but yeah, you're a Taurus.
No, I'm
I'm a
not, dude.
Taurus.
No, you're not.
You're a Taurus.
I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah.
Hold on. No, we're not, dude. Says who?
So Gio's gonna know. Gio knows what's up, dude. Gio's gonna know
Hold
right
on.
now.
Well, hold on. Who? Well, the thing is, like the whole zodiac thing, it's based off of outdated. It's
Yeah,
outdated,
you're right.
dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if you look at the equinox, the spring equinox, right, where the sun rises in the east at the horizon, your date, right, your zodiac sign is based on where the sun was in the sky at the time you were born, right, and what constellation was behind it. You could tell because right before the sun comes up, you're looking at the east, and you can see the constellation that's at the horizon, right, and that precesses, or every 2,000 years, you get a precession of the equinoxes, right. The last time that your birthday was in Taurus, dude, was like 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, it's just the difference between tropical and sidereal. So sidereal incorporates the current star positions, and tropical incorporates the precession of the equinoxes as having start at 0 degrees of Aries.
You
So
woke
you
the
can pull
beast,
up,
man.
so you can pull a chart for either. It generally changes the sign by about one, whether you look at it through a sidereal or a tropical lens.
That's interesting. I mean,
That's interesting, man. But I'm your elder, Lion. We just discovered I'm I'm your elder. I was born a day before you were, and
Gio, I just want to ask you a quick question. So, Gio, can you elaborate to us and educate us on the difference between a tropical year and a sidereal year, and why would they change so much? Why would the constellation shift at least? I mean, 30 degrees or 15. I would say I'll be 15 degrees. I'll give you 15 degrees.
Well, one of them incorporates the precession of the equinoxes, and the other one does not. So sidereal would be taking off of the current star position as they are at this moment, and tropical goes off of basically starting the zodiac at 0 degrees of Aries on the equinox every year. So it always starts at there. That's what the tropical chart does. It always starts at
Interesting.
yeah.
So it's an arbitrary starting point that that's what the tropical metric is. Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's not necessarily arbitrary because the zodiac is a system of the 12 signs, as it were, from Aries to Pisces. That's its own kind of cyclical nature. And when the precession of the equinoxes lines up with 0 degrees of Aries, then technically that would line up with the tropical. Like if the precession of the equinoxes was at the 0 degrees of Aries point, then the sidereal chart and the tropical charts would be the same. They'd be identical. So it's just that one of them incorporates the current position of the sidereal, the current position of everything versus just going off of 0 degrees Aries at the equinox. So they're just like two different lenses basically by which to look at it through.
I'm just confused of the 0 degrees Aries. That metric, why is it 0 degrees Aries? How far back does that metric go? You're saying the current location. So how far back is the other
it's
location?
reset. It's reset every year. Like first degrees of Aries is a meridian that is set every year, basically. So it's like that's why it's called first degree of Aries, even though it's not really Aries anymore. It's like, where is the meridian during the spring equinox, basically.
Well, that's
Which
why
is
they're
actually
called
not
the
Aries
Tropic.
anymore. Yeah.
I mean, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn are named that because of the tropical foundations, meaning that when the sun rises at 0 degrees of Aries at the spring equinox at the beginning of that 26,000 year cycle, that's why they're called the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, because the sun would be in Cancer and Capricorn respectively, at that time. But it's just that because of the precession of the equinoxes, the whole thing is going through its large cycle. So that's why you can either pull a chart, like in astrology softwares, for example, you could pull up a chart for a tropical zodiac or for a sidereal. You can choose which one you'd like to do.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. Because right now, even calling it the Tropic of Capricorn is erroneous. You agree, right?
No.
Calling it the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn is erroneous.
No, that's different, dude. Like the Capricorn and Cancer are like more related to the latitudes, more than the longitudes. They
are lines of latitude.
Well, right, exactly.
No, but Coach, they are connected to latitude, but they're connected to where the sun is in the zodiac at that time.
Exactly. No, that's my point though. Is that the Cancer and Capricorn are basically the latitudes that the sun is at the time of the equinox, but the solstice. I mean, but what were we saying before? The first point of Aries, those points in the equinox, those are longitudes, and those are points. Those are more of the points in the sky where the sun is at that specific point in the longitude. So it's like the Aries. It's not even Aries anymore at the first point of Aries, but the point of Aries is not really the longitude. It's more of the latitude is more of a longitude than a latitude.
No, yeah, I get that. I get that, the longitude measurements of the constellations instead of the latitudes. But what I'm saying is that right now, when the sun reaches the Tropic of Capricorn, that used to be where the sun would basically turn back on the horizon, right? When you're actually looking at the horizon in the east, it can literally bounce back and forth every year between the two tropics. They're physical points on the horizon. The Aztecs, the Mayans, the Egyptians, all these ancient cultures had marked the horizon with pillars, right? And they were called gates. And then what they would basically build is a wall on the horizon that would mark literally the solstices and the equinox. The equinox was in the middle of the horizon, and at the end points of the gates or the wall, the giant wall that they would build, it would be the solstices. They would mark the solstices. And you see the sun bouncing back and forth. Well, 2,000 plus years ago, when the sun reached its furthest point towards the east on the horizon, it was at the Tropic of Capricorn. And then 2000, and at the same time, when it was at the opposite side of the horizon, it would be at the Tropic of Cancer. And they're still using the same names for the tropics, but the names are outdated. Even the zodiacs are outdated, in my opinion.
They gotta change Cancer, dude. Cancer is such a bad name, dude. People hate that.
It's not outdated though. It has to do with like the blueprint of the entire cosmos. So at the 0 degree point of Aries, when the sun is at the like the beginning of that whole 26,000 year cycle, when the sun lines up with 0 degrees of Aries at the spring equinox, that is like the start point of the entire cycle, which is why that's why the beginning of the zodiac is at 0 degrees of Aries. Like that's why Aries is the first sign in the zodiac and Pisces is the last.
But he's right. But he's right. Aries is outdated. Aries is outdated.
It's not outdated. It's part of a cycle.
It is.
No, it's not outdated. It's part of a cycle.
It's
part of a 26,000 year cycle.
It's outdated though. It's outdated where every year it's not Aries no more. It's not the first point of Aries.
It's not because Aries now is
called first point of Aries, but it's not Aries anymore.
Correct.
It's precession backwards to January, right?
Yeah, it's
so
because
you can't begin the years in January, bro.
Right, but that's because of the precession of the equinox cycle. When it starts its 26,000 year cycle, it starts there and then ends 26,000 years later. So that cycle is like the blueprint beginning point of the entire system. So just because now at the spring equinox it's not in Aries doesn't mean that it's necessarily outdated. It just means that it's in a phase of the 26,000 year cycle.
It's weird to call it the first
So
one in Aries.
real quick though, because there's something here that's a schism here that I want to point out to Gio. We don't have to agree on this, but I just want to point this out so you can ponder on it and chew on it. Right? You don't have to agree with me today. But so the idea is that the constellations can't keep track of time like the sun can. Why being? Because the constellations have never completed one full revolution, as in one full precession of that 26,000 year cycle. I don't believe that the Earth is 26,000 years old. And nobody in history, humankind has never experienced a full revolution of the constellations, right? Regarding the axial tilt of the Earth. Well, no, we don't have to believe in the axial tilt, but even if you believe in the precession, which it is a real phenomenon, the constellations are moving. At least what is it? 1 degree every 72 years on average, give or take, roughly, because nobody's ever experienced this, so we don't really know. But I do believe that the constellations, that the sky is fixed, right? I do believe it's fixed and at a constant speed. It seems to be almost lockstep with the sun, but it's not actually lockstep with the sun. That's another thing that you have to consider. The sun is not lockstep with the constellation. There's a deviation, right? And that deviation compounds over time and can throw your analysis off. The sun is what's meant to be used for years, not the star background. And mankind has made the error of using the stars to keep track of the years instead of using the sun. Solely the sun, not referencing the backdrop of the stars at all. Instead, relying on physical measurements of the shadow of the sun to determine. We need a new metric for the year because we've been led astray by modern astronomers with the axial tilt, and they've created a years based off of 365 and a quarter. And it gets deep when you study the history of time and then the science of time. And dude, I'm a novice, but what I do
That's
know is
crazy
that
though.
go ahead.
That's crazy. Well, I still think it's crazy. It's crazy though that I'm one day older than you, dude. I was born the day before you were. That's crazy. I'm sorry, I just say that's crazy, man.
The Gregorian calendar has been around for a very long time, like long before modern changes to it. And
400 years.
Yeah. And the Gregorian calendar built upon other calendars prior, which had more basic assumptions of, how long the day was and stuff. The modern calendar is just trying to rectify the exact orbital period of Earth while still, being nice to work with and not a pain in the ass. That's why we have leap days and leap years and shit.
What they're rectifying was the fact that throughout the ages we had different calendars. We had the week calendar the Jewish people had, like Monday through Friday or Monday through Sunday, and then they had the monthly calendar, like every moon day, and then they had the annual cycle, like every fucking the year, the fucking orbital year, and then we had the daily calendar that probably everybody ever used. You try to put those things in conjunction, and you get what we have today, like the funky, weekly, monthly, daily, yearly thing, and nothing goes in anything evenly, and that's a problem. Yeah.
Well, it's just a problem because we like things to be nice and neat. So that's why instead of having a quarter day or whatever every year, we just assume that we keep the same amount of days every year and then we add one extra when needed, just to keep it even.
Sometimes,
yeah, when needed.
Sometimes add one every 100 years. You don't add it,
and then every 400 years you do.
Yeah.
So that gives you a
No.
calendar that's accurate. I think it's like 400,000 years or something before like there's a noticeable difference.
There was a calendar that they came up with. That calendar, it was pretty neat. It's like you have like a 0 day, and yeah, you have a 0 day, and then you have 13 28-day months with the 0 day each year, each month, or something like that. And so you end up with 364, but then you have the 0 day, so you have 365. I don't know. That's it. That actually seemed like it worked out because you don't have like the weird like 31 days, 30 days. You have like a bunch of 28-day ones.
No, there's
You still
plenty of
have
different
problems
ways
now.
to make calendars. It's not like our current calendar is the only possible one that works. Just mattered a lot to the Christians, you know.
Well, it's
all
not
their
just
shit.
Christians. It's mixing up Christians with pagans. You have Christians and
Sure,
pagans.
sure. Yeah, the Christians built
Yeah.
upon what the pagans had, but like
Yeah.
that's why it's Gregorian, because I don't remember what his full name was, but like Gregorian comes from the fucking Pope of the time that like ordered the calendar to be fixed because it was like drifting too much and they had to keep moving back, you know, when Easter was and shit, and people weren't happy.
What up, Kosho?
What's up, my man?
All right, so
Wait.
are we carrying on with this calendar thing, or?
I don't know,
No,
sounds
dude, we got
fun.
the sleepy boys are in town now. We got Jace and Jeremy. Both sound like you both just woke up, dude.
I'm not sleepy, bro. I'm always on my job.
I'm saying.
What's on you guys?
You're fucking sleepy.
Fuck you, dude. I just got done being sick, dude. Hey, let me ask you a question,
Okay.
Jace. I was
All right,
watching this.
so
God damn, this ass was gonna say some shit, dude.
are you about to get into this long, boring, drawn out thing with Jace, or?
Nah, maybe I don't know. I was watching this quantum mechanics lecture, and it was like quantum mechanics 101, and the dude was talking about. He's like, these are real tests, and in these real tests, we were testing to see the electron. It's got two properties. It's either color is either white or black, and its hardness is either hard or soft. And I was like, I've never fucking heard of these properties of electrons, dude. I thought electrons were fucking blue or something. I didn't know they were white or black. And anyway, I was just curious, like, is that like a metaphor for something, or is that like a real thing that electrons are white or black or hot or soft?
No, I think whoever you're listening to, is misunderstanding other people. I've seen other YouTube videos where people are trying to portray the idea of quantum properties and superposition and stuff, and they say they have a box that can detect rough or soft electrons or photons or whatever. And they have a box that can detect, blue or black or white, whatever colors.
Okay. So those are arbitrary. They're arbitrary properties. Okay, they're arbitrary properties.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, this guy was he was an MIT professor, by the way. So I don't think he was like making shit up, but
Yeah,
he was.
he probably doesn't understand what he's talking about. Jace knows. Don't worry about the MIT professor. Jace on the internet, some faceless, nameless guy. He knows more than the MIT professor
What
probably.
Jace saying makes perfect sense though, man. I get it now. Like the dude was talking about arbitrary properties, arbitrary binary properties. Makes sense.
It's a teaching tool that's often used, but it's not meant to. You're not meant to say that these are like real things that exist. You're portraying a concept.
So the MIT guy did know what he was talking about, and it's just Kosho's the one that doesn't understand.
No, it's not. If that's what the video is saying, then it sounds like he was confusing. He's seen other videos, but he is
Oh, you're breaking up, Jace. You're breaking up. Who didn't understand? Was it Kosho or the MIT guy, or does everyone understand now that we found out it was a guy from MIT?
Let me give Jace some solace real quick. I had a dream last night where Jeremy punched my brother in the face, and my brother didn't flinch. And then my brother punched Jeremy in the face like 8 or 10 times and knocked his ass down a hill. And I didn't get to see if he was crying afterwards, but I bet you he was crying afterwards.
How do
So
you
let
know?
me just tell you that
How does your mind know what Jeremy looks like to make up a dream about him?
that's what's crazy, dude. Is that like he and I think it was Nate was in my dream, but Jeremy he was wearing a baseball hat. He was wearing like a baseball hat. He looked like a fucking. I mean, he looks like he sounds like. I don't know, man. I don't know how to tell you. He got his ass whooped, dude. I felt so bad for him in my dream, dude.
You and Jeremy should go on video call someday. See what each other really look like. We should all. We'll all go on camera.
He's gonna get his ass whipped, dude. That's what I'm worried about. So my brother whipped his ass in my dream, dude. So I don't know what's gonna happen.
We'll play a game. We'll all go on camera, and then we'll rank how much we thought we were correct about what the other person looked like.
Problem is, I feel like I've seen you, Gio, but I don't know that I have because I feel like you were in that movie at some point, but I don't know where you were. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what point.
We've all seen Gio, but we don't know what he looks like.
Well, Gio's seen me because Gio has seen me. I know that for a fact. I don't know that I've seen Gio though.
Well, you saw me outside your window with binoculars. You caught me.
Yeah, you were doing a Hori sheet. Did I tell you the story? Hori sheet said that he was. He said he used to do like remote viewing, and he told his girl that he works with. He's like, he told her what underwear she was wearing while she was sleeping, because he was remote viewing, and she was so creeped out that she thought because it must have been true, and she got real creeped out by that. But yeah, you can imagine it, remote viewing or not, you don't want to guess correctly the underwear somebody was wearing while they were sleeping. Anyway, here's the video that I watched. Not reviewing wise, the quantum physics video.
I bet you everybody has the wrong idea of what Dem looks like.
Hold on, real quick, Jace. Who exactly didn't understand? Jace, was it the MIT guy or Kosho, or now that we know it's the MIT guy?
Come on, dude. The fuck?
I know you tried to save him last time. I know Kosho, it didn't work because here we are still.
I'd have to watch the video to know for sure, but it sounds like the MIT guy is misunderstanding what the Science Asylum guy was saying in his video, giving the example of a box that we could use as a detector that can measure the roughness or softness of or roughness or smoothness of an electron and the white or blackness of it. Those weren't meant to be like real properties of the electron. They were just a teaching tool kind of example.
Yeah. You watched this video.
The MIT guy is confused.
I watched this video, dude. I watched the first half of this video. This guy sounds like a legit. He says he's a string theory guy, but he says his first language is quantum mechanics, the way he says it. And it sounds like he knows what he's talking about. But it sounds like what you said at first, Jace, that he's using this as a teaching tool. Like when they talk about the boxes, that they're like the electron goes in the box and then it decides if it's hard or soft or white or black. I know electrons aren't white or black. I knew that, so it's like I understand that it's kind of like it's a discernment. It's a way to teach the. He's actually what he's really teaching is the uncertainty principle. At that point, he's just saying that like these properties that they have that are binary, they're consistent, they're persistent, but they're not. But if you know one, it it could come out the other side, out of the other box, and it will still be 50-50, meaning that there's an uncertainty principle, right? And I think that's what he's trying to display. I don't think it has anything to do with white or black or hard or soft, because I was like, how are electrons hard or soft or white or black, right? I think they're just binary. Yeah.
What color is
an
arbitrary?
It's just an arbitrary properties that It's just trying to portray a concept, like you said.
Awesome. In the meantime, what color? What's the actual color of an electron?
What does that matter? What does that mean? They're below the colors.
Do you know what color means?
Yeah, I do. I do understand that electrons are like 400 times, or the atom is 400 times below the size of any color that is visible to the human eye. So it doesn't make sense to say what color is it. I understand that. All right. So
would it even have
what?
a color?
Exactly.
No.
They're colorless.
Color, right? There's different ways to describe color, but the context, right, that you're trying to talk about here is like the wavelength or the frequency of a photon can be, set as its color, or the process of our eyes detecting photons and the signals that get sent to the brain and the resultant image that forms from that has colors in it. But none of that has anything to do with like an electron having color. They don't have colors.
So an electron's colorless. You're saying?
Yeah, that's not the process of how color is made.
We can't see an electron.
Detected.
So we've never seen an electron?
Nope.
How the fuck do you know if it has a color then? You've never even seen one.
He's a doofus.
That's stupid.
I just described how color is detected by our eyes and brains, and even a simplified version of what color is. And it's not involving electrons, so obviously they don't have a color.
How you gonna deal with an asshole,
Let me just get this straight. There's this thing you've never seen, and you're saying it doesn't have a color. And we know what color things are by looking at them, right? And seeing them.
No, there's a process that results in a color being formed by our brain.
Well, even beyond that, like you need to have fucking photons coming off of whatever you're wanting to view, even if you're not using like your eyes, but some kind of like sensor, like a camera. You need photons to come off of it, or at least reflect off of it. And electrons don't really emit photons much on their own.
Okay, so how do we know what color something is? Isn't that how we tell colors?
We tell colors by light either being emitted or reflected by that surface, and then our eyes absorbing that photon, and our brains ascribing like color to them.
Yeah, so we see the thing that we're looking at. We look at a thing, we see the photons coming off it, and we say, "Oh, look, it has a color," right?
Yes, dependent upon how it changes either the photons that are being, reflected off of it, or the photons themselves that it's emitting.
Yeah, so the thing's either emitting photons and we see the thing, and then we can see the photons that are coming off it, or it reflects them, and either way we need to see the thing to know what color it is, right?
Yes.
Yes, and Jace has never seen an electron, and he's telling me they have no color.
Because a non-accelerating electron in the ground state is not emitting photons. Thus, in the context you're talking about, color doesn't apply. It doesn't have a color because it's not emitting photons. It's not going through.
You wouldn't know. You've never seen one. You've never seen one. You don't know if it has color.
when we bounce,
don't have to see it though. We can know that the process is not emitting photons. That's something we can detect. That there's no photons coming from the electrons.
Yeah, electrons don't emit photons. Unless, when they're changing energy states inside an atom, they can release photons. But that's not the electron itself, if that makes sense. That's like...
Yeah, you can accelerate.
Just to clear it up. So just to clear it up. Hold on, Jace. I might have talked at the same time. Just to clear it up. There's this thing you've never seen, and you're saying it has no color. You've seen a photon? Oh, an electron?
We've seen them.
He's never seen an electron.
We've seen an electron, but not using.
Jace,
photons.
have you seen an electron? Jace, he's the molecular biologist or whatever. Supposedly.
Not in the way that you're talking about. I would say no.
What do you mean in the way I'm talking about? Do you know what seeing things is? We've gotten to the point where we know what colors are, and now we're trying to get to the point where if we know what seeing things is.
Well, we have ways of.
Are we starting over from scratch? Like
Maybe he
this
means
is like
imaging?
preschool stuff.
We have ways of quote unquote seeing things without using photons directly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we have like detection methods for
ultrasounds
electrons
and
and
stuff.
scattering methods and whatnot. But like I said, a stable electron in the ground state not being accelerated isn't emitting any photons, so like you're not going to get an image of it. Even when you accelerate it, right? Like now it's moving, so that it's very hard to get like an image of it.
Okay, just yes or no, please. Have you ever seen an electron?
We detect that.
So you've never seen one. Okay. And you know they don't have a color, even though you've never seen them.
Because we would know if they had a color. We would know what color they were if they gave off photons, which they don't.
Are we able to see infrared light?
Sorry, is that statement
our
true?
eyes.
You've never seen an I'm sorry, is that statement true? You've never seen an electron, but you know they have no color. Is that a true statement?
We have seen electrons indirectly. In the sense of like, I can tell that a person is standing, in a doorway, even if I can't actually directly see them because they're casting a shadow. So I know that there's still a person there because I see the shadow.
Or seeing a baby in the womb using ultrasound.
Yeah, I'm not using light. I don't physically see the baby, but the ultrasonic waves are bouncing inside the fucking woman, and I'm detecting how they're being refracted around, and I can then, construct an image based on that on the screen.
Okay, so shadows and the babies inside the womb. I forgot what that thing's even. Ultrasound. There we go.
Ultrasound. Yeah.
So ultrasounds and shadows and shit. But have you ever actually seen one though?
We have seen its existence through other methods, but because it doesn't give off photons, we don't see it directly. I can't put a microscope and see an electron because there's no photons coming off of it for me to see.
Okay, so how do you know it has no color though?
Because there's no photons. For something to have color, it needs to be giving off photons. The reason why I know something that's colored red is because there are photons coming off of it that are red. And that my eye is detecting. That the cones in my eye are receiving. If there's no electrons coming off of it, I cannot ascribe it a color because the physical property of color, i.e. the photons coming off of it, they are non-existent. There are none of them.
What's an electron microscope do? I'm just curious.
An electron microscope fires electrons at an object and then collects the electrons that get deflected by the object in question.
Yeah, is an electron microscope? Does that use a beam of electrons as a source of illumination? I didn't finish.
It's not illumination.
Is an electron microscope is it a microscope that uses a beam of electrons as a source of illumination?
It's not illumination. It's not illumination because it's not photons, but like we could ascribe the concept of illumination to it. Yeah.
It's in a sense it is, but the electrons are then the reason why we get an image is because the electrons are converted into colors, into photons through a photoelectron cascade by the detector. So you're not seeing like the electrons themselves, but you see the result of the photoelectron cascade that they cause.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe Wiki's wrong. I don't know. I'm reading electron microscope is a microscope that uses a beam of electrons as a source of illumination. So I mean, maybe Wiki got it wrong. There's another thing that says electrons have a much shorter wavelength than visible light.
Then we can't even ascribe it a color if its wavelength is beyond our visual spectrum.
The electron.
It's like asking, what color would you describe ultraviolet? We can't see it. It's not a color we can perceive.
Yeah, and the electron microscope does use electrons as a source of illumination. It's just to get the illumination, the electrons are then converted into photons using photomultiplier tubes and charge coupled devices.
All right, so just for the record, we can't see an electron, but you know it has no color. That's the story.
The reason why we can't see it is
dude.
because it doesn't have color. I don't know what's so hard to understand about that, Jeremy.
Like it's not going through the process of emitting colors, so obviously the logical conclusion is that it doesn't have a color. If something's not participating in the process of emitting color, then it's not going to have a color.
An electron microscope is a microscope that uses a beam of electrons as a source of illumination.
This understanding requires
that is correct. That is correct. The electron.
It requires the understanding of electrons and photons, right? And fucking all this other type of shit, dude. And it doesn't. If you're gonna be confused on whether or not an electron has color, without understanding that electrons and photons are totally different things, and photons are involved in the process of, or electrons are involved in the process of what photons are. Like, it doesn't. The question doesn't make any sense, dude.
Yeah, it's like asking, what are the emissions from a fucking Tesla? Like, there are none. It doesn't burn anything. You're asking a question that, like, the subject literally does not have the properties you were trying to, like, ask about.
Yeah. I think Wiki is saying it's a source of illumination, right, for an electron microscope, because it is. It sends a beam of electrons at the sample, scatters those electrons off the sample, then they hit a detector, which is a photomultiplier tube and a charge coupled device, which then initiates the flow of photons and electrons through that detector, which eventually ends up in an image on a computer screen. Or you can use a film plate, but it's still, photons are involved in the latter process, right? It hits the sample, then it hits the film plate, and the energy that the electron has causes a chemical reaction on the film plate, which emits photons that you can then see where those electrons hit the film, which means you can then see an image from those photons coming off of it.
All right. Sounds good. What else we got?
I don't know. What's on the agenda, Jeremy?
Have you ever seen a sunset? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say my college rocketry club has officially started work on our space shot rocket. So
you're going to send a rocket up?
Oh, yeah, we do all the time. But this one, we're actually trying to reach 100 kilometers, reach the Kármán.
Have you ever put anything in orbit? You never put anything in orbit then?
No amateur group to date has ever sent anything to orbit. That is, you need a much bigger rocket for that.
Yeah, you got 100 kilometers?
Yeah, that's relatively easy. Just to go up 100 kilometers.
What's that,
compared
like
to getting to
miles?
orbit. Yeah, it's 62 miles.
Right at the Kármán line. You can't get past the Kármán line there?
No, you can go higher. There have been other amateur groups that have gone higher. It's just a good benchmark to reach.
Yeah, I mean, so how high do you got to get in orbit?
It's not about height; it's about speed.
You just got a problem with the tyranny of the rocket equation. Maybe your issue. You trying to shoot this thing straight up?
Yeah. Just to go literally straight up to hit 100 kilometers.
Oh, that's your problem, then. That's the problem. You can't go straight up.
You can.
Not to get. You got a tyranny of the rocket equation problem.
No, I could go straight up and still not have an issue with my propellant and my weight. It's less efficient.
Yeah, but
'cause
you're
I'm
only going to
fighting.
get so
It's
far.
not. Sure.
You got to get in orbit.
It's less
my man.
efficient. Well, we're not trying to get to orbit with this.
Why?
Because that is way more complicated and way more expensive. A space shot is already expensive enough.
What do? Do you just send a rocket up? That's it, and then it falls back down, and you're done?
No. So the club does a competition down in New Mexico every year. That's like its main purpose. And then it also does a bunch of other like research, development. I work on
What's
the
the competition?
team.
Just to see who can get the highest?
I can go grab it. It has multiple different parts of it. It's mainly about bringing together both national and international teams, trying to hit exact altitude targets for like points, coming up with like unique scientific payloads for those rockets, presenting them in like an official engineering method to the board or whatever, getting scored on that. It's like,
wow, you guys are going straight up though. No one's ever going to send a
no.
payload.
The space shot is like the club's own pet project. It's not related to the competition. It's more so to develop like the capabilities for the club to in the future go beyond that. One step at a time. So we've sent a rocket up to 100,000 feet already. So now we got to go much higher than that.
I mean, that's not even really that good. I could send a balloon up that high tomorrow.
Sure, yeah, but the balloon would take hours, and it's not very cool.
Yeah.
Rockets are a lot cooler than balloons.
What if you sent a balloon up and then shot the rocket off the balloon?
I would need a massive balloon because rockets are very heavy.
How much does your rocket weigh?
The space shot one's probably going to weigh like 500, 600 pounds.
You guys should collaborate, put all your rockets together, and then you could build a rocket to get into orbit. Or the moon or something. Isn't there a big prize Google has to land on the moon?
No, there's no real prize for that.
I thought there was a prize to land on the moon or something. There was, wasn't there?
There was. It was like a Google project or whatever. But that ended like many years ago.
They gave up.
And a bunch of companies did do it. But
they landed on the moon.
They're corporate.
Moon.
Two of them sent payloads to the moon. I think one crashed, but the other one did land correctly.
Oh, it did? What was the name of that one? Do you know offhand? Or?
I can go look it up. I know it was launched on a SpaceX rocket back in like 2018, 2019.
You talking about the time Israel crashed on the moon?
No, not Israel. It wasn't government. It was a private company. And that's the other thing, right? Private companies can get millions and millions of dollars to do this shit. It's a lot harder to do when you're a club at a university. Unfortunately, we don't have access to millions of dollars. But yeah, so probably within the next like 6 or so years, my club will actually fucking send up the rocket. I will not be there when it happens, but
the people that that landed the thing on the moon, did they happen to put a camera on it?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
If I had a budget, let's say I had a budget, or you were going to put a proposal. Let's say you were going to put a proposal to me. How much would it take to crash land something? Remember, I used to drop the egg on the roof and see if it would crack or not with the parachute. You put in some styrofoam. How much would it cost to land a light on the moon, like a red light solar panel, to keep it lit, a battery?
You wouldn't see just a random red light on the moon. You would want, if you want to see it from Earth, you would want some kind of like laser setup to fire a laser back from the moon. And also, it would only operate, half of the month, when the sun's hitting it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, whatever. You're saying you couldn't get
how much would that system be?
You couldn't just get a light bright enough? One of them 10 zillion lumen.
The inverse square law fucks you in the ass on that one.
Yeah, that's an issue. I've been having an issue with the inverse square law. If it's photons traveling through space, like you guys say, what's stopping the photons?
Nothing. They just spread out. They get less intense. Yeah. It's like, you ever held a flashlight, right? Walking in a dark night, stuff really close to you, you can shine it really brightly with your flashlight, but when you're shining, half a mile away from you, it's barely lit up at all because the
So
light
there's
from your
less
flashlight
photons.
is. Yeah, there's less photons per square meter, so it's less illuminated.
So there's gaps in between where the photons are hitting.
Yes, you can put it that way. Yeah.
So when
you
I
would
get
want
closer
you would want
to the
something like a
sun,
laser.
hold on.
Which, yeah, sure.
So you're saying when I get closer to the sun, with like, I don't know, a solar panel or something, I should get more energy?
Yeah, you do.
You do?
Yeah.
We do
Like
that
in terms of like
summertime?
space. Oh yeah, no. There is a noticeable difference between like summertime and wintertime, not just on the where the sun is in the sky compared to where your solar panel is, but literally whether or not we are closer or farther from the sun. It's a small percentage, but it is detectable.
We were talking about this a few weeks ago, and they were saying there would be no way to tell with a solar panel or something. I don't know, but that's neat. You're saying
Just if you had a solar panel and you were sitting like at your house trying to do it yourself, it would be very hard to measure because you are not in a sterile environment. You have weather that affects it probably more so than that slight difference. Like we're talking about probably a fraction of a percent. I'd have to go do the math on what the exact difference would be, but I would guess something like less than 0.5%. So I don't know, like the air is slightly more hazy that day than it was, 6 months earlier when you were doing the test. And now that's going to be a much bigger contributing factor than how far the sun is. Up in space, we don't have that issue. It's a lot easier to detect that. But down here on the ground, yeah, it'd be harder to detect that. You could do some kind of like meta analysis on panel systems in places in the world where they don't have like large amounts of weather interfering. Maybe you could come to some sort of general correlation there. But that would take a lot of work, and I don't have access to that data offhand. That'd be like a research project in and of itself. You're talking for like spacecraft and stuff. When they send spacecraft closer to the sun, they get way more power on their solar panels than they do when they're orbiting around Earth.
Isn't there still a large debate on whether light is a particle or a wave, though?
No, not exactly.
Yeah, I'd say no.
It's more so that it sometimes acts like a particle and other times acts like a wave. We characterize it, generally speaking, as a wave.
And the question becomes, can you have a wave without particles?
String theory would argue yes, but
that's been debugged.
Not proven
I mean,
either.
string theory is nuttier than squirrel poop, though, right?
It's not even what?
I said string theory is nuttier than squirrel poop, right?
It's not even in squirrel poop?
I said it's nuttier than squirrel poop.
I mean, it does on paper, it does a good job of rectifying quantum mechanics and relativity. but just no one can ever come up with a way to test it. At least hasn't to date come up with a way to test it.
Oh, so when they use theory, go ahead.
String theory is the colloquial name for it. It is a hypothesis.
Not an actual theory. Then that's very misleading. That doesn't sound scientific at all.
Well, yeah, you can bitch about the name, but
not bitching
within science, it's everyone knows that it is a hypothesis. It's
to call it a theory, though. I know, but for this to be
not a scientific theory. Theory is in the colloquial way of people using theory.
It's the strongest theory we got in science, man.
I know, but for this...
No, Right the Hand calls it yarn theory. And it's the strongest theory we got in science, man.
I know, but for this to be some kind of scientific thing and to call it a theory is very misleading and it almost seems like trickery.
It's not a real theory, dude.
I know it's not a real theory. It's not a real theory.
It's not labeled as a scientific theory, correct?
I know, but this is a scientific thing, though, right? String theory. This is like science. This isn't science.
People who have taken science in school had come up with string theory. They were involved in science, and they had come up with this. This
it's a hypothesis.
Is a thing. Yes, exactly. It's exactly that, a hypothesis. That's it, man. Just leave it at that.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, I'm just saying, very misleading to call it a theory.
Okay. They call it a theory, dude. People call things theories, dude. Like the theory of
it was colloquially. It was colloquially.
Theory of why your wife's lipstick was on my shirt last night. That's just a theory. Yeah. It's she kissed my shirt and the dry cleaner took it to my house, but who knows?
Let's say colloquial theory.
Colloquial.
Colloquially. I don't even know how to say that word. It doesn't matter. Listen.
That word. We all know that word. That word. It was that. It was used that way.
Yeah, I have a theory. My wife's gonna make chicken for dinner tomorrow. Okay, that's in the scientific realm, though. I know, but when you're dealing with
scientific fact, because I bought the chicken, and I fucking appreciated it. So it better be fucking what she makes, because I paid money for that. But
I know, but in the scientific world, you don't call things theories unless they're actually tested hypotheses, a tested hypothesis.
Yeah. So the guy who came up with it, named the hypothesis poorly. We'll say that.
No, but you know what's even crazier is I've heard word of the street, and Jace can back me up, or he might not. But word of the street is that even a scientific law is an outdated term. Scientific law is no longer, these are outdated terms. Is from what I hear.
Okay? Oh, you're outdated.
No. Scientific laws are not outdated.
That's what I hear, bro. Scientific law, what they call laws, but they might not be calling them laws anymore because they don't really tend to be laws.
Let me ask this guy. Who's this other guy who's in space camp or whatever you guys want? What's your name?
Who's in space camp?
Ariel.
By the way,
yeah, at the top.
Princess Ariel, but fucking what's his name? Geo's been to space camp, dude. A lot of people in here have been to space camp.
Well, that movie Space Camp from the 80s had everyone want to go to space camp. Okay, nonetheless, Ariel, do you think laws should work everywhere?
Should?
If something's a law, if we have a law,
we're gonna get fucked up.
Yes.
If we have a law.
Yes, laws are observed phenomenon that have never been observed to not be true.
Exactly, my man.
Get ready to get fucked up.
My man. I agree. I absolutely agree with. Why is he going to get fucked up? I absolutely agree with him. That was perfect.
Go ahead, unload Andrea Ghez, dude.
Why me, Ariel, and Andrea Ghez all agree? Why? There's no problem.
Oh, what does Jace got to say? I feel like Jace was going to say something.
I don't know. I would say every scientific law, it's either a mathematical or a formal statement under certain circumstances, right? There's like conditions to it. Like if you have X, Y, and Z conditions, then the result will be A.
Yeah, obviously laws can't be applied to systems which they are not applicable to. Like I'm not going to apply like the law of like universal gravitation in a hypothetical where there's no mass period. Like it wouldn't apply. If I just have like an empty part of space where there's only photons flying around, the law of universal gravitation doesn't do anything there. So we wouldn't apply.
But if we did have mass there, it should apply, right? If there's mass there.
Yeah, so to systems in which the laws are applicable to, then like we would observe them, or we would expect to observe them.
Wherever there's mass, we would expect for that law to be applicable.
For the law of universal gravitation, assuming there's no other factors involved, yeah. If there's other factors, then we have to. Yeah, so like if we had, let's say we had two like particles of charged mass, right? They both have mass, so we would say they're both, would be attracted in that sense. However, if they have the same electrical charge, then they would be repelled by those two charges. So then we wouldn't see the mass coming together. We might see it actually fly apart depending on where they are. So in that instance, right, we have to take in more than one thing, and we have to dive a little deeper.
All right. What are some other? Is this stated in Newton's universal law of gravitation about charge?
No, because Newton's universal law about gravitation is only talking about gravitation. It's not talking about charges. Laws are solely looking at one effect. So there's laws about electric charge. There's laws about magnetic fields. There's laws about gravity. There's laws about thermodynamics. Right? They're all these separate topics. Right? We have laws to describe each phenomenon. And we can combine phenomenons in complex systems, right, where multiple laws are in effect, multiple things are occurring. And then we can observe based on that, okay, this is happening here, that's happening there, and we can figure out, the effects of each thing going on.
All right. So other than charge, why else would Newton's law not apply?
No, they do apply. It's still applying, but there are other things that are maybe stronger. Right, so if I have those two charged particles, but they're a light year away from each other, the electric force between them is virtually non-existent. But the gravitational force comparatively is stronger, even though they're incredibly far away.
Light year away.
Yeah. So they're a light year away. They're very far away.
You tell me gravity is stronger than electrical charge?
At long distance, yeah. Electrical repulsion acts with distance cubed, whereas gravitational attraction acts with distance squared. Yeah. So if basically if I'm really close to something electrically charged the same as me, there's a very strong repulsive force. But if I get fairly far away, that force drops off very quickly, whereas the gravitational force drops off slower. So at some point there'll be an equilibrium where the electric repulsion is the same as the gravitational attraction, and then they would not accelerate anyway.
All right. So in order for Newton's law to not apply somewhere, there would have to be another law.
It's not. They still apply. No, they still apply. It's not like
in order for Newton's law of gravitation to not work, there would have to be some other law happening there at the same time.
No, it still works. It's still happening, but there are. It's like, let's say you're trying to push a trolley to the left, right? But you're only pushing with your pinky, and I'm pushing with my entire body force, right? It's not like you're not there. You're still pushing with your pinky. It just has no ability to overpower me pushing with my entire body. But both people are still there, right? Both effects are still occurring. It's not like one just flies out the window just because the other one's there.
So you're telling me Newton's law of gravitation, it always works, you're saying?
In applicable systems, yeah. Where it applies, it applies. In a system where there's no mass, obviously there's no mass, so the law doesn't apply. It only talks about, and it only is in reference to objects of mass. So in applicable systems, yeah, it's there, always.
Well, what would you say to this, right? So if you're doing relativity, where you get Newton's law or a slightly modified version of it is in situations where you're using, baryonic matter, so just normal matter. It's not moving a considerable fraction of the speed of light, and the gravitational field that it's in is not changing over time. If those conditions aren't met, right, then Newton's law, you have to use Einstein's field equations at that point. You can't use Newton's law. So what would you say to that kind of thing?
Who are you asking?
Ariel, that was for you.
Yeah,
Me?
it was for you, Ariel. Yeah.
What would I say to that?
Yeah.
I would say it sounds like a very good description. Goes into more detail than I did. I'm just simplifying it because I'm on Discord.
Yeah, I know, but I think Jeremy is trying to get at the idea that Newton's law doesn't apply to like everything in the universe. So why is it called a law?
I got you. Yeah.
He said it does apply everywhere. You just said it does. It always applies everywhere, right?
To applicable systems.
So it doesn't apply. So Newton's law doesn't apply everywhere.
It applies to applicable systems. So if we look at systems which are not applicable, like let's say, I don't know, objects moving close to the speed of light, then they no longer would follow the exact mathematical models that we have for Newton's law of universal gravitation. Because Newton's laws are very simplified systems. They work well for like things here on Earth and most systems in general. But there are systems which like they wouldn't apply to.
What if I told you that somebody said Einstein was right and we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity?
So we could describe everything using like relativistic equations, but that's like a really big pain in the ass. And for basically almost every system that like we deal with, especially here on Earth with like us normal people, even in like engineering and stuff, there would just be no point to go that like deep into it. It would just be like a waste of energy and time.
All right. What if I told you Newton was wrong about gravity?
How so?
What would you say to that? You would say that's
I
not
would ask
correct.
how so.
I know, but would you think he was right about gravity?
I think that his description of it is a very good simplistic model, and it works for most simplistic cases, or well, I should say all simplistic cases. For more complex cases, like what we were just talking about, then no, it would no longer be as accurate. Like technically, like I'll put it this way, right? I'll give you a somewhat like similar system. In my field, aerospace, we have equations that describe what we call incompressible fluids and then compressible fluids. In reality, every fluid is compressible to some extent. Even water is compressible to some extent, but it really doesn't like being compressed. So we model it most of the time as incompressible because it makes everything a lot easier. And for basically every system that we ever do, so especially with water, it works, right? The results that we get in simulations are near perfect to what we get in reality. But once we get into more extenuating circumstances, that compression effect can come into, significance. It can start to significantly affect the results that we get in comparison to reality. Or to our simulations, excuse me. So right. It doesn't mean the equations that for like incompressible flow are wrong. It's not like that they don't apply. They do. They just don't apply to systems which go beyond their parameters.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you right now, we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
At a technical level, sure. And a practical level, no.
Well,
Like,
at a
again,
technical level, when we're talking, you're getting technical, right?
No, again, it depends on what system we're talking about.
Science isn't technical.
Again, it depends what we're talking about.
We're talking
what
about
I'm talking about. What I'm talking about with aerodynamics can be very technical, right? But if I'm just doing the aerodynamics on like a paper airplane, I don't need to worry about the compressive shocks being caused on the leading edge of the fucking paper airplane because it's going 20 miles an hour at best in really high winds, right? Those compressive effects are negligible to such an extent that like a tiny change in the breeze is going to be a bigger concern, right? So when I'm modeling all this shit, I'm going to assume the air is incompressible. Now, if I'm talking about a fighter jet that's trying to go, hundreds of miles an hour, maybe past Mach, right? Then it really matters that I don't model it as incompressible because my, fighter plane would crash and burn and kill the pilot otherwise.
I'm just telling you right now, we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Again, on a technical level, if we want to replace it with relativity, sure. Just
when
like
we're
how
talking
on a
about
technical
science,
level,
are we getting technical? Are we getting technical?
I
when
just
we're
went
doing
over
science,
this.
Or are we being?
I just went over
we
it.
Just,
yeah,
we
I just
just
went over
being.
this. It depends on the system
like,
that we're discussing. It depends on the system we're discussing. In systems where the conditions are right, it is still applicable. Its results are accurate. In systems
absolutely
where
not. We can absolutely rule it out. I just told you.
Well, you're telling me, but you're not really going beyond that. You're just saying it over and over.
Yeah, we could rule it out because it's not. It doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't work?
It just doesn't work. I have a quote from Andrea Ghez. Laws are supposed to apply everywhere. She said we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
We
It doesn't
just
work.
went over this. How they apply to applicable systems.
Yes, and the thing that they're looking at is an applicable system with mass in the universe.
Yes. Yeah. So for the scales, even much bigger scales than what Newton had in his day, on relatively small scales, it still is accurate to our observations of reality. Our error in measurement would be higher, far higher than our error of prediction.
Yeah, it's also failing to account for the fact you can go with that philosophy, totally rule out Newton's equation and start with Einstein's field equations, right? If you're doing some kind of engineering thing here on Earth, right, where you're working with baryonic matter, the gravitational field is not changing over time, and the matter is not moving at a significant fraction of the speed of light, guess what equation you're going to end up with? You're going to end up with E subscript F or F subscript G, some people call it different things, equals G M1 M2 over R squared. Now, you can say that's not Newton's equation, that's not Newton's law. That would be silly to say such a thing, but you can, but they're the same thing. It doesn't matter if you're doing relativity or if you're just starting with Newton's law to begin with. Under those conditions, you'll end up at the same place.
Yeah. TLDR, the field equations are a more expansive explanation to the gravity than Newton's.
Yeah.
Because it incorporates Newton's, but it goes beyond and it can account for more things.
Yeah, and that's likely what Andrea Gauss, she's an astronomer, astrophysicist. She's talking about, situations that don't meet the weak field limit conditions, right? So now you have to actually use a form of Einstein's equations and a metric tensor like the Minkowski metric or the Schwarzschild metric. And in those situations, yeah, the equations are different.
Can one of those those jet fighter pilot fly his airplane in a loop-de-loop without putting his foot on the gas? Can he sort of just turn the engine off from parallel and then do a loop-de-loop?
It just shows that momentum.
You think so? You could do it without like trying to fight the force of gravity?
If you have enough momentum, yeah. It's like rolling a ball uphill, right? I'm not actively pushing the ball up the hill. I rolled it like a bowling ball or whatever, right? Basketball, whatever. It's fighting gravity. It's going uphill because I put momentum into it. Same thing with a fighter jet. Fighter jet, like, that's why planes don't fall out of the sky when their engines fail. Like, they have momentum already. They can use that gravitational potential energy to glide, conserve that energy. Same thing can be, you can harness that energy as well. Like, it dive down, gain a bunch of speed, then pull up and do a complete 360.
Where's that energy coming from, though?
From the height that I already put into the system. I already climbed up in altitude.
Why does the altitude give you more energy? Is it just
Because
buoyancy?
No, because gravity is constantly trying to pull my aircraft down. Right, I have put in energy into my aircraft to lift it off the ground. I needed to burn fuel,
I
which
guess
is
what I'm
energy.
wondering is, how do you prove it's gravity and not buoyancy?
Well, first off, the plane is way more dense than the air, so it would not be giving me any energy to begin with.
So,
secondly, buoyancy
the energy would
requires
come from,
gravity.
The energy would come from the jet engine. And the way a plane works is due to the airflow differential, buoyancy, basically. More air is
It's
flowing
not
over one
buoyancy;
side
it's a
of
pressure difference. But yeah,
a pressure difference. Yeah, that works.
Simplified.
More air going over one end than the other, or past, I guess, one end than the other. That's how
you can simplify. Well, kind of. There's still raging debate, really, on how wings work, but it can be simplified to just the wing causes a pressure difference between the top and bottom side.
So here's, I guess, my main question, and as in the perspective of a skeptic here, has anyone ever taken? Because there's planes that can fly more than around the world. There's planes that have long distance, enough gas. Has one ever flown up to the North Pole, down to the South, back around, and then landed?
Definitely not in one flight.
But they can do that. There's a plane that can do that.
I don't know of any plane that would have the range on one tank of gas to do that whole flight. You could refuel in flight, or you could do stops.
Yeah, either of those would work, or you could use. They have these. They wouldn't be fast, obviously, and it would be a solar-powered plane. But because you'd be flying on the north-south axis, you would always be getting some sun, not all of it. But if you were to position yourself such that you're right by the sun, you wouldn't have to deal really with night or daytime because you'd be going straight. And
going straight north-south, you would still have day-night cycles. You could try and time it so that it's...
So a night cycle would be when the sun is further away from you?
What?
I'm talking about on a round Earth, to be clear. Like if I was going around the Earth in a north-south route, right, I would have to account with a day-night cycle there.
So, like, there's been such a big debate about this for so long, about the flat Earth. And I'm just wondering, like, why hasn't someone just said, hey, here's a plane, and I'm going to just go ahead and live stream the whole thing. And you guys can watch it, and I'm going to go around the whole world all in one go.
No, you can't. The ISS can't even see the edge. It's still stuck in center frame.
That's what I'm saying.
The ISS stuck in center frame, and you think you're going to get... Listen,
Um,
if you can see a sliver of the Earth, just like a sliver of the moon that you see, just a piece of the Earth in your frame, and then you're going and leaving the Earth, and then now you got to look forward and see no Earth, and down and see no Earth, and then behind you see Earth for 1 foot, I'll be on your side, buddy. 1 foot.
For doing that flight and live streaming it, the biggest, I definitely would say
Let's say
it
that
would
I
be
wanted
pretty
to
easy to
prove
take
all
a video
planets
of it. It'd pretty easy to take a video of it. As for live streaming it, that'd be a lot harder because kind of hard to get internet.
You'll
in the
never
middle of
find the Earth.
fucking nowhere.
And
Well,
how do you?
Jupiter, are you familiar with how circumnavigation could work over a planar surface and how you can fly around as you're describing over a planar surface? Are you aware of that?
No, not quite. Could you explain it to me?
Yeah, here I'll post a few images. Can you see in the live stream text?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me open the side chat. I am here, but I do not have permission to send messages, but I can read it. It looks like the live
you
stream.
can. Yeah, you can.
Oh, live stream text. Sorry, I was in the side chat.
So that first one just shows a GIF. So if you have the North Pole in the center and all the continents coming out from the North Pole area in a on a planar foundation of all the land coming out from the center, you can actually circumnavigate around the North Pole, sort of like walking around your block, in your neighborhood.
That stick though is not. It's not straight. It's not straight the whole time. You'd have to turn the rudder of the plane, wouldn't you, to the side?
Yeah, so you actually would on a globe as well. The only place you would technically not have to change the rudder, as you're saying, would be at the equator. If you flew right on the equator, in theory, on a globe, you would not have to turn left or right. But if you were in the northern hemisphere or in the southern hemisphere and circumnavigating on a globe, you also would have to constantly make corrections to circumnavigate a globe.
But that would just be to circumnavigate, to do what looks like a straight
To follow
line on
a
flat
latitude
map.
line.
To follow a latitude, that's what I meant.
But we don't follow latitude lines in flying.
Let's say that I just have a plane and I have the rudder and I know the plane's going straight. I can even set like a big glass of water right there. And if it tilts to one side or the other, I know the plane's turning or something, You could use, I'm sure there's better ways to measure this, like a gyroscope or something. At that point, I would know if it's turning or going straight. And if it goes straight and I keep going straight, where would I end up in the flat Earth model?
You would not be following a latitude line.
But
wherever you were heading.
The difference, no matter where I go, I'll end up south, basically.
Yeah, I mean, on a framework with the North Pole
yeah.
at the center and the continents coming out, then yeah, you would end up in the south.
And what would happen at the south?
Well, we could speculate unless any one of us have been there. There is the Antarctic areas that that are able to be gone to in terms of the military, and you can, take trips to certain areas, but I've yet to see anyone validate the entire circumference, as it were, whether there's an ice shore all the way around, or whether there's only ice regions like the Antarctic regions. So I don't think anyone because civilian travel is limited beyond the 60-degree parallel south, to be able to give an exact answer in terms of precisely what is beyond this current region that we're, legally, as it is, kind of permitted to explore.
So how do satellites keep how do they keep within the bounds of Earth's gravity such that I can communicate with someone ostensibly, they would say, on the other side of the world, were this the case?
Well, I mean, I think that fits in a somewhat the same category, that if we're not able to actually go to those altitudes to validate that anything is indeed orbiting, then all we can really do is validate the signals that are coming. So I think over a planar surface, even, without having anything orbiting a globe, you can still have communication devices at high altitudes that are relaying signals.
So you're saying that, like, if you were an engineer tasked with building a satellite so that people could have a satellite phone if they're hiking and they get lost in the mountains or whatever, a GPS phone or something so that they can get rescued. There's these satellites up in. Are they in the air, or are they in the sky, or are they past it?
Well, again, I would say that fits into a category that at a civilian level, as we all are, we really are not able to validate those devices. Even the satellites that people claim that are launched by various military type organizations, they do receive signals from those, but there's really no way to validate that those items actually are, out in quote unquote space surrounding
because
the globe.
we as civilians aren't able to validate it, basically.
Yeah, but we can definitely. I mean, there's no doubt that there's communication,
And
coming
then
to and
so
from the guy.
here's where I kind of get lost. Let's say that I have a hunch, and I'm not sure about this, that my computer, I can see I have one of those see-through cases where you can see the motherboard and the CPU and stuff. Inside my CPU is an army of tiny gnomes. I can't validate or invalidate, they're too small. As a civilian, I can't discount that, right?
No, I would say you could validate that. You could open up your computer, you could dissect it, you could pull it all apart and find that there's not tiny gnomes in there. You could
No,
find
but
that there's a lot of metals and circuitry and wires and all of the circuitry involved. So yeah, I would say you could validate that there's not.
What if the tiny gnomes are invisible and they're
This-
what actually cause all the electrons and stuff
Well,
to move
no.
around in the logic gates and everything?
They would need to be invisible
then-
because there's no wires. We're talking about the CPU, the core itself, like the core processor. It's just a one solid piece. And the gnomes are smaller than the highest resolution of microscope that we have. And they're the ones that are making the computer work. I can't invalidate that because I don't have a microscope that's powerful enough to see that they're gnomes and not just, I don't know, electricity or whatever they use, whatever they claim to use, which we still, obviously, unless you've built your own circuit board, I would say that you can't really claim more than a layman's knowledge of it, which I would say is my case. I have never built a circuit board, with whatever they using some kind of etching method on silicon or whatever it is, silicon wafers. And so I'm wondering, what if it is just gnomes? I'm using gnome as a name to describe a small being that I'm unable to visualize and observe because I don't have, I can't see what's. I could go on the tallest tower ever right now. There's only so far I could see because eventually, it's too hazy and foggy, and I only have so much distance. My load distance is limited to 64 blocks or whatever in Minecraft terms, I guess. And then but let's just use the Minecraft analogy since it is kind of flat. Obviously, at the end of the Minecraft world, that would be equitable to the South Pole, or the South, not really a pole, but the South Ring. I can't see that because it's too far away. And I can't see the gnomes because they're too small. So there very well could be gnomes, running on even smaller treadmills to make my computer. And we're able to talk on Discord right now because of gnomes. Someone, I guess, I don't know, magician, whoever, a scientist, what they call it, but figured out how to harness the power of these gnomes. It basically enslaved them, captured them, and then entrapped them inside these things that we call CPUs, a central processing unit, which is like a little brick of. It just looks like a stick of. It's a little black box, basically. You could cut it with a saw, and it would still look like pretty solid because it's so small. All the little lines, the roads that the gnomes go on are so small you can't even see them.
Okay.
That's possible.
I mean, yeah, I hear you as a philosophy, if that's what you're saying, but I mean, how's that related to how's that related? I mean, if that's
Well,
a philosophy you have, that there's tiny gnomes that are so tiny that you can't see or validate them, but you have a philosophical idea or theory that that's what's actually running your CPU or whatever. I hear you on that, but how does that relate to not being able to validate satellites or things beyond the 60-degree parallel south?
I believe in satellites. and I think that you can validate them with a telescope. I have a telescope, and I've seen a satellite with it before. And it flew overhead, and it started. If I could hold my arm out straight to the left, it started there on the left horizon, and then it went up above my head, and then it went down to the right horizon, and then it disappeared. So why did it go up and down? Wouldn't it be something that started up at the beginning, but it was faded out, and then it came into view and became clearer and clearer, and then once it's right on top of me, that's as close as it can get, so it's totally clear. But then as it passes me, it gets further away and it becomes less clear. But why does it go down?
Perspective.
But the perspective of something wouldn't make it go down. You could see this yourself if you were like, so like let's say that you tie a red, I don't know. Let's say you tie something to a piece of string, and the string's a mile long, and on that string you have a roller, like a, what do they call those things? It's a wheel on some bearings, a pulley. So you've got like a pulley thing, and you can. It's like a zip cord, like a zip line thing. And if I were below it, it would look like it was moving up and down. But if I was dead center with that thing on the zip line, it wouldn't look like it was going up or down. It would just be getting smaller and smaller because obviously it's further away, so it'd be smaller. Shouldn't I
Have
see
you ever
that?
seen, like, in a hallway, you've seen how the lights will look like they're setting? Like, here, I'll just post an image.
Sure, yeah. I'll look at
Hallway
the
image.
image. I'm in the live stream text.
Yeah.
The issue there is that they
See
can
how it
never
looks like the
explain.
lights are setting? So yeah, objects due to perspective will all converge at the convergence point. So things will look like they're like an airplane that's at a set altitude, let's say 30,000 feet above you. As it flies away, it's going to look like it's lowering to you, but that's just perspective. It's not actually lowering in altitude. And then
But
the
the
same with
objects.
the ground. The ground looks like it ramps up.
This
And
question
again, the ground is not actually ramping up. It's not changing in elevation or
But this-
altitude. Just like in the hallway, it's just how perspective.
Yeah,
This
the
question
funny
is
thing,
good, though, because-
is then they have like a weird issue here with the quote unquote perspective.
But look,
where
in
they
this
always believe that like the horizon will rise to your eye level, even though it's been shown time and time again not to be so. Also, the inability to like actually show without any kind of like nonsense that something can be hidden behind nothing.
I guess what I'm wondering is, like, in this picture of the hallway, I'm
That's a
looking
good
at it.
straw man, dude. But nobody says that the horizon
My biggest
rises all the way
concern
to your eye.
my biggest concern with like this vanishing point concept that flat earthers have is that not only do you have a vanishing point, but you also have an issue with objects and their actual visual size becoming distorted, like significantly when they get close to the vanishing point. But like we don't actually see that in reality. The objects don't become like infinitesimally small when they get close to a vanishing point. Like they still have a
It tends to go
discernible size.
down, right? You
Yeah.
just
Oh,
can't
yeah. They get
see
smaller. They
the
definitely
bottom.
get smaller, right? Objects that go farther away from us, they get smaller. No disagreement there.
Why
but
would that
the
be?
concept of a vanishing, because their physical size in comparison to our observable,
line of
I guess
vision.
frame of reference, whatever. Yeah, like it becomes a smaller. What is it called? Fuck. Like its angular size becomes smaller.
resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the angular resolution goes to 0 at a vanishing point, right? Like any object
it goes to 0 at a specified angle. And
there is no specified angle. The angle,
would you let me finish, dude?
because I was talking and you interrupted me.
No,
I was explaining something
dude,
earlier.
You were finished. He was talking.
I finished a sentence and then he started talking.
Yeah.
I was explaining a more larger point overall.
I mean, you guys can just go ahead. You guys actually know everything, and you don't actually want to listen to anybody. So
no, I want to have
you
a
guys-
conversation, but I
I've
just don't
only
like
asked
being interrupted.
questions. I was just trying to see what Ariel was going to say about that.
I was almost done anyway. All I was going to say is just that as an object approaches a vanishing point in this system, its angular size approaches 0. But we don't see that when things, quote unquote, disappear at the horizon. We don't see their angular size go to 0.
Okay, sounds like you're finished. So go ahead, Napalm. Please don't interrupt Napalm. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have something called the Rayleigh criterion, and it deals with two objects moving further away from you in the distance. And once they become so far away from you and the distance between them is such that the angle that you have to those objects, they become unresolvable from one another. So if you have an automobile that's far off in the distance, it looks like one light. As it continues to get closer, you'll see that it's actually two headlights, not just one, right? This is just a good example of how the Rayleigh criterion works. So when we're dealing with things that are going off into the distance and we have what's called a horizon, which the horizon is set by the ground is object number one. So something residing upon the ground or getting close to the ground, right? As that object, or you get further away from that object, once it is hitting your horizon line, which is an apparent location, the objects appear to disappear from the bottom up because the bottom portion of that object and the ground itself, your angle to those two things is so small that it reaches the Rayleigh criterion and they effectively begin to blend together. So this is why you get the bottom up disappearance based on the Rayleigh criterion.
But see, here's what the ultimate
Wait. Sorry. This concept fails. So one, the Rayleigh criteria is talking about point sources of light, not complete objects. So it's not directly applicable. It is applicable, but not in the sense that you are using it. So you wouldn't have like, oh, this part of the object is suddenly like, becoming far enough away and close enough to the other object where it is disappearing, but not the rest of it. We're talking about at the point where the object itself is so tiny that we can consider it a point source, right? At which point there is no discernible features. And for visible light, the Rayleigh criteria is incredibly tiny, especially if you have a larger, optical system. This is why spy satellites and stuff, they can get down to things like 10 centimeter resolution. Even when they're extremely far away from Earth, right, or extremely far away from the ground, we can get extremely tight shots, and we can still discern things up to 10 centimeters. This idea of when we have like ships or planes or buildings, whatever, right, whatever the cases that we're looking at, very large objects, they would have to be incredibly far away for them to be approaching like point sources, to even like a normal ass fucking camera with a decent zoom lens on it.
Also with that,
it just wouldn't work like the way you're describing.
Also with that cope, they still fail to explain why with that same faulty logic, like the cruise ship or whatever you're looking at doesn't also merge from the top due to all the fucking light coming from the sky.
Yeah,
the sky
is, first of all, the sky is not an object, right? So it's not
a light source
object.
Yeah.
The sky is not a light source in the same way that a reflection off of the ground or a actual object is going to be an object, right? So the thing that you're also failing to realize is the angle that you have to that object has to deal with your height and many other things, right? So your horizon is set by your height off of the surface, right? You understand that.
Why do you think that is?
The horizon is set based on your height.
Why do you think that is? And also to use the same cope that you're still referring to. Hold on, you're still referring.
Yeah, you can't just start your statements with to deal with this cope that you're trying to deal with. Like, come on, man, we're just trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I don't know if you did that, but it wasn't me.
Yeah. So the reason that we have a horizon is due to these angles, right? So when you're looking off in the distance, you have a specified angle, and you can only see a certain amount. So as you increase in elevation, you're actually going to open up your angle towards objects in the distance. So as you're increasing that angle, you're going to open up more that you're going to be able to see. And what the other gentleman was talking with satellites and stuff like that, and being able to see more and resolve more. The Rayleigh criterion also has to do with the aperture as well. It's not just the point source of light
Well,
or anything
it
like that.
doesn't just have to do. It doesn't just have to do with the minimum angular resolution of an object. It also has to do with the minimum angle resolvable between two things, two
Right.
objects,
Yep. So there's two
or
things at play
or
with
the
the
sky
horizon, right?
and
So
the
you
deck.
have that minimum angle,
So how
plus
do
you have the resolvability between two objects, which is
so,
like the Rayleigh
so how
The
do we
criterion.
know
Rayleigh
this?
criterion, the
So how
Rayleigh
do we know this? Because
criterion.
it's to say, oh yeah, like with this idea. No, I mean, I live in the city. I don't know where you guys live, but if you're standing in a tall building, you're looking out the window, like obviously the angle from the ground to the next tall building, next to your building, that's a huge angle versus looking out at another building that's just as tall. It's obviously going to be a tighter angle. Like, obviously, it diminishes the further out that you look. I don't understand why this is like hard to understand, because then
But
there are
it's
buildings
not.
that are like very small. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm not talking about stuff
the
getting smaller. I'm
concept
talking about it.
of
It gets
it's,
smaller, but it
it's
also
not a
goes down.
concept. It's not a concept looking up at the top of a building and then to the base of the building. Like, the angle that you would have to careen your neck is much more than the angle that you would have to careen your neck if you were looking at a building very, very far away. And then obviously, if it's further out, what would stop it from getting smaller and smaller till it gets to, oh my God, the unresolvable limit?
Yeah.
So here's my question.
No one has a failure in that concept. The point, or what my point and what I'm trying to describe here, is that doesn't seem to be the case in our observations as to where things go over the horizon, right? Where we no longer
You don't
see
know
part of
where
the
things
object.
go over the horizon,
Well,
though.
we
That's
do.
the
We
problem.
can see where the objects
Hold
start
on,
to
let him
no
finish,
longer.
Eli. Hold on, Eli.
Specifically
Eli.
where?
We can
Specifically
see.
where?
Okay.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Eli. Let him finish. Go ahead, Ariel.
Thank you. We can see where the object is starting to become unresolved, right? Part of the object can no longer be observed physically. Other parts of the object can still be observed, right? So it's not as if the object is getting infinitesimally small where we can no longer distinguish any features of it, period. We are still obviously distinguishing parts of it. So that's where this is in contention. No one is disagreeing that like the Rayleigh criterion exists. Obviously it exists.
Let me
That's not
lay
in
out
contention.
a demonstration.
Well, again, to point out, like, no, you don't know. My rebuttal to you is you don't know where the horizon is. That's what you don't know.
I'm defining the horizon as where things start to disappear for this hypothetical.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do and is not tied to the geometry of the Earth, the mathematical form. That's why I'm saying you don't know where it is.
Okay, sure. For this discussion, sure. Because my point was not to hold on.
Can I make a final point though?
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So to say that, well, I'm just stating that the horizon is where things appear to cut off. That's fine. So what? Because if you're going to say without proving that it's the geometric horizon, just to say, well, the horizon is what we all experience and see it to be. Well, what does that mean? When I say so what comes after that? Does the claim that it is Earth curve come after that? Because that would just be what? An affirming the consequent.
Well, we could start going down that. What I brought up this whole point for was to discuss how I don't believe that the concept of like the vanishing point that is commonly brought as an explanation as to like why things disappear at long distances or go over the horizon, right, on a flat plane. That's why I brought this up as a topic of conversation. It wasn't to say, oh, this proves that the Earth is round or anything like that. It was just to dispute this concept.
But how do you you can't dispute? I mean, we already have what we experience. You would have to prove that. How would you prove that? Like what you're saying is not a logical argument based on like empirical evidence of any kind. It's just something you're thinking about.
It's not just stuff I'm thinking about. I'll grab you some images. Give me a second.
Okay, just because you give me some images and I see the images doesn't mean that your conclusion is correct.
Right. We see what we see, regardless of what your explanation is. We see what we see.
Yeah,
So,
that's what
so
I'm
to say
saying. The
like
explanation
Earth
doesn't
is a
fit the
globe, so we see what we see. Therefore, what we see
that's
proves
not what
that
I'm saying.
Earth is a globe. That's an affirming the consequent.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing here. What I'm discussing is the explanation given as to like why the horizon exists, right? Where objects start to disappear over this horizon. When it's given that, oh, it's because of perspective, right? Because it reaches a vanishing point. I am contesting that. I'm saying that explanation doesn't explain the observations themselves.
No, but that is what the horizon is. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground.
I agree. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. But that is, I'm saying when people say that's because of a vanishing point from perspective, that's the part I'm disagreeing with.
Well, okay, so if it's not perspective, then it's physical. And how would you prove that?
That's a completely separate conversation. I'm just
It's
trying
not
to.
separate. If
No,
it's
it
not
is. No,
one,
it
it's
is.
the
It
other.
is
It's
because
actually a true
I'm not
dichotomy. What
trying.
would be the third? Excuse
I'm
me.
not
I'm
trying.
rebutting. Yo, Jeremy, I'm rebutting him right now.
Mm,
So if it's not perspective and it's not physical, what's the third alternative? Because I'm saying it's a true
I'm
dichotomy.
not saying that it's not physical. I'm not stating what it is at all right now. All I am discussing right now is that it is
Well, you're saying
not.
it's not
Hold on.
something, but
Hold
you're
on.
not.
Hold on.
I mean,
Hold
come on,
on.
bro.
Hold on.
Guys.
Hold on. I'm
We
giving
can
him time to
pass it.
speak.
We can like.
I'd
I know.
like to respond to Elijah if you guys don't mind.
All
We're
I'm
talking about a
all I'm
building
just okay.
and
Go
the
ahead.
No, man.
angular
Hold on.
distance.
Hold on. You can be next. We'll make a list. You guys want to do a list or like mute and unmute?
No,
Like
no.
whatever.
I think
I'll go next.
I think we're all big boys enough to take turns. All I'm saying is I'm not trying to make an argument one way or the other as to what's causing it at all. That's not the point of this discussion, at least not the reason why I brought it up. All I wanted to contest was the reason given by another member saying that it is because of a vanishing point from perspective and how I
Yeah, you
disagreed
can't
with that.
justify that disagreement, though. That's the
I
point.
can.
That's
That's
the
what I've been
problem.
going over.
No, you can't,
That's what
because
I'd like to.
it's just a perspective issue, or it's a physical issue.
Could I just?
Those are the only two options. You're saying, well, it's not the perspective thing. It's not the minimum or the maximum distance you can see the sky and the ground causing the horizon. You're saying it's not that. Well, what's your justification for that?
Elijah, I
It
have
would
an
have to
answer
be
for
something
that.
physical then, wouldn't it?
I have an answer for that if you don't mind, sir. So I agree with you. If I'm on top of a building and I'm looking down at someone, I'm gonna look pretty much straight down at them, and as they walk further away, I'm gonna look up, just because they're further away. But let's say that we're each standing on top of 500 foot, the Burj Al Khalifa height, whatever the tallest building is, buildings. And those buildings, no matter how far away they are, we could still see them, and they wouldn't go up or down, right? They would just slowly fade out.
Excuse me?
So we're talking about two extremely tall objects, both at the same height. They're both the same height, like 500 feet tall, I
Yeah, I
would
know,
say.
but you said something in your statement was no matter how far away. I'm
And then
sorry. Whether you can see something or not is directly related to
yeah, so
the
let me.
distance. So it's a nonsensical statement. I understand what you're trying to say, but just please reposition. And also,
I'd like to reposition if you don't mind.
Yeah.
All right, so hypothetically, I take these two poles. Let's call them towers. They're big poles. They can stand up on their own. And I build them side by side, the same exact height. And then I stand them upright, so they're balanced and they're upright. And then I put them both on wheels, a moving platform. And I take one and I start driving it away. And I'm on the top of the other one. And you're on the top of one of them. And you start driving away. Do you not? Because we're at the same height. It's not like I'm up on top of the building and you're on the ground where the angle changes. We're at the same angle. We're both looking dead. If you use a level, we're both looking, like a bubble level. We're both looking dead straight ahead at each other. And you're moving away. Where do you go? If I aim, let's say I have a level. We're level, and we're at the same height because we built these two big towers side by side. We know they're the same height. They can both move. One of them is stationary, if you want, or they can both move. It doesn't matter. But they move further and further away. And inside mine, I point my little, I don't know, like a scope, basically, right at you. As you move further away, do you go up or down, given that we're at the same height? Or do you just not, do you stay there at that same, are you still in the crosshairs? That's my question.
Why is it a question?
Well, my question is,
I mean, shouldn't you be making a statement? And
no. My question is this: what happens if these
why don't
two?
you tell us and tell us your claim behind it?
As far as I can tell, it seems to me that if two people are at the same height, like let's say we're both 6 foot tall, and we're on the salt flats or something in Nevada, where it's pretty much flat.
Now you're giving us a different example. I'm kind of getting lost.
No, you wanted me to make a statement.
You can't make a statement with the scenario you just used.
Yeah, okay, so given my scenario that I said, I would assume that if I had my scope aimed like directly at you have the target, and I have, let's say, even a laser pointed at it or whatever, and the building moves further, I would expect the laser to move up on the target.
Why would you expect anything if it's, especially if it's an observation? Wouldn't you already have what you're looking at? What do you mean you would expect?
Well, because I would have to move them for.
No, I mean, like, obviously, like, when you're moving, you're seeing what's going on. What is the next? What is this expectation you're talking about?
The expectation is that it's going to go down. The thing in the scope is going to go down. It's not going to just fade out. It's going to go down.
Is that what happens?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Okay. So, what's your point?
So I don't understand how that correlates with the Earth being flat. If it was flat, then
Well, how could you disprove that? How could you disprove that it doesn't? Other than your expectation, which really isn't a proof of anything.
well,
Your skepticism doesn't mean anything to anyone.
I could disprove it by taking two poles, and I
So
mean,
doing the
obviously,
same thing.
two poles and put a scope on one and a laser and a target on the other, and point the laser at the target right dead center, bullseye.
Has anyone done this?
Yeah, people have done it across very mild sea.
I'm going underground. You guys take over. Sorry, man.
Okay. But that's what I'm wondering is because in everything that I've seen, when something starts getting really far away fast, eventually it goes down. You can see it going down like the further it is, and that's why I have a hard time accepting the argument for the flat Earth, because it seems like I can't explain that without some sort of curvature for it to go down instead of the bullseye still being there and the crosshair still being pointed at the bullseye. It's just the bullseye gets blurrier and blurrier, smaller because you lose resolution, but it's not going down. And I would say that you'd see it going down. And the only way I can think to explain that, if I'm trying to, is that there's some sort of curvature. Which leads me to my next point, because I do have kind of 2 points here. Well, 3 points actually. I'll make 3. If you look at the moon, it looks round in the sky. And sometimes it's not a full moon, and you can see the outline of something blocking it, and that looks round. And to me, I would say that would be the Earth that makes the moon look like a crescent. And then we can also, if you have like a telescope, if you hover your name over my profile picture in here, you can see it's a picture of Jupiter rotating. You can do it with a telescope with not Jupiter. You need a strong telescope, but you could do like Mars.
I think not to interrupt you, but maybe if we kept the conversation going a little bit more back and forth, like, do you want to maybe wrap up a point or kind of conclude on something? Maybe be concise and come to a point that someone else could respond to. Because you're kind of, I'm not trying to be rude, but you're waffling quite a bit on and on. I'm just not sure where we're going here. So
I'll make my closing statement right now. Then, I've seen objects with my telescope in the sky that rotate, and they appear to be spherical. I've noticed that there appears to be an angular declination of objects as they move further away when you're pointing something straight at them. And it leads me to believe that the Earth must have some sort of curvature to it. Close statement.
Okay. Yeah, those are sort of two separate points, but would anyone like to respond? Elijah, go ahead.
I'm still underground, but really quick, if you look at Andy Hold My Beer's picture, clearly if you were standing directly in front of the mountains and you had your camera centered, and then you moved as far away as he is now from the mountains, there would be a serious problem with your observation, right?
He's talking about the one at 27 minutes past the hour.
The
Okay, one sec, let
issue
me find that one.
with using that photo again is we're looking just at like a normal camera, not zoomed in at all. So relatively speaking, actually not even relatively speaking, we're nowhere close to the like Rayleigh criterion in that photo. Like we can do the math on what would be like a reasonable Rayleigh criterion for visible light. It is tiny.
That picture you posted, Ariel, at 28 minutes past with the oil rigs. What was the point of that?
Oh, it just shows that the Rayleigh criterion explanation doesn't work. Period.
You don't think this is the sphere edge though, do you, blocking this oil rig?
Well, we could go down that discussion later.
No. Just a yes or no, Ariel. Do you think this
it's
is
not
a
relevant
sphere
to what we're talking about?
It's not relevant. Why?
Yeah.
You posted
because
it.
I'm staying on topic. Because I'm trying to stay on the topic of discussion here. I'm not trying to move into my beliefs. We're talking about whether or not it is the like vanishing point, whether or not Rayleigh criterion is the explanation right now. We can go into my beliefs like when we're done with this conversation. I'm happy to, but right now I just want to stay on this topic.
Fucking tricky. This is slippery as shit. You aren't you? Jeez.
No, we weren't talking about what my beliefs were, so I don't want to jump onto that
Oh
topic.
my god. Where do you guys come from? Tell you, it's like a conveyor belt.
I've been debating for many years, dude. So this is nothing new to me.
I
But
like
yeah, no,
this,
this image shows that it's not Rayleigh criterion because we can very clearly discern the oil rigs, right? If it was Rayleigh criterion, the oil rigs would not be observable, period.
That's a straw man.
Because they're physical. No, I can't.
Can you hear me? Or
They're physical. No, I can't.
Well, you can't.
They're physical.
I don't
their
know why
physical
you're
size.
saying that. We would say that
their physical
Eli, hold on a
size would be
second.
like near zero.
Ariel, hold on. Hey,
Yeah, what's
guys, hold on. We can't just interrupt. I mean, you can address the straw man after, but we gotta let him finish, otherwise it's gonna be audio chaos.
Yeah, I was just trying to. I was just explaining.
Eli, you're underground. You're breaking up. Bro. We can't hear you.
You're definitely underground now.
I think he died.
What
Yeah,
happens
Eli,
if
you're
you keep going down?
All I'm just trying to get at is like a reasonable number for like a Rayleigh criterion, even on like a normal Nikon camera. You're looking at like an infinitesimally small angular object. We're talking about like 0.001 degrees. It is absolutely tiny, right? It would have to be incredibly far away from you to be that small, especially something as big as like an oil rig. Fuck, I could even do the math on that if you really wanted me to figure out how far away an oil rig would have to be until it's 0.001 degrees of angular resolution from your position. It would be very far away. Obviously, these objects are nowhere near that far away. Obviously, we can still discern details on them. They are not tiny little dots that are 0.001 degrees across in our field of view. It's just not Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, I agree.
At all.
I agree. So? Who said it was?
An individual earlier. I don't remember his name. An individual earlier said it was. I don't remember their name. Someone in here brought up Rayleigh criterion.
Did they show you this picture and tell you that that's what was going on?
Who?
Did they, whoever you're talking about, and I wish you'd say their name,
I don't
give
know
you
their
this
name.
picture and tell you that that's what was going on? Or did you choose this picture to argue against?
So they stated that the observations we see at the horizon are caused by this vanishing point, and the vanishing point is caused by Rayleigh criterion. So I am stating no, that is evidently not the case because things are disappearing, right? We're no longer able to see the bottom of this oil rig, right? But it is still clearly visible and it is still clearly identifiable as an oil rig. So it cannot be Rayleigh effect or Rayleigh criterion, like causing the object to be so minusculely small in our angular resolution that we couldn't discern it from like the water.
Yeah, so all I said was that things can appear to disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface. I said nothing about a specific image or anything like that when I was talking about the Rayleigh criterion, right? So you don't need to straw man and say, hey, look at this picture of an oil rig. There's no way that this whole entire object is meeting the Rayleigh criterion, which is laughable that you think that the whole entire object has to meet the Rayleigh criterion. Because I did not give that as an explanation for that picture. So
The bottom of it is just as far away as the top of it.
I did not give that as an explanation, and you obviously didn't listen when I talked about the Rayleigh criterion, when I talked about the unresolvability of two different objects, right?
Yeah.
So
Which
if you have
brought the water
have
and the
the
object.
ground, I didn't say water. All I said
Ground.
was the ground and an object residing upon the ground are
Mhm.
two different objects. The smallest
Mhm.
angle you have to an object is always going to be that bottom angle. It's going to be unresolvable from that point first. That is not my explanation for the picture that you're showing. So that's a straw man.
No. So again, this would still not work. The distance that this object would have to be at before the ground
Why are
and
you
the
talking
object
about that?
starts to. I'm just talking in general. With mathematics here, in this case, I can post them all if you want. The distance involved for visible light for that to occur, where we couldn't, like see the bottom of the object because it would blend in with the ground, would
You
be
realize it's the
incredibly
distance
far.
between the two things, right?
Yes, which is also dependent. Okay, the distance between the two things are fixed, right? We can agree on that. An object sitting on the ground, not changing its distance to the ground at any point I choose versus the ground is not changing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So as I get farther away, that's what changes the angular resolution of that object, or wherever I'm looking on that object to the ground. Correct?
Well, I can just give you a perfect example to lay this all
I
out.
don't.
Right
I don't want
there.
an example. I just want you to answer my question. The farther I get away from an object, right? That's what dictates how big of an angular resolution I see of that object compared to the ground. Correct? Is that correct?
No, because you're taking into account the whole object, which is
I'm not talking about
completely.
the whole object. Okay, excuse me. I will clarify. I am talking about the whole object. I'm including what you're talking about, though, where if we only want to look at like the bottom half of the object or whatever, I want to look at a specific point on the object. The entire object and any point on the object, right? Its angular resolution is dictated by how far away I am from it. If I'm really close up to it, its angular resolution is big. If I'm really far away, its angular resolution is small. Correct?
That makes sense to me.
I'm waiting for him to say because I don't want to move on if like we're in
Because if
disagreement
something's
there.
right next to you and you want to look from the top to
It's
the
based
bottom, you have to
on
move your head pretty
the
far.
angle, right? So sure,
And the angle is
looking
based on
further
distance.
away would be
Okay,
more
hold on,
sensible.
Ariel. You've interrupted him every time he's responded, so I'm just going to temporarily mute you so he can respond without being interrupted. So go ahead, Napalm, so you can actually respond.
I was just going to say, typically the angles are going to reduce as things get further away, but I don't know why you're trying to utilize this. What's your point?
That's not the only factor, just to throw that in there. Not the
Oh,
only factor.
100%. That's why I said, like, the object he's trying to put, the picture he's trying to put, it's like, dude, there's a million things going on.
It's not the only factor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so just talking in general then, right?
I don't think we're just
let's
talking in general.
let's
You seem
ignore
to.
let's ignore the photo I posted for now, right? Let's just talk pure mathematics here. So sure, as I get farther away from an object sitting on the ground, right, more and more of it will become angularly indiscernible with the ground. The question is, how fast would that occur, right? As I get farther away from it, that rate mathematically is infinitesimal for visible light.
So where would the unresolvability be first? What would be the smallest angle substanted between the object and the ground in which it's residing upon? Which portion of the object would have that smallest angle, smallest distance?
Well, obviously, the farther down on the object, closer to the ground, the less of the angle. There would be a smaller angle between that part of the object and the ground. I don't disagree with you there.
So when we're dealing with objects in the distance, we're dealing with angles, right? And the angle is what's going to cause us to either resolve something or cease to be able to resolve it from something else, right?
Sure.
The angle.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
But
so
my
the shortest angle is
contention-
always going to be from the bottom. Thus,
Yes.
that's going to meet that criterion first.
But my
ergo, this is how you can demonstratively, provably, through experimentation, prove that things can appear to disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface.
However, the issue with this explanation is that Rayleigh criterion for visible light, even with a like normal camera that I can buy at Walmart, right, is tiny. Right? Like that angle is very, very tiny, 0.001 degrees. Right? So the object would have to be getting extremely far away from me before the angle between, 1 foot of, let's say, like an entire oil rig, like the picture I posted earlier, or a ship or a plane or whatever we want to look at, right, near some horizon, near some ground, before any tiny part of that object approaches, and including the ground of a comparable size, 0.001 degrees of my angular resolution. It is absolutely tiny. So I would agree that your explanation is true, but the effect that you were describing, the magnitude of the effect that you were describing would result from it, I don't agree with.
What do you mean?
So, like, if I mean, fuck it, let's do some math. Okay, so distance equals, or sorry, I'll just post this equation. It'll be easier. Post a screenshot. So distance s between two objects along a distance r away from us is separated by an angle theta. We have an angle theta. So give me or let's just say I want the bottom foot of a building to be.
This is for the human eye, right?
No, I'm using a camera in this example, like a Nikon camera.
Where in your equation are you taking into account the aperture?
Sure, that's in the Rayleigh criterion itself. I can post that for you. So we have theta, which in this case is in radians. I translated it to degrees because people know degrees better. Theta equals 1.22 times the wavelength of light we're dealing with, divided by the diameter of the aperture of whatever object we're using to capture. So with a Nikon camera, it's about 30 something millimeters, 35 millimeters. So that's our D, so 0.035 meters divided by the wavelength, which we could assume an average wavelength for visible light somewhere around 550-ish nanometers. You do the math, that comes out to 1.9 times 10 to the negative 5 radians, which is 0.001 degrees of angular distance. That would be the Rayleigh criterion for visible light with a Walmart Nikon camera. Average, nothing crazy. I'm not using a big ass telescope or anything, just a normal camera. So then I can use the equation before, or the first one I posted, right? So let's say I wanted to hide 1 foot of an object, whatever object it is, right? Could be a building, could be a oil rig, whatever. I want to hide 1 foot with the Rayleigh criterion, where I can't distinguish it from the ground anymore. So between the ground and 1 foot up on the object is 1 foot. 1 foot is about roughly 0.3 meters. So 0.3 is equal to r, which we don't know, times the angle. So in this case, we're going to divide 0.3 by 1.9 times 10 to the negative 5. So what is that? 0.0000019. And that gets me a distance of 15.8 roughly kilometers before 1 foot of any object is would not be able to be discerned from the ground that it's on. 15 kilometers is what, 8 miles, 9 miles?
Yep.
9 miles, something like that.
Cool.
Just for 1 foot.
Uh-huh.
Now, if we wanted to go to an example of that oil rig, we're missing a lot more than 1 foot there.
Oh, see, now you're trying to apply this to a picture that I never said it was applicable.
Well, sure. I'm just saying, if you could bring up any example you want of things disappearing at the horizon, whatever. My point being, if we want any significant amount of object to be no longer observable with Rayleigh criterion, a foot is fairly small, right? Imagine 1 foot of an object at 9 miles away from you.
This is just without atmospheric effects, right?
Sure, yeah, we can have distortion, we can have refraction. Yeah, there's all sorts of other effects that can come into play. But
Exactly.
the point still being
so why are you
describe
trying
to say
straw man what I was saying, right? Which
I'm
all I
not.
said was objects can appear to disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface due to the Rayleigh criterion, which you very well proved with your mathematics. So thank you for supporting me
I'm
in
showing
what
that
I said. So
Sure.
appreciate that.
I'm showing that explanation, while true, is a very small effect.
Yep, I didn't say it was the whole effect. Never said that. Never
Okay.
applied it to any specific image either.
Sure.
But thank you for showing the room that through mathematics, you proved out that the Rayleigh criterion does allow for the disappearance from the bottom up
Well,
on
it's not
objects
exactly
on
the disappearance.
over a flat surface. So
It's
thank
not
you, bud.
exactly the
Appreciate it.
either. Because actually, if
It's
we
an
want to get
unresolvability, right?
yes, so both the ground would be unresolvable and the object. They would blend into one.
They would merge into one, exactly. It would appear to disappear. Thank you. Appreciate it.
But also the horizon would disappear into the sky, as an example.
As we see when we look off into the distance, the horizon.
No, we see a fairly clear, distinct end to it. We don't see a hazy mess.
The only time we see a very clear, distinct end to a horizon is when we have extreme atmospheric effects and a lot of refraction taking place. Typically, it's pretty fuzzy, and even if you try to say that you have a really crisp horizon, I guarantee if you zoom in on it, it's not really that crisp. But the crispest horizons, meaning that means that there's the most atmospheric effects taking place and refraction.
Well, the issue, though, is that the physical edge, you would have an amalgamation of all of the light that comes in from that region. And we don't see that. It might be hazy, right? It might bounce around a little, right, from atmospheric effects. But we don't see an amalgamation of lights from far beyond, from I don't know, a city 30 miles away or anything. We don't see any effect from that period.
What are you talking about?
This phenomenon.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
So
this phenomenon, what are you looking at?
I'm giving an example in this case to demonstrate the point.
Well,
The point is that hold on. The
You
point.
just told
Yeah,
someone you
I'm.
didn't want them to give an example.
Can I speak?
These guys, the hypocrites they are, bro.
Yeah. So with this phenomenon, right? Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, you just laid it out.
When we get an amalgamate at a distance where it starts to become noticeable, right? We get an amalgamation of all of the light, not one source of light cutting off the other, if that makes sense.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, okay, I can. So if I have something blocking another object, right? Where the light from one object is no longer reaching me because I'm only getting the light from the other object. That would not ever be classified as like Rayleigh criterion, right? Because I'm not actually amalgamating the light, even if those objects
Well,
are
if you
really
have
far away.
obstruction, then I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah. So my point being, right, when we're
That's
looking
what's
at
in
things that are
question,
very
whether
far
or not
away,
there's
when we're looking at something very far away, right, we wouldn't be saying, oh, like the objects wouldn't be disappearing from the bottom up. They would be amalgamating from the bottom up. The light from both would be indiscernible. Not that the object would like have, not that the
that's
object
not
would
all the
start
Rayleigh criteria.
disappearing from
That's
the bottom
not all
up.
that I'm. Well, you said right, and I'm saying no. So, do you want to? You want to
I'm
hear it
not
or
listening
no?
to you. Sorry. No, when you're talking while I'm talking, I'm
Well,
not listening
you're
to you. I'm
saying
sorry.
you're giving qualifying questions, right?
Not really. It's just how I speak. I'm sorry. It's just like natural habit for me.
Well, I don't know. Maybe step it up so that
No.
when you're speaking to them.
Maybe step up your internet so I can hear you.
Well, it is kind of hard to discern because you're asking questions and then answering them and saying right. So it sounds like you're asking for a response. So it is a bit.
I apologize.
Perplexing.
Yeah, the answer was no, because the Rayleigh criterion doesn't just deal with the minimum resolvable limit, like I told you earlier when I was in the city. I told you it also has to do with the not being able to resolve between two objects. I mean,
that's the same thing.
We can show that all day, not just talk about it, but specifically just show you things.
Yeah, that's the same thing. What you just said was the same thing, just worded differently.
No, explaining something and showing you something is not the same
not
thing.
that. The thing before that.
What thing before that?
About like the
No, there's
angular
definitely
minimum
a
resolution.
difference between a plane disappearing into the distance and, two things next to each other not being able to discern a hard border between the two. There is a difference.
I'm not talking about a hard border.
That's what I'm talking about. What are you talking about? Because the floor in the sky would be just that. Or the floor and something on top of the floor, like a boat, would be just that. So what are you talking about?
So with like the plane example, actually
Which
that's a
would
very
be
good
not
example.
analogous to which would be not analogous to the second point that I made, which is what I'm trying to tell you. No, it's not only like the airplane example.
Okay, well, taking the airplane example, hypothetically.
Which is not analogous.
How is it
to
not
the
analogous?
Point that I just told you.
I'm sorry,
I
I didn't
just sat here
understand.
and explained it. I don't know why you didn't understand it.
Could you repeat it? Maybe I'll get it this time.
No.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. Did
not
you
very good faith
understand
of
what
you.
I said, Gio?
No, obviously not. That's why I'm asking you to repeat it.
Gio, did you understand what I said? I didn't know this guy's name was Gio as well. The moderator, Gio?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the problem?
Are you unwilling to repeat it? I don't understand what your issue is.
Because I said it in the city, and then I said it just now. And then you purposely ignored the latter to go for the former, which I said was a distinction between the two. So
I'm just not seeing what the issue is.
At this point, I'm just like gobsmacked.
Okay, that really doesn't help move the conversation along, but if you want to stay gobsmacked,
Well, I
fine.
mean, if I explain it a third time, how's that going to help?
I don't know. Maybe you can explain it differently. Maybe I'll get it. I genuinely don't know what your issue is with the plane.
About it. I said if you have two objects together, there does come a point where you can't resolve a boundary between the two. And you said that's not relevant. And I said, what the fuck?
Okay, if I said that, then I was misspeaking then. Because, yeah, no, I agree with that. Obviously, that is Rayleigh scattering, or Rayleigh criterion, excuse me.
So then what's the problem? That's not analogous to the plane, though, but it still is the same thing. Not the same thing, but it has to do with the Rayleigh criterion. Just
Yeah.
a different aspect of it.
The evidence that
It's
we
two
have,
different applications.
the evidence that we have at
Exactly.
hand is
Mhm.
everything points to anything in the distance compresses down. Like you've got evidence, 100% evidence that a plane that's at 10,000 feet flying into the distance at 3 miles away, it compresses down. So what's to make you believe anything different about the Earth itself in the distance? Why can't you just say, well, everything in the distance compresses down, and that's why things get obscured bottom up, no matter what the shape of the Earth.
Sure. So obviously things get, or excuse me, they have a smaller angular resolution the further they get away. No dispute there. The concern would be, right, the rate at which this happens as the object gets farther and farther away. For more of it that's closer to, say, the surface, right, or ground, ocean, whatever, for it to no longer be discernible from that other surface. That rate, right, would be non-linear, whereas we don't also observe that. I don't observe I don't need the object to get like exponentially
I can literally
farther
find
away.
a video. I can literally find a video of a boat disappearing bottom up over a flat surface where there should be no curvature because it's too close for it to be curvature. Yeah, little toy boat right on the lake. Mm-hmm. When you calculate how much curvature there should be, where the horizon would be, okay, it's closer than that. Okay, great. So there should be no curvature. Yet the boat is missing from the bottom up. But you're saying that this isn't possible. But again, we have demonstrations of exactly this.
Yes.
Why didn't you play like if P then Q? If a plane in the distance goes down, P, then everything goes down in the distance, Q. So it doesn't matter if it's in the air or on the ground. In the distance, everything's going to go down.
Okay, I don't know what that has in relation to what I was just saying.
Well, you don't have any evidence to dispute that because like a plane goes down in the distance, and that's in the distance, and it's a solid object.
Okay, so things just go down when they're
But
farther away.
that
That's
was
what you're
kind
saying.
of a segue. That was kind of a segue from what I said. He said that things don't disappear bottom up. I'm like, but we have demonstrations of exactly that.
No, they do disappear bottom up. No one disagreed with that. I literally
Not
brought that
due
up
to
earlier.
curvature, though, because you said,
Okay, I'm not
why
talking
would
about
that
curvature.
happen on the? Yeah, but it's happening on a planar surface.
Well, that's your belief. I'm not taking
what do you
either
mean
position
belief?
right now.
Wait, whoa. So then, what are we talking about? There's
I'm
either
discussing
convexity of the surface.
where when
I know.
objects.
I asked a rhetorical question. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm still going. It's either a convex surface or it's not. It's either an obstruction from the bottom up or it's optical. Clearly, we've been stating that things can disappear from the bottom up optically, not due to any obstruction. And that was your contention. You contended against that. If you're saying you're not contending against that, then we're done.
So I'm contesting the Rayleigh criterion here specifically.
Oh my God.
Is that really that hard to understand, dude? What he's trying to say?
All I'm talking about is the distance at which things are, and the rate that we would see,
the Rayleigh criterion,
and the rate that we would see, the rate that we
all
would
of that
see,
is irrelevant.
the rate that we would see,
he's gonna be a retard now.
we would see. I'm sorry, I'm just talking. I'm just trying to make a point, dude. I'll let you go.
Yeah, you're making a point, but you don't have a point because you said I'm not arguing for this or that. So what would be the point of filibustering right now?
Yeah, it's not filibustering. It's an argument.
Well, you're arguing
I'm sorry you don't want to have.
obstruction, and
I'm sorry you don't want to have a like.
Well, hold on.
No,
we're having the discussion. Gio, don't let him do that.
Screaming and over talking me.
Gio, don't let him.
It's not much
do
of a
that.
conversation.
He's like,
Yeah,
we're trying to have
go.
a discussion. He's saying we're trying to have a discussion. He's saying he's disputing that things can disappear from the bottom up optically. I just said
he's not saying
we have videos. What?
Yeah, I never
you are
said
literally
that.
straw manning him, and you keep like, what the fuck are you doing?
All right, you guys, let's just do one at a time, please. Just let Elijah go, and then someone can respond. But just go one at a time, please. Go ahead, Eli. Finish.
What the Gio?
That's not good enough for him.
If it's not Geo, they're saying I'm not saying it's Earth curve, right? Okay, what the fuck ever. So then there's no obstruction. It just disappears bottom up because of optical phenomena. If you're not disputing that, then we have nothing else to discuss.
Well,
Yeah.
clearly,
So
if you
what
actually
I
listen to what he's clearly saying that like the explanation provided of it being Rayleigh scattering is illogical because the math doesn't add up with the
Who said?
explanation.
Who said? Who? First of all, that's the straw man. Who the fuck said that?
Your boy, fucking, what's his name down
No,
here?
my boy said that that's not all there is. Like I
Okay.
said.
Okay, so
I was
the
only
main.
given that.
Okay, so would you say that Rayleigh scattering is the main reason,
Rayleigh
or
criterion.
no? Oh, Rayleigh criterion. I'm so sorry. And with the Rayleigh criterion, something I wanted Ariel to bring up earlier is it follows a linear equation, which doesn't even match up with what we see in y'all's explanation or with
What?
reality that we
You
do
keep
see.
saying y'all's explanation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
No, no,
is
I'm sorry.
he?
Oh, hey,
We're talking
I'm
about in the
correcting myself if
camera
you let me
here.
do it, right? So it's a linear equation. Do you know what linear means, Elijah?
Who's
Do
y'all's
you know what linear
explanation?
means?
Who
I
is
already said I
y'all's
corrected that. Can you
explanation?
stop? Hey, I already said I'm correcting that statement. My bad. But if you want to
So
keep
why are you
clinging
asking
to
this?
it,
Why are you
hey, hey,
asking this
hey, hey.
question then?
I'm
What's the
asking
relevance
I'm
of this
just seeing
question?
if we're on the same page.
What's the relevance?
Okay, I'm asking if we're on the
What's
same
the
page for
relevance?
one of the
We're not
provided
on the same page.
explanations.
What's the
Okay,
relevance?
you're right. So I'll just skip by that. Okay, maybe it's too much for you. The linear.
It's not too
Sorry.
much.
So
It's just you're saying we're
Rayleigh.
trying to
Hey,
straw man you, and you're actually trying to straw man us.
Rayleigh follows
He just
a
gave an
linear
image that
equation,
no one else
which does
gave.
not
He
follow.
picked an image and then he said, "Okay, this is not Rayleigh scattering." And I said, "Who the fuck said it was?" So where are we at?
Why am I the one getting muted when this fucking guy is the one interrupting me, dude? Like, come on.
Because you're trying to straw man the shit out of me
Who is
while
straw
claiming I'm
manning?
straw
So
manning
are you
you.
muting me in the conversation I'm having with you?
I can't do that.
Well, who did? Because clearly, like, if they're the ones fucking muting me when I was the one talking first.
Why do you guys want to talk? Who cares? Rayleigh scattering, Rayleigh criterion. Yeah, we already know that what the Rayleigh criterion is. Now, as it concerns these images or things disappearing bottom up, I don't have to I could just demonstrate that things disappear bottom up over a flat surface without even saying Rayleigh criterion. So who gives a fuck?
Yeah. So the whole point of this, if you have no comprehension of the whole discussion, was that
Well,
Rayleigh
that's an ad
criterion.
hom.
Hold on. No,
That's an ad hom.
it is apparent that you don't have an understanding because you're literally saying
No,
why
that's
are we
an ad hom
No, it's
because I
not.
don't know
You
what it has to
literally
do with.
just said you don't know why we're discussing it. So obviously you don't know. So I'm explaining it. So be quiet and listen. So this was in discussion of someone giving Rayleigh criterion as an explanation as to why things disappear bottom up. And to continue what Chief Squatting Dog was saying,
Who said that?
it is
Who
a
said
it
that?
is a it is a
Who
it is
said
a
that?
linear
Who said
it is
that?
a linear relationship between the
Who said
distance.
that?
It doesn't matter. It is
No,
a
it does
linear
matter. Who
distance.
said that?
Okay, well, if it wasn't you, then stop talking. It was someone else then.
No. Because
So it was
I don't
it's a
think they said
linear
that.
equation.
I don't
So
think
it's
they
a
said that.
okay. It's a linear equation.
Why
Right,
don't you just
between
say who said it?
Can I locally mute you just so that I don't have to hear you
Dude, you
screaming when I'm
guys, hold
talking?
on. Yeah, the thing is, you're talking to Eli, who never mentioned that. So if you want to
He
refer to
discussed
that,
it.
no, well, that was something Napalm had said, and I'm not sure you're even understanding the context of which Napalm said it. And then you're kind of trying to like bring it in and try to argue something with Eli, and he was not making that claim directly, at least not the one that you're making. So it's a little bit messy here in terms of the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he jumped into the conversation I was having with the other guy then. My main point in all of this was that I don't care what Eli wants to talk about or not. My whole point in this discussion, the reason why I brought it up, the reason why I argued was that Rayleigh criterion does not explain, does not provide a viable explanation for the observations we see. And what Chief Squatting Dog was bringing up, which, is relevant to this conversation, is that the relationship between the distance of the object and the size the amount of the object that disappears bottom up is linear. So the farther it gets away, a linear relationship, the more of it would be obscured or hazed or whatever term you want to use. Whereas
Okay.
we don't see that in reality. Not linear.
Okay. Now, I think Rayleigh criterion might have been brought up in the context of that's why we have a horizon. But beyond that, Napalm, you're there.
Yep.
What did you say?
Yeah, I just said
Is
that.
it is what I just said correct or?
Yeah. They were talking about the horizon and objects in the
And then
distance.
in certain instances, you would have a minimum resolvable uh, angle between two objects, that being a boat and the water.
Correct.
However, none of us actually gave you an image to go with that or a photo to go with that. You just picked
Correct.
any image and said this isn't that. That's a fucking straw man, dog.
Yeah. So
Okay.
what we could do is based off the mathematics that he gave, right? Perfectly laying out the Rayleigh criterion and talking about something disappearing, a foot of that object disappearing at a specified distance. That takes into account absolutely no atmospheric effects, anything like that. Just the straight mathematics of the angles. If we found a picture that perfectly matched that, then we could easily just say, here you go. That's exactly the explanation. But we didn't have a picture. We weren't talking about a specific picture. But the mathematics and the minimum substandard angles can cause things to appear to disappear, specifically from the bottom up, because that's where the smallest angle is going to be. This is just a general statement.
So I've mostly been listening, but I guess my question is, what would your burden of proof be to disprove the flat Earth model?
It's not a model. We don't have.
Non
Well, I
sequitur.
don't have a model.
Non sequitur.
Yeah.
No, but how could I prove that the Earth is round?
Well, you just prove it by proving your premise, not by disproving. All you have to do is show that the Earth is convex, or disprove that it's not convex. That's what you would have to do. How would you do that? You would have you would have to have an epistemology for that.
So for me, I would again point at. Well, let me ask you this, because I think this is going to tie into what I was just saying in proving my epistemology. What shape is the moon?
Well, it looks like a circle to me.
Is it flat or is it a sphere?
It looks like a circle to me.
Okay. What shape is? Let's say that I were to take my picture and show it to you. Am I flat?
It will. What do you mean? That's ridiculous. You're whatever body shape you are.
Yeah, but I look flat to you, right? Because it's a picture.
No, you don't. I've seen humans before. I've had sex with humans. I know that humans
But
aren't flat.
not me, though.
Okay, so
So do you think the Earth is round but flat?
no. What do you mean by that?
Well, you've seen other things before, like the moon. You know
Well,
they're not squares. You know they're circles.
well, I wouldn't look at the moon and go, "Yeah, that's exactly what the Earth is." Is the Earth is just like that? I don't even know why that would logically follow.
Well,
The
if we
moon
get
is the
back,
moon. The things in the sky are the things in the sky. The Earth is the Earth. But again, how would you prove your premise rather than asking me these weird questions?
I guess what I would do is I think I would go for the pole to pole 360, if assuming it is a sphere. 360-degree flight from the North Pole. Let's see, from the
But
equator to the North Pole, down to the South Pole, over it, and then back to the equator, going straight the whole time.
okay, so you traveled across the Earth. How are you going to prove what you've already assumed? Doesn't that sound like begging the question?
I'm not assuming, though. I'm not.
You did. You just said
What
assuming
did I
that the Earth
assume?
is a sphere. That's the first thing you said.
well,
Well,
we can just
sorry.
start brainstorming how we could possibly go in one direction and end up back at that point if we're going north and south. And then we do the same route east and west. It would only logically conclude that we would be on a round object because that doesn't logically follow on a flat object.
You mean it would infer, but not prove it, right?
So if you see it,
'cause how do you know you're not just going around?
let's say that I showed
Like,
you a
why
picture.
not just prove that the surface is convex? Why literally travel to the ends of the earth and back to prove it? Why not just prove that the surface of the earth is convex? Like some kind of measurement?
How would I measure it though?
Well, that's not my problem, is it? Because I have
It's not.
axioms like level is level.
Yeah, you have axioms like level and level is level,
Okay,
despite level not meaning flat in
but when
regards to
they
surveying.
Well, level specifically, like something can be flat and not level, but if something's level, it's flat.
Is that logically so? We have an engineer here. We can ask him that.
Well, I don't know. I can just go ahead and post this definition right here.
Okay. If you want to post that definition, am I able to go and get surveying manuals that say that level is comporting to a surface and not necessarily flat?
Well, guess what? Would that be a contradictory definition to itself? Would you know what a contradictory definition to itself would be?
Well, let's take a look at these definitions here that you posted. You
Sure.
posted one, right? Horizontal, and we
Mhm.
have one that says equal to rank or degree. Dan, what does that mean? Even or uniform. What does that mean?
Mhm.
So you listed. I'm glad you did the work for me by posting like 7 other definitions besides the one you want to highlight.
Okay.
Because in terms of engineering, we understand that level means flush with a surface, such as when I have a protective coat on something that is not flat, I can still have a level coating on it because it's an equidistant flush with the surface.
Okay, but how would you prove that that's what the? Let me get a bar of soap. Too. How would you prove
Because in
that
the
the
English
surface,
word,
without begging the question,
Mhm.
or without going outside of the parameters of the definition of level, which is level with the horizontal? That's what it actually is. How would you prove that it's anything other than that? Like you saying equidistant with the center of the earth.
Equidistant with the center of the earth. Who's saying equidistant with the center of the earth?
Oh, so it's nothing?
Again, I'll repeat it again because you seem to not be listening to me. It is
Okay.
equidistant to the surface.
Okay. Surface of what? Okay, but again, equidistant to the surface. What the fuck does that mean?
It means if I have a rigid structure, hold on,
Okay, so it's
if I
it's
have a
parallel to the horizontal, the bar of soap.
if I have a rigid structure and I have an pretty much an equal
Let me see.
covering that I put
How
right
much?
over
How
it,
much is Doug?
I
Let me
think
get that.
I have a pretty good example of this and proving the levelness of the Earth and that stuff. What I would say is there are certain waves, like I think we all believe in radio waves. We're using Wi-Fi and stuff. There's certain radio waves that can penetrate all the way through the Earth. And if I were to point one at a receiver, it would be a big empty tank of water or something underground on the opposite side of ostensibly the globe. Then I would pick it up. But if it was flat and I pointed it straight down to the other side, it shouldn't hit anywhere, right?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So I have I have a laser emitter. It's emitting a laser beam, a focused beam of energy at a wavelength such that it's capable of penetrating through the entire Earth, as it were, if it is the Earth. And I point it straight down. On the other side of this sphere, as they call it, I have a receiver that detects the signal, and I want to send a message. Maybe let's just call it like a telegraph. It would be basically like a telegraph, and so I have that, and I point it straight down. If it's flat and I point it straight down, then I would never see it on the other side because straight down wouldn't lead to the other side, right?
I don't know how that's sequitur to the conversation we're having about level and the surface.
Well, I'm saying, but are you saying that my statement's false though?
I don't know what you're saying. I mean,
I'm saying that if I have a laser and I
if you
point
have something and you point it to the ground, and
Yeah.
then it comes. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So if I point something,
Just point us a link to where you did this.
I haven't done this. I don't have the laser, but they do have detectors on different sides of the planet that have
Yeah, I'd like to see the
waves. I can.
epistemology. I guess that would.
It's
I
not
don't
an
really care.
epistemology. It's just that it's
No,
a.
epistemology is a method of inquiry, so it would have to be like
So
everything is.
the epistemology would be that they installed this detector in one side of the Earth and then another detector on the other side, and they both picked up the same cosmic ray coming from somewhere else
Hmm.
at
Well,
varying
you would
times.
understand my skepticism, but I guess you can post whatever information you have about it. Now, back to the conversation about level being level with the horizon. How would you prove that that horizon isn't horizontal like the definition suggests, having no part higher than another? Like all horizontals are parallel. How would you prove that? Well, you're not even saying it's equidistant from the center of a sphere. Not only that, but you can't really say that because it isn't a perfect sphere anyway. So you could never use that as a definition. So I don't really know what you're trying to say. But I do know that for practical purposes, level does mean exactly what I posted and what I said it does. Now,
What do
for
you mean
these
when you say for
engineers,
practical
now for
purposes?
these, I mean, for practical purposes, like making a
So,
level.
so for practical purposes, it doesn't matter if the Earth is round or flat.
No, for practical purposes, level is just level. You guys are saying level means something else on a grander scale. That's an added claim.
An added
That's an
claim.
additional claim.
Additional claim. Okay.
If I have
I
a
guess
basin over, if I have a basin over here and I have a basin over there, they're both level. They're
they're
perfectly
basins.
parallel. Yeah,
And,
that's what the ocean is.
and
It's
so what's the?
in a basin.
So I assume you've observed something really far away. Further than would be
Is this
possible.
another non sequitur?
This is the
Why
non
would I be
sequitur.
able to see something that's completely too far away for me to see? That makes no sense.
It's not too far away for you to see. You can still see it, but you can't see all of it. It's still clear. It's
Didn't we
just
just
not the
have
whole
this
thing.
conversation?
Sort of.
So, I mean, why would it be any different? Why would the conversation go any different?
I guess you're right. I can see it. I suppose it wouldn't go any different. There's nothing I can say that would. Is there anything that would change your mind?
Convexity of the surface of the earth. That would change my mind.
And how would so like you'd like that to be proven, and I'd say, how can I prove that to you?
Wouldn't be my problem, would it?
No, but I'd be asking because I could give you what I would consider proof, and then you could say, well, no, that's not proof. So
Well,
I'd
I
have
mean,
to.
I
You have
wouldn't
to
just say
define the.
I wouldn't just say, hey, that's not proof. I mean, if it was logically sound and it didn't have any assumptions or fallacies within it, then I'd be like, cool. If there was a demonstration, I'd be like, cool. Nobody's provided that.
So I can show you a YouTube video of these guys
Okay.
pointing a laser with balances. I'll pull up the link in a second here. On opposite sides at the exact
Didn't we
same
just talk about
altitude.
this though? Didn't I just ask you with Andy Hold My Beer's picture? Like, didn't I address that point?
I don't think so.
You know,
No, not
seeing
directly. It was
if he was standing at the mountains that were in the very, very far background, if he was standing at them and he leveled the camera, I guess it would be a very different point than where he was in the actual photo, the person taking the picture of the mountains that were very, very, very tiny near to the horizon. So
Why would he be at the same level?
no, you're just assuming he's not.
But you just said he would, though.
You're assuming he's not.
I'm not. I'm asking why you're assuming that he would be.
No, you're assuming he's not.
I'm not. I'm not
See,
doing that.
especially if he's
Sorry, there
standing on
must
a
be a
salt,
miscommunication.
especially if he's standing on a salt flat where the runoff is like 0.0 something. Yeah, of course. Why else would I not think it's flat like it suggests?
Why is the salt flat?
Because it's flat. Because when it rains and there's like 2 inches of water, it's a perfect mirror. You know what it else gives you? Specular reflections that are perfectly what's the word? You have images, perfect mirror images that are um
What's the
that are
specular
oh
reflection?
symmetrical. There you go. Perfectly symmetrical. If there was any curve, they wouldn't be symmetrical, like in a funhouse mirror or something like that. Again, these are properties of mirrors, flat mirrors specifically.
But mirrors are pretty small.
Not the salt flat.
The
You know
salt
how many
flat.
square miles? You know how many square miles the salt flat is?
Yeah,
I
and
don't
you
smoke
can't
the
see the
salt.
whole thing from one spot, but you can see parts of it. And
But you know how far away
if
the clouds and the foot like we don't you don't even know you don't even I mean you just asked me what a specular reflection is, so you don't know what we're talking about to be so skeptical.
But no, I'm saying that you could take a really strong telescope and stand on one side of the salt flat, and then
That would have nothing to do with seeing the specular reflection if
as
you
you
don't know
as you
what
zoom
it is.
in, though, you're not going to see the whole thing at the other side. You're just
But
going to
we're
see the
talking
top of it.
about the specular reflection, being able to see clouds that are I don't know how far away, and the reflection of those clouds for as far as you can see. And there being a perfect symmetry to them
What does that mean? A
with the
perfect.
mirror surface of the salt flat.
My guy's drowning.
They're specular reflections, right? Perfect symmetry.
Mm-hmm. You guys can do your like counting pixels thing on that or whatever. Yep, perfectly symmetrical.
Got it. And so, all right, I'll concede that point. That's a good point. And
So you
I
so you
guess,
ask why the salt flat is flat? It's because water is level. I don't know what else to tell you. Water at rest is level. Let me say that. That's exactly what a salt flat is. It's water that's level at rest.
it doesn't matter how big it is, but I have a laser pointer, and I cut a little hole in the salt flat so that the very middle of that laser is level with the salt flat. And then obviously at that point, laser is going to be halfway under the salt flat, under the salt, and then halfway over the salt. It should keep going flat on the salt all the way across, right? Because it's flat.
I mean,
Your elevation.
for all intents and purposes, that's what the sun's reflection on the salt flat is. It's just like a long light straight across the surface.
But I'm talking about the salt flat and the laser experiment here. I could do that because I could actually go. I couldn't do the flying around the world thing in a plane because I don't
Well,
have a
Why don't
plane.
you
there's a frozen lake laser where they hit like where you can see all three lasers from three different distances. I mean, we already have like so many laser tests that prove that there is no convexity on the surface. So I mean, if you want to
Hold on, you're
see the,
using prove quite
if
liberally.
you're gonna jump in here while I'm talking to the other guy, I mean, if you could just wait.
I'm trying not to be rude here, but you're being kind of aggressive, and I don't want to be. I don't think I have been.
Do you think
I
I'm being
agree.
aggressive to you?
The other guy was sort of
You think
being
I'm being
rude, and he
aggressive
did.
to you?
I think you are, yeah. And I
Yeah,
think,
but you
and I
said
agree.
that you're gonna do this laser thing, and I'm like, well, we already done tons of laser tests,
Did I
and
see a video of him?
if the point is to try to figure out if there's convexity, which is the thing you asked me for, what would I want, and I said convexity. Well, there are already laser tests that show that there is no convexity where there should be.
I've never
Assuming
seen this
there-
test before. Could you show me?
Well, there's plenty of
Yeah,
them out there. The issue is it's like survivorship bias. I mean, we've seen in the past where they used to show their failures in hitting a target, and now they only show the ones where they hit a target. So take that with a grain of salt.
I
Also,
mean,
and most of them they can't really do the correct math for refraction. Just to throw that out there.
well, that's poisoning the well fallacy, isn't it? How do you
No,
know?
because we've
Well,
done the
okay,
math.
so why don't you go ahead and, like, for specifically the FE core, which is the field engineers core laser test, which there are like 7 or 8 of them. The first 2 or whatever probably do have error, but then they got it right for the rest of them. So specifically, I forget the, anyway, pick one of the last 4 and tell me where the math is wrong.
Mhm.
Do you want the
Sure.
PDF?
Yeah, we can go through the PDF. We can hash out the
All right.
numbers again.
I'd like to see the video of the one that you were just talking about.
Okay.
The laser experiment that they
Which
did.
one? The frozen not experiment? Just
Anyone, whichever one you think is
I got.
most valid. I would accept that as solid evidence.
I got an experiment.
I wish I could just type it in and whoop, there it is. But of course, Google is going to be super gay. I'm going to have to look for it. Give me a minute.
No problem. I understand. I just had to do the same when I was looking for a source.
I can show you how elevation's wrong on your globe within like 5 minutes.
Elevation's wrong. What does that mean? Elevation is wrong on the globe. How does that? I don't understand.
Well, you'll understand if we get the little computer out and draw a little circle, then draw a rectangle around it, and
Well,
then
hold
you
on.
give me
Were we
the
done with
elevation of all the lines.
the topic we're on, or
What is the topic that we're on?
I mean,
I don't know.
I could find any random laser test. As a matter
I
of
mean,
fact.
whichever one you want is fine with me. That's what I'd like to look at.
Now, would a laser test inherently prove? Or are there other factors that we might not be considering? Like the ultimate
that there's no convexity. I mean, because
there's no
check this
convexity?
out. Because check this out. It's not actually our claim. We would use a laser test to falsify the claim that there is convexity. See, that's what we're trying to do. So if we can't do that, that means there's actually no way to falsify that there's no convexity if we're going to just add other variables, right?
But is there any way
Supposed
to
variables.
falsify flatness?
Well, I mean, according to them, no, because the reason that everything looks so flat is because of refraction. Let the globers tell it, not that they know what refraction means.
But I'm just wondering, like, why do we start with the assumption that it's flat instead of wondering whether it's flat?
Because that's what level is. You see a lake, you see a pool, you see the sea. I mean, if you believe in looking at shots from high altitude, I would say high altitude, whatever.
Do you believe in microscopes?
What about them?
A microscope that you can't see, and so you see stuff that you just mentioned. You see that, and that's why you start with the flat because it looks flat. And I think with microscopes, and if you go on a smaller scale, with stuff, it shows that there's actually more different structure to it than what it meets the eye. Basically, it's not exactly.
Yeah, just because
You know,
something doesn't have a smooth surface doesn't mean it's level. It's not level.
I'm
Like
not
level
saying
is
that.
still, yeah, that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is level is level. Now, to say that level is level conforming to the curvature of the earth, that's a claim that is yet to be proven. But level is level. As far as water is concerned, water is level at rest. We already know that. So to claim that it's anything other than that, I don't know.
So wait, how would you define level? Using gravity?
No, I
If
would
I
define level as
like a bubble level.
I would define level as exactly what I posted in the chat.
Okay, I'm looking in the chat right now. I'm looking for level.
Posted it a while ago, so I guess I can post it again.
If you don't mind, I'm looking for it right now. But if you do have it, I wouldn't
I'm
mind
about to.
checking it out. And take your time. I'm not trying to gotcha you here or anything. I'm just trying to learn a different perspective and trying to see if maybe I can learn more and correct my
I
misperceptions.
posted it.
Okay. Here I wait. 1 second. I didn't scroll down.
Here, I'm gonna pin it to the. We with this bot, I can actually pin things.
So
to
it
the
says.
chat.
So you're looking at the definition, even flat.
This should keep it at the bottom of the chat. So to go over it. So
Am
yeah,
I looking? Am I looking at planar or Earth Awakening's assistant? I'm in Livestream text. I see a picture of guys
Yeah,
with
I
hats.
just posted it with the bot. Yeah, so it's pinned it there.
So it's the dictionary definition.
Yeah,
Yeah,
If you want.
So
in every dictionary you can find, apparently not in surveying, some surveying manuals, but in dictionaries from university, this is exactly what it is, except for in Merriam-Webster. But if you read Merriam-Webster in the one, I think it's the adjective, right? It is locked where you sorry, I just had to answer my sister there. But in the one definition that says that it is conforming to the surface of the earth, it contradicts itself because right before that it says has no part higher or lower. Let me see if I can find that too.
here's what I'm wondering: is like I have a level right next to me, and if I put it on
Mm-hmm.
my desk and I put a coin under one end of it, then the
Mm-hmm.
bubble moves to one side. And I think the thing that's pulling
Mm-hmm.
the bubble to that side is the fact that water's heavier than air. Density,
Yeah.
I guess. And so it's
Yeah.
pulling it down
Yeah.
no matter where I am.
Yeah.
And to me, that's level, but that would also work with the spherical
No,
bottle
it's
because,
not level. Like level is when the bubble is in the middle.
yeah. And I'm saying level could also be on a spherical Earth because it would still be pointing to the middle, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but that would mean level would be equidistant with the center of a perfect sphere, which we know that this is not. Second of all, there's no way to prove that other than just assuming the premise, which would be begging the question.
When you say you've said that a few times, they're begging the question, and I don't know if we're using the same definition for it. How do you define begging the question?
Begging the question is when you have a premise where the conclusion is already assumed to be true.
Isn't that kind of what you're doing too?
No, because there's a difference between an axiom. Like I'm not saying anything other. Like we experience level. To say that level is equidistant with the center of a sphere, which I know no one here has said so far, that would be begging the question. Me saying, oh, look, this picture I just hung is level with the horizon, because that's exactly what it is. That's what we experience. That's what we've defined the word behind that actual experience. There is no begging the question there.
Got it. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So let's say that we're talking about something that's not as big as the Earth. It's something where we can the curvature. Let's say it's something balloon or something. Um, and we sit right. We're a tiny little bug on the surface of the balloon, and our vision only goes as far as it does, but it's not far enough for us to see the fact that it's a sphere.
Well, that would be a problem because the horizon is specifically, supposedly geometrically, the Earth's edge, meaning the edge of, like, when I say edge, I mean if you hold a basketball up and you see that line where you can't see, like, the rest of the ball that's curved away, that edge, that's what I'm talking about. That's what the horizon is supposed to be. So the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. It's supposed to give you the distance to the horizon. However, it doesn't. So I don't know.
Can't you measure the height of a tree using that?
What?
You can measure the height of a tree using
Hi,
a
either
right
zero.
triangle. If you fold a piece of paper into a right triangle and you
Well, yeah, I know that's an elevation angle. Again, that uses a horizontal, meaning a flat surface. That's another
yeah,
proof. Because
it's a
if the
matter of scale.
horizontal was curved at any point, then you wouldn't have a 90-degree, right? You wouldn't have a hypotenuse. Like, you can't even work that out in AutoCAD, not even for a modicum of curve.
Yeah, you do. You have the tangent that you can use.
Well, a tangent to a tangent point would just mean you're using a plane on the top of a sphere.
Yeah,
But you're
you're
still using
constructing
it.
a planar
So
surface from
basically,
the
what you're
sphere.
saying is we're using a plane, which is exactly what I said.
You're
So
using a
Except you're
plane at the
assuming,
point you're standing, not the entire ground underneath you.
yeah, but the problem is when you have a hypotenuse and you have the 90-degree somewhere off into the distance, that doesn't work.
It does. It has a margin of error, but it works.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it. It's either a hypotenuse or it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's called a tool. And they have margins of error, and it works to have a margin of error.
I don't know what you mean by margin of error. What does that mean?
Okay. Error between your observed measurement and reality.
Well, observed measurement, you're not observing the 90-degree angle when it's 1,000 miles away, are you?
No shit, Sherlock. You're using that as a tool.
Well, so then what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the difference between what you measure with your tool, right? The measurement, and the
Mm-hmm.
real reality. What it
What
actually
real
is.
reality?
So it's like if you have a scale that's only accurate up to 1 gram, and you have something that's 0.46 grams, then it's going to measure as 0. If it's 0.51 grams, it's going to measure as 1. But you don't know that because your scale only measures by the gram.
There you go.
Okay, so
So that's what margin of error is, sort of its degree of accuracy of precision.
Yeah. I can model
well,
something
anyway.
out,
Well, I
and it
mean,
not be
because this
100% accurate.
would turn into a whole argument because
Was this supposed to be?
uh,
I might be mistaken. Were we having a discussion here, or is this kind of like a everyone is agreeing on the same thing?
well, I just say horizontal is horizontal. And they just say, yeah, it's horizontal on the top of a sphere, which is an assumption that is not necessary. But further to that, that it means nothing because they'll then say they'll take that angular measurement to hell, meaning the assumed center of Earth, to the equatorial plane and then use it there. No, you're just taking the measurement on the surface. But whatever, I'm not going to argue about that. And then there are other aspects of the argument, like using 2 or 3 uh, uh, bodies in the vertical plane to get 3 right triangles, and all radii radiating from you, the observer, to those 90 degrees, angles being parallel to one another. So I don't fucking know what the hell they be talking about.
So if
But I definitely have citations to back up what I'm saying. So
do you think there are any? Have you ever flown on a plane?
once,
A lot of people haven't. Once. How
yeah.
far did you fly?
I'm not sure. I flew from New York to Miami. I don't know how far that is.
New York to Miami. I think that's about 300 miles. I could be wrong. Maybe
It's
longer.
way more than 300 miles.
Is it New York to Miami? Let me see.
Because New York to Pennsylvania is like 150. So probably
You're
yes.
probably right. Let me see how many miles it is.
Bro, New York to Lancaster, Pennsylvania is
Oh,
like
you're right. It's way
150.
longer. It's 1,200 miles. So with a powerful enough telescope, you should be able to see Miami from the highest building in New York, right?
No.
Why?
Let me see if I please tell me that I screenshotted this image. Please tell me I was smart enough to screenshot the image. Doesn't look like I was smart enough to screenshot the image. Okay, well, you ever stood like on the top of some hills and there were more hills in the distance?
Yeah. Yeah, I've stood on top of hills before.
You notice how the further out you look at the hills, the more washed out they look, meaning it could look like super green and rich in the foreground, but faded out in the background.
Because of air quality, yeah.
Exactly. So
Diffracts
you can't see through 1,000 miles of air. That's just not even possible.
Then why can we see stars?
Well, you assume that they're millions of miles away or something?
I'm not assuming that they're millions of miles away, but they're at least as high as the highest plane that's below,
Well,
right?
the what is so that's only 30 miles though. Well, we don't know where the stars are, but we do know where they claim space begins, and that's only like 30 miles. It's not that far. It's
Do you think
damn
that
sure
there's a way
not
to figure
1,200
out?
miles.
Do you think there's a way to
No,
figure out how high the stars are? No.
of course not.
You don't think
Of
that
course
simple
not.
triangulation can give you that answer?
You can't do it because if you could do that, then there would be some form of celestial navigation that mentions that. Obviously, they just aren't. They don't. No, absolutely not. You can't. Especially because the things in the sky are constantly moving.
Okay. What about them constantly moving prevents you from taking their location at a given set time?
Well, we just know that you can't. Because if we could, I would have said yes. But I think you and I both know that that's not possible.
That's a non sequitur, isn't it?
To try and
It is a
triangulate
non
something?
sequitur.
Well, you can
It is a
take
non
angles and you can
you,
do you
you,
can take you can take angles and you can do calculations, but that doesn't mean that you're validating a distance of any actual physical object. All that means is that you're doing calculations based on an optical
Sure.
luminous
you can
object.
do terrestrial. You can do that terrestrially, but not one human has confirmed that they are able to do that celestially. Are you gonna imply that or the reason that we can't do that?
I'd like to ask about
No, it's just a
redshift.
ballpark idea of getting to know how high the stars are. I mean, like,
Yeah,
at the very least, you
there's
can just
no way of
guesstimate.
knowing.
Hey, at the very least, you can just kind of have a general idea of where it may
Are
be
you upset that
appearing.
I said I don't know? I mean, how many times do I have to
No.
say it? There's no method for doing that. What's wrong with saying that?
Well, in
Excuse
fact,
me.
if we're dealing with like flat surfaces, of course there's an easy method. Sixth graders
Mm,
learn how to do like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
to a tree, but not to celestial bodies. It's not possible.
What about it being a celestial body makes it any more difficult on a flat surface?
I don't know, but they use flat surfaces like with the celestial sphere model. That's a flat surface, and they don't give heights to the stars. Why? I don't know. Perhaps because they can't. Nor are we ever concerned with that. No, we don't know how far away the stars are, or the sun is, or any of that stuff is. The only people that make claims to that are you guys.
Who's
In
Is
order
it
to
kind of concerning that y'all can't like just do some simple trigonometry to figure out just with a general idea where
no,
things are?
no.
Well, I would be.
Well, I'm not traveling to the stars, so I really I'm not concerned with that. But I can use the angles to a star to figure out my position on the Earth, though.
You know, Elijah,
Yeah,
I think I'm
correct.
going to go ahead and agree with you and say the Earth is flat, and I'm going to ask, does it matter to me as someone who just lives here and I fly places? I've
Why would
flown
you
quite
say
a bit.
that?
Well, because I've flown quite a bit, and I've never had to deal with the Earth being curved or flat. It's never mattered for me in my life.
Are you new? Are you a new person?
A new person. Uh, Everyone's a new person, I guess. But what do you mean exactly?
I mean, are you new to this conversation, or have you not heard?
We've
Because
been
I
speaking,
didn't even
sir.
give you any like let me go look up the laser, because if you really don't know, then
Oh,
shit.
here, I'll show you the video that I was looking at where they pointed a laser across the lake, and well, their aim was to.
Please tell me it's Jared.
Jared. Here it is.
Because people often like they're like two laser tests that they get. One is from beyond the curve, which actually wasn't a laser test because the laser burnt out, so they had to use a mirror. Um, and I guess that's the only thing I can assume it would be. Uh,
So here's the video. I'm gonna post it in Livestream text if that's okay. It's on YouTube.
Jupiter, if you were asking why does it matter, then I would say maybe you're not actually at the point of coming to the conclusion of this, because you would know why it matters if you did.
Why? Well, I'm asking why would anyone have any reason to lie about it?
Have you asked yourself that question?
that because
I
the
guess
reason.
there's something hidden beyond.
Well, there's reasons. Because heliocentrism is just a 500-year-old lie, and then the expansion of the vacuum of space is only 100 years old. That's not really old. But
I
the
agree with geocentrism personally. Like, I think that we are the center of the universe from our perspective, because
maybe.
I mean we start here. We only have this much resolution, how far we can see. So we're technically in the middle of everything. It might look like we're on the outside of the Milky Way galaxy, but still, the cosmic microwave background radiation is still in the same spot, no matter where you look. So we are at the center of the observable universe, and all we can accept to be true is what we can observe. So I'm all for geocentrism.
Perhaps.
Because you can't really observe that. You can't. How do you like? Let's say that we're not, just hypothetically. This is kind of devil's advocate for um, someone who said the Earth isn't the center of the universe. So let's say that you were to take the Earth and pluck it out of where it is now, and go to the furthest we can see of the edge of the observable universe and plant the Earth right there. What do we see? To me, I would say we just keep seeing more universe, and then we would still be the center of the universe because it would be infinitely big to every direction.
By the way, Eli, the video he posted was exactly that little 1 minute Jaren clip from the Netflix documentary. But I mean, this is what you
Yeah.
get. This is what you get when you know, just YouTube at the topic. You know, it's like in the top 10.
Well,
So.
it's just the one that I looked at. I just remember seeing it before and noticing that the laser
Yeah,
was
see, so
dead.
that's supposedly a failed laser test, but again, failed doesn't really mean conclusive, right? It means
Well, it was
not
inconclusive.
conclusive.
Yeah, it was inconclusive. Yeah.
Right. So we do have laser tests that definitely conclude that there is no convexity in the surface. I'm looking for one now. Just I know I keep saying that I've been doing that, but now that
No,
I'm in
it's
that,
fine. It takes me
I mean,
time to find some of
the
this stuff
kind
too. Here's
essentially
something
like
else this is just stuff that I've watched before. I don't want to post random links, so I'm just gonna post the stuff that I've watched. Sorry if it's mainstream or whatever. But
well,
this
that
is
one
what
that
I've seen.
the one that you posted is very heavily edited
Let me
and
see if I can.
misrepresented.
Why isn't the share link working? Give me a sec. Here we go. That's the wrong link. I'm gonna delete
Yeah.
this and
But here, no, I'll give you image perms, and if you want to repost it in a second, it'll pull up.
because it showed the pop-up thing for my first link, but not this. Oh no. Okay. Either way, this link. That's the share link. And it's Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it. And basically positing some reasons as to why it doesn't check out. And but I really wanted to ask one more question that I think I'm done actually.
Yeah, this one, okay. This one's the Eratosthenes.
So here's my final question. If you were to be
Go ahead.
being a flat Earth theorist.
Hold on, you cut out. You'd have to start again.
So if you wanted to become a commercial airline pilot, could you do so while also being a flat Earth theorist and successfully pilot planes?
we don't know. We don't know. We know that there are people who have, been grounded in their pilot profession for stating that the Earth is flat and sharing that information with their coworkers. We do know that.
Okay. So apparently you wouldn't be able to be an airline pilot if
I'm not
like
sure. I mean, I don't really know what the politics. I have no idea. I personally think that if I wanted to be a pilot, like I don't even know how hard it is to be a pilot. I mean, they can't. I'm not really sure, but I don't see why saying that the Earth is flat would prevent anyone from being a pilot. I'm not really sure, but I just do know that when this conversation was very new, just calling into someone's work and stating that they were flat earthers could get them fired, even when it wasn't like pilot related. So, and that has happened in this community. So,
the reason I would say that is because I've flown from like California to London a few times, nonstop flight, California to London. They do that.
so then,
It's
so then
nonstop, and it wasn't. You can track the flight path. It's not a straight line. It's actually like a curve.
Well, I mean, dude, the thing is, when pilots are actually taught how to fly, they treat the Earth as a stationary, immovable plane. So they treat it as a planar surface that is at rest when they're training to be a pilot. So I know what you're saying, that if they were to say that that's what the entire Earth is, like, would they be, ridiculed or shut down in their job, or would there be some kind of controversy? And yeah, like Eli said, there are individuals that seem to have had that exact result for various reasons. However, ironically, when they train to fly, they are trained to treat the Earth as planar in terms of its geometry, meaning they're not accounting for any curvature or any other motion of the Earth, or any Coriolis, or any of those motions. They treat it as if it is a fixed planar surface that they're flying over in terms of elevation. And when they land, and all of the coordinates are an XYZ axes, meaning the planar foundation with vertical and your elevation to that horizontal through the vertical vector.
Do you wanna Geo um assuming this guy is like super sincere, you wanna have him watch like Taboo Conspiracy 3's last two, like the recent videos where um the pilot proves that the Earth is not a sphere.
Those are good. Yeah, those are
I mean,
those are
there's literally zero globe Earth or rebuttal to those. Like they don't have. This is the one argument that they can't even fake a rebuttal that I've seen so far. Like even with, the Earth is supposed to have the horizon is supposed to be geometric. The formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. That gives you the distance to the horizon. But you and I both know that you and I both don't think that standing at a beach, the horizon is 2 or 3 miles away. You and I both know that. And so the Globers will say, yeah, well, that's because of refraction. But if you Google it, I don't even want to. The bottom line is you can watch a video or look through Andrew Thomas Young's paper on refraction. First, he uses a flat plane, and then he uses a model of a sphere and converts all of his information that he took on a plane into this whole sphere thing. But anyway, uh, either way, the assumptions only go but so far, meaning we have observations of the horizon being more than 10 times further than it would be mathematically speaking. And when they say refraction, well, refraction only accounts for like less than 1% of a difference. If I'm, I mean, we're talking about
Well,
10 times.
refraction. Have you ever seen the moon at the horizon versus at the top of the sky? It's way bigger than 1%. There's a big difference in size because of refraction, right?
Yeah, but the moon is like mad far away, right? Not like 2 or 3 miles away, right?
Yeah, but we're talking 1%. So it must be moving pretty close to us then as it gets up above top of the sky, I would assume.
Yeah, because I can't even deny that's some sort of refractive effect because I truly do think that it's the whatever that is refracted through. Never mind. I'm not gonna go through that. But
That's fine. Here's my sorry, I keep saying this, but this is my one final question. Assuming the Earth is flat and there's a giant ice wall that we call
we're
the
not assuming that.
what are you assuming?
Not assuming anything. I personally don't. Why have to assume things? I
Okay,
don't
so
assume anything.
let's not assume. Let's just say, for example, that the Earth is flat, and
Yeah.
this image that someone posted earlier, they had a pretty good image that explained it. It was a picture of. Let me find it. I saw it up here earlier.
But
By the way, I was just
I
gonna say,
did post the lake the laser. It looks like a C test. And also Geo posted how a pilot ended the globe part 1 and part 2. So it's like if you really want to be blown away, like honestly, if that's why you're here, yeah, those will get you right quick, straight, and hurry onto because I don't know if you're on the path to discovery just yet. But it only happens when you truly begin to doubt what you believe to be true all this time. That's where it begins. That's not where it ends. We didn't go, holy shit, the earth is flat, and that's it. The first thing we all realize is that, holy shit, the thing that I thought about the globe actually isn't true. Let me not, create apologetics and you know, ad hoc explanations as to why I'm not getting the result that I expected on a globe.
So
Once it goes beyond that,
what's past what we call the South Pole, and how far does it go?
why would I know? I'm from Brooklyn.
I wouldn't know either. But
I know. You know why none of us know?
Because we haven't been there.
I'm sure that there are people that are curious and want to know. I'm sure there are people that are curious and want to know that have the means to do so. However, we kind of can't go past the 60th parallel, which is beyond 60 degrees of the equator south. So,
Yeah.
like, we suppose, like, there's just military force
Whalers do
enforcement.
go there, but generally speaking, Americans don't. You can't.
Well, nobody can go there because all of the superpowers of the world have decided that that is off limits to the general population. So even if we wanted to know, we couldn't know. And if they
It's
claim to know, we would just have to believe them like priests.
you actually can go to the what they would call Antarctica. You can
Yeah,
go to
but you can't
Antarctica.
listen to me
That's the
closely. You can't go below 60 degrees of the equator south.
No, I'm saying you can't personally just go there, but you can book a trip with someone who will take you to the Antarctic.
Yeah,
Is
Just now?
you can get
the
you can
is
get a
the
cruise there.
Antarctic is the
We did
Antarctic
that before, right? We looked at this lot ages ago. You can get a cruise.
Yeah, and there's
but
actually
And
scientific
I'm sorry, but
expeditions there.
did I say that we can't go to
Well, you said we
Antarctica,
can't.
or did
You
I
said
say
we can't go below 60 degrees, which
you
would be
can't
very.
privately, freely explore Antarctica. That's what he's trying to say to you.
Yeah, you can't privately travel and take fuel and supplies, etc., beyond the 60 degree parallel south. How which is not very far beyond like the southern tip of South America and South Africa, etc. So it's not even very close to Antarctica ultimately, the 60 degree. However, there are two, what I will say, and I think many would agree with me, that there are two known, let's say, icy regions in the south. One of them is south of South America, and the other one is south of the Australia, New Zealand area. And those have military bases on them, like McMurdo Station, and there's one called Little America. There's several of them in those two areas, and many of us have known people, either in the military or people directly who have gone to one of those two regions. Now, nobody goes south of South Africa, so there's no one that you don't go to South Africa and fly south and go to either of those two icy regions I talked about. Like I said, it's only south of South America, and then the other one is south of the Australia area, is where
Those are
those two regions are, and there are military bases there, and it's one of those two that you can take, things like cruises or various. There are some scientists there doing some things, but even at that, it's a very limited area. Like they can't just even when you're there, you can't just freely take a backpack and go hiking out anywhere you want. They still have restrictions, and you're only within a certain area, so it's still very restrictive in that way. And there are even
And
people that work there, and in those little outposts.
what's in the restricted zone?
That's the thing.
how would we know?
Is that what we're trying to? I'm not asking how you would know. I wouldn't know how to know either. But I'm
Well,
just saying, if
I
anyone
just
has any ideas,
I posted
hypotheses.
if you see the last thing I posted, it explains if you want to do an exhibition, it shows all of the everything you have to do to try to apply for that. And in the Antarctic Treaty, and there's also something called the Antarctic Treaty System, which is a deeper part. Like there's the Antarctic Treaty that was signed many years ago, but then there's this Antarctic Treaty System, and that's all run through the United Nations. So when it comes to the free, other travel, you can apply if you want to try to apply for a permit. It can be very, very costly, and of course, they can deny you at any point they want. And if you don't get one of those, then you can't do any of that exploration. And if you do go into any of those regions via the United Nations, they can employ any of the militaries from all the countries in the United Nation, to contain that breach, as it were. So it's not something that we're able to freely explore. And Jarl Andelhoy, and that's a whole story in and of itself, was an explorer. And one of the people he was with actually died, and then he was arrested and put in prison. He was the last that it seems actually tried to do it, unless anyone knows of anyone else that actually has done that, because it seems like his story, and he was arrested, and then one of his boats was like lost, and people that died that were on his crew. So it's been pretty locked down, especially after, ever since World War II.
And so, what are they? And again, this is just hypothesis. I don't know how you would know or how I would know because none of us have been there and we have no idea. But if we were ballparking here, spitballing, what would they be hiding
Can we?
down
Can we? Can we?
out
We
there? I
don't
guess
know.
I should say.
We don't know. Can we? Get to the laser test that you asked about?
It wasn't actually a laser; it was a light.
I know,
But
but I
yeah,
posted. I posted one.
let me find your post here. Uh, okay, I'm scrolling up now, looking
It said
for it.
52 after the hour.
52. Okay, thank you. Give me just a sec. I'm at 50. I'm almost there. Here we go. Okay, is this at Sea of Galilee flat Earth proof?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me watch this. Give me 4 minutes. I'll let you guys continue. I want to hear this.
So Doofus did offer me a rebuttal to Taboo Conspiracy, these videos. He said that he was lying about the direction that was being taken.
Oh, well, hey, there you go.
I,
I mean, okay. I mean, it does need to be validated. That, I mean, that, you know, there could be
yeah,
stuff to do that.
he didn't exactly tell me how either. He didn't tell me how. I was just like, oh, I guess I'll have to watch him again. But yeah, next time I'm going to ask him, how did you verify that?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the shore, Jersey Shore, from Coney Island in Brooklyn. That was a little over 6 miles. There was no hump of water in the way of me. I'm sure if I'd have taken video, posted it, they would have said I was lying too. I mean, I've seen it for myself. So that's already a wrap. I already know that there's no curvature from point A to point B. So it's like, what do they think we're doing? Like, I don't like. It's so weird.
Well, and that time lapse was a particular flight, you know, from, you know, in terms of its actual city to city. So are you saying, what is he just trying to say, that whole thing was mislabeled or something, or that's not even the footage?
Oh
I mean,
wait,
that's
wait. Are we
He
talking
said
about
to me,
the Sea of Galilee, or are we talking about the
the
pilot thing?
stars. Yeah.
oh,
Oh, okay.
sorry. Yeah.
What is he talking about? Like, there's like two stars in the whole video. Like, what is he? How the fuck does he know what direction is what?
Yeah, well, I never asked him, and he never told me. He never was specific. He just said he's lying about the direction the plane was flying.
I mean, okay.
Well, I mean, that footage was found, and it had nothing to do with this discussion. So it wouldn't really be someone lying. Are you just saying that somebody mislabeled it or something? Because it is claimed to be that time lapse footage, you know, in terms of that actual flight.
Like I said, I'm curious to know how he knows he's lying,
Yeah.
because I remember, you remember that observation. I still think that's a bit dodgy. That the one from Wales to the French Alps, it's like 700 miles or something. That's dodgy, I reckon. I don't know, but I think he took that down. Taboo Conspiracy.
Yep, that one I think was problematic. You're talking about the 700-mile one?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we went over all those, and yeah, some of those do look like clouds to me.
Well, not
Actually.
even that. The mountain in front looks added. It just looks added to the picture. It doesn't look real to me. The mountain right in front. So I don't
Yeah, I
know.
mean, he's a person who probably gets loads of flat Earth proofs sent to him
Yeah.
because that's like the nature of what he does. I'm not expecting Taboo Conspiracy Ben. I'm not expecting him to be perfect, by any stretch of the imagination. But with these laser tests, I mean, I'm gonna go on a limb and say he's doing what he's saying he's doing. When it comes to other people's videos, I give him reasonable doubt.
Yeah. I just want to be accurate. I don't want to just take a thing and say, "Oh, that's it then. That must be it." You know.
Well, here's the thing with that though, with the stars one, is that okay, if you're on a globe and you're on an airplane, as you stay at a certain elevation, above that globe in the airplane, in order to stay at that same elevation, you have to, continually be making a curved path, to fly around the sphere. And as you're making that curved path, you're basically inducing, that 1 degree per 69 miles. You're basically inducing that by the fact that you're flying. So as you're flying, you're creating that actual curved path. Therefore, the stars should be moving from the horizon upwards. Like no matter what direction you are flying, even if you're flying east, west, north, south, no matter what, you're going to get that effect because of the fact that you're flying at that rate. Now, the sidereal rotation or the actual stars movement are on their own thing. Those are on their own little, the 15 degrees per hour, as it were. Those are on their own pathway. But just because of the fact that you're flying at 500 miles an hour, making that curved thing, that means that those stars should look like they're coming from the horizon upwards because the airplane is tilting, as it's going around the sphere. And all those stars, however far they want to say they are out there, light years out there, they're like essentially fixed out there. Now there is the 15 degrees per hour of the stars, but that's its own rate. Even with that 50 degrees, no matter what direction you're going on the globe, you're still going to get that effect. It's going to be different depending on the sidereal. If you're going east to west versus west to east, it will be different. But the thing is that this footage and all the footages that he showed here, and it seems like any other footage of time lapse, around the Earth does not show that actual effect of the stars moving from the horizon upwards as the airplane is, dipping as it is, curving as it is around the globe. So, I mean, even with that alone, it shows that effect is just not present, which indicates that the stars are just moving at their sidereal rotation above the planar surface, and that there's no additional effect of that plane making that tilted.
Yo.
Yep, the tilt.
Yeah, yo, I got to say something because I only have a second. I think the real, I think this is a real death blow, but I think like the Super Saiyan death blow would be basically if we could get from like New Zealand to Australia or something like that, and then watch the southern supposed pole rotation. I think that it's an optical effect that is viewed from the ground or at certain latitudes. I think it would look totally different if we could get that from a plane.
Yeah, that would be sweet. You're talking about time lapse, basically, like a time lapse of a travel flight.
Basically the same stuff that we've been doing with this star problem, except to falsify the southern pole because fuck them. I think that's the next step, and I think that's probably what people are going to start working on.
That would be awesome to have, yeah. Time lapse in an airplane of the southern stars, for sure. Flying in different directions.
Well, anyways, yeah, good work, guys. Keep it up.
So the thing to do now, Andy, how many more time lapse from airplanes can we get? Like, that's a thing. Like, it'd be nice if people could do, we could start doing them independently as well, not have to depend on ones that are out there. But I mean, these time lapses definitely don't seem to show, because even if you go on Google Earth and you simulate it on Google Earth, you'll see the stars just barreling from the horizon upwards. You know what I mean? Like, it shows the way that but that's not what reality shows.
We already know that, like, it would have to, just by the nature of the curvature, like someone said, like fucking 6,000 miles is like fucking 90 degrees.
Yeah, it works out being 1 degree every 7 minutes. or 8 minutes, I believe it is. Every 8 minutes, it's 1 degree. So if you were with a time lapse, that's what it's going to look like. 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree. That's why I'm saying the stars should be moving up from the horizon as you're making that 1 degree every 8 minutes. And in a time lapse, that 8 minutes comes pretty quick. You can make that to where it's like every second it would be 1 degree, which is what it shows on Google Earth. Like it shows the stars rising up and from the horizon because of that effect. But in reality, we don't get that. I can't believe it took till this long to catch this, but I guess it does take a time lapse. Yeah.
This is out at cockpit as well. Don't forget that. I mean, you can do it out of obviously a passenger could do it looking out the window, but out at cockpit it's very pronounced. And since 9/11, you can't go into a
They
cockpit.
had to. I mean, pilots had to. You know what? Maybe they never paid it. Well, again, I guess a time
Bro, I
lapse
can
is
get into a
not
cockpit
them
pretty
just
easy right
staring
now.
at it.
Well, you know what I mean, Sean.
I'm
Yeah.
saying,
Not
like,
sure.
maybe I should do it. Maybe I should fucking do it next time a family goes through using the Lear.
Well, how far do they fly?
State to state, like maybe 800,000 miles, 1,200 miles.
1,000 miles is perfect. 800 miles is good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'd have to get back to you. I don't know the next time we're flying, but we're going. I know we're going to at some point.
I mean, the effect wouldn't be as dramatic at 1,200 miles, but you definitely could still catch it. I mean, you could still get, that 1 degree every 8 minutes. So, depending on how long that flight is, you should
Here,
get.
let me check it out real quick. Let me do a
You
little.
should get many degrees.
BRP.
It definitely shouldn't be dropping, right? Like the stars shouldn't be going towards the horizon, or you know.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of what they do on this one, where because this flight is at an angle. You know how it's going like southwest. So
Mhm.
yeah, you can see the stars over on the from the sidereal rotation, like going just like we do when you're not flying. Basically, the stars go up, stars go down. Like it's basically that, just at a slightly different rate because you're up at altitude and you're flying. But it's actually quite similar to what we see on the ground, although a little bit varied. Whereas what you should see, since you're flying at 500 miles an hour and flying over a spherical surface and curving around, yeah, you should see that dramatic, that roughly 1 degree every minute every 8 minutes, 1 degree every 8 minutes, and in a time lapse sped up like that, yeah, you should see that movement, and it's just not there.
What is even the depth that they ever drop? What's the most depth that you can drop from point A to point B, on any plane anyway? Like for the stars to be able to come up vertical like that, you know what I mean? Or go down, like, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
like,
you can get
yeah.
90 degrees, if you fly from a long enough distance. If you fly a quarter.
Well, I'm saying like.
Oh wait,
say
you want to see an entire 90 from? What are you saying? The maximum amount that you could get if you flew?
Yeah,
I mean,
like from the
That's
standpoint of a world record, from a world record thing, like go start over the ocean at like 1 inch above it, if that was possible, and then how far could you ever drop from that point? What's the biggest depth that a plane could ever drop during the longest flight it could take? Like that should be like on Guinness. That should be like a military paper somewhere. That should be in there. You understand? Because the globe is like 7,000 kilometers from top to bottom. So if you took off from said North Pole and you had to go to Australia, you should have dropped around 7,000 or 6,000 or 5,000 kilometers, like literally from point A to point B. That should have been the depth that you covered, Yeah.
yeah, and the stars would reflect that amount of change of the actual tilt.
Yes.
Yeah. Dude, that would be awesome to see, like an around the world, quote unquote, around the world, but like a flight, at basically circling Polaris with the time lapse the whole time. How amazing would that be? Because you would totally see that it does not have that motion of the tilting airplane. Like an even longer time lapse, one that, yeah, like an entire, round the North Pole basically flight. That would be awesome to see. You'd have to maybe splice them together though, because you can't always fly at night unless you could go as fast as the sun. But you have to be going. Or,
You know what else? You know what else has to happen while you're flying down, Geo, and the stars fly up? Your altimeter is supposed to stay the same elevation. The altimeter of your plane, while you're arcing around the curve of the Earth at 35,000, 1 inch, 2 inches, a foot, whatever you are, it doesn't matter, not a bit. Now, say you're at 35,000, we'll give them that. When they're flying arcing around down a curve and they get this time lapse, the elevation should stay the same at all times while they're going around. It shouldn't deviate from like a certain amount, like so many inches or feet, because elevation is supposed to arc with the curve along with the path of the plane. Exactly. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how it works on their model. By the way, the longest distance flight is 9,540 miles. Oh no, the one that's longer is actually 10,720. That's actually what they're saying is the longest. In 2020, this was done.
Right, but that's distance, but that's not depth. How did they prove they went from top to bottom and not forward that far? That's all I'm saying.
But yeah, do the curvature math on 10,720 miles. That'd be massive.
Right. Almost past, like, yeah, almost back around. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they're like you said with their elevation. Yeah, I mean that's they claim it's connected to the center of the sphere. So even though they're just assuming the curvature and assuming that kind of concept, ironically, that they have to do that because over an actual planar surface, of course, your elevation stays the same. So they had to fit it into that with the gravity theory that makes it all clung to the center.
Well, you know what kills it? If you draw like a rectangle and cut off the edges of the globe, like just cut off like a couple feet of each, like the top and the bottom, and draw a rectangle, like cutting into it, one side longer than the next, and then not so, you know what I'm saying? And give the elevations of those lines. For a glober to be able to do that would be funny as hell because, the horizontal lines of the rectangle.
I mean, the only thing we need to do, though, is figure out, the reason we know it's curved and spinning. Do you know the reason? Do you know that one reason that we know it's curved and spinning? 'Cause I can tell you. It's by how flat and stationary it is.
Oh, I forgot. Man. Oh, because it's so horizontal. Yep, you're right.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, that's just pack it up, flatties, right?
It's all that horizontality.
Right. The horizontal stationariness of it is the direct result of it being curved and moving all around.
Yeah, so the total lack of movement where you can pile up, like rocks, you can pile those rocks up to all be balanced, balancing rocks.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that because you're actually moving at 2.2 million miles an hour through space.
Yeah,
that's
why and it's pulling directly down in all directions too. So it's just like sits there perfect. It's beautiful.
Space-time is being bent and warped to just make that entire environment be completely stationary and of equal horizontal and vertical physical forces.
When I was growing up, they would say that's how amazing science is. They would say shit like that. They'd explain something right backwards, not how we see, not how we experience, but they'd explain it the other way, and then we'd all go, huh? Right? And then teacher would be like, because that's how amazing science is. And then we'd all just go, wow. She'd like point to some fucking planets or anything at that point. We were kids. You could show us anything that looked kind of like a toy, and we'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah, okay, let's go.
The moon could be a reference frame also. You know how fast the planes fly compared to what the moon's just like sitting there in its position. Yeah. Once it's like down the way a little bit, fly like straight towards it, and like, yeah, you're supposed to be able to drop at that rate, and it's rising up vertically. It's never going to happen.
I would be very interested to see life on a spinning ball, right? I would be very curious to see what that would be like.
Me too. That's why I tell them go out in their backyard and get a ball. Because even though it's not the real Earth, it still is going to give you a pin dot view of what, helicopters, balls, planes, trains, but what it would look like. Little trees, cities. I mean, come on now. Why do we not have this in a museum somewhere or something?
Isn't that you were mentioning that like a psychological trick that like psychopaths use where they say the opposite to try to push a certain idea? to try to assume that it's like a mind flip, that by saying something that's like, like when Elon Musk said, it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, it's it's kind of tongue in cheek. It's like there's going to be people who see what I'm doing, and then there's going to be people who buy what I'm selling, and there's a difference there. Go ahead.
They'll literally tell you that it's snowing in the desert, and if you're like, you know what? Guess what? Scientists said it might be because of ifs and buts and candy at Christmas, and you're like, what? Really? Oh man.
Yeah, sorry, Mark, I love it. Hey man, what else are they gonna do? You got to throw Skittles at these kids. How is he gonna get them to pay attention? Huh? Come on. Hey, where's the globe? Huh? Come on.
Here we go, big shot, right on cue. Just showing us that the new thing is taboo. He's bullshitting about the stars. Can you prove that he's bullshitting about the stars? That'd be great. If you make a rebuttal video, big shot, please share it.
Good morning.
All right, dude. Chaiki, are you Israeli? I was just guessing. I was guessing at that.
Not guessing. Every time I'm asked, I say I'm from Israel.
Oh, you are? You're from Israel?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just wondered.
Just woke up. Apparently, you guys were in my ear all my sleep.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That
No,
can't
don't
be
be
good.
sorry. I had a good sleep.
It's all going into your subconscious, Chike. It's all there.
It's not. Do I sound sarcastic?
Dude, you're gonna have
I
to go
slept
look in the
good.
mirror and just chant to yourself, "I'm not a
I
flat
said,
earther. I'm not a flat earther."
well, things heated up a bit a few minutes ago, or half an hour.
Chike, when you tell your family that you discussed this, what do they say? Do they believe you that you're not questioning the globe? Do they believe the story?
No, I
Or do
don't really
you
tell them.
tell them the truth, or what do you do?
My wife knows, but nobody else. Other one knows.
So they know that you're seriously considering the Earth being stationary and having no curvature?
Never thought it in my mind.
You
No,
should
Earth is
probably,
not fake.
not probably, just my suggestion would be fun. Maybe go in public and ask, hey, did you know there's people out there think the Earth might not be spinning? Hey,
Yeah,
isn't that nuts? Just
everyone
see what
knows.
they say. Say, no, I know it's spinning. I'm just saying, there's people out there. You know what I mean? See what they do. It's
Well,
fun.
I know.
Fun to
In
take
the
this topic out to the public, whatever side you're on. I think.
well, in the Facebook group, I joined the astronomy Facebook page. Sometimes they joke about it.
I'm not sure that's even close, but yeah. So like, if you take any of this topic out to the public, right? You say something about it. Like, for instance, one day and I can't explain this myself, right? I don't know, but the globe model doesn't support this activity, I don't think. Anyway, so I look up in the sky. It's broad daylight. It's like 2:30 in the afternoon there, and I can see the sun and the moon in the same sky. And I point up to this. I say, come. I'm delivering some food. I see this lady. Hey, lady, up there. You see that? See the moon right there? She's like, oh yeah. I said, do you know that's impossible on a globe? And she goes, huh? And I said, well, take care. And
What's
stood there
impossible?
looking at it like,
What?
what?
What is impossible on the globe?
To see the moon during the day when the sun should be.
I don't know how you
blocking
came
it
to
out.
this conclusion. You must see it.
Yeah, you got to see it. You got to be able to. You got to be able to see it if your globe's not going to work. That's correct.
Why? Give me the the reasoning. You know how you make an argument? You either define or set a premise which must be
Sorry,
valid,
I
at
was
least
I was
valid,
doing something.
at
Sorry.
least valid, if not,
So is it sunlight reflecting off the moon to show it to us during the day?
of course,
I see.
you don't see them together on the
So, but
first.
then at nighttime it's emitting light. That doesn't
No,
make sense.
no, it's always sunlight.
Oh, I see. So the rock casting a shadow during the day. Also,
It's not casting a shadow. What?
but it's having something reflected onto it. I'm sorry. Broadcast
The
to it.
moon looks the same during the day and during the night. During the day, you have the blue layer of us that dims it a
I
bit.
thought moonlight was a reflection of sun's light.
It is.
So why can we see it during the day?
There's
Why
no
can we
sun
see
during the day.
reflection of sunlight off something during the day?
When you go out, what do you think you see?
We'll go out where?
Out.
I'm not sure what you mean, like out of my house.
Out. You walk out of your door, you see light. What do you see? It's not sunlight.
Some of it's sunlight.
All of it is sunlight.
No, sir.
So
Do
I'll
you know
tell you
about
how
the
it works. I'll tell you.
expectation
Hold
of
on.
noble gases? Do you know about noble gases?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen. When the sun casts.
So do you think the
light
air is
on
made of pure sunlight?
Let me explain to you the process of what you see. There's a lot of light. You go outside. There's a lot of light.
There's a lot of flies?
Light.
Where?
When you go outside, it's lit up. You have light.
During the
You
day,
can
you
see
betcha.
everything. Okay. So the sun casts light. Let's say it hits the ground. Now it's not that the light from the ground comes to your eye and that's it. Light from the ground bounce to the wall of some house, to a tree. Some of it is absorbed in any object it hits, and the rest is re-emitted. If you ever saw, and the Action Lab, I think the channel did it once. He painted a room with pitch black.
Hold
Room
on.
that
I thought we were talking about the moon.
we're talking about light, moon, sun.
You're talking about a room.
Light about light. Listen.
Can you focus?
Listen to what I'm focused. Can you focus? I'm talking about
We're
light.
talking about the sun and the moon, sir.
I'm talking about light. Let's start with
Okay,
light,
I'm
then we
talking
can talk
the
about
sun and the moon. You
sunlight,
don't have to get
moonlight,
into
or
the
whatever.
minutia of how light works. You
Yes,
can't
you
do that.
do. Yes, you do.
You first got to visit the thing you're talking about to be able to claim what it is. I'm just
Now,
asking how we can see it emitting light at night, right?
it's
Broadcasting light.
not emitting light at night.
I'm not
it's the
asking. That's
sunlight.
what's observed. That's the experienced reality within which you live, and that's okay if you
Yeah.
want to be dishonest about it. We're used to that. All I'm
How
trying
do
to
you know
say
it
is that at
emits it?
night it broadcasts its own light. So why can we see that during the day? Is it brighter than the sun, or I don't get it?
You can see it during the day. I've seen the moon during the day.
No, I'm sorry.
No,
Why
no,
can we
no.
see it during the day? That's what I'm trying to say.
Why not?
If it's a bright light at night, right? How is it also a bright light during the day too?
It's
Why
not.
not?
It's not bright. It's actually darker during the day than the sky.
It's nice and white up there in the sky. Also, sometimes
Not darker.
translucent,
It's
but we
not
don't need to get
depends.
into that.
I can
Depends
take a
on the
picture tomorrow morning of in
Is
the
there
early
there a moon now? I could
so I
go
can
out
see
I
and take a
can't. I don't
picture.
know. Go
But it's
ahead. Try. Give
because-
it a shot. See if anybody cares.
It's because if
Yeah,
the
I
Earth
mean-
is to our left and the moon is slightly, well, let's say the Earth is to our
You
right.
started off with if. Can you not do that?
Okay, the Earth is to our right, the moon is to our left. Both of them are in front of us, 100 miles. I could see the moon during the night or the day.
All right, let me try it again. So the moon itself is bright at night, most often enough to see. Like it's it's like a night light, right? Night light. So it's bouncing sun off of it. Is it doing that during the day as well, even though the sun is lighting up the entire sky?
Yes.
Yes.
I see. So without having tested it yourself, you believe that the sunlight is the reason we're seeing the moon in the sky during the day.
Did you notice what you just did?
How would I
Without
test
knowing
it?
me, without knowing what I did, you decided I didn't test it myself.
Hold on. Oh gosh, no, please tell me about your test when you visited the sun and the moon and made sure that this was going
No,
on,
I
this whole
didn't visit the
relationship.
sun and the moon. Don't be silly.
Well, then there you go.
However, you can
So how
take
are
a
you going to
ball.
talk about it like you did?
You take a ball, you align it with the moon,
A ball is
and you
not the
take
sun or
a
moon.
ball.
Nope.
Can I finish a sentence? Is it okay with
Okay.
you? You take the ball, you align it with the moon. You take a picture of it, of both of them, the same angle, and you see that the ball and the moon look the same. The phase of the ball and the phase of the moon look the same. That cannot be unless the light come parallel from the same light source.
So because something looks like something else, it is something else? Correlation is causation kind of deal?
No, not
So
it
like
is.
if this ball on Earth looks a similar way to something in the sky, boom, they're the same. Is that as easy as it is for you?
Stand to reason. Well, if I had the
Man, the story makes
equipment,
sense if I make up the story.
if
Shit.
I had equipment, I could
The
do
story matches the
analysis.
story if you match the story with the story.
Why can I
Do believe.
finish? Why can't I finish a sentence?
Dude, I don't want to talk about the sky anymore. Can you find me the Earth's
Okay.
curvature?
Sorry.
Can you find me the Earth's curvature?
Sure.
Where's it at?
What do you mean? Where is it? All around. Earth is
Well, we
curving
haven't
away
found
from
it yet, actually. It's not observable.
you. Didn't look. You're the kind that don't look.
No, you're right. I haven't looked ever. That's why I'm still here asking for it. Don't be silly, right? Where it is.
There it is. You asked me something. I answered you.
All right,
You
so
say I
where
don't
is
want
it?
to talk about it
Where
anymore.
are the
You
coordinates
said you
we
don't
got?
want to
I
talk
need,
about it
like,
anymore.
what
You do the
city,
same
state, what country? Where can I go see this globe Earth of yours?
wherever you stand.
I don't know if you can be honest then, huh? Where did you go to experience the curvature of the Earth? That's a good question.
That is a good question, Chike, because you always bring your photo that you found on the internet, but that's a photo on the internet. So where have you yourself in any way validated or in any way seen or confirmed that this curve? For example, Chike, if we were, just in the middle of the woods and we never were brought up in the modern society, and you and I meet each other and we find each other, and you tell me this theory of yours that the Earth is curving, what would you be able to show me, or how would you convince me or show me that this Earth is curving? Without any internet, you don't have photos that you pulled from somewhere, you can't count pixels. How would you do that? So here we are in the woods. Boom! You just told me the Earth is curving. So how would you validate that to me?
So you like honesty, and I'll answer you honestly. Obviously, if I live between mountains in a forest, in somewhere where the conditions are not suitable to see the curve, I wouldn't know it. I would think Earth is flat. People did it for centuries, thousands of years, because they never saw the sea. They never saw sheep go over the horizon. They weren't salesmen. Maybe if they're seamen, they saw not the ship disappear, the whole land disappear. They conclude Earth is curved. Those who didn't live there didn't know it. I wouldn't be even think about it. Earth is a sphere. Why? Don't see any sphere here. Don't have
Wait,
condition to
one sec.
see sphere.
Why these? I thought we'd shown that ships going over horizon doesn't mean shit. Why do you keep saying that?
You didn't show shit.
I thought it
You
was
have
like
rhetoric. You you
I can
talk.
show you, Chai.
That's
You
nice.
can't stack water.
I thought it were well known. I thought it were well known that it were just angular resolution, angular
It's not
size.
angular resolution. I can prove it to you.
Go on then.
But you wouldn't accept my proof, and you'll keep saying it's angular resolution. It's the Riley criteria. It's the vanishing point. You will keep regurgitating it, even you'll see the proof, absolute proof. That
For flat Earth.
Can I finish? If I'll put an object and I'll show you that I can resolve this object until it disappear. It's not that it's merged like predicted by the Riley criteria to one point, but it disappear as 3 points, then you're wrong.
Well, to me, I just think things get smaller until they disappear. You know, it just seems obvious.
Now you're being honest, and you say to me. To me,
That
it's
just seems
okay.
obvious.
You're entitled to think what you, but you can't have a reason. You can't give me a reason, logic, and math
I
to
can.
what you say. No,
It's all
you can't do
based
math.
on horizontal.
Timo, come on, you can't do math.
Yeah, that's funny. You need one line called a horizontal line. How hard's that, Chike? You go above it, you raise an elevation, you go below it, you lower an elevation. Do you have
Yes.
curving elevation? No, you don't. Just a second. So you just need a bowl of water, go dump it upside down and have it hold its shape. We'll be done.
All right.
Don't tell me what you need. I need a
really,
line. I need a line.
that. Don't even answer that. That's not even. Sorry, Denmark. That doesn't even really. I mean, that doesn't make sense, bro. Being honest.
Never made.
Yeah, that's curving water, Gio. It's 100,000,000% makes sense. Go get any
All
size
right.
bowl you want of water, dump it upside down. It should stack upon itself like they tell you, without dirt holding it. Water should be held by gravity into a sphere, not dirt in a pond
But
or
it,
dirt
it
in a
doesn't fit the
sandbox.
model, though, does it? That's the point. This, you know what I mean. My brother used to say shit like this to me, and I'd be like, you can't compare an ocean to a puddle. You know what I'm saying? You can't compare
Right.
a tennis ball to a globe.
And in
You
there,
just-
yeah.
Yeah, give me that.
They sure do with a basketball, though, don't they? When they got little drops and beads of water, and they say, "Look, that's your ocean, guys." How's it work
Yeah,
for
but-
them
Give
and
me a
not for
ball.
me?
I know, but
Give me a
Denmark, why
ball.
take the conversation into that when you should know that in their model, it happens at the large scale. It doesn't happen at the small scale. So I understand there could be an argument that could be made in terms of why it can't be replicated on the small scale, but I would not suggest just confusing and conflicting their model, because you're just going to sound
I'm not.
You're going to sound like
You are. No, you're conflicting that water doesn't stack with just by itself. You don't comprehend that they have an 8-mile stacked ocean and 20-foot stacked water around a curved turd ball. You don't understand that the outside of the dirt is supposed to be covered with a section of water, not dug down into holes. None of you understand the real globe model, apparently. It's supposed to be water stacking on itself. Do you not comprehend how gravity works? Holding water to the center of a ball. So if I had a ball of water, it would be a ball of water stacked from the center to the outside on itself. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I 100% am correct. I don't care what you guys think.
Okay, right on. Okay, so Chaiki, I was gonna tell you before we talk about the objects. I would like to share with you my viewpoint on it. Are you open to hearing what I'm going to say?
I'm here. I had the all night, but I was
Okay.
sleeping.
So just because we were on that topic, so just from a basic perspective of it, let's say we're out on the water, we're out on the ocean. I'm just going to describe it in a simple way. You have, let's say, over a planar surface, so you have water, level water going out. You're going to have a place where the sky meets the ground optically. There's going to be a point where the sky meets the ground. And that point varies due to the conditions. So some days, the point at which the ground meets the sky might be 3 miles away. At other points, 8 miles away, 10 miles away, etc. Now, of course, the sky is expansive and goes however far. It's much more expansive. So that's the sky part of it. The ground layer is the part, since you're on the ground. Let's say we're 6-foot observer at the water. Since you're on the ground, that ground layer is the angle that is going to be most that's the thing that's going to change, you know, like, so if it's 3 miles away, if the place where the ground and the sky meet is 3 miles away, most of that is caused by the fact that the ground layer is 3 miles, because the sky is obviously expansive and goes on. It's the ground layer that you're down close to that is going to have that limitation. So if it's 3 miles away, let's say where the horizon is, that's because the last little bit of water that you can see on that day, the last little wave, you know, little wave of water is, let's say, 3 miles away. Now, on a day like that, where it's 3 miles away, the ground and the sky meet at 3 miles. If you have a boat, like a sailboat or some kind of a large cruise ship or something that is going away from you, when it gets past that 3 mile point, it is going to start to be visually obscuring or cutting off from the bottom of that boat, because the bottom of that boat is down right where that 3 mile point is. So as you go past that 3 mile point, everything on the ground layer, because again, that's the meeting place of the ground and the sky. So there's no more ground layer that you can see. So you're not going to be able to see the bottom of the hull of the boat at 8 miles or 12 miles, not when the horizon's at 3 miles. When the horizon's at 3 miles, that's the last bit you can see. So as the boat gets to 3 miles and then it gets to 4 miles, 5 miles, 6 miles, let's say it's at 5 miles. Well, you're not going to see the bottom of the boat. That will be visually obscured because the convergence point was at 3 miles. So you're already past that. However, the fact that the boat is on the water, on the level water, and there's boat above the water, 10, 20 feet, however much of the boat, the mast of the ship is above the water, that layer is still going to be visible, because that's essentially that's the sky layer. Remember, you have the ground and the sky that meet. So that part is, you could add that as the sky layer because it's 20, 30 feet above the water. So as it goes past, that essentially is part of that sky, which is why it's the meeting place of the ground and the sky, right where that cutoff is at that 3 mile. That's why you're going to see the top of the boat, and it's just converging due to perspective and moving away. And as you get past that 3 mile point, it will start to cut off from the bottom.
Okay. Now, suppose I have a boat that have a sign on it that's, let's say, its name or brand, Suzuki. And it goes away from me. I use a telescope. I can see the print Suzuki, and the print is cut. And I can show you the print doesn't change its ratios. It's not distorting. It's just being cut from the bottom. Remind me, you go on the street on a hill, if there is a car in front of you, going away from you, it looks just the same. Just the same. Not Riley criteria. There is a hill between us. The car passed the hill, it starts disappearing, bottom up. That's the whole thing. There is something between you and the car. You're still able to resolve it. You can see everything. However, it disappears because ground does not let the light through. That's all.
All right. So if I were
compare it to your everyday experience.
I don't know. Was anyone else able to glean anything from that? I didn't really, because I said the whole thing I said. And I don't know. I mean, you said, okay, you're saying there's a boat with Suzuki written on the side of it, and then what? I wasn't really able to follow. I was going to ask if you could actually steal now what I said to see if you even understood it. It didn't seem like you responded to it. It didn't seem like you responded even close to in the realm of.
Yes, I see the boat going away from me, like you said.
And if the horizon point is at 3 miles, let's say, and the boat is at 5 miles, then any of that lower layer of the boat will be visually converging with that meeting place of the ground and the sky, and therefore the bottom of the object over a planar surface will be visually obscured.
And I'll show you that it's not visually. What did you say? What was the word?
Obscure.
Obscured, yes. Substitute by the water.
It's different than obstruct. So obstruct has to do with a physical thing that may be obstructing something. And I can understand why the idea that if there was curvature, you would get obstruction. I understand, obviously, that idea. But what I'm talking about is obscuration. So it's the inability to visually resolve and have resolvability that you could actually resolve. So obscuration is when the object is visually or optically unable to be resolved and viewed.
Okay, so if I show you I can still resolve everything until it is obstructed, then you must accept it's nothing to do with our ability to see it. It's due to something that blocks the light. That's it. So very simple.
Well, obscure has to do with something that it can't be seen. You know, it's being concealed. It's unseen. So what I'm referring to, and the way I'm describing, is that if you have over a planar surface, and let's say that horizon line is at 3 miles on one day, you know, like, and this is actually shown in the oil rigs, the one that people call the black swan. Those oil rigs, you know, those different days where you can see the different amount of the oil rigs are visually obscured. Like in one of them, you can see all the water all the way down to the oil rig that hits the water. And on another one, the bottom of the feet are obscured. So when I say the word obscured, I'm talking about something that it's not able to be seen. It's not able to be resolved optically. And the reason I'm describing, I'm trying to just see, I'm not trying to convince you of this or debate you or try to get you to concede. I'm just presenting it and asking what you actually think of it as a, just even in your mind, you can just view it as is it a possibility, a potential, or even just as a concept. Like you don't have to agree that, oh yeah, this is what's happening, or agree with me that the earth is planar or anything like that. I'm not trying to get into a debate thing. We just put the defenses down. I'm just actually asking you on an intellectual level, if you understand what I'm saying and understand how what I'm describing, where if the horizon is 3 miles away and the boat is at 5 miles, then because of perspective and because that horizon line is essentially, the angles there are going to essentially eat up anything that's beyond it because of perspective, because of everything converging. So if the horizon is 3 miles, boat's at 5 miles, you're going to have that bottom part of it will be visually obscured, meaning it will not be able to be brought in, visible. However, the top part of it is still part of the sky layer that's still, in terms of the angles, above the water level, in which you will be able to see the top of the boat, but not the bottom, or the top of the sun and not the bottom, all these things that we see.
I perfectly understand what you're talking about. And therefore, I want to design a test that shows that you're wrong. That's why I chose the printing on the boat. Something, don't have to be printing, something we can tell, we can resolve. I don't know, a big smiley. I can see the big smiley. I can see the two eyes. I can see his mouth smiling.
Okay.
However, it begins to be cut. What
Yeah,
I can see, I can't see, and the rest I can't see. How would you explain this little line that above it I can see, and below it I can't? Because I can
But
see everything.
one sec,
I can resolve everything.
Wait, Jake. Thing is, right? That changes though, doesn't it? That changes with the weather. That's the thing. That's why I always looked at with them the Black Swan thing. When I looked at that for the first time, I was like, oh, it took me a while to realize, oh, it's the horizon. That's the important part. But when you see it climbing the rigs, you can still see the horizon behind it. So
yeah, it changes exactly.
yeah,
That's why
I'm
I'm
assuming.
describing it.
Well,
That's
I'm
why I'm
assuming
describing it
he's
as
called. Yeah, he's calling it. He thinks it's the sphere edge that's blocking it. That's what I'm assuming he's saying. Anyway, do you think it's a sphere edge?
Yes, but of course I need good seeing conditions, which are not available every day. But on days that you can see clearly, the conditions are good. You can see everything. You can resolve everything, and still things disappear bottom up.
No, but I'm just saying
They
it
disappear
changes from
bottom up
hour
on
to hour,
every
though.
day.
It just seems explainable by atmospheric conditions to me. That's
Well,
what I see.
atmospheric are the same. If I can't resolve it or can resolve it, it will disappear. I
Well, so
can't
Chai,
show
I
you this
posted,
effect.
sorry,
Yes,
it
I
sounds
see.
like when
I
you're
see your
pausing,
picture.
sorry, when you pause, I think you're finished. But,
Will you pause also, and I wait patiently?
okay,
Right?
we'll leave more time between our pauses, and then we'll know we're done. All right, so I just posted. I stuck it to the chat there. So yeah, I mean, this is what in a sense what we're talking about. So you have these different. This is on different days. You have the water level. The horizon line is far beyond the oil rigs, and the one and the one on the right, the horizon is kind of obscuring or obstructing, if you want to call it that. Now, the two things that we're talking about, and you were saying how to test it. So the one on the right obviously shows that there's a lot of visual obscuration in terms of the feet of the oil rig. The one on the left is half cut off, etc. And then the one on the left shows the horizon line way beyond. Now, I'm talking about, the one on the right would be where the horizon line is closer, because that cutoff point, due to the conditions, I think it has to do with magnification as well. But there's like the atmosphere functions as a lens. And so I think that's why the horizon distance, the horizon is positioned due to distance. And the distance ratio of where that horizon is will denote what you can see on the above the water layer and below the water layer. So I'm describing it as a difference in where the horizon is, constellating is really the best word for it, where it constellates in a particular position. Now, you were then talking about having something to delineate between what I'm saying, or if you're trying to say that that's physical Earth curve, what I'm saying matches the fact that it's different on different days because the horizon is just at different positions. So the last bit of water we can see on the one on the right is much closer. The last bit of water we can see, the one on the left, is much further. So how would your having writing on the bottom of the hull, or and then with your Earth curve explanation, what would you propose as an alternative, and then how could we test to validate between them? How could we delineate which one it is?
Well, the effect would be the same whether we have a refraction, heavy refraction or not. The question will still be, we can still have good seeing condition with refraction. The question is, can we still resolve what is disappearing or not? That's a question. Is it fading away somehow? We are unable to resolve it, or is it blocked by water? That's a question.
Right, but see, what I would say is that between those two, they would be pretty indistinguishable, at least in the degree, at least to the point of that they would not be visually resolvable. Like there's nothing you could do to bring back the bottom of those legs or the bottom of that oil rig in the description I'm saying, because I'm saying that the horizon, the ground and the sky meeting point is closer. So if that's the case, then any of that lower layer is not going to be visual. And it's not because of visual obstruction, it's because of optical obscuration.
Okay, that needs to be put to the test. You can bring any idea you want. I will look at your idea and find a way to show you that you're wrong.
Dude, how can it be a sphere edge if it's changing constantly?
Well, we know refraction is a thing. We know it. I wear glasses. That's refraction. We perfectly understand the process.
It makes no sense to me. I just think it's atmospheric. It's clearly it's moving with the weather. It's moving with the weather.
Yeah, look at how much that changes. Like, Chike, if that's the physical curve of the Earth, look at how much that changes. That is a massive amount of refraction. So how could you delineate between refraction over a plane or refraction over a curved surface if there's that much happening?
I don't know if you can. Refraction will happen on a flat. The refraction will happen on a flat or a globe. That doesn't matter. That's not what I'm testing. If we have refraction, I know we have. What I want to test is, is things disappear because I cannot resolve them? Because there's some limit we can't resolve beyond, due to them being close to the ground, whatever idea you can come up with, or are they disappearing because the water itself blocked the light? That's the question. If it's the water blocked the light, it cannot be flat. You will not be able to replicate this at home on something is relative very flat. You will replicate it easily on a ball in at home, because that's how balls work. You can't see behind the curve, right? They
Well,
block
it
it.
can be replicated on small scale. Yeah, things being cut off from the bottom. Like Eli was mentioning earlier, like there's a little radio control boat over water. The amount of curvature that would be on the Earth over that distance would be, millimeters, be absolutely tiny. So, and the bottom of the boat can be cut off. and that's visually obscured, and you can't bring it back into focus. So there's definitely an effect over planar surface that can be replicated on small scale that show that objects can be, cut off, if you want to call it that, or visually obscured from the bottom due to several factors. I'm talking about in terms of over long distance, the way where the horizon is and how that is correlated with it. But there's several other reasons as to why that happens. I kind of think of it sometimes like Pac-Man, that Pac-Man where he's eating all the little things. I think of like right where the horizon is, whether that's 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, due to the conditions, there's a Pac-Man there. And he's just eating, he's just chomp, chomp, chomp. He's just stationary. He's not moving. He's just a Pac-Man that's just munching, the optical layers basically. And you have your angle, and if you're 6 feet off the ground, you've got the water, you've got the sky, you have an object that's on the water or the sun, whatever it may be, over the distances and all of those ratios involved. And yes, everything's going to converge at that point, and the Pac-Man is munching it up. It's eating up those, the pixels and the visibility, what you can resolve. And due to all those ratios, you absolutely will get that cutting off from the bottom up effect over a planar surface due to that convergence point and the ground and the sky layer all meeting at that point.
Are you familiar with optics? Do you know how the image is formed in our eyes from the objects through the lens through the eye and the retina? How is it formed? You need to understand these basics to talk about optics. How is an image formed in our brain? We don't know, but on the device, on the sensor, on the eye, how is it formed? Are you familiar with it? How the eye focus, what we call focus, the image on the retina? When you know all this, everything is very simple. And it's not rocket science.
Yeah, I was more interested.
You don't even need math for it.
Hello? Okay, you've been talking for a bit. I was going to jump in. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in a more productive discussion that we can talk about the ideas. If you just feel like you need to educate on something, I'm less interested. I am aware of those things, but I mean, if you have something to say, I guess I'll listen, but I'll probably step back with less interest. But I was thinking if we could actually have more of an intellectual exchange in terms of hashing out these ideas, and then, like you said, maybe tests and different ways to delineate, or at least just understanding each other's perspectives in terms of the possibilities. That's much more interesting to me.
I listen. I told you I'll listen to any idea you have. I'll take it into consideration. But I can't entertain it because I know it's false.
Okay, well then, if you want to go more in that debate, that kind of vibe of it, then I've proposed my viewpoint and laid out those things. So, just for the audience and everyone listening, why don't you share why you think it has to do with physical obstruction and how you've come to that conclusion?
Like I said, I test it against reality. I guess what I see every day, car go over the hill, and the ship that go over the what's not hill but a curve in the ocean. I lived in Haifa Bay. I grew in Haifa Bay. I was a lot on the beach. I was fishing there on the wave breaker. I saw the ship come and go. I saw them disappear bottom up and coming back.
Okay, so you're saying because things would disappear from the bottom up over a hill, like over elevation, you're saying that just because that's a similar effect, that you're just assuming that that's what it is over long distance on a globe? Is that
without any other instrument, yes, it looks the same.
okay? I would say there's a couple of reasons that it isn't, but are you just, is that where you're coming to your conclusion? You're just assuming that it's the same effect? Or do you have any further way to validate that, or you're just making things that look similar and just assuming it's the same?
I don't have the equipment, but yes, you can verify it.
Well, for example, if I was outside and there was an airplane above me at 30,000 feet, and if it started lowering in altitude, it started going 20,000 feet, 15, 10, 5, it would look like it's lowering to me. Now, if it stayed at 30,000 feet and kept going away, it also would look like it's lowering. Now, would it make sense to me to assume that just because the one that's lowering in altitude looks like it's going down, that the other one also is lowering in altitude and not due to perspective? Would that be
no.
Right. So if you're making the conclusion that just because things can go behind a hill and they look like they're cutting off from the bottom up, you're just assuming that they're doing that over the ocean and it's going over the Earth curve?
No. Listen, when a plane comes towards you and lower, it grows in size. When it goes away from you and going lower, it shrinks in size. So I can clearly distinct between those two scenarios. Is he going down towards me, or is going away from me, and that's why it looks like it's going down. Just little details you need to pay attention to. Not much, really.
Okay, so we have a thing over a hill that's cutting off from the bottom up, and I agree that is what happens over hills. If a car goes over a hill, it cuts off from the bottom up, etc. I'm with you on that. Now, over the ocean, to say that it's Earth curve and not like what I was describing over a planar surface that can be replicated. Again, like what would you say? How have you? I'm not even asking as a debate for you to try to debate or convince. I'm just asking how have you come to the conclusion yourself that it is indeed physical Earth curve obstruction rather than a visual or optical effect of obscuration due to refraction and optics?
I see. There's water below. I can see through it. There's air below. I can see through it.
Okay, so just I'll steel man your position. So you're saying because there's water and you can't see through water, and because there's air that you can see through, it must just be that when it's not visible, it has to be the water blocking it. Is that your logic there?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you're just ruling out that it could be anything else just because water blocks things?
No, I'm not ruling it out. I told you to make further investigation to be sure of it. We can make tests that will show that it is the water they're blocking and not some kind of blur vision limit or something like this.
Okay, and how have you deciphered that for yourself, or how could you test it or show anyone else that?
I told you I see if I can still resolve everything that I can see. If I can resolve 2 inches above the water, I can still resolve the printing. But below that, I can't. You can tell me that this little, I don't know, half an inch, quarter of an inch, 1/100th of an inch makes the difference. No, it doesn't. I can see everything above the water, can't see anything below the water. Of course, this needs to be done, not just said by me. Need to do it, show it, that's what happened. You can see that's what happened. Make your own conclusion.
Okay, well, I'm not clear just logically how that would delineate the difference, because the way that I was describing it in terms of optics over a planar surface and the visual obscuration, that would also completely block the object, meaning you would not be able to resolve it with a zoom camera or anything like that. So those would be the same. Now, I'm not saying that it's physical obstruction. I'm saying it's optical obscuration. It's optically obscured. So those two would be the same so far if you're trying to assert that it has that. I mean, I'm just trying to follow your logic. You're saying because there's water out there, because water blocks things, it just has to be that. And then you're trying to say that the test would be that we could somehow resolve it if it's optically, but I'm telling you that no, if it's optical as I'm describing over a planar surface, it also would not be resolvable. It's not the water blocking it though. It has to do with the optics and perspective and all of these components, where the horizon is and where the objects are in their ratios over the surface, all in their layers. It's all layers. You have the sky layer, you have the area above the water layer, and then you have like the 6 feet or the 6 feet of your height above the water, your visible height in this scenario. But then you also have like, if the boat's 20 feet tall or 30 feet tall, you have that layer, and then you have the water layer itself, and then you have the extended surface as it goes out. So that still would block it, and that could be replicated on a small scale, and that would visually block it, even though it has nothing to do with the fact that you can't see through water.
Well, in some extreme conditions, the refraction may deviate the light that it will never reach your eye and you won't see things. That happens sometimes, but usually not. So let's say I take the bottom 1 foot of a boat, and anything that is not, you say, obscured by the water, I can resolve. So in that feet, at what zone things start to disappear? The bottom inch, half an inch, quarter of an inch. At what point it becomes so extreme that they have to disappear? Because the foot I can see below that foot. So there must be a zone where they start. It's not going from visible to invisible at instant. It needs
Well,
to be graduated.
Well, the way I'm describing it is, like I said, if you have like those oil rigs, like that image that was posted before, I'll post it again. This one, where you have the water layer on the right is, obscuring the bottom of the oil rigs. The one on the left, it's not at all. You can see all the way, beyond the oil rigs. So the way I'm describing it here is that on the right, the limit of the ground and the sky, the meeting point, is much closer. It's between you and the oil rig. Therefore, it's going to cut those off because that last little, let's just say the oil rig, what is this? They're 9 miles or something. Let's just say 9 miles. And then let's say that the horizon in this scenario is at, let's say, 6 miles, meaning the place where the ground meets the sky is 6 miles. Then that last little bit of water that you can see, the last little splashing water right at the horizon line, that would be at 6 miles. So if you're in a boat and you go to 5 miles, 5.5 miles, 6 miles, you will still be able to see the bottom of the boat. But if you go to 6.5 miles with the boat, since the horizon it's at 6, if you're at 6.5, then that's the last little bit of water you can see. So you're not going to see any more of that water layer. And as the boat goes beyond it, it's going to start visually cutting off from the bottom as it goes away, just in that exact way over a planar surface. So you get the first 6 inches would cut off, and then 10 inches, 18 inches. It would continually grow as it moves away. Now that's with the picture on the right where the horizon's closer. The picture on the left, if you were to take a boat, you'd be able to see the bottom of it much further, the horizon way beyond the oil rigs, because you can see water much more expansively. You can see much more of the water layer. So if your boat was at 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, no problem. You could see the whole thing to the bottom, especially if you zoom in.
Yes, so I don't care if it's far or close. And we can show, hopefully, that in both cases we see the same. I don't care if the horizon is look farther away, look closer. That's another debate. We're talking about our ability. Is it our ability to resolve things, or is it the physical water that blocks the light? That's our dispute now. You say it's something visible. I say, no, it's not something visible. It's water.
Well, here's the next problem then in the globe. You have to explain why that water cutoff point changes so dramatically. I've explained how it's functioning in my viewpoint over planar surface, at least parts of it. It's not the totality of my full, the full parts of it all, but I'm just going into that one part of it. So if you're saying it's physical water that's blocking it, why does it change so dramatically on different days? One day the water's cutting it off at 3 miles. The other day it's not cutting it off at all. So now you're trying to say this is physical water blocking it. Now you have to explain why that changes so dramatically day to day. Remember, you're saying it's physical water. You can't see through the water. I don't really know how you logically got to that other than maybe just a belief or just a hypothesis. I haven't really heard you validate that, but nonetheless, even if you want to go with that, how are you explaining the fact that it changes dramatically?
Well, we know what refraction is. But I don't care. I told you, I don't care. I'm not talking about the specific object.
So now it's not the physical thing cutting it off. It's something else. Now you're saying it is optical. It's refraction now?
No, I don't say. I say I don't care if it's far or close. I'm not talking on a specific, whatever horizon I will have it that day, whether it's far away or close to me, I should see the same effect from that horizon. I'm still being able to resolve it, and it still disappears. Or maybe on those days it fades away and I can't resolve it. That's something that needs to be tested.
Well, yeah, I can agree with you that yeah, more observations and testing would be always good to validate further things. But what way are you talking about testing it? Because the resolvability in terms of these two, like, okay, in a general sense, like not in some big debate, you know, one versus the other fight off thing, but just in general, like from an intellectual level, if someone's going to claim that these effects are from a globe, from a curvature, the best that they could say, which is what some will say, they'll say, well, it's a refracted horizon. So what they'll say is, yes, it's a globe, and yes, there's curvature, and that is pretty much why it's happening. Quote unquote, that's why it's cutting off from the bottom up. But we also know that that changes dramatically on different days. So well, now it's a refracted horizon. So it's a refracted, moving around, curved horizon, basically. It is curvature. It's the effects of curvature, they try to say, but it's jumping all around. And, one day the Chicago skyline is not cut off at all. The other day it's cut off from the 5th floor. Another day it's cut off from the 18th floor. It just changes on different days dramatically. Well, it's because the refraction, now it's a refracted horizon, is jumping all around. So now it's not a consistent place that things are curving over a ball. Like the hill, you mentioned the hill. That would be a consistent place. If you have a hill that's 1,000 feet away and a car goes over it, that should be the same every day. Now, unless you get far enough distance that there might be refraction in some case, but that's consistent in that way. Now, if you're trying to say that it's a curve and it's refraction, now you have to come up with some explanation as to how that's jumping around. Now, if we were to say it's over a planar surface and there is an effect that is changing that horizon, whether the one I described or whether someone else has a different explanation, etc. However, that is, it still would be a similar effect where the horizon is changing due to, if we want to just use the general blanket term, quote unquote, refraction. So if the refraction thing is the same thing that's causing I actually think it's magnification and there's other factors. It's not just refraction. But if we want to just use that word in general, then, and technically magnification fits in the category of refraction, but it's just a unique form of it. And there's different vectors going on. But anyways, if it's refraction is the bottom line that's causing the horizon to jump around, then that's the thing. How could you assert for sure that there is Earth curve there when both scenarios require the horizon moving all around optically?
I will not assert anything. I leave the conclusion to observer. I give information, whatever I have, and you need to make the conclusion. I will not I will not tell you need to believe in the globe. That's not me. Now I live in Tel Aviv. I can see from Jaffa, a harbor. They have a little harbor there, or marina. To Herzliya Marina, I should have enough distance to see disappearance. Should be far enough. It's along the shore. It's not towards the sea itself, but maybe you can see boats going from the marina in Herzliya towards the sea, and use them. I haven't been there yet with my telescope, so I can't tell you. But it's very close. I should be able to do it. I have a little homemade camera I can use in the telescope. It's 900 millimeter focal length. Pretty good resolution. Can get resolution of 1 arc second, meaning everything that is bigger than 1 arc second, 1/36,000 of a degree, I should be able to resolve it. You saw my moon pictures. Those made with this telescope. Pretty good. Well, cheap and good. Not so easy and good for terrestrial observations, but every little wind, if there's the slightest wind, it starts shaking. Very hard to stabilize it. Will bring weight.
You know what stays the same in all those pictures, Gio? and Chike, the horizontal lines they always draw for the reference in the water line that's horizontal. Every time, no matter what that magic, mystic air does from day to day to day, guess what you can count on? Horizontal. Isn't that sweet, Chike?
Yep, I would say it is. I don't know if Chike agrees, but Chike might like his horizontals curved. That's my that's my thought of where.
No. If I did horizontals on the count.
Do you prefer a curved horizontal, a curved horizontal?
Horizontal is by definition straight. It's a straight line that is perpendicular to a vertical.
So
That's
horizontal. So do you think horizontal shoots off into NASA's outer space?
The sky, yes, always.
And how have you validated that? Or is it just a belief?
You want to see Bev's pictures? Every time he looks out, he looks above where he should look.
All right, so
meaning
you bring
not
up
6 inch, and it goes to the sky.
All right, you bring up someone who's not here, and
No, the pictures. The pictures.
That's who you're bringing up to validate your belief.
Doesn't matter. The pictures he took. Every time his auto level, which is absolutely without any doubt, is horizontal, it points to the sky. Every single time. What you see is sky. Never.
Okay, so hold on. I asked you how do you know that horizontals shoot off into, I called it NASA's outer space. Now you're saying and I asked you how, and you're bringing up Bev, that Bev has pictures that look like crosshairs are shooting into the sky. That's your validation of it.
Yes. And any other auto level or autolite, a theodolite that will be horizontal will point to the sky.
That doesn't happen. Well, in planar surveying, these equipments are used, and they don't point to the sky at all. They point to a story
They
pole.
do.
No, hold on. Don't
That's
interrupt.
what we've used. That's what we've used.
Let me finish my thought, and then you can respond. So what I'm saying is that in planar surveying, theodolites and auto levels, etc., when let's say they're building a parking lot or a large foundation for a building or something like this, they are using them to get horizontals and to build a horizontal plane. And that horizontal plane is at a particular distance above the elevation of the ground. And they're not angled up at the sky. They're angled horizontally and then validated with story poles at a particular height.
Yeah, and if there's no building behind them or hill or anything, they point to the sky.
Well,
not straight up, the sky farther there.
Only if you're at a higher, if you're at a higher elevation, maybe. Yeah, if you're at a higher elevation and
any elevation, 1 foot, they point to the sky. If there's nothing in the way to block them.
But that's not how planar surveying works.
Yes, it is.
The entire field of planar surveying doesn't say that they're shooting off into the sky. They specifically say that they treat the Earth as a planar surface, and everything is the XYZ axes, elevation above a planar surface, and they use the equipment to make planes. So if what you're saying is true, then planar surveying wouldn't even exist. It would all just be spherical.
No, what interests them is not the sky. They look at the measuring rod. That's their job. But if you remove the measuring rod and there's nothing behind it to block the view, the crosshair will be on the sky. Doesn't matter what elevation you are. Can be 1 foot, 6 foot, 100 foot. The crosshair always point to the sky.
All right. Well, this sounds like a completely baseless claim because planar surveying, that's not how planar surveying works. So would you like to maybe present evidence that would back that what you're saying up? Could you find in documentation of planar surveyors claiming that there's Earth curve and that they're shooting off into the sky? Because they claim the opposite. They claim that it's all done over a planar surface. That's why it's called planar surveying. And I'm not saying just post somebody's picture that they said they put a camera through an auto level and just snap something of. I'm talking about any actual evidence that planar surveying somehow says that their theodolites all shoot off into space, because that's like I said, that's not how that practice in the profession is carried out. Otherwise, they'd have a hard time building level parking lots or building foundations and bridges and all these things. That'd be a huge problem. And if that was the case, planar surveying wouldn't even exist. It would all just be spherical surveying.
How did you get to this conclusion? I don't care what anyone says. I care the evidence he brings. And the evidence they bring is that the crosshair always points at the sky. What planar surveyors do is not in my concern. What the device show is my concern.
I mean, I've talked to surveyors who've been on here, and they've told me how to do it, and it's like, yeah, what's his name? Fucking Michael. I can never remember his name. BattleBot.
Michael J. Smith.
Yeah. Listen to that guy talk about fucking surveying. Oh my god, he knows his shit.
Plane surveying is not in the sky.
Yeah, because he works with that equipment. Yeah, he's worked with that equipment throughout his life. Yeah, quite a bit in the field. So
ask him then. Are the crosshair pointing to the sky always?
Yeah, I guarantee you he would say no. Crosshairs on planar surveying.
Let's ask him.
They point horizontal because you can use this equipment. That's why it's called planar surveying. So you can make a horizontal plane with the equipment. And that's why like parking lots, for like runoff, for like water systems and sewage and all kinds of different systems that depend on creating a horizontal plane. So why would how could a horizontal plane shoot off into space? It's a horizontal plane. It would be level. If you had the ocean, like if you created a horizontal plane right over the ocean, it would all be equal to water level. It's a plane. So that plane would all be a certain elevation above sea level, and none of those equipments would be pointing off into the sky. I mean, they would be it would be pointing horizontal. And if you want to say that's pointing off, if you want to say that, like, let's say you have a theodolite at a 6 or auto level, either one at 6 foot altitude, then, and if let's say you're over water where it's absolutely, calm and flat, as it were. If you then have that auto level, then yeah, you'll be shooting, you'll be shooting at the horizon, and depending on where the horizon is, then it gets into the whole refraction, what you'll be pointing at. But yeah, you will be pointing 6 feet above sea level. And depending on the conditions, you may be able to, depending on where the horizon is that day, because you can get like the Skunk Bay footage where it wavers up and down. So if you want to say that's shooting off into the sky, but that's just planar surveying with refraction. That's not anything angled up due to Earth curve, which I think is what you're trying to allude to.
Really, and if you're lucky that day and some airplane that goes away from you pass your crosshair, would you say it's pointing to the sky because the airplane is very, very high in the sky?
Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
So you put the theodolite on the beach, 6 foot high, and you look through the crosshair, and you see an airplane cross the crosshair. The airplane is very high, 10 kilometers up in the sky.
Yeah, just like the airplane, it flies horizontal to the plane.
I don't care. So the question now is, do we look at this? Is the crosshair pointing to the sky or not?
It's pointing horizontal to the plane.
Moment. That's what you say. I'm asking if it's pointing to the sky or not.
What's the sky to you, though?
The sky is where the airplane is, 10 kilometers high.
Oh, it's not pointing towards the plane. No, not at all. It's pointing.
And if it does,
theodolite points horizontal to the plane.
Well, it points horizontal. Don't say to the plane. Let's stick to the facts.
Yeah, I mean, where else?
Theodolite will point horizontal if you set it to point horizontal. I'm talking about auto level, simple auto level. I don't need theodolite. And if an airplane crosses it at the distance of I don't know how many hundreds of kilometers, and you're lucky to see it, you know it points to the sky because you know the airplane is not close to the ground.
It just what are you saying, dude?
What altitude airplane flying? Something between 30 to 45,000 feet. So if airplane that fly 30,000 feet, 40,000, 45,000 feet, cross your crosser, you know you're pointing to the sky.
You've never seen a plane near the horizon at all.
That's what you say.
No, that's what happens.
No, that's what you say.
Oh, I got clear
Lucky
view.
enough. Lucky enough.
Oh my gosh.
Lucky enough.
I got
listen.
clear. Oh my god, dude! Like hello. I got clear view to planes. They land near my.
Do you have
they
anything
land.
to support?
Oh my god, dude! Could you have verbal diarrhea, bud?
Yeah. Can you talk facts and not your
Yes,
thoughts?
I'm telling you that there's planes that land on a runway right here next to the next to me, which is the airport, Bush International. And I always see the planes. They're always way up in the sky. They're never close to the horizon. When you see them, they're like up in the sky, never
You
close to the
didn't-
horizon.
You didn't follow them far enough. However, luckily enough, I live near an airport, and that I would probably be able to film with the telescope to see the airplane, which we know is climbing when it takes off, go away from us and getting closer to the horizon. That I believe I would be able to.
That's your belief.
I have a telescope and a camera.
Yeah,
Belief, I'll do it. I'll do it and shove it down your throat.
Yeah,
You're
saying,
an
oh my
observer.
god,
You
dude, are you
to look.
Are you?
Why you shut
I'm not
up?
gonna mod you, dude, because I'm actually having a conversation
Why
with
don't you shut up when I'm talking?
Shai,
Dude, you stop talking.
Relax, man. You got it's.
Me don't stop talking. I listen to you.
All right, dude. I don't know why you're flared up, but let's just continue. Maybe you just
because you the atmosphere is a bit toxic. If I start talking, they feel they need to defend something.
No.
Why you need to defend the flat? If it's flat, it's flat. If it's a sphere, it's a sphere. You don't need to defend anything.
Why
now
are you
you're just
defending your
projecting.
globe, bro? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, like
Chuck,
now
the
you're
best-
just projecting.
Yeah, the best we can do in these discussions is just to like I think of it as like a game of tennis. You know, I hit the ball to you, the ball's in your court, you hit the ball back to me, the ball's in my court, etc. And it's best not to, even if you disagree with someone, because you were doing that too. You were jumping in and saying, no. It's best to just hit the ball, let them say their piece, and we can moderate it. See, the one thing is that people might feel like someone else might jump in, so then they feel like they want to be the next one, so they might. But we can moderate it. We can all just relax and slow down. We can moderate it so that, you know, you can have your full piece. And then if you want to discuss with Elbow, for example, then we can make sure it'll go back to him, then it'll go back to you. You guys can go back and forth without feeling like you have to clip each other, and then just let each other say the full thing and all good. I mean, I can do mute and unmute. Like I can sit and mute you and unmute.
Look.
Yeah, well then just it's all good, dude. Just try not to clip. And
we all do it. So I stopped. He said his piece. He said he live near the airport, and the airplane never gets close to the horizon. Of course, those who pass here near me above the city, I won't see them at the horizon. But those who take off and head to Europe, I'll be able to film them. That's all. Simple.
Okay. I mean, I think the angular size of it would be too small for you to detect them, but I mean,
I have a telescope.
I mean, and I don't doubt. Sorry, and I don't doubt that you'll see them off to the horizon, but because everything, you know, as perspective, everything to a point, it goes into a vanishing point. So that's not nothing new, but they always fly horizontal, never in a arc. So
that's your opinion.
That's
so
not my
if they
opinion.
fly horizontal at 30,000 feet, they should never get close to the horizon.
That's incorrect. They don't go into the horizon. It's just going to your vanishing point.
No, I asked you a question. Why you don't answer it?
That is my answer. They go
No,
into a vanishing point.
that's not the answer to the question I asked you. So according
Well,
to
that's
you, according to you, they will vanish up in the sky, nowhere near the horizon.
Yes,
Are
that's
you?
generally what happens. Yeah.
Yes.
When a plane, yeah, for a lot of
Okay.
reasons. The
Okay. So
resolvability,
if I
yeah.
show you, so okay, that's your claim. And if I bring you the video that shows that they do vanish, getting closer and closer to the horizon, you'll have to take your words back.
Well, they do. Like I said, the way your optics works, everything goes into a vanishing point. That was my answer. It goes into a vanishing point, meaning
Vanishing point is an art term, not optics.
it's not an arc.
Art, A-R-T.
Yeah, it is art, but it's because of the way we see.
Yes, it's due to perspective. It doesn't matter where you look. There is a vanishing point somewhere. So what?
All right, so it is just not art then, right?
It's art.
It's not only art. It's exactly
It's
how
not
we
something
see.
that we
It's perspective.
rely on. It's perspective. It's art. Due to perspective, we don't lose resolution. We lose resolution because our aperture and wavelength. That's all.
Did I say we lose resolution? I said everything goes into a vanishing point.
There is no such thing. That's art, not physics.
That's the way our eyes see.
Really, I want you to explain to me how I see.
Okay,
Just
so when
talked about
when
it.
you look at train tracks, or when you look at yeah, thanks, Gio. That is that art or is that real life?
Real life. So
so there is a vanishing point.
no, there isn't. It's imaginary. Where is the
I like
vanishing
this one
point?
that kind of shows. I like this one that kind of shows a side, like kind of like an orthographic, where it shows that on the top what it actually it's everything's level, but what it actually looks like in terms of the ground ramping up and the sky ramping down and then everything meeting. It's kind of cool how it shows the two of them there.
On the top picture, Gio posted. What is vanishing?
Anything that is coming from the top of that perspective matrix, down as it were, what is moving away from you, etc. That will all vanish at that center point. See how everything focuses on that center point, like the little dock there and all the rails on the dock, and everything is pointing to that. Everything focuses at that center point, just like the train tracks. That
Well, but you can still see it has width, so nothing vanished.
Jake, why do artists invoke using a vanishing point when they're drawing? Why would they do that?
They only do it when they want to represent reality. Not all artists want to do that.
Correct. So artists use a technique to where they draw towards a vanishing point because it best represents our what?
Everyday experience.
Reality.
I think he hears vanishing point and says nothing is vanishing, thinking that because it's called vanishing point, things vanish. No, it's a point which receding parallel lines, viewed in perspective, appears to converge. That's definition for it.
Correct.
Okay.
Like many times when artists are utilizing this technique, you're not going to see things going directly to one specific point meeting in the distance, but you will notice things like the tops of all the buildings that have been drawn go towards one specific point.
Well, if they do a good job, then everything is going to that vanishing point.
Right.
Yeah, like, so when you see a plane up there in the sky, you see how Geo posts that picture. And when you see that plane, does it say it's 20,000 miles in the air? Well, 20,000 feet in the air. And say if you follow that line, it was gonna look like it's going to the horizon, but it's still 20,000 feet in the air.
And
not
it's
going
getting
up.
smaller, so eventually it's going to
Yeah.
be too small to see.
Too small to actually see.
Yeah, if it's in the sky, for sure.
Sorry,
Angular.
Nick, I caught you off.
No, you didn't. You're fine.
Well, it will not vanish
if
if
it's in the
it's
sky, it's definitely just going to appear to disappear due to angular size issues for sure. It's a good point,
Except for
Matthew.
the sun and the moon, they stay the same size as they get farther and farther away.
Correct. Yeah, they're outside of our limit of perspective, so that's why we have those experiences. Yeah.
In daylight, you're right, but at night, if it's a silhouette on the moon, you will see it very, very far away. You'll see it on the horizon, far away, silhouetted on the moon. Won't see the light coming from it, but you'll see it silhouette.
What does that have to do with anything? I don't know.
It will not vanish.
Matthew, have you
It
seen
will
this,
not vanish.
Matthew, have you
You can
seen this
still-
lens? Hold on, real quick, Matthew. I just posted in the chat. Have you seen this lens, Matthew? That basically makes it so that things do not change angular size due to distance change.
I've seen lenses like that, like Fresnel lenses. Looks like that's interesting.
It's a basic automated light. It's like a laser.
But this shows how it doesn't change angular size, even though there's distance changes occurring.
Yes, because it doesn't spread.
Right. I'm not saying this is exactly what the sun and moon are or anything like that. I'm just showing you that it can be replicated on a small scale. The thing that you're saying can't happen, Matthew, that now I'm not even saying that the sun is a physical ball or an object or anything like that, but it is definitely I would agree that just to use the word circle, it is a circle in our sky. It's a circle of light. So whatever that circle is, and I know you're trying to say, oh, angular size, a physical object, but this does show on a small scale demonstration that indeed you can have the angular size stay consistent, even though there's still distance changes occurring.
Right. If there's the right kind of lens.
No.
between you-
Hold on.
Hold on,
There's a
Checky, you
difference.
interrupted Matthew, man. I'm gonna have to start muting you, Checky, because we've been trying to be really nice and not mute. I'm just gonna do temporary mutes if you interrupt, because I don't know. Matthew was right in the middle of something, man. You're clicking.
I was just saying that. I think you're right. If there's the right kind of lens between you or the camera and the object, if it is a physical object.
Okay, so you're not that you have to concede. It's not some big debate thing. I'm just saying you would agree that there could be lensing effects that could cause this.
Right. I mean, it's obvious from the video you posted.
Yeah. Right on.
So the light is collimated and the shadow doesn't change in size. However, every effect, if you get away from it, of course it will change in angular size. The angular size depends not on the light, depends on your distance from the object. The shadow will remain the same size all the time. They use them in surveying. They're very useful. It's like a laser. You take the sunlight and you make a laser. It's not a laser in the sense of the acronym. How do you say? Of laser. It's not an amplified light, but it's collimated.
So Matthew, if our vision over long distance and the extent of it functions as like a toroidal field, like a magnetic field, would it? And if that limit of that, the limit of that toroidal field creates an effect that is somewhat in line with the way that this lens is functioning, would that then, in your mind, be a plausible solution for why the sun and the moon remain roughly that same circular size as they pass above us? And
It would. Yes, it would. But the problem is the stars and constellations behind the moon don't change also. So this lens is allegedly affecting the sun and the moon, but somehow that lens has zero effect on the size and shape of constellations. So that's why I think it's not likely that that's what's going on.
Well, wouldn't it do the same to those though? Because like those are not changing or warping either, right? Like they're staying consistent. You know?
Yeah, because they're staying the same. They're staying the same distance, so they're not changing distance. But the moon allegedly is. So how could this lensing effect be? How could there be a lensing effect happening in the sky if all of the stars, all of the constellations are exactly the same shape, no matter where they are in the sky, and no matter what time it is?
Well, wait, wouldn't it be the same? I mean, you're saying the stars don't change distance, but if we're going to just think of the idea of the stars above a planar surface, they would be, meaning they would be coming, to you from far away and then leaving from far away. So wouldn't that be the same? Like, now, whether the sun and moon are in the same layer of the stars or whether the stars are closer or further, but in general, like, we all see them in generally the same kind of, I was going to say layer, although to me, they do seem like they're in different layers. But even if we just say that they're generally in that same, why would it not be the same type of concept, that they would just be rising and falling in your visible range, and in that same way that they wouldn't have any dramatic change in the like the warping or the angle, like this one that I'm going to pose. You've probably seen this, but it's kind of for celestial navigation, but it just sort of shows the concept of having like a hemispherical dome of your range of view, and then how you could have, let's just say, a flat disk of stars, and the way that interaction occurs basically between the kind of actual surface that's up there and your little visible sort of bubble, if you will, how far your eyes can see in your own kind of viewable region.
Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess that's a possibility.
If I'm deaf or muted, I can't reply. Okay, so don't need to talk to thin air.
Right.
No, Chaiki, I would prefer to never have to mute you at all, but you are doing a lot.
No, I'm with myself. So that I'm not here. I can't respond.
Okay.
I'm usually push to talk, so I have no mute. So if you see I'm muted or deafened, I can't reply.
Okay, good to know. We'll take a note of that.
You want me to mark that on the spreadsheet, Gio?
Yes, keep that in the files for sure. We could reference it at all times. We'll make like a quick access form and send it to everybody so everybody knows.
It'll be a shared Google sheet.
I'll make a bot command, so if anyone wants to know, they can like type the command in and it'll give them the information.
Return cell A52.
It could take messages for Chaiki. Chaiki is not currently available because he's currently locally muted, which means he is not available, but leave a message and he will get back to you soon.
Beep.
Because I mean, in a way, Matthew, like, okay, if let's say on a planar surface you're standing, and let's say it is just a huge disk above us, like a flat thing of moons and stars and whatever. I agree with you that it doesn't like necessarily quite function that way. Meaning, if you were in like a huge warehouse, like a massive warehouse, imagine a warehouse the size of Los Angeles.
Okay.
Like the whole city of Los Angeles, one warehouse. It's all a flat leveled floor, 30-foot ceiling, something like this. And if you had like a ball, let's say you want to call it a ball. I'm not saying it's a ball, but I'm just saying if you had a circle or a flat circle or a ball, whatever you want to call it, something like that. I don't think the sun or moon are either of those, but I'm just kind of trying to make us a kind of real world type example that would replicate this. And if you then had that and you moved it further and closer away from you, then yes, there would be significant angular size change.
Right.
And that's where you're coming from, right?
Right.
But we see more of something, I agree with you, that is more akin to a hemispherical, kind of like this. There's a bunch of these that, but like this, like we see like more like a hemispherical little region, where the sun rises and sets, and everything does seem to stay pretty consistent. Like it almost looks like how a planetarium has like kind of a curved shape to it, and you can, yeah. But I mean, how that fits to a globe, like you're not really seeing the edges of the globe from sunrise to sunset, or do you think you are? Like, are you saying you're seeing, like, when you see the sun rise and set, you're saying that that's the edge of the ball on
Right.
both ends. You're seeing the whole ball.
Well, I mean, like if you're out on a mountain, on an island in the ocean or something, if you can see all the way down to the horizon, obviously, if there's mountains and trees, not quite, but generally, yes.
Because when we look at this, like this stellarium type, where you see this kind of hemispherical, like that is how it looks to us.
Right. Yeah. So, what's your opinion about celestial navigation in like this whole a 60 nautical miles per degree away from the GP of the star? That do you think that works?
Are you saying does that formula work over planar surface? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean the formula is derived from the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, and it seems to work in real life. So what would you say to that?
I was gonna pull up an image just because I guess it would be similar to that one I posted, but here I'll post this one because it's a little bit more star related. So yeah, you have the azimuth, your altitude, your zenith, etc. The horizon, the observer.
Uh-huh.
So if this star, that thing that says star there, if that star is lowering for you 1 degree every distance, if you want to use the 69 miles per degree, in terms of that, as you move 69 miles, that is going to change a degree. That I understand the idea that that's happening on a globe and that it's the curved surface that is causing that. And I understand is that is one postulation that I would agree would have a somewhat similar geometry to it, because there is, in terms of it being linear versus like the actual
versus trig functions are nonlinear, and this formula is linear.
Right. So there is a spherical geometrical component to it, rather than just coplanar, as it were. So the thing is, though, if you're on a planar surface and you have this kind of hemispherical, dome of vision, etc., I think it's a toroidal field ultimately, that the way our eyes work, etc. But if you have that with a limit, then the limit of how far what you're seeing in your little bubble, let's say Polaris is that star there. As you move away, Polaris, the 1 degree that's going down, is going down in this hemispherical dome of your visible range. So the linear function comes from the fact that there is spherical geometry involved, but it's the star that's actually declining on the celestial sphere or the hemispherical dome above you, rather than it having to do with a curved surface and a star that is, essentially an infinite distance away. Because when they do this gets a little more complex to it, but when they make the stars all parallel at a very far distance, that invokes a planar geometry. The planar geometry is all those stars being parallel. That actually is where they're filling in the planar geometry, and then they're inverting it and making the Earth's surface curve to explain that. But if you have the Earth's surface as planar and flat in that sense, and then the celestial object is actually declining in, the kind of hemispherical celestial sphere that's above you visibly, then that is where it's the actual thing that's moving in the sky that is declining that 1 degree, and that thing is functioning in that spherical geometry of that hemispherical, planetarium type dome above you, as it were. And that's where that function comes in over the planar surface. It's just a more close and local phenomenon of the visibility, and that's the sphere. It's the optical perspective, as it were, of that your field of view. That's the sphere, and that's what the star is actually declining in. It's in that sphere over the planar surface, is how I see it.
Okay, I see. So let me get this right. Would you say that then, if we're looking through this lensing effect or toroidal field, that where we're seeing the star is not actually where it actually is? It's kind of like the field kind of curves it onto that hemisphere of our sight, rather than like if I look at a star, you know, I'm inclined to say, oh, look, there's a star and I think it's right there. But you're saying it might be bent by this field somehow, not really be right there.
Well, that's a deeper thing to ponder. I don't necessarily think that's the case. Not quite the way you described it, or in that sense. Like, I do think that you're looking at. I mean, see, it gets deeper because like you're looking at it, but like, what is it? You know, that it's like a deeper question of what these stars even are. I mean, I would say ultimately there's an interaction between our field of view and the sky field, whatever that sky field is. Now, I'm not trying to go a total route of like, you know, because you could almost go into like a simulation, virtual reality world where, yeah, we all share the same coordinates on the ground, but the sky is like a, you know, a sort of a like a constellated kind of rendered, you know, thing just in your, you know, to each person. And I do think it's that to some degree. Like, you know how the way rainbows are rendered individually for people?
Right.
Like in that way, and then they also don't change angular size either, rainbows. So I do think there's some interaction with light and celestial objects and magnetic fields. I think there's multiple of those going on. However, if I were to answer what you're saying, I don't necessarily quite think that you're not looking at it, like whatever that is. Meaning, if you have multiple people that are looking at Polaris, I do think that whatever Polaris is, you know, in that sense, like that object of light, I do think that you're seeing it. Like, I don't think you're just seeing some kind of like, are you trying to say like the idea that you're only seeing like something that's like projected or something onto your local kind of, that it's not really there, you're just seeing a projection of it?
No, I also think you're actually seeing Polaris. The question is, if I point my finger straight at Polaris, if I were to construct a imaginary like straight line through my finger, would it intersect the actual star, or would that? Am I seeing it in a different place than it actually is? That's the idea. Not, I mean, I obviously think it is Polaris, but it seems like you're saying that it's not actually in that one spot. It's somewhere else, and the toroidal field is kind of like shaping where we're seeing it. I mean, that's what lenses do.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. Okay, here's this analogy maybe to see. I see. Okay, how about, is this what you're saying? You can do a little test where you can take like a frying pan, fill it with water, a little bit of water, put like an inch of water in it, put a little dish soap in it, and kind of mix it up, and you'll get a bunch of little bubbles, little hemispherical bubbles, you know, on the top of it. And if you then take like a flashlight or a pen light or something, and you basically, you know, move it around above, like you can move it in a circle, kind of like, you know, that type of thing, you'll see as you move that pen light or that flashlight around all those little bubbles, you'll see a reflection of the light that is projected onto that bubble that is moving around, all in their unique ways. You know what I mean? Depending on what angle it is, you know, you'll see this bubble, you know, that bubble, you'll see, you know, and it does kind of look like that. It's almost like the little light will rise and fall in that little dome, that little bubble dome. Is that what you're saying? So in that analogy, the pen light is way above those bubbles. You know, it's way up here, out and up there. Whereas the light that's kind of reflecting onto that little dome thing, you know, conceivably would be what the person inside the dome would see. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a good example. Good analogy.
So if that was or wasn't the case, could we delineate between the two? That's the thing. How could we decipher whether we're seeing the actual thing or whether we're seeing the kind of, you know, something kind of projected onto our, I mean, I do think, I mean, okay, it's not just some kind of virtual reality projection though, because there are very real measurements we can make to the stars, the elevation angles to Polaris, and all of these different things to build the latitude lines and how that links to the Earth and everything. So yeah, I mean, I do think there is something geometrically consistent, you know, in the way the sun rises and sets. Like we all see the sun, you know, quite, I mean, even though we all see our own sun technically, because I see it through my eyes, you see it through your eyes, and there may be kind of a rainbow effect in that way. At the same time, you know, the sun is actually lighting up the physical world, and it's in its position and, you know, shadows on the ground. You know what I mean? So yeah, there is obviously something very geometrically accurate to the stars in terms of all of that.
Yeah, you make a good point that it'd be hard to tell which is the case. So if I say, oh, is the star really right there? It's more of a philosophical question, I guess. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because if we took angles to it, we can measure that with the ground and we can do all of that, barring any type of refraction or kind of warping or twinkling and kind of thing. So we can do that with it. And it does seem like there's consistency there, and that gets into celestial navigation. But yeah, if it was like the pen light analogy above the dish pan with the water and the little hemispherical bubbles, and yeah, like how would those, if you were a little ant or whatever, a little micro machine guy, whatever, inside that little bubble, and you're just seeing that whether you would see just that little light reflection on your little dome, or whether you would see kind of, either way though, you would still only perceive that kind of object of light. So yeah, how would you be able to delineate whether you're seeing the actual thing or some kind of a apparent positioning of it?
Yeah, well, it can't just be a reflection, right? Because you can see sunspots and you can see all the features on the moon. So unless it's some type of a holographic projection, not just light, it's not a reflection. Yeah, it has to be a projection.
Well, back in the days, people didn't know there is light that comes into your eye. They thought that something that goes from your eye to the object to see it. That was the idea back then.
How do you
And
know that's wrong?
the sun and moon just set the conditions so it could work. Works the same, the geometry will be the same, but they didn't know that it comes to you. They thought the eye goes to the object.
Rupert Sheldrake has this theory that basically that is actually correct, that our senses reach out and sense things, and our brain makes a model. So our mind makes a model of the fields around us. But that's not important. Please continue.
How you
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Chaiki, you're maybe coming from a bit of a materialistic perspective, maybe with photons that are bouncing and then coming to the eye as a concept of that. Where, yeah, what Larry just mentioned is very interesting as well. That it's more of like a field that we're interacting with.
And it's legit. They didn't know. They were entitled to think so. Or think about that. Nobody knew that the sun, let's say it's night, that when he's at night, there are people that are at daylight. Nobody knew. When the light set down, it was all over the world.
Well, it wouldn't have been difficult for them to know that the sun continues over a planar surface. You just have to get in a boat and float around, and you get over to you'd see that the sun keeps going. Plus, if you go north, you'll see the 24-hour sun that just circles the Earth as well. So, maybe if you were in a tribal region and you stayed very local and you were just a small tribe, technically, maybe if you didn't do a lot of traveling, you wouldn't really know if you were in if you were not in the north, but it's not very difficult to figure out and for humans to know that the sun continues over a planar surface around Polaris.
That doesn't matter. When it was dark, no one thought anyone else is in daylight. They thought it's dark all over the world. Even travelers, they didn't have clocks. They didn't have phones to talk to people. When it was dark, it was dark.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They couldn't know.
I don't necessarily believe that narrative that humans have not known that. Like I said, maybe some small tribal regions that stayed in their own local region, but I mean, you're making that assertion coming from like narratives that you're given historically, right?
Yeah, suppose you're a traveler, you're a trader or something. You walk 40 kilometers per day. How do you tell that when the light goes down, there's light somewhere else? How do you know?
Well, I just think that I mean, this gets into what history and did we really come from, where they tell us came from in terms of being so limited and just having no idea what's going on. Because like I said, it really only takes, if you have any,
industriousness within your peoples, whether it's 10 people or 1,000 people or 10,000 people. Like I said, I think they make a bigger deal of it. I mean, I'm not saying that sailing on the ocean is easy. It's definitely not easy, but I just don't believe this idea that Columbus discovered America and all that. I just don't believe that whole narrative in terms of when they just had boats that could actually do this, because it's really like if you have 1,000 people or 5,000 people, whatever it may be, there's going to be a couple that are really into exploring and want to craft together a boat and go floating. Like I said, all you got to do is, when I say float around the ocean, sounds easier but really, if you have enough hooks and you can fish, you can stay fed for as long as you need, because you can use fish for bait. And as long as you have enough hooks and line, you can literally just fish indefinitely. Because fishing on the ocean, when you have fish bait, put a little piece of meat on the end of your hook. I've done it many times. You catch fish all day. It's an absolute free for all. I mean, I've gone out doing that, and we can just, usually we take squids with us. We'll buy like frozen squid at the grocery store to start off. Or if I already have some fish, I'll use that as bait. But even if you just start with fish, with little squid, you just chop them up, put them on the end of the hook. You can catch fish all day. So you can essentially live on a boat as long as you need to. There's also ways to filter the water and get the salt out of the water. But even fish actually has liquid in it, the meat itself, you can survive off in terms of that as well. But anyways, I'm just saying when I say float around, like, and I'm not saying there's not going to be storms and it's not going to be could be challenging, but I just don't believe that it's that hard for humans to, like I said, essentially float around the ocean eating fish and figure out that there's way more land out there and that the sun continues over a planar surface. You'd have to be very isolated to not have enough industrious people to knock a boat together with some wood and take some fishing hooks and some go out with you, as it were. You don't even have to have metallurgy to design hooks. You can make hooks from all kinds of different materials and just take them with you and figure out that the sun continues.
So first you hit it on the nail, because storms are a big problem. Second, you not only want to find new land, you want to find new land and know how to get back to it. Otherwise, you didn't find anything. You say, I found new land. Let's go. I can't go back there.
If you can't go back, then did you really find new land, or are you just at new land?
Right.
That's
So
funny.
you need to know to navigate, to know where you are at that moment.
Right.
And know
Which
how
is
to
pretty
get back
easy
to
to
it.
do. Yeah, which is easy, because if you take a freeze frame of the stars, let's say like every night at 2 a.m. you take a freeze frame, boom, and you map the stars. There's a lot of ways you can do that, but you get that free, and then you change it by 4 minutes every day to account for the sidereal 23 hours, 56 minutes. So you have to change it by 4 minutes each day. As long as you adjust it by 4 minutes each day, you'll get the exact same snapshot of stars, and you can then navigate. You're just navigating a grid at that point. So you go over to, if I use the constellation names, the sign of Cancer, Aries, Leo, Aquarius, etc. As you just literally travel around that grid, you'll be traveling, within the whole kind of matrix, at least around Polaris. I mean, whether there's land beyond. So it's not that hard in that sense to just to know where you are. Like if you start right under, let's say, Orion's belt, let's say that's where you are. If you get that freeze frame, you'll always know where Orion's belt is, and you can make it back there anytime by just
Orion's
traveling.
belt moves all the time. But what you said now is not so easy to do as you say it is easy to do.
No, it doesn't
It's
move.
a very hard work.
That's what I'm saying.
You need to know when you're on your way back, the dates. You need to, for every day, you need to mark the stars where they are. Yes, account for all what you said for the drift of the star, for the seasons. That's hard work. You'll need a navigator, someone who does it without mistake, because any little mistake you make and you don't get back to your land. There's lots of gold there. Maybe not gold, maybe even just what is something they called guano. It was a fertilizer they went to take. You can't find your way back. You waste your time and money.
Right, but what I'm saying is that, okay, so if you do the snapshot method I was talking about, what you do, like I said, let's say at 2 a.m, you decide this is going to be my snapshot. So at 2 a.m, there's a snapshot of the sky, and there's ways that you can map that. You can write it on a piece of paper. If you have any kind of photography or any kind of equipment like that, You can also, if you take a puddle of water and then you look in the water, it will actually show you the positions of the stars. So you can actually take like an imprint of the water, or you can just draw it, as it were. You map it. There's even another way to do it. You have a puddle of water, you have the stars, and then you put something that's semi-transparent over that little puddle, and then you poke holes in that material. That's another way to do it. So you end up with a star map. And once you have that, like I said, if you adjust the time by 4 minutes to account for the sidereal day, then you will get the exact same snapshot every night that you can compare and contrast. So as you're traveling, if you want to, let's say you started right under Orion's belt. I'm just using that as an example. Let's say that's where your tribe is, or where you grew up. If you're going to then travel and you're going to go to some other star system, you might say, I'm going to go to that star system. You go straight there. Meaning every night you redirect your ship to be going towards that direction. It's really that easy, the way I'm describing it, where you just keep redirecting your ship to go that way. Now, let's say you've gone a long distance and you want to get back to Orion's belt. Well, granted, if you're on the other side of the Polaris, then yeah, I mean, there's nuances to this, because you have the seasons and the stars change, so you may have to have more than one star map. So there's a little bit of nuance to be able to cover your whole thing. But let's say that you went a far distance, but now you're ready to come back. And if you can see Orion's belt, you got to be close enough in your range to see Orion's belt. You literally, every night, you just keep redirecting your ship to the heading towards Orion's belt. And you don't even have to be that perfect with that. You just, every night you have to reset your setting. Now, there's ways to also make it more efficient so that you don't go off trail. You don't want to be going left and right. So there's also nuanced ways that you can, especially if you have a compass or there's other things. But nonetheless, you have a map every night. And when you need to get back, let's say, again, you're under Orion's belt is where you want to get back to. You just keep redirecting your heading to Orion's belt, because, again, you have a snapshot. It's not moving in the way I'm describing. It's a snapshot. And then you just keep your heading towards Orion's belt. And once you get to the GP, when it's right under you, you'll be home.
Yeah, you make things sound very easy. However, I look at the chef cut a cucumber at no time, at slices of 0.5 millimeter. I said, that's easy. You just move the knife fast and put the cucumber and you do it. However, I will cut my hand, right? Because these things take practice, knowledge and practice, coordination. You want someone who can do it during the day, not all day, that you'll do it efficiently. You will have to find someone who learned how to do it and very well trained in it, and he will do it. He will do it, but it's not easy.
Yeah, there's different ways to celestially navigate. The one I'm suggesting is one that is very consistent, because you get, like I said, you get the same snapshot of the sky, and at that point you've just got. See, this is a way to make a map too. So if you have this snapshot, and let's say you're right under Orion's belt, so you can do your angles, circles of equal altitude, all on that stable grid, that stable snapshot, and you can build out a map. And then you can literally build a map. You have your star map, and then you have your physical map, and you match them. So with your circles of equal altitude and your angles to stars, you basically are mapping out the land with the GPs, right under the stars. You're going to map, okay, put a little flag in the ground. This is the GP of this star. This is the GP of that. So you're mapping that. And then as you travel out, you can continue doing that, mapping the grid of the sky to the ground, sky to the ground. And eventually you have a map, and you can then travel that map even. Yeah.
What do you do in days if you can't see the stars?
Well, that's why if you have when you have your snapshot, you want to document it, because you could have stormy times.
No, you don't have stars. You can't see them. You can't navigate. That's why the compass was a big thing.
Yeah. Are you saying ever, or just
don't need to see the sky? You know the how the compass is relative to the sky. You documented it, so you don't need to see the sky now. You know where the stars are without seeing them. You have the compass. Now you can navigate.
Oh, well, I would agree. A compass is a huge, absolutely. If you have a compass, I was kind of thinking we were talking about times where you wouldn't necessarily have one, but yeah, if you have a compass, then that's very helpful. Absolutely. Because then if you know you're heading, especially the way I'm describing it, where you have that snapshot, if you know that, you're heading home underneath Orion's belt kind of thing, then yeah, if you have a compass and you know that that's from where you're at, southeast or something like that, then yeah, if you can't see the stars for a few nights, if you have that compass, that's a huge benefit because then you can make sure to stay on track.
Yeah. Otherwise, you stop and fish all night.
Otherwise, you stop, fish, and tell some stories. Yeah, for a few days.
Drink rum.
Yeah. And the real guys who know how to do it, you can actually ferment your fish to be because you mentioned the rum thing. If you really want to, you're a drinker, you can actually ferment fish and create your own alcohol. So you don't even run out of rum. You don't even run out of your fermented beverage.
Probably you can ferment seaweed.
You guys know about garum?
Who?
Garum. It's fermented fish, and it used to be like a delicacy back in the day. Really
Did you
stinky
taste it?
stuff. Hell
Did you
no.
taste it?
No. Garum. You want me to look it
Garum.
up for
Let me Google garum.
you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fermented sauce, fish sauce.
That's right.
That's the good stuff. That's all the probiotics, and that's the potent. Those ferments with meats are very, very potent in terms of the probiotic effect and the nutrients, like the K2 vitamins that come through fermentation are very, very rich. Kind of like fermented cheese as well is really high in K2.
Yeah,
Fermented meats in general. Yeah.
Maybe that's something we need to bring back, but the only way I can relate it to people nowadays who don't know what it is, think about it like Worcestershire sauce, how they use the anchovies. So think about it like that.
Yeah. Totally. You know what I was thinking, Chuck? You're talking about would they know that where the sun goes, without being able to travel. But I've also thought about could anyone answer this for me? If you were at the equator region of the Earth and you stayed there, you never went north or south, you stayed at the equator, like you grew up, you're in Ecuador or something like that, and you didn't have freezers and electricity and all that, would you ever know that ice exists? Is there any way you could know about ice if you're literally at the Ecuador all the time and you don't ever go north to see it snow or you don't go south to Antarctica, you just stay there? Would you have any way to create, or in theory, if you were born there and only were there, would you even know that ice even exists? Is there any way to?
Oh, you're asking Chucky, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, anyone.
Yeah.
No, definitely not. How could you?
There was a contest, and this company promised so much money forever, so much of ice. Well, the company backed out, but this other company, they did it. They got ice from the glaciers, and they brought it to a place in Africa where they didn't have ice. And yeah, you can look it up. It was pretty interesting. But yeah, someone would have to bring it to you.
Without any external interference, that guy in the jungle, or he couldn't possibly know, could he? It's like a guy who, a Bedouin that lived in the Sahara Desert. Would he know that there was an ocean? There's such a thing as an ocean?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, unless you could see it or you could get there, or one of your mates could, someone in your tribe or your peoples or your family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just live in the desert in your tent, moving around, herd your sheep, whatever you do. But you would just have you could live your entire life, 500 years ago, within a 50 square mile radius, and you wouldn't even know that an ocean existed.
Well, living here in California, where I've been, inland and then also to the ocean, it is quite an experience to go from being in the forest, in the woods, in the mountains, where you don't see any ocean like that, and then all of a sudden, when you travel all the way to the water, and it's like, whoa, it is pretty incredible. Yeah, just that.
Yeah, it confronts you, and it's not just the sight of it. It's the air is different. It's a different experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bodies of water inland, lakes and things, but like Lake Tahoe is actually quite large as well, which is
it's beautiful.
It seems that Ecuador has high mountains with snow on them, so they knew what ice is.
Okay, you're talking at that's a good point. If you go to altitude, yeah. But how many are there mountains in Ecuador that have ice?
I don't know. I just saw it in Google, the picture.
Yeah, I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson
Even
one
like
time
the
say
native
that
tribes in the Amazon basin, you don't. No, I don't think there's any high mountains in the Amazon basin that would have snow on them. So, I suppose there is. Maybe you go across to the Andes, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there is in Ecuador for sure. Yeah, the top of Chimborazo is completely covered by glaciers. Yeah, 4,600 meters in altitude. So yeah, if you live near that thing, you could get it. You could either see it or get up there. And how could you? I don't know how hard it is to climb up there if it's even possible. But without any equipment, if you couldn't get up there, you would just see some white stuff.
You can be sure if it's there, someone will get there eventually, out of curiosity or a need or whatever.
No, that is a good point. You'd have to live near this thing though, because if you don't live near it, then you're not really going to get that.
Sure, but you spread the word. There's white stuff that is very cold even during the day. No, I don't believe it.
No, that is a good point though for the ice in Ecuador, like that altitude. That's a good point. That would be the one place that you could, if you didn't have any freezers and stuff. Yeah.
In Persia, back then in Persia, in the desert, it gets very cold. So what they used to do is during the night cover the floor with water, let it freeze, collect the ice, store it, so they will have ice during the day. Desert, not high mountains. Well, I guess Persia is quite high. Just the desert. The temperature drops drastically. The desert at night. Some people died here in Sinai or something. If you get to night and you don't have a car, you don't have heat, you need to start walking. Don't stop ever until the morning, or you freeze.
Well, I was going to say back real quick about the celestial navigation. I was going to comment on that. The thing about that as well, Chike, we were talking about that. Well, what I was going to say in terms of like, we're talking about, when they were originally, talking about like ancient peoples, or if they didn't have a lot of technology. See, what I would say is that if the Earth was a globe, they would have known from day one, because once you start doing celestial navigation, you're basically taking angles to stars. You're building circles of equal altitude with GPS, and then you're building a map based upon that, along with your celestial, your angles, and then you're building a map from that. And when you do that, all of those circles of equal altitude will either be coplanar, in terms of your favorite, the horizontal baseline, your elevation angle, etc. They'll be coplanar circles. Or if the Earth was a sphere, then those circles of equal altitude would only fit on a spherical surface, which means if you were building a map with circles of equal altitude and GPS, and you're being very precise and you're building it all out, you would not be able to fit the land of the map on a flat surface, a table or a flat map. You would have to make the map a sphere for it to even fit. So what I'm saying is that if the Earth was a sphere, I'm proposing that humans would have known this from the early beginnings because they couldn't even make maps at all that were flat because they wouldn't even fit. So I just think humans would have known that from the very beginning. But of course, that's not the case. There's always been a planar Earth foundational understanding, and they've used, in terms of all of that, and the circles of equal altitude that fit on flat maps that they make. And then it's only in this modern time that they try to claim that, the Earth is a globe, and then they kind of ad hoc the celestial navigation, and then now they're obviously with their kind of GPS, and they're trying to claim that, that the Earth is spherical. But I'm just saying humans would have known that from the beginning, and there never would have even been a flat Earth or a planar type Earth cosmologies. Those never would have even existed because they would have known from the beginning that it was spherical, just based on that alone.
Now let's go to this beginning. What times do you talk about? And what era?
Well, I'm just talking about in general, like since the dawn of man, whatever you believe history is or isn't, having a sextant or doing celestial navigation or building maps off the stars is, I would say, as old as mankind. So I'm just talking about a very broad sense of just humans using, like, coconut sextants. There's a lot of different ways to build a sextant. Like I said, you can make one out of a coconut. You don't have to even have metal or anything. So I'm just talking in a very general sense. Humans making maps and using, taking angles to stars and building maps off of those with your circles of equal altitude and your GPs of your stars, which is just very kind of basic map making and navigational.
You're talking about people, a group of people, even if they are large, 100 people, that all they care about is bring food, enough food for the day to survive another day. Do they care about the shape of the earth? Did they know to use fire from the beginning? No, these things take time. First, they were afraid of the fire. Then they said, look, hey, this deer that fell in the fire tastes much better than to eat it raw. Let's try that. But how we control the fire? Because the fire burned. So they learned slowly how to do it. They couldn't have something farther away from them of the shape of the road. It's not on the mind. On the mind is survival.
Okay, well, I hear what you're saying there with that general idea. I hear what you're saying, but I'm talking about actually like whoever was in that. Okay, if you're in extreme survival, then yeah, perhaps you're not even navigating or anything. You're just hunkering down and trying to eat food. If that's the type of life you're talking about, then I hear what you're saying. But I'm talking about any humans that would be, comfortable enough to be able to say, hey, what are these stars? What else is out there? And to be able to start taking angles to stars. And like I said, because the circles of equal altitude are essentially a circle of equal altitude, just like it sounds, around the GP of a star. And to get the GP of a star, you can do pretty easily as well. You can build even with leaves. You don't have to have paper or any material. With leaves, you can build a little pyramidal shaped structure, and you can get the GP. When the GP is directly above that pyramidal structure, it will shine its light down. You can have water that's reflecting underneath the leaves, and it will actually, you can get the precise position of the GP with that. So with that, and then with either using a coconut or any type of spherical thing that you can make a sextant out of, or if you have other materials, you can make it out of sticks. You can make a lot. And my point is that once they started doing that to build maps and to map the stars, those circles of equal altitude and the GPs they have to be coplanar in order for you to map that onto a flat surface, like a flat map. So my point is that they would have found that they can't fit the land with the angles and the measurements on a flat map. It could not be done. They would have to make it into a sphere, and that's not the case. Like there's no records, or there's it's the opposite. Like in terms of ancient man and using navigation, they were not believing they were on a globe. And I'm saying if it was a globe, they would have known that from day one.
They probably didn't navigate much. However, sometimes food run low. To say how we get more food. There's no more food here. And there's come a drifter, which is look well fed. I don't know, a lion chased him there. He said, "What do you don't know? There's a lot of food. Why you stay here?" They don't even know they can go there. So how you go there? He said, "Start map them." He said, "Go this mountain. You turn right here. You go there. You find plenty of food there." So they start with simple maps, yes, just markers on the way that you can remember. These things, you jump from things that took tens of thousands of years to humanity to figure out, and say they should know from the start. That's not how you learn things. Even babies, you need to teach them step by step what they can't do, what they can do. It's a process, long process.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. As I hear you, but I'm just talking about on a very basic level. If you were just hanging out in the woods somewhere, and you were able to get food, so you were comfortable, and you thought, "Hey, I'm going to navigate with these stars. I want to see how these stars map to the Earth." I'm just saying, if you started building, if you made a little sextant out of some sticks, or maybe you have a coconut hollow shell, so you pop some holes in it and you make a little sextant, so you can get your angles to your stars, and then you have maybe some kind of something that you can write on, or some kind of material, some kind of leaf or something that you could be able to make a map on. My point is that when you make those GPs and the circles of equal altitude, like I said, they will reveal themselves as coplanar or spherical. I'm sorry, I'm just repeating myself, but I'm just saying, if it was a sphere, you could not fit the map that you're making, meaning you're making a map. You're going to put a little flag in the ground and say, okay, this is here. Now you mark that on your map, flag number 1, and then you have your angles, and then you're building. That game Minesweeper? You ever played that on Microsoft?
No.
It's on early Microsoft Windows 95. It came along with like Solitaire, but it's this game where you click and you open up these little regions. So it's kind of like that.
No, I know. Yes.
Yeah, you're opening up the regions, looking for the bombs or whatever in that game. But in this idea, it's like it's by the circles of equal altitude and the GPs. That's kind of what you're doing. Like, you're opening different regions, and then you're mapping the land to it. So that's what I'm saying, is that if the Earth was a sphere, they would have known that from the very beginning, is that that whole process had to fit on a sphere and couldn't be done on a coplanar surface.
It is for every practical purpose. You can look at Earth as flat. If it's a map, you can look. If you're not looking for great accuracy, you can say the Earth is flat, and I need to go from here to here. It's a straight line. I don't need to worry about it. It fits on the globe. It fits on flat. The difference in your navigation will not be that much different. You can treat Earth as flat. It's not flat, but you can treat it as flat. You wouldn't be far off. Unless you do celestial navigation and you want to be very efficient at the ocean. For every daily purpose, you're good. Whoever look at the map, soldier or something, and think is Earth is a globe or not. They have a compass, they have a map. Well, today they have a GPS. And they walk by it. They don't worry if Earth is a globe or not. They know I need to go straight line here, 2.5 minutes. Turn here 1.5 minutes. They do it at night, right? They don't even see anything. Here I need to turn there, and they get what they need to, without worrying about the shape of the Earth at all.
Well, I think it's great we live in a time that we can have these discussions, and it's great that it's opened up more, because I would say ever since World War II, they've had it pretty kind of locked down, if you will, in terms of the idea of the globe thing. And they really pushed it hard in the 60s, and all the changes that went on after World War II in the 1960s, and then 70s, 80s, 90s, they had us pretty, even the early 2000s, they had pretty much everybody, the actual discussion about the Earth was very globe centered. So it's exciting that we're able to actually have this age old conversation in the modern times. And, glad you're here with us, Chuck.
Well, I heard Kosho yesterday, and Kosho said he thinks you have an opportunity here, a window. And I don't think so. I It's not a window. What we have today is uncomparable to what we will have in 10 years. It gets better and better all the time. This communication revolution will continue. We don't have opportunity today. We will have better opportunities tomorrow. It will only get better. We can do today things we couldn't do in the 2000s. Right? You have Discord. You have Skype for many years. You have Zoom. You can make conferences online. You can do things you couldn't do before. And it will get better and better. I don't know. It will be virtual reality. Everyone will, and maybe you would be able to feel the people near you. I don't know what they will come up with. We're at the beginning, I think. Very, very beginning.
Let me ask you this. So I'll just use the word if to be, just neutral at the moment. Just so if the Earth is a stationary plane and that is the truth of it, in your opinion, do you think that this information coming out will make the world better or worse or a mixture? Or like, what do you think that this, now again, I'm just using the word if because I know it's not what you think the Earth is. I'm just saying, if it is, what effect do you think that would have in the world in terms of positive?
Well, that's more psychological, or how you call the study, not environmental. It depends on the people. I can predict what people will think or do if they know that Earth is flat or a globe. I have no idea. Maybe it will change something. Maybe it will make no change.
Well, wouldn't it change science as we know it in a lot of fields? Have to be adjusted?
Science doesn't concern me. I'm talking about our lives. Would it change our lives? Would there be riots or people will continue with their lives? Would they change their political views? What will change? I don't know. Can't predict what people will do. Science will take care of itself. I'm not worried. I'm worried about the environment we live in. Our lives. Would we be able to choose the leaders of our real choice? We can't be led by the media anymore. Well, they can try. They can put a lot of money of it, but you have the freedom to examine what they say and choose whether to believe them or not. It's not like the back days propaganda they forced on, and everyone followed. Those days are over.
There will be anarchy on the streets and book burning and like people just like burning down the government buildings and especially NASA.
Maybe. Those who has hate in their heart. Those who don't will say, okay, you were wrong all the time. We don't care. You just don't get your funds anymore, and that's it.
Yeah, but
You
wouldn't it
lied
be
to us,
bigger
man.
than
You
that
lied.
though? It'd be big though, because I mean, there's all these government space agencies. They're claiming they've gone to the moon. They're teaching it to the children. So it would have to be a pretty huge shift for.
Yeah,
All
for
of
the
the
government.
universities would be closed, right? And all of the professors would take their PhDs. Like if it's anything to do with like science involving the stars, that their qualifications will be stripped from their name.
It's their problem. I don't care. All I care is my life. My life is good. If I pay to choose my mayor, that I know he's doing good things. that make my life easy, living in the city. Not just easy, but pleasant. Then I'm free to do so. I don't care about the scientist lose his job. Find another one.
That's a good solution. Tell the astrophysicist, you know what? That wasn't all real. Find another job.
Maybe
Get
he
another
can.
job. We'll give
Yeah,
you
maybe he can. Maybe
we'll give them a
he can.
little student loan assistance or something so they can go get a new profession.
No, they don't need your profession. They're very smart people. They can be, how do you know, how are they called? Those who make startups and stuff. They don't even need to know exactly the details. They just have the idea and they find people who'll do it. I saw a movie here. There was a guy who accidentally had a motorcycle accident and they found a tumor in his head. If he didn't had an accident, he would be dead. But they found a tumor. He found a surgeon in the United States he could trust, the best in the world, and he took the tumor out. However, he didn't took it all because there was something they couldn't see in the X-ray. It was deep inside his head, and they couldn't get there. And when he came back, this doctor said, "I'm sorry, I can't take it out. If I'm trying to take it out, I'm killing you."
Yeah, we're talking about traffic. Like if it came out on the news that the Earth was flat, and there is a social credit system, right, all implemented all over the world, all of these physicists will have a mark against their name, and they like won't be able to get like a car license. They won't be able to drive on the road because their judgment is flawed, obviously. So there's no way they'd be trusted to be on the road in the future.
Why? Why are you hating?
Because they have poor judgment,
Why are you hating? They didn't make an accident until today, so the license is irrelevant. So they lied to you. You say you lied to me. You thought you can lie to me forever. No, this thing ended. Bye bye. That's it.
No, I'm not saying the ones that are lying. I'm saying the ones that have been fooled.
Fooled, lie, doesn't matter. So this period is over. We are going into a new era, and we continue from there. Forget the past. We only have the future. The past, we've been there already. It's behind us. Well, that's how I live anyway. I have no time for hate in my heart. Is there a moon today or no? During the day. I'll go out and see if I can take a picture of the moon.
Well, it's it's not quite a new moon yet, but it is getting there. So yeah, you think you can catch a sliver of it?
Well, it's almost a half. I should be able to see it clearly. Question is, did it rise or not rise yet? It's only 9 a.m. And that can be very low at the east here, near the sun, or the sun will be at the east or close to the east. It will be hard to see. I need to let it go a bit up in the sky.
Yeah. Well, it's in a waning crescent, so it's not going to be half lit. It's going to be about a quarter lit.
No, it's almost half.
What?
It's more than a quarter for sure. No, I'll go up. I'll tell you.
It's 15.64% today. 15% illuminated.
Oh, only 15 today?
Yeah, so
that's very little. It's very hard
less,
to see during the day.
much even less than a quarter. Yeah.
I'll go out anyway.
Yeah. See if you can spot it.
Oh, I have rules. Geo, you there?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
so, taboo conspiracy. He did something wrong.
Oh, okay. On which video or which?
The plain ones.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think?
When he did, specifically talking about the Google Earth, right? What he did not account for was time. The tours that he created and went through, he did not have time flowing in them.
I think he did. Yeah, he
Nope.
traversed it through time.
He did traverse, but time was frozen.
Okay, I'm gonna go look at it. Is this the first or the second one?
First and second. I've seen that there was a third. I did not check the third.
Oh, there's a third one that just came out. Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. What's the timestamp? I'm looking at it now, but
I don't have it off. I don't have it off the top of my head. I just skimmed until I saw Google Earth.
well, let's see here. I'm looking at it now, zoomed in. So let's see. So it's got that little bar on the left that shows that's a distance bar.
Nope, on the bottom left is tour length. That's time that the tour will take.
You're saying tour, like the flight?
Yeah, when you click play and it goes through it automatically, that's a tour in Google Earth.
Okay. And how does this...
he, in his tour, when you see him click play and the stars all come rolling over, right? That's not what happens in reality because he did not simulate time.
Does Google Earth allow you to simulate time?
Yes.
Because he did it in Stellarium as well.
I don't know how you would do it in Stellarium. I'm not familiar enough with Stellarium, but I know how to simulate time in Google Earth. It's a little bit tedious, but I recreated it with real flight data.
Nice, yeah, do it. I mean, it still wouldn't really make it that big of a difference because the two things that are going on are you have the sidereal movement, but then you also have the induced 1 degree per 69 mile effect because the airplane should be tilting over a sphere, which is what's creating that effect of the stars coming up from the bottom.
Well,
so whether you add sidereal to that or not, that effect would still be present, which is lacking in the actual time-lapse footage of on actual Earth.
Well, there are 4 variables. Like, it's not just as simple as, oh, that's going on or whatever. There are 4 different variables. But you can, again, recreate it in Google Earth, and it will match. I can't post the video, I guess, but I have a link.
Yeah, I'll give you the posting role.
You should just be able to grab the link from here.
Yeah, Truth
No.
Prevails just wrote in the text. She said he's not showing a transit in time. He's just showing a transit in location at a specific time. Yeah, which does seem to be the case.
So there you go. I made that time lapse again, but actually accounting for the time passing.
Yeah, but that's not what he's trying to show. Like, he's not setting out to attempt to show. It doesn't seem to me, maybe I misunderstand it. I did just watch, like, maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes of it. It does seem to me like he's just trying to show the difference in location.
Right, but my
stars.
problem, no. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to recreate that flight in Google Earth and show that it doesn't match the time-lapse footage. The problem is, though, by ignoring time, it will never match the time-lapse footage because reality has time.
Wouldn't just the movement, though, cause, like, the movement from one location to another, even if you could freeze time in reality, and you have time frozen, and you could take this flight with time frozen, which is essentially what the video's doing, but even then, if it were a globe, would the stars still not do what he expects them to do?
If time were frozen in reality, what you would expect is what he did in Google Earth. But time is not frozen in reality.
That's my point, though. Like, even if you could freeze time and do that, like, there's an expectations of what the stars would be doing, and they're not doing that.
The expectation is a sum of multiple variables, which is accounted for when you actually recreate the flight with time accounted for, which is what I did.
All right, well, look, okay, so do you expect it to be different if he includes the time? Changes the time?
Yes, I expect if you include time, it will closer match reality, because if you do not include time, it cannot possibly match reality.
Without time, we don't exist. Nothing happens. There's no distances, no chain of events, nothing.
I still think it should show something different than what it shows. But, okay, well,
But
maybe do it.
It shouldn't.
Guess I just disagree. That's fine. I just want, at least I pointed it out. Whatever. Look, I don't engage very much when I smoke, and I just got finished smoking.
Is she breaking up or me?
I just wanted to make that point. So.
What's the smoking?
You might be breaking up because no, she was fine.
The good stuff or the toxic stuff?
I'm kind of too stoned, really, to carry on the conversation right now, to be honest with you.
For me, it's time to get high.
With a little help from your friends.
I mean, the thing is,
Hey,
flying
Bacon. Morning.
over. So if you're on a sphere and you're flying, or if you're on a stationary surface, there's a difference in terms of one of the main differences. Okay, so you have the sidereal rotation, which is doing its thing, right? 15 degrees per hour, it's moving. You know, we know the stars are obviously fairly slow moving. When I say that, I'm just, we know the stars are slow. They're just doing their thing. When I say slow, I just mean that, and I realize it's faster with a time lapse, but the stars are doing their thing. They're moving in their motion. If you're on a planar surface with an airplane, then even though you're moving 500 miles an hour in whatever direction you're going, you're going to offset that sidereal rotation by 500 miles an hour. So if you're going east to west or west to east or north south, etc., there's going to be that offset, which kind of creates. Somebody was describing almost like putting English on it. Someone was describing it that kind of like when you play pool, and you hit it at an angle and the ball spins. So depending on what angle you're going at, you're going to get that kind of English effect, as it were, of the stars making those slightly different motions. However, if you're on a planar surface, it's just that 500 mile an hour difference, because you're on a planar surface, you're on an airplane, you're level, you are at 35,000 feet, and you are moving 500 miles an hour. So obviously, it's going to offset that sidereal motion. Now, if you're on a globe, though, and you're flying around a globe, the airplane has to be tilting to curve around the sphere. If you were to imagine just looking at a sphere and then an airplane, that airplane has to be curving around the sphere. And as it's curving around the sphere, you're basically inducing that 1 degree per 69 miles, which in a time lapse ends up being about 1 degree every 8 minutes, is how much that would be occurring. And because that airplane is tilting, essentially, you are creating another motion, not just the sidereal, but you're creating the fact that you're flying around a ball and that airplane is tilting. You would get that effect of the stars coming up from the horizon upwards.
But all of that is effectively recreated in what I did. Everything is accounted for. It's using real flight data. It's all included.
On which one? You posted this minute-long video?
Yep.
What is the did you do the same flight path, or what was the flight path you did?
It was the same flight, but the one in the original time lapse is from, like, I don't even know, 2017, 2019, too long ago. I can't download the raw of that one. I downloaded one from like May or July or something.
So
but it's the same flight.
Okay. So then why doesn't this show the fact that the stars would be tilting as you're flying around a sphere? Because
because it sums up with the fact that Earth is turning, but you are not moving that fast over the equator. Like, there are 4 variables that are included in the calculation. I don't know the exact calculation. I've never actually made it out, but I know for a fact that the 4 variables that you would require is your ground speed, your heading, your latitude, and time taken. Time taken is only if you want to determine how far overward. So technically 3 variables if you're trying to just determine the rate.
So then why aren't the stars changing 1 degree every 8 minutes, in terms of the fact that the airplane would be, that's how much the airplane, because if it's 1 degree per 69 miles, as the airplane
because the stars are
miles and tilts, you should have that motion.
It is in there, but it again is summed up with other motion. So you can't just single it out.
But a 500 mile an hour speed, with the fact that the stars are doing their, like I said, their slow kind of motion, that would be its own separate motion from the fact that the airplane is tilting 1 degree every 8 minutes.
But the way that you have to actually do it out is if you want to talk about how much the stars will move east to west, you have to not do the 500 miles an hour. You have to get specifically your speed going east or west. So it would be sine or cosine of the actual flight speed with combination of your heading to get that speed, your east-west speed, that would be subtracted off. So instead of being 15 degrees per hour on the stars, it would be like 10 or whatever, 10 or 7 or blah, blah, blah. And your north-south, that would be the poles moving. That would be another like 3, 5, 7 in a different direction, though. So that's what I'm talking about when I say that there are 4 variables and you have to actually account for all of them because they sum up. You cannot isolate them.
Is it a simulation or combined with the real video?
This is real flight data being recreated.
So it's a simulation, but not the video he posted.
The only thing that I'm trying to point out right here is that if you do not account for time, which is what Taboo did, it will not match. So trying to say, oh, it doesn't match is just moronic.
Yeah, I never suggested isolating the movements at all, but
that is effectively what you're asking when you're trying to
relax, man.
But that
Relax. Okay, if you want to interrupt,
you're not asking me
go
to.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead, man. Just interrupt. Yeah, whatever.
You're asking me to show you the 1 degree per 8 minutes or whatever. That is specifically asking me. That is actually asking me to offset it out, to isolate it out. All I'm trying to do is help you guys. I'm just trying to have you not post that dumb GIF that I saw Shane post a couple days ago where he compares the two and be like, oh, they're not matching. Really all I'm trying to do.
Nothing else you can do. How did Morpheus said? I can show you the door. I can't make you go through it. Something.
Well, I
like
mean, yeah, you can't police what other people choose to post. So, I mean, you know, he's should choose to post what he'd like to post, and you can post what you'd like to post, and those listening and who would like to take in the information, and that's, you know, it's not really it's
Well,
it's not a thing where there's some kind of group decision on this is this and this is posted and everybody agrees with this or that. Each person is posting their own information. You know, you've posted something, so I'm just saying you can't police what other people are posting.
Well,
I get that I can't police it, and I'm not trying to police it. I'm just trying to point out, hey, it is stupid to post this. You really shouldn't be.
He just examines what posted, finds the flow, correct them, and show them how it should be done, and the rest is about the other who look at it. No one trying to force anything about anyone here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that. Well, I'm just saying, if you have some problem with something someone's posting and you feel like letting them know that, you can do that. But I'm just saying you can't like demand that somebody does or doesn't post something. However, I would say that like whatever the Google simulation shows is not even the end all be all of anything either, because the actual effect is, like I was trying to say before when you tried to interrupt. I was just saying that I personally was not talking about isolating these different motions. I certainly agree that all of the motions have to be considered in terms of the sidereal rotation and the position on the Earth. There's a whole nother problem of the fact that the airplane has to be changing speeds due to the different, the sidereal rotation is different at the equator versus the southern latitudes, south of the equator versus north of the equator. So there's that problem as well. But there's multiple components to it. But what I was just saying, and I'm not trying to isolate anything, I certainly agree that on a sphere or on a stationary planar surface with the sidereal rotation, that rotation is going to be offset by the various components. The main components would be the speed you're going, the direction, the heading you're going. The altitude will make some difference, although that's probably a somewhat of a lesser factor because you'll see more stars at higher altitude, and there will be some alteration of that versus being on the ground. And then the last one would be if you were on a globe, then the airplane would have to be tilting as it's curving around the sphere. And therefore, even with the sidereal rotation being what it is and the 500 mile an hour speed, there should be an additional effect of the, like I said, the 1 degree per 69 miles that's being induced, which is about 1 degree every 8 minutes of the stars relating to the fact that you're tilting in the airplane and actually change. Kind of like if you look at your computer screen and you start tilting your head down.
That is included.
The computer screen will look like it's rising as you're tilting.
But that is included. It is included. It is literally included in the simulation. It is included in moving. It is natural. It happens just naturally.
Just a short technical question.
In fact, hold on. In fact, that specific motion that you are talking about is the only thing that the Taboo Conspiracies Google Earth thing does. That is precisely what it does. Because it doesn't account for time, then you are seeing the pure only effect of moving.
Can I ask my question now?
Yeah, but going
Okay,
sorry, going southwest with the sidereal rotation, making its very slow motion, is not going to offset the dramatic effect of the 1 degree every 8 minutes of the airplane tilting around the sphere.
Absolutely, it would, because again, it's
It looks like Google Earth simulated it for a planar Earth surface, and they didn't account for the actual that 1 degree per 8 minutes, which is separate from the very slow sidereal rotation.
Again, it is accounted. It is natural to the actual methodology to how Google Earth works on the fundamental level. It is exactly what you see in Taboo Conspiracy's video. It's just, I actually add time moving. He does not.
Is there a reason you sound so angry? Are you upset, or it can just be discussed, right? You sound really aggressive. It's just a discussion, right? It can take a chill pill and just have a discussion. I mean, you sound super aggressive. I'm not sure what you want. If you want, I'm not sure what you're trying to do, but yeah, I mean, just go ahead and share your information.
It doesn't sound aggressive to me.
Well, it's it's very verbally aggressive. I'm just trying to figure out why that's the case.
Yeah, maybe talk a bit loud, but that's not aggressive. Trying to make a point.
Well, I mean, you're also sort of doing this verbal attack to me as if I have anything to do with Taboo Conspiracy. I'm not him. I didn't make his video. I didn't do his simulation. I didn't make his claims. What I am talking about in relation to it. What I'm saying myself has nothing to do with Taboo Conspiracy simulations or whatever problems you have with him. If you have problems with him and you're aggressive and angry at him, you could contact him or do whatever you'd like, or contact other people you think are posting things. What I'm just talking about is the actual what would occur on a sphere. Whatever Google Earth may or may not simulate, or whatever Taboo Conspiracy does or doesn't show of simulations, is separate from what I am actually discussing. But I think someone else is trying to get
I don't know how to word it any clearer. What is happening in Google Earth when I actually made the simulation, when I actually account for time, is what you should expect on the sphere. I don't know how else I can word that. It's what you should expect, and it's what we see in the time lapse. Which, I'll ignore the time lapse. Just what I made in Google Earth is what we expect on a sphere.
Okay, and how are you coming to that conclusion when you didn't make Google Earth? You don't know how it's simulated, and you're not accounting for the fact that the airplane would have an additional 1 degree every 8 minutes tilting effect that is not accounted for. So just to say it and assert it without anything backing it up is baseless.
Again, the 1 degree per 8 minutes is accounted for in the actual flight path in Google Earth, in the very way that it does everything. It is naturally accounted for in moving around.
You're just assuming that, though. You don't have any validation that that's accounted for. You're just assuming
It's called.
doing that.
Jesus Christ. It's literally called move it. Move the Earth with your mouse. It happens. That's how it works.
That's traverse. Well, I don't know how. You don't know how it works. You didn't design it or build it. You're making very
I
intense
went into the.
decisions without. And
I
now
went.
you're interrupting again. Forget it, man. I don't want to be interrupted. So just
What
talk
you're
to
saying? I don't know what you're saying. I don't know about it. I looked over a lot of the code just out of curiosity, and I know how to break down a KML file and recreate it. That's how I actually made the thing. A KML file is how it actually stores any of the overlays and tours and pads and all of that stuff. So I actually do know a lot about Google Earth.
It's an open source.
Google Earth Enterprise is open source, and that's basically just the exact same thing as Google Earth Pro.
Basically, huh?
Right. What I'm saying though that would have to be incorporated into the simulation is the actual tilt of the airplane. So there's multiple factors that would have to be. It's not just a traversing along the surface at an even planar tilt. That's the part that has to be accounted for.
Again, I don't know how clearly I have to say this. The tilt is included in traversing. The tilt that you are describing is included in the traversing. I don't know how else I can say this to try and make it even clearer. But what you are precisely asking for and describing is exactly what is included in the very nature of moving in Google Earth.
Okay, so how have you validated that there's a tilt of an airplane that moving around a sphere that is in Google Earth? How have you personally validated that? I mean, I know you sound aggressive and angry. I hear you, but I'm fine just to have a conversation about it. So I'm just asking.
How have I validated it?
Yeah, how did you
The answer
validate
is
there's a tilting?
because Google Earth stays 100% constant sphere no matter what. That's point A. Point B is you know that you can traverse from one point to the other at any angle. We will say at 90 degrees, just like a plane. Well, technically not, but blah, blah, blah. 90 degrees, exactly. So, therefore, in order to get from one point to another, what must be happening is the camera must be tilting. Technically speaking, you're turning the Earth, but it's equivalent because of how it works.
That's different. Turning the Earth versus turning the airplane are very different.
Because of how Google, oh Jesus Christ, when you're turning, listen, when you're turning the Earth and actually when you're turning the Earth and actually accounting for time, it is equivalent.
No,
it is actually equivalent. If you,
dude, we have
it
to
is
go.
equivalent.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to moderate this conversation for myself a little bit. We have to go one at a time. So when you're done and it's silent, then you have to not speak for as long as I'm gonna speak, and then I'll do the same for you. Okay? You can't just keep clipping and interrupting. So please don't do that. But go ahead and say your piece, and then when you're done, I'm gonna be able to respond. So go ahead.
It is equivalent. Because if you say if you're at 30,000 feet and you're aiming 90 degrees and you constantly do that, it's equivalent.
Okay, so what I was going to say is I would say it's different. So there's two differences that could be occurred. If you have a simulation type thing, you have a sphere, you have the sky, the sidereal rotation, you can make it so that the dude, as it were, the camera position in the simulation is staying at one particular angle, and then the Earth is spinning underneath it along with the sidereal rotation. That is a separate vector than if you had an actual airplane that was actually flying over a sphere, which is doing its own motion, and the airplane is moving at a particular speed that would also be tilting as it's the 1 degree every 8 minutes. Those are different vectors.
They are different vectors only in the sense that you have the different ways of them moving, but relative to each other, if you actually compare the two, they are equivalent. Look, okay, I'll try and say it this way. You just imagine a path, right? One of them, it's the Earth moving underneath you, and one of them, the plane is moving. In both instances, the paths will be equivalent. They will take the same time. They will take the same speed. Everything. It'll all be equivalent.
I don't know why he can't make this any clearer for you. Do you?
Can get Maksuto 4-inch telescope on AliExpress for $300. Very good lens, if you wish.
So if you were to do one that goes east to west versus west to east, do the same thing at 500 miles an hour. If the Earth was a globe, okay, if the Earth is stationary and planar and you have the sky that's moving, the sidereal, the only offset you would get would be your 500 miles an hour. You know, if you're going like 500 miles from west to east or east to west, that's going to offset the roughly 1,000 mile an hour sidereal. So you would get a little bit of a faster star movement or slower, depending on which way you're going. But you would then have to factor in the tilt, essentially, of the airplane. As the airplane's flying around a sphere, that's the different part of the sphere. When you're in an actual airplane, you can't just have one camera vector that's looking one way with the Earth spinning under it. You have to actually have an airplane over that sphere, which is also spinning. And that is what has to actually tilt. Like that airplane is actually tilting. And that 1 degree per 8 minute would have to be visible going east to west or west to east in a way that would multiply just the 500 miles difference is one thing, just the 500 mile, which would change the sidereal rotation. You would either cut it in half or double it. Well, 1.5 it. Half more than 500 miles an hour. So 1,500 versus the 500 minus, 500 versus 1,500 basically, as you're going east to west or west to east. And you then would also have that 1 degree per 8 minute tilt, as it were. That would be a factor. So that's what it would be if the simulation is correct of being on an actual airplane above a sphere, not just with the sphere spinning under it, but actually being on an airplane that has to also be tilting. That effect would be visible. So that's what we would need to do, and to get more time lapses as well to compare the east to west as well to see if that's actually visible in reality, which it should be.
Okay, let me try and reiterate a little bit. Let me try and restart. We are on the equator, right? We start at 0, 0. We are 30,000 feet at 90 degrees. I then travel to 0, 10 degrees east. I am now at 10 degrees east, and I'm at 90 degrees to the ground. On both instances, 90 degrees to the ground, 90 degrees to the ground. Okay, and it takes me, just say 10 minutes. Just make it nice, easy numbers. It takes me 10 minutes to get from a point where I am at 90 degrees to the ground to a point where I'm at 90 degrees to the ground. At every point between, I am also at 90 degrees to the ground. Now tell me which part changes between stationary and turn. because at every
over
point,
a
at every
planar,
one,
in an airplane over a planar surface with the sidereal movement, you, like I said, all you would have is just that 500 mile per hour offset. So it would just slightly change the speed at which the stars would be traversing. The added thing on a sphere that would be present would be the additional 1 degree.
I'm just talking sphere. I'm just talking sphere. I'm not. We're ignoring plane for now. We're ignoring flat.
You're interrupting again. Just to finish my thought, I know I've repeated it, but what I'm saying is that yes, on a flat stationary surface, you would only have the sidereal rotation with the 500 mile an hour speed that you're doing, so it would offset that. On a globe, you would have that plus a 1 degree every 8-minute vector that is due to the tilting of the airplane. That's the difference. Whatever the simulations do or do not, whatever simulation does or doesn't show, that is the actual reality of what would be needed. It's an additional vector for you to say earlier, like that's incorporated. Yeah, that already is. The 500 mile an hour already is. The difference is that there's an additional 1 degree every 8-minute tilt.
Gio, he was talking.
Would you agree?
Wait. Gio, he was talking. You talked over him.
Thank you. But would you agree? Okay, back to what I was saying. Stationary, the plane is flying versus Earth turning, plane stationary. At minute 0, I am at 0, 0. At minute 10, I am 10 degrees away. And at every point, at 1 degree, I am at 90 degrees above the, I'm at 90 degrees, 30,000 feet. 2 degrees, 90 degrees, 30,000 feet. At every point along that arc, along that path, I am at 90 degrees at 30,000 feet. No matter what, at the exact same position over the ground at the exact same time in either scenario. Can you agree to that?
Maybe if you said please.
What's your reference point?
I would reward it and not say I'm 90 degrees to the ground. You can say I'm 90 degrees to a plum.
Chunky, just stay out of it.
Fine, what's your problem? The ground don't have any shape. You can be 90 degrees to it. Only ideally you can.
Yeah, if you
say
tilted the nose,
plum is plum.
if you tilted the nose of your plane as you were flying, then you could say that. But if you're not doing that, then no, you couldn't say that on a sphere. After looking at it, I see that one is the simulation and one is an actual time lapse of an actual flight. But if you add time into the simulation, you're just going to add more degrees that it's going to be off because in the simulation it's doing. I'm still talking. Thank you. In the simulation, right, stars are doing the opposite thing from what they're doing in real life. That's the point. You add 8, like the time that it would take to transverse that, and 1 degree for every 8 minutes, you're going to add to the degree of controversy, I guess you could say, because then you're going to have that much, because they're moving opposite to what they do in reality in the simulation. Okay. We're not seeing anything like that.
But what simulation are you talking to that you're saying it doesn't work, it doesn't match the time lapse? Because Taboo Conspiracy's time simulation does not match reality. Mine does.
I'm talking about the video. The video.
Yeah,
that
my video.
The one that was posted. This one. Hold on. It's Taboo Conspiracies.
Yeah, Taboo Conspiracies. The real time-lapse footage, he has 2 things. He has his Google Earth simulation and the time-lapse from the plane. His Google Earth simulation does not account for time. Mine does.
If you account for time, you're just going to increase the degree that it's going in the opposite direction. In the real-life simulation, it moves from, if there were a clock on the screen, it would be from about the 10 o'clock or 10:30 position, stars, to about the 3 o'clock or maybe 4:30 position. It's the only movement that those two stars he's telling you to keep your eyes on. That's the only movement that they make. Right? But
Okay,
the
let me
simulation one, they're moving over your head and they're
because
rolling over to the horizon.
truth
In the
truth
opposite
prevails.
direction.
Truth
In the
prevails. In
in the
his
opposite
simulation,
direction, excuse me, in the opposite direction than what they do in the real life time lapse. They're moving in the
truth
opposite
prevails.
direction.
Let me again. His simulation does not account for time. Time exists in reality. He did not simulate it. I simulated time. Look at the video I posted, and it matches the time lapse.
I don't know. I haven't watched yours, but I can only speak to his. But I know that
Watch mine then.
So if you add time to it, aren't you just increasing the degrees? 1 degree per every 8 minutes. So whichever direction
No,
they're
that
moving.
that 1 degree per 8 minutes is only thing that his video simulates. Mine simulates everything. Mine matches reality.
What is his? What is yours accounting for that his is not? I thought the time was the thing that you said that he wasn't accounting for. And if it's just
Time is the thing that
then
he.
if it's just time,
Time.
then whatever movement they're making is going to be more exaggerated because you're just adding more time for that to happen.
Time is the only thing that he is not accounting for. I accounted for time. That is the only difference between his and mine. Technically, mine is actually real flight data, but whatever. I could make that on a generic line, account for time, and get a similar result.
I'll have to take time to watch yours. I don't know. I know just logically, if that simulation is just like in time, the one that he did, then you're just adding to the degrees that the stars are moving, whichever direction they're moving as the simulation gives, and you're just going to like add another degree for every 8 minutes.
You're adding another variable, not necessarily another degree or another whatever. You're just adding one more variable. It plays out differently. It's not just a different thing.
In the real life time lapse, they moved down from the left upper to the right lower. Like they didn't even move over to the head at all. It's like there was no as you're transversing over a sphere at all. I don't even know how. I don't even know how you process this and not realize we're not moving around a sphere. Good thing that this isn't what it all hinges on, though, because there's lack of curve. There's so much more. This is just another observation, but even in this observation, I don't understand how you can see that it's obvious that the stars are not moving as if you're on a sphere in the real life one.
Well, I don't know
you-
how to tell you, given how, again, my simulation on a sphere has all the variables accounted for, and it matches reality.
I want to ask a question. Why you always need to insert the one you're talking with into the conversation? You don't understand. You don't realize. How does it contribute to the conversation? Stick to what you think, what you believe, what you know. Don't tell others what they do or don't do or understand or whatever. It's toxic.
Who the hell are you talking to?
You.
I don't remember asking you your opinion.
I don't remember I care.
All right, I
I'm
don't know
telling you
why.
my opinion.
All right, that's not appropriate or needed for the live stream, dude. She didn't even say what you're saying. Not that I
If she
heard.
did, go ahead and see. You don't understand. I don't think you
If she
understand.
did, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it's not.
I realize it. I realize it, but she did.
Just get over it.
Yeah, it's.
I have no problem. I just want to know why we need it in the
You have no
conversation.
problem. You're interrupting for about a minute and a half now.
I'm not interrupting. Did I talk over you?
How can you say that the simulation represents reality? It matches reality when we have the video is of reality.
Because
Is reality.
if you look at the time lapse of reality, it matches up pretty closely to the simulation that I did. Not exactly, because I did not have the exact flight data, because that one was like 2 or I don't even know, 5 years, many years old. I can only access stuff within the last 90 days.
Account for the sun. Because if I go on Google Earth at 5 in the morning, or if I go on Google Earth at 2 in the afternoon, it's always daylight on Google Earth. But you know, Google Earth is just an inversion of a flat plane, right? So they've got the sphere of the sky, and they've put the sphere of the sky onto the Earth. They've inverted the thing. So of course you're going to get exactly the same effect if you wrap a planar surface over a ball, because that's reality. So you're pissing into the wind. You know, you're saying, "Oh, look, my globe matches reality." Yes, because your globe is an inversion of reality.
You do realize that doesn't even make any sense, right?
There is a sphere in the sky. It's what you see when you look up.
No, it's how you imagine it. You see stars. You see.
Because they've inverted everything, you know, this is how they've been able to fool the masses of the world, because they've just inverted. They've got the flat plane of the Earth, and they've made that the sky, and then the curvature of the sky, and put that onto the Earth. It's easy to do. All you have to do is invert it, and you fool
Yeah, all
everybody.
you have to do is have an actual working model.
Can you prove that they haven't done that?
So what else have
Make
you
a
looked
model.
into? What other aspects of have you considered that the Earth may not be what you were told? At all? Like, have you considered it? Have you looked? What other aspects of it have you looked into?
I'm just sharing my experience. I'm really good at Google Earth. I have some flight sim. I like planes and stuff. I like space and stuff. I have some experience with that. I was going to be an aerospace engineer, but my heart really wasn't in it that much. But I still know how to actually do a lot of, well, at least basic orbital mechanics and stuff like that.
Got any real life experiences?
Real life experience, yeah. I directly ripped images off of a weather satellite.
What does that even mean? That's like at your computer, though, right? Like, have you in real life had any real life experiences?
I mean, in real life, I made a satellite dish, a homemade dish, set it up, got the software all working up and running, made it, aligned it up, tuned it, everything, and got pictures from space.
You know, they used to do long wave radio from New Zealand to England, right? Which way were
Yeah,
they
well, the
paint?
problem.
Which way were
Well,
they
here's the
pointing the aerial at that time?
well, here's the problem. It was a directional dish, directional receiver. I knew where it was aimed. I only got signal aiming at a very specific point.
Was it a geostationary satellite?
Yep.
Do you think you might have a receiver in that same direction on the ground somewhere?
Not one within 1 mile, and given my dish was pointed at like 40 degrees up, and there are no like 1 mile towers anywhere near me, I would say no.
Do you think that geostationary point might have a GP on the ground somewhere pointing straight up and sort of an umbrella type of signal where if you point your dish anywhere in that direction, like precisely, you might get it and you're just fooled?
No, because elevation matters.
What if that's just what they told you?
Well,
Do you get
that's
the
not just what they told me, because if I aim my dish too far down, no signal. Too far up, no signal. Too far left or right, no signal.
do you experience any red shift or blue shift?
I didn't look for any.
Fair enough. Because there should be one, because although it's stuck there, still orbiting, and there should be some shift in the frequency. The stated frequency and the one you detect. Slight.
I didn't look for any.
Said fair enough. Just curious. How many satellites can you see geostationary?
See? Well, if given the right conditions and like in time lapse footage, I don't know, maybe. Probably not with the naked eye, maybe long exposure camera. 40?
Your antenna. Your antenna. How many
Oh,
you can
my thing. No, my thing is only able to get goes, which is I can only see one from my position. One of them is only 4 degrees elevation, and there are too many trees nearby.
get it? So you see goes south.
Goes 16.
I just go to the site and watch it. But I think I'm a bit too east, even to the one that filmed the East Coast.
Goes east. I'm pretty sure 16 is east.
I'm at time zone +2, which is +3 now with the daylight saving time. I'm far away to the east.
Yeah, if anyone names a flight, like I can make a Google Earth view of it.
You think there may be a chance that subconsciously, even if it is subconsciously, like maybe you're aware of it, maybe you're not, but that you may be resistant to being able to see anything other than what you already believe that it is, due to the personal investment that you have in it being you were told it
You know, the
was.
problem is that everything is like you have no other explanation. Everything that so much stuff relies on it being a globe that you don't even think of. Like cell towers, for example. A lot of them, they don't get their time based off of like the time that the cell tower just holds, like just actual keeping track of it is August 12th at this specific time. That uses GPS. And a lot of stock exchanges, I'm pretty sure, actually also use GPS because you can't have, because it's just one synchronous time that everyone will receive without delay on between stuff in the ground. Like that's just one random example of GPS as again just another example being used without you even realizing.
I think GPS uses trilateration of like 3 cell towers, don't they?
No.
It's my understanding of it. I don't know. I don't really care about the cell towers and things enough, like that enough to even know, to be honest with you.
GPS does not use cell towers. Technically speaking, assisted GPS, which not cell towers, but the internet in general, your phone will download the position of satellites ahead of time because if you're only using raw GPS, it'll take 24 minutes or 12 minutes. It's one of the two to actually be able to get a position. Assisted GPS just downloads that data so that you can get your position instantly.
No, with all the satellites they claim that are up there, we should never lose signal and should always have it. And I do know that I've used GPS before in between 2 valleys and traveling in between 2 valleys for a while. You don't get it. You don't get the signal.
Because you need to have visibility of at least 4 satellites. If you're in between 2 valleys, if they're high enough valleys, then you could get blocked off of all too many satellites. You might not have a good enough view. Again, not towers. You can get GPS in the middle of the ocean. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, they have little flotation devices out there that's got dishes.
Not nearly enough of them.
Antennas on them and dishes.
Not nearly enough of them, and they are not broadcasting out GPS.
I don't know what they're broadcasting. I know they have them. Quite a few of them. And there could be satellites, communication satellites that are just in low Earth orbit. And by orbit, I don't mean transiting around a sphere. I just mean traveling in a circle above level Earth. So you don't think there's a possibility that could be what's going on?
But then their orbital trajectories make absolutely zero sense. Assuming that you can even get them to stay up, their ground paths are absolutely nuts. They make zero sense.
I guess if you really wanted to know for sure, you'd have to look at the ground, see if it is in fact curving, dropping away anywhere. How far do you think you should be able to, knowing that water is level? How far do you think you should be able to see the
That
horizon
depends on your
extend?
altitude.
What if you're 6 feet tall? I don't know. How tall are you? Well, you don't have to tell me. Let's just pretend you're 6.
5'7".
Close enough.
I don't know the numbers. That's not my wheelhouse.
Good enough. So at 6, well, let's just say 6 feet. How far do you think
What I
you
do
should be able to
know-
see before the earth starts dropping away from you? How far should your horizon extend?
Well, if you're talking about before it, again, this isn't my wheelhouse, but if you're dealing with all this stuff, then technically the millimeter in front of your eyeball, it's just a minute thing. But what I do know is that were it flat, there would be absolutely nothing preventing you from seeing infinite.
Really?
Really.
So there's no limitations to our vision just because the earth isn't a sphere?
The human eye has no limitation. Only angular.
Did not know that. Shoot, I thought light was how we saw, that we saw by visible light, and I thought it had, not to mention, you know, our eyes, our vision does have limitations, perspective, but I thought light also had limitations to how far it can reach.
I know that you
followed-
have heard of them, but do you know how undersea fiber optic cable works? It's literally.
What's that got to do with standing on the beach and looking out across the water? I don't see where fiber optic cables play a role in
what
any
fiber
aspect of
optic
that.
because what fiber optic cables are, they're literally sending pulses of light very,
what our
very,
eyes are
very
doing?
far distances.
Is that what our eyes
No, your
are
eyes
doing?
are receiving them. Your eyes
the
only
horizon?
receive light.
Is the horizon
Your eyes.
doing that?
The horizon is not an object that can like sense stuff.
So how is it relevant?
Because those fiber optic cables, they travel light for thousands of miles. That is how far that we know for a bare minimum fact that light can travel. So why can your eyes not see that far?
Why do you have to use fiber optics for an example? Why can't you just use everyday experiences? If this is a common thing, light just travels forever and we can see forever.
Well, because
Stopping
I don't
us.
think that you believe that the sun is 93 million miles away, or that stars are light years and light years away. So I'm trying to keep it on things on the earth, on ground.
Fiber optics are under the water, so you didn't keep it with things on the ground. I'm sorry. It's just, can't. I'm trying to have a conversation about an experience that you can have just walking outside and looking at Earth yourself. It's nothing to do with fiber optics. Doesn't matter how light travels through a fiber optic cable. It's not relevant to you standing on the beach and looking out across the water.
Right. So let's do this scenario. I'm on Ireland. Look at the sunset that is setting behind New York. I wouldn't be able to see New York because how they say turbidity, air pollution. I wouldn't be able to see it. However, I should see the Statue of Liberty as a silhouette over the sun. Why don't I see it? I can see the sun. Sure, I will see anything that blocks its light. Should see the Statue of Liberty. I should see this hand raised up. And it's not there. Yep, yep. Why can't we see it from Ireland?
Just wondering if Mr. Green has went out and done this. Like if he's made any observations in real life. The only point I
I
was just
don't
trying
care.
to. You don't.
Why
Okay,
do you
so
care who took the data? Why does it matter at all?
so it doesn't matter. You don't care if it is a
No,
sphere or
no.
if
As long
I'm not asking
Oh,
you.
Jesus Christ,
You're-
Chaiki!
relax.
Because I don't care. That's the answer.
What don't you care about?
About finding reality or whatever, if that's how you want to word it. I know what it is, and a lot of the stuff that I do just proves it. Coincidentally, I know a lot of just random stuff, and all of it adds up to just one thing.
If you're going to interject yourself into into conversations about it, wouldn't you want to know before you do?
Well, that's the thing. I do know. But looking out at the ocean or whatever, I don't care about the ocean.
Do you not care if it curves around a sphere or if it just lays flat?
Well, it does.
Level?
It's a sphere. It is a sphere. The grand sum of everything I know all points to just one thing. It's a sphere.
So why are they faking space, bro?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Why is it always
I
space?
think Jesus Christ is the exact reason that they're faking space. It's funny you said that. How's it going, Mr.
Exactly. Yeah.
Green?
Why are they on wires in this like a mock-up Hollywood studio called the ISS?
Well, they're not. I've seen enough clips of you guys posting that to just be able to say that it's just the way that fabrics just work randomly. Like you ever just have just like an extra little stiff piece of fabric or whatever, you can push up below it, right? And the fabric moves, even though it's fabric.
That one guy disappearing around the corner is a little funky. We have to admit that.
Because they cut, I know the one you're talking about, because they cut between two clips.
There was
They
a
cut
whole
the clip in
bunch of
the middle.
astronauts all waving goodbye, and they were the only ones that had some type of interference in the film, but the background didn't.
I haven't seen that one. Have you considered compression artifacts or what am
I have,
corruption?
and yeah, like this corruption, compression, artifacts, all of that. It would distort the whole image, not just the
Not
astronaut,
necessarily.
and leave the background alone.
Not necessarily. Have you ever heard of? Do you know how video actually works? Do you know about full frames and inner frames, keyframes and inner frames? The entire methodology by how video works is only a certain portion of the video. I think maybe 1 in 10, maybe it depends on the codec or whatever, are actual full frames. The rest of them just are little bits and pieces saying, hey, move these pixels over here, add a little bit over here, do this over here. It's not actually like a fluid motion.
Right, and those algorithms usually are self-recovering.
There's some good video. There's some good edits that I've seen people do. I don't think I have any on this computer of people intentionally messing with inner frames to make a cool, like, trippy effect.
Mm-hmm.
And since we can't verify either way, I avoid talk about it. I have no way to prove anything. You have no way to prove anything. Why talk about it? Why argue about it? Could be
But either way,
fake,
I don't
could be
really
not.
care too much about the ISS.
Neither do I. I
But
try
why?
to stay at level ground. Don't go high to the sky. No ISS, no dark matter, no Einstein or Newton gravity. Don't talk about it. The shape of the Earth. Start from the basic.
And we know the angular resolution thing from earlier was kind of a crap argument, right? Like if it was flat, we'd be able to see forever.
Well, you would.
You wouldn't, though. If
Why
we're
not?
lacking, what is the most powerful camera lens that we can use to zoom?
Don't
I
need
have
anything
no idea.
powerful.
So this is what I mean. Like, why
It's
would
not
we?
about powerful. It's about what your angular resolution is.
Yeah. So it's the example of if I hold a dime up, the dime will disappear near instantly as I walk away from you, right?
No.
Even though
But
I'm
what if
still on
you
a
get
football, I'm on a football field, like flat as
but you
can
get
be.
but you get a telescope, you can zoom it back in.
Okay. And so
Right?
again, so then yeah, as we've seen the black swan, right? They get their P900s, or I don't know if they make 1,000 now, but then everything they're able to see as far as they can possibly see with that. Then there's so they use the infrared cameras with zoom. They're seeing even farther, right? So why would you be able to see forever if this hypothetical like camera that could zoom forever or telescope that could zoom forever isn't being used in that manner or doesn't exist?
So let's do a thought experiment, which you can do in real. You know this fiber, this glass fiber they use to isolate things. Take one of them, put it, stretch it between something, and you'll see you'll stop seeing it quite fast. However, try it at night and shine some strong light of it, and see how far away you can get away from it and still see it. Even though it's hair size, you shouldn't be able to see it because it's beyond your resolution, and you still see it.
Okay.
You can't resolve it. However, you can see it. You can see the light bounce out of it.
Okay. So light behaves a little differently, it sounds like, when it comes to seeing it. Yes.
So what stop you from seeing the sun? If I'm here and someone tell me the sun is on the west coast and something between the sun, I can see the sun, but I can't see the west coast, the east coast. What's going on?
Is the sun a glass fiber?
No, it's a strong source of light.
Okay. But even that, I feel like even the glass fiber you're talking about would have some sort of point where it would not be visible, right?
It would, but it would be very, very far. If we didn't have atmosphere,
it would be very far.
With the green red LED, you'd see it for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Our eye is capable. We did the math one day.
Hundreds of thousands of kilometers.
Yes, simple green LED.
Which would not be possible.
You say so, but those things were tested.
That wouldn't be possible on a curved Earth, though, right? Because
wouldn't
at
be
some
possible.
point the horizon physically obstructs it because it's a
Yeah.
sphere.
No, because we have air which blocks light.
It's the air that blocks it, not the actual surface of the Earth.
Right. So I won't be able to see it on Earth, but if I was in space, I could see it very far.
And you can prove that?
Yes, tests that were made. How much photons need to fire a neuron in your eye? Those things were done.
What was the answer?
I don't know, maybe 10. So you take the lead, you
Okay,
compute
maybe
how
100.
much is
Whatever.
output. You compute his output. You work the inverse square law, and you see how far you can see it.
Okay.
Simple. That's that. Second, we need to do a test, but neither me nor you can go to space and do it.
That's true. This
But
is
the
where
one,
the major break in the community occurs, right? There are a large sum of people who believe sources outside of themselves. There are a large sum of people who not only don't believe in them, they think they're actively lying.
well, I told people before, I told you can see hair for 100 meters. They say, really? You think you can see hair for 100 meters? For sure. No problem. If I have enough light, I'll see it. Take a picture of it. I need to find one. I don't have 100 meter, but I'll manage 30 maybe.
I feel like some of those laser tests shooting across lakes are pretty interesting, and different salt flats, right? Although,
Yeah, well,
Hmm?
it's interesting. However, if you want to get a good conclusion from them, you need to take into account all the conditions, all the possibilities. Because for some of them, you say, I see the laser. No, you don't see the laser. You see it bounce from the water.
I think it actually hit the water and then bounced.
I don't think I see it. I see it twinkle. Why would the laser twinkle?
But at that
Because
point,
it hits it.
is your eye focusing on the water at that point, or at the
No,
source of
it bounced
the laser?
from wave to wave. It bounced from wave to wave and get to my eye.
That sounds like meaningless.
Sounds
Wave
like, look.
Wave to wave?
Yes. When you look at sunset, you see ripples, right? You see a straight line. That shouldn't be. If the water were flat, you would see the sun reflection, just a circle. Why do you see all those waves? Because light bounces from them, from one to each other until it gets to you.
I feel like the source of the light is hitting all of those. I don't know what you would call that, but essentially every square millimeter is being hit by light, right?
Could be, yes.
And the vast majority of them are making it to your eyes. Whereas if you were to move over 100 yards down the beach, it would be pointing straight at you as well.
But not if the sun is below the horizon. Well, then it's very difficult to see because the light is very dim. But if you want, you increase the intensity in the camera, the sensitivity, you'll see them.
Mm-hmm. And see, and this is the part I feel like I hadn't thought of it, and then just recently they brought it up of like, okay, so we can bring a boat back. Can we bring back the sun using P1000, whatever?
No, you can't bring the sun back, and you can't bring the boat back.
You can bring them both back.
Only if you increase in elevation.
Well, they bring the boat back without increasing elevation.
No, they don't.
To the limit of their magnification.
Resolution is different. But they don't bring the hidden parts.
Yeah, man, it's just, you can't see it with the naked eye, and then you can with the camera.
Like I said, resolution.
Okay. So then, how do we test? How do you say this? If there, so what is something that you could test to bring something further than that? I don't know what commercially available shit there would be outside of these cameras people use. And are
Those
they
cameras, fine.
using them or available to people for their use? Like, oh, I found, and this is very layman's term, I found a P10,000, right? That was able to increase resolution and zoom in on something 10 times more than a P1000 could. So is like, are there people that actively try these things, or are we even able to try this?
Well, the Webb Space Telescope focal length, I think, is about 700 meters.
Mm-hmm. And where do they?
That's a order of magnitude above the P1000. P1000 is very good. It's about 3 meters. It's very good, the narrow field of view. The resolution may be not so good, but the field of view, yes, it's a bit of compensation, a bit.
So is there something stronger than that, like one of these large telescopes that look deep into space, and however you want to say it, but are they taking them out on the beach and just pointing them horizontally?
Yeah, but astronomers don't tend to do it. I know people that use 9 meters to image Jupiter, 9 meters focal length using lenses. It's not real focal length. It's optical. But they won't take their telescope to the beach. They have no interest.
See, yeah. So
P1000 is perfectly enough. Don't need anything more. Just zoom in until you can resolve the ship, and keep zooming and tell me that you bring anything you didn't see before, you can see now.
I feel like that's been done numerous times.
Never.
Just the most random of boats.
No, what they do is they take a wide field of view where the resolution is not enough and you can't see the object, and then they zoom in and say, you see, it came back. Big deal. I know it happened. I want, since the moment it came back, then show me you bring anything back.
See, and I mean, I don't even know how you would test for that, or what type of.
You zoom in, you see the ship. Once you saw the ship, cut bottom first, you keep zooming in.
Okay.
Do you get anything from the bottom that disappeared? Does it come into view?
My understanding was yes.
Well, your understanding is wrong. You just do the test, which is easy, and you see that you can't bring anything up. What you saw is what you saw. You will not see anymore.
So you're saying, and I'm just going to throw a number out here. Say there's something 5 miles out there on the water, a buoy or a boat. No, it should be a boat probably. So you even though you feel like you can't see it with your eyes, it's technically there. You just can't resolve it. And then you use the zoom. It's going to bring it back in. It's going to actually make it visible. And then once you have done that, if you were to move that boat further away, it will again begin to disappear from the bottom up. But if you've reached your limit that you can zoom, or if you were able to zoom more, you're saying you could zoom way, way, way up on it, and you still would not see any more of it. Even though you're zooming more and more, there's a point in which you will not be able to see the bottom half of it.
I don't want a moving boat. I want a static buoy. I look at the buoy and I see I'm missing a foot, 2 foot of the buoy.
Yes.
Once I can resolve it, then I continue zooming in. Do I get any of the 2 foot missing back into frame? That's the question. Would it reveal more than I saw at the beginning, once I could resolve it?
Once you could resolve it. Sounds like you're saying no.
I'm saying no. That's an easy test to do. There's lots of buoys out there. You can figure out how much missing of them. And all you need to do is press the zoom function slowly. That's it.
Okay.
Go frame by frame, say, here I see this, 2 foot missing, still 2 foot missing, still 2 foot missing, still 2 foot missing. I didn't get half a foot back. Zoom doesn't bring anything back. Not the hidden part.
It only resolves that which is visible in the beginning.
Right.
Okay. I guess I got some more research to do. Why are we able to see the buoy even though the horizon formula says we shouldn't? Is this the age-old refraction thing?
Why we can't resolve?
No, why we can see it at all. If it were far enough away that would, I don't know the horizon equation, but it's like the black swan argument, right? From 1 foot, you should only be able to see 1.2 miles before it's obstructed by physical curvature. So then why could you see something that's past that? Like, why are we able to see more?
Because we don't live in geometry, we live in real life. And in our world, there's atmosphere which cause things to usually be loomed up a bit.
Okay.
That's why you can see farther than you expect to see in a vacuum.
See, how does that work if you think about it how do I say this? From both directions. Like, if light, we know, slows as it passes through a denser medium, and that's what is causing it to constantly, I guess, what would you say? It's bent from the source, what you're looking at, it has to continuously be coming down.
Right.
Does that make sense? At you?
Yes, that's what happens. It
But
doesn't.
then if you
Don't
were
say bend, say change trajectory.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. So it's constantly changing trajectory over and over and over. And then, but if you were at the buoy, say, looking, you would be able to see me, even though why would it lower its trajectory constantly going in both directions? Doesn't that
For both of
imply
us.
that it's like getting it one side, and this is just how it makes sense in my head, if it's getting more and more dense, that's constantly bringing it back, but you would think it would have the opposite effect when coming from the other side, from 180 degree difference.
So I'm at the buoy, and you in the shore. Is our density changes? Is it not always dense below and less dense above? It's reciprocal. We will see each other as a mirror. You will be loomed up for me. I'll be loomed up for you.
Okay. So it's more about, and I'm sure there's a word for this, but there are levels of density in the air. We know it gets less dense as it gets higher. Okay, I think I was thinking about that on the wrong axis.
Of course, if my conditions at the buoy are very different of yours, let's say it's very hot there, then it will not be reciprocal. But if the conditions are the same, normal day, same temperature, same air pressure, we can measure them with our phones today. We will see each other the same. We will put the device, let's say auto level, and we will see that in the reticle we see each other the same.
Okay. I can see that now. That thank you. That was I wasn't thinking about it in this like tiered way. I was thinking about it more in like along the x-axis is where the density is changing, not along the y-axis. So I'll think about that.
Do you know that with lumen, things aren't actually moved? They're exactly where they appear to be. It's the sky that's cast down onto the water, creating a false horizon, making it appear as if they're floating, but they're not. If you look, you can see the true horizon. It'll be a faint line. So the object is actually right where you see it. So it's not being lifted up. It only appears that way because the horizon is moved closer to you. The horizon is shortened due to the false horizon created by the cast down of the sky.
And I apologize. I missed that. I got a text right in the middle of it. Do you mind repeating what you said? You said
Well,
he
he was saying that sometimes that you can look out and you can see things loomed up, and that's why you see things over a curve. But
they call
things
that
aren't
looming.
But things aren't moved out of their position. It's I posted an image, a picture right here in the live stream text. If you look at it, if you look closely at the bow of the boat, where you would expect to see the horizon, if the boat were truly there, you can still see a faint line of the actual horizon. What's going on is the sky is being cast down. The image of the sky is being cast down onto the water, creating a false horizon. So lumen, it only gives the appearance that it's lumen. It's not moved out of its position, so it's not lifting anything up at all over a curve. There's none of that going on. It's casting the sky down onto the water.
It's called looming. Sorry, I haven't heard that term before.
Yeah, that's what lumen is. That's what he was telling you for an explanation as to why you could see some things beyond the point where they predict that the horizon should be on a sphere. That the reason we see things that are beyond that is due to lumen, because it's being lifted up. That's not what happens in lumen. That's not a valid explanation because things aren't moved. They aren't lifted up. They're exactly where they appear to be. The sky is cast down, creating a false horizon, making it appear shorter.
Yeah. Well, so one thing he was pointing out is like that sailboat that you pointed out. You tend to see the bottom of the boat meeting the horizon from the moment you zoom in. And if you were to zoom further in or even further out whenever it's right there, the bottom you don't miss any of the bottom as soon as you start to zoom out. It's hard to tell with this. It's obviously a grainy GIF or whatever, but it seems like you're not seeing more than 2 or 3 foot of the bottom of the boat. Where if you were to zoom in further, it would still be the same image. You would just be getting closer to it and not actually seeing it come up any higher. And I know that a little bit different maybe than the looming thing, but and I'm not sure. Let me look at this next one. And that's another boat. It's kind of hard to tell when this stuff is obviously waves and whatnot. Zooming in on a sphere. But you're saying, so looming is that actual tanker that looks like it's floating kind of on a false horizon.
Yeah, the only reason that I even posted it was because when you were talking about how far the horizon should extend out, the Earth were a sphere, Explanation that he gave was lumen.
Okay.
And lumen doesn't actually lift objects. It just casts the sky down onto the water and shortens the apparent horizon. If you look closely, you can see the faint.
Mm.
You can see the water if you look for it, and you can see the faint line at the bow of the boat where you would expect it to be.
Mhm. That's looming when it makes the sky appear, or the horizon and the sky, well, not sky, but horizon appear closer to you. Okay.
Due to an optical effect of the sky being, an image of the sky being cast down into the water. So all forms of refraction actually do that. They only shorten the horizon, the distance to the horizon, the apparent horizon.
It's a wild effect. Green, you still here?
No, go away.
Oh, are you one of those like sad, angry drunks?
I've never drank.
Good boy. I never got to ask, just so you know, I never got to ask because I got banned.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah. How could you tell?
I have feelers everywhere.
Oh, you got people. Nice.
No, I've got socks that data mine everywhere.
Very good. Well, we'll go back and find our DMs and bring it up in a different group because it still is intriguing to me.
I never actually DM'd you.
You didn't? Is that just you tagged me?
Yep.
I'll find it one day. You reminded me of that though, so it's good to bring it back to the top of the brain. Okay. Well, I have nothing further to add. Think that was Chike maybe talking? I'm not sure. And the truth. Appreciate y'all.
I have no idea who it was. I just tuned it out because it's boring.
So why are you here, man?
To listen to stupidity, but that dealing with refraction, it's just boring. I don't care.
So why are you here?
Because sometimes here particularly, as in this server, I'm only here because people in here were talking about that taboo conspiracy video, which I'm just trying to help them and say, you shouldn't be using that. It is very, very wrong.
What's the taboo conspiracy video?
Blah, blah, blah. He found some time lapse that some guy took from the cockpit view of, like, the stars, like at night, like a night flight. And he recreated it in air quotes, recreated it in Google Earth. Except the problem is that he did not account for actual time passing.
While flying?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I actually recreated it.
What'd you do? Like overlay Stellarium?
No, in Google Earth. No, in Google Earth. What I did was I took a flight track off a flight radar, took the KML of it, and I found a way to convert it into a Tor. I basically just ripped out all the details from the actual KML and reformatted it into a Tor by getting the duration between the points. That's A. Getting the tilt and roll of a camera by the previous and next points. Like, It was I'm actually pretty impressed with it. I got the whole thing done in like 2 hours, and it works flawlessly.
Is it in this chat somewhere?
Yeah, it is. I posted it twice. The last one was 2:25 a.m. I believe your Eastern time. No, you're Western North Carolina. Yeah, your Eastern time.
Yep. So it was 2:25.
Yep. And the video above it is Taboo Conspiracy's video where he does it incorrectly.
Oh, I see. Taboo Conspiracy is someone's name. Got it. Okay.
Pretty generous of you to spend 2 hours on intense work like that, just to try to help people to keep them from making a mistake. I can't
Yeah, you
wait.
see, here's the thing. It wasn't necessarily to help people. A couple of things. I like showing people are stupid in Google Earth because I'm really good at Google Earth. That's A. B, I thought it would be a really cool thing to put into my flight data just in general. So it really was beneficial to me mostly. I don't care about you guys.
Good. Whenever you go out to a beach or do a real life observation, being just a hair under, or a cup, maybe 5 inches under 6 feet tall, and you see the horizon extend beyond 3.89 miles, you can.
Yeah, I don't care.
You can be the one to put your passion into telling NASA that they're wrong.
Yeah,
that they're
here's the
making a big
thing.
mistake.
Here's the thing. They're not wrong. That's A. B, I don't care. That's just boring because A, right, you can't see infinity, which is what the requirement would be. B, you guys almost never actually account for refraction or like any of the actual math or like turbulent air or anything. There's so many different variables that you never even consider, and I don't care to look at because it's all just boring.
So, because it's boring to you, we never consider it. It's either one or the other. Either we've never considered it, which is not true, or it's just boring to you. And I think the reason that you, I think the reason that you avoid it is, can you hear me?
You're back. I don't know if it was you or me.
I don't know. I think you just want to avoid it. That's just my opinion.
It's
And
not
think
that
the
I want to.
reason-
It's not that I want to avoid it. I've heard it many, many, many times. I don't care.
You keep saying
you-
that, and I think that's indicative of a much larger problem in your life, brother. I think
Of
it has
just not
nothing to
caring?
do with this particular argument or flat earthers or a lack of refraction in arguments. I think there's something else that you don't care about, and that's the reason that it's become your mantra.
It's because
But-
I'm here for. I'm here. I talk about topics that I like, that I have experience in. Like someone talks about, if someone needs to know about planes, I know a little bit about planes. If someone needs to know about Google Earth, I know a lot about Google Earth. Someone wants to know about space and stuff, I'll talk about orbital mechanics, orbital physics, stuff like that. But I don't care about any particular mission.
Do you know about orbital shenanigans?
Only
I'll give you half a
orbital
point.
does. No.
You can't say that we don't know anything, that flat earthers in general, since you want to put them all in one basket, they don't know anything about refraction. Because we all know, well, I won't say all, but the majority of flat earthers that I know quite a lot about refraction. And one thing we know for certain is there's no form of refraction that extends the distance to the horizon. That's what you need. Because 3.89 miles for a 6-foot person, like, you see far beyond that.
Again, this is why I'm saying this is boring to me, because you're talking about measuring something to like the horizon, right? Which is just something that's just hard to measure as it is. That's A. B, like any object behind it is going to be better, but it's going to have stuff hidden from the bottom. That's a fact. But it's just done so many times. It's a fact. We know how it works. It's just boring.
I mean, you seem like a bright guy. Have you considered just moving on to the next phase or thing in your life?
Most of the time when I'm here, I'm doing other stuff anyway.
Yeah, you just don't seem happy.
I don't know. It's like a. You ever? I don't know. You ever watch? I don't know. I don't know. Public freakout videos or something, or Karen's instant karma videos or something. I guess it's something like that.
Know what you're talking about. I don't know how that applies though.
You said Karen instant karma videos? Have you seen Karen the World is Carmen Sandiego videos?
No, I haven't watched any in like a long time.
Green, how does it make you feel that people think differently about the Earth than you do?
It makes me disappointed in humanity, man. The fact that you guys have so many just holes in your logic and like any of just it's just
Holes in our logic, even though you say that refraction is an answer for why we see so far, and refraction just further limits your vision.
that is not what I said. See, that's another thing, is that you guys never really actually listen. You may hear stuff, you may repeat, sometimes you repeat the right things, but you never really understand.
That's exactly what you said, dude. That is exactly what you said.
Did I say the words refraction will limit your vision?
I said refraction will limit. It limits how far you can see. It reduces your resolution. It doesn't increase it. But you did, in fact, say when we see as far as we do, that we don't take into account refraction. So you did say that.
I did say that. I did not say it limits you, because it doesn't.
Hey, bro, the only actual limit to space travel is in our imagination.
What's this? But it does. Yes, it does.
Yeah, so I'm looking at your video here, Mr. Green, and what's that supposed to show?
That is okay. So I assume you've seen the taboo conspiracy videos of planes or whatever, where he's comparing time lapses of night flights.
Uh-huh.
Okay, his Google Earth tour does not account for time. Mine does.
What does that mean?
I mean, in his, his Google Earth thing he just shows you going over that flight or whatever.
Uh-huh.
In his recreation of it, he does not have time actually flowing.
What does that mean? Why does it
means
matter?
that, well, because he's making the argument that his simulation does not match reality, and the fact of the matter is that he is not including time, so it cannot possibly, under any circumstance, match reality, because reality has time.
Right. Well, what does yours show that his doesn't show?
Time flowing.
Yeah, but it's still the same. It doesn't have the stars moving up. It just has the sidereal rotation.
It is exactly what you would expect for that flight.
Well, the sky moving though is a result of us moving on the Earth, right? It's just the apparent movement of the sky.
It's the combination of the Earth turning and the plane moving. That is it.
Right, but the thing is that the sky only does the rotation because it's apparently moving because we're moving with the Earth, right?
The sky's apparent again, Earth moving. What I said.
Right. So you're
Earth
saying
moving.
that the sky, the plane's moving
Okay.
with the Earth.
Okay, let me try and just rephrase this. His simulation has Earth not moving, sky not moving, plane moving. My simulation, Earth moving, sky not moving, plane moving. He is missing one of the motions.
You have the plane being pushed along with the sky, with the Earth.
I have the
How's that work?
plane moving. The exact way that planes work.
But the plane's supposed to be moving with the Earth, right?
And it is.
How is the plane being moved with the Earth?
Engines. No, that's moving around. That's a conservation of momentum. Like, this is how planes work, how physics works.
Well, yeah, there's a gradient of tangential velocities, though.
The only thing that I'm trying to point out in that simulation is that Taboo Conspiracy did not account for time. I did, and mine matches reality.
Well, but yours doesn't have the stars moving up. It just has the stars doing their sidereal rotation. The point is that the stars are supposed to move up because you're going over the curvature. Having them rotate their normal rotation.
They are not. Hold on. They are not just doing their normal rotation. It is also accounting for the plane moving. It is also doing that.
Yeah, but that means it should be moving up. They should be moving in their perfect circle, as well as moving up.
What you're describing. Listen, what you're describing is what Taboo Conspiracy's video shows. That is only the case if time stands still. Time does not stand still. So we have to account for the sidereal motion, which is always going to be greater. As long as you're between 60 and 60. 60 south, 60 north, because then you can get beyond that 500 and you can actually start going reverse. That is because the actual sort of formula for which direction the stars are going to move, right, as you fly in a plane, are your ground speed, your latitude, your heading, and time. There are 4 variables that need to be accounted for.
Which direction do you have the plane headed in your simulation?
Southwest. You can see the compass.
Right. Okay.
Compass is in the top right. I'm recreating the flight that the actual time lapse exists for.
Right. So if the plane goes southwest, right, from like a 500 mile per hour latitude, where it starts with that conserved speed, right, then it's going to fly west. So it's going to lose its eastward conserved momentum by flying west. But if it goes southwest and it goes to the equator where it needs 1,000 miles per hour eastward tangential velocity, how's it going to gain 500 when it's already losing its original 500?
Oh my god. Okay, so if you are going 1,000 one way and 500 the other way, what happens?
No, I'm talking about if it starts at 500.
If you're going 1,000 right and 500 left, which way are you going?
What are you talking about, right and left? I'm talking about south.
I'm just trying to just make this easier. If you're going 500 right, if you're going 1,000 right, 500 left, which way are you going?
You can't. You have to be specific about your directions, bro. You can't say left and right.
1,000 right. We're on one dimension right now. 1,000 right, 500 left. Okay, you want direct 1,000 east, 500 west. You happy now? Because it's the exact same problem.
You're not even getting what I'm saying, but you're acting like you're condescending me.
Because you're saying that I haven't accounted for all of these things. It is built in. It is accounted for.
I'm not even talking about your simulation.
Well, my simulation is reality. It matches reality. It accounts for everything.
Well, it doesn't have the stars going up.
Did you see Taboo Conspiracy's video, or did you not? Because you said you did. Okay, go look at the time lapse. The actual time lapse from the plane.
I don't know if you're worth talking to, bro. Sorry, I shouldn't have butted in. You don't get it. You act like you get it, but you don't get it. So you're kind of boring. What's up, Flatter How you been, bro? Good to see you.
He's gone.
Oh, that's good. What's up, Gio? How are you? What's going on? Trouble?
Oh, yo, what up?
Not much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that Google Earth didn't simulate it correctly. I mean,
It literally did.
Relax, bro. You got to stop interrupting, man. It's
What you're
not-
saying, you're outright lying right now.
Okay, nobody's lying. Please don't interrupt.
You're saying it didn't simulate it.
Okay, yeah. Please don't interrupt, man. You've been doing that all night, dude. This guy's really hyped up.
Yeah. I'm right, but I'm wrong, and I'm going to act like I'm right by having this voice.
It's one of the more it's intense.
As long as I talk like this, I sound like I'm right to myself, and that's all that matters. Sorry. It's just
No,
really
that's
bad.
that's what I just messaged. The dude is in a place where people are coming to learn and learn from other people, teach whatever it is, and and help each other, whatever. Just kind of try and get a grasp on reality, what it is or what it might not be. And the only focus and interest is, I'm correct. How do I just put I'm correct into it? It's like this. It's almost like the same way the global the indoctrination is. Like, I'm coming from this place of absolute authority. Why aren't you just accepting it and saying thank you?
Yeah, but consider for a
That's it.
second, though, when he discovers that it's not a sphere, like the energy he's going to take into the arena of correcting those that are wrong.
Why are we talking about the person, not the ideas?
Yeah, interesting though. On that point, Gio, what's interesting about the whole taboo conspiracy thing? I didn't see the third one he put out. Have you watched that one yet?
No,
guess
I
there's a
haven't seen
third-
it, but I
there's a
just saw
third
that it was.
video.
Yeah, I saw that
Yeah.
it was just released a day or two ago. I haven't watched it yet.
It's interesting that they could even get a time elapse of the stars from the plane, because the time elapse only supposed to be created by you spinning with the Earth. So then they have to imagine that the plane is being pushed along with the magical atmosphere over the gradient of tangential velocities and staying in perfect sync with the Earth, which is what I keep harping on. And no one really has an answer except engines, or it's the way physics works that way. It just stays in sync. But you have to imagine that the plane is being pushed along with the atmosphere with the rotation of the Earth to even create the time elapse to begin with, which is crazy. Because I think that you could put, someone in a plane and get those time elapses and then show that it's actually not, because you're spinning with the Earth in sync with that. Be another way of proving my point as far as the southwest direction of the planes needing to go backwards faster than forwards by the time they get to the equator. That point that I always make, it's kind of another way of showing that that's not going on, because you're seeing a time elapse of the stars, and that means that you'd have to be moving with the Earth in that circular rotation. And then you're going over the curvature, which means there should be two movements. There should be the sidereal rotation of the stars and then moving upwards because of the movement of the plane. And you're not seeing that even in this guy's video.
Right. I agree. There would be those vectors.
Yeah.
However, he did add the time to it, and it does show. That's why he was so fixated on it. I mean, I'm not surprised that Google Earth is going to show what we see. They're not that stupid. They're not lying to the whole world and are going to make the simulation incorrect on Google Earth. So Taboo is potentially wrong on that, because he didn't simulate it with the time. So that part of his videos does.
Yeah, this guy might have a point about that. I don't know if it matters.
Well, it's interesting though. Yeah, just the different components, because like if you don't add the time in, it appears to show what you actually would see flying over a globe. The sidereal rotation, he was trying to say that the sidereal rotation offsets that, but it doesn't, because his video still shows the sidereal rotation, the one that he showed with the time, but it does not show the actual star vector of the 1 degree or 1 degree every 8 minutes, which would be that added of the stars, coming up over the horizon because you're tilting your airplane. It's like you're inducing an additional. It's like there's multiple things. You have the speed that the plane is going, so 500 miles an hour, or that, and then you have the sidereal rotation, which is let's just call it 1,000 miles an hour just for the sake of at the moment. And then of course you have the different tangential velocities and the different altitudes as well. So there's a whole added thing to it. And then in addition to all those things, you then have your direction of your going east, west, north, south. Yeah, you've got that. And the sidereal rotation, will be somewhat affected by all those, obviously, your speed, your direction. But there should also be this, just like the Taboo Conspiracy video does show, there should be a pretty dramatic additional effect of the 1 degree every 8 minutes, because it's 1 degree every 69 miles, and at the speed it's going, the math breaks down that every 1 degree you would be getting every 8 minutes you would be getting a 1 degree tilt effect from the actual airplane. So yeah, that is an additional vector that would be present in all of the globe. Now, even that would be offset by the sidereal a little bit, but this does not account for that. He's trying to claim that the sidereal rotation is accounting for that, and it's not. Like the actual sidereal location, he's trying to say that it's accounted for in his video, but the 1 degree per 8 minutes is not visible in the one where he added the time, even though the sidereal is still there. So the sidereal is not accounting for it.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of factors to consider.
But it looks like he does have a point that Taboo didn't add the time, as far as I can see. He didn't add the time vector, which means that Google Earth did simulate it the way that it actually is in terms of on the Earth. The question is that what would be on an actual globe? Because Google Earth is basically just a planar Earth projection, like it's an interjection of the actual planar surface. Now they try to be convinced that they're putting, somehow in their system, they're putting stars light years away. You can't simulate light years away stars. They're just local in the graphics, over the Earth surface, which they add a little curvature to, but that's the thing. And that's what I was trying to get into with that guy. But he had a good point, but yeah, he was very, I don't want to be rude, but okay, I won't say anything. He was just very sort of interrupting and aggressive. Yeah, it was kind of, you couldn't really have a convo with him. He would just kind of erupt and react and clip every time you spoke.
Yeah. Did he leave? Oh, I bet he did. Yeah, this is interesting. And also you'd have to see that, if we're supposed to see the opposite rotation as they're going over the equator. That's an interesting idea too to think about.
Gio, what direction they're flying? They're flying pretty
Southwest.
much towards north.
It's like southwest.
No.
Well,
Southwest.
there's two directions. Taboo found 2 time lapses, one southwest and the other one going the other way, so northeast.
And which one we see in the simulation? Anyway, it's a very steep angle. So what is the speed they're going east and west? If they fly at this angle, maybe 80, maybe 70 degrees to the north, how much of this speed component is on the 1,400 and or against it?
I think it's 550 miles an hour.
That's toward 70, but I want the component that's toward the east. That's what we're looking for. That's what you say will make the major difference, right? Because if we fly straight, to the North Star, we won't see anything because we don't move no left, no right, no east, no west, and we'll see just the rotation. Once we start deviate from the North Star, we add the component on either speed up with Earth or slow down from Earth. So I'm asking how much of that 550 goes into eastwards or westwards. Then you know how much of a degree you need to change. It's sure not 8 minutes, because you're not flying all full speed 550 east or west. He claims it matches the video. I haven't verified it.
Yeah, I mean, Google Earth shows what it would happen over a planar surface without the Earth actually spinning. Big surprise. Of course, they're going to make it match. Like that part of this whole thing, I never really was. I just kind of was neutral on that. The fact, the Google Earth part, because I didn't really validate it myself. I didn't really pull it up or do it. I just saw his video where he just shows a quick screenshot of it. On that level. But I think this, yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, this guy did show that when you add the time, it does show what we see. Now he's trying to say that that means that it works on a globe. But when I try to get in it with him in terms of like, the fact that he doesn't really know the actual way that it's designed and coded, and he said he tried saying, "Oh, it's open source," but then he said, "Well, it's not really fully open source." He kind of went on that thing, but he was just trying to kind of assert that he had some kind of authority and that it just works and it just is, but he didn't really have any. That's why I was kind of saying it was a bit baseless, because he didn't really have the actual information to show that to be the case. It's a bit of like kind of just believe Google Earth. Oh, Google Earth shows it, so then it must be. But it does seem like, from what I could tell, he's correct that when Taboo shows it, he doesn't add the time. So that is a factor.
But
But
his just shows the sidereal rotation, doesn't show the stars moving up either. It's just one rotation.
right, exactly. But what's weird is that on Google Earth, when you don't have the time, it shows what it would actually be on an airplane flying over a sphere. So that's what's trippy. Now maybe that one doesn't show the sidereal, but the sidereal is pretty minimal. You know what I mean? All that sidereal is that slow motion as the stars go from left to right. Like the one we see in the real time lapse. That's all the sidereal is. It's pretty subtle. It's just kind of a little left to right, because that's all it is. It's just that slow. We know the stars are not. We look up out there; they're moving slow, as it were. So that part's pretty slow. The 1 degree per 8 minutes that would be induced by the airplane flying over the curve of the Earth, that is very significant. That's why in that one that Taboo does show, it shows the stars just rocketing up from the horizon. Now, what it should be is you should have that stars rocketing up from the horizon if it was a globe, and you should have that very subtle from left to right sidereal rotation. So it would have to do with how Google Earth is simulated and how they have it, where there may be a difference where if you put the time factor in, it's like a different vector that it uses as it traverses versus the one that doesn't. But I'd have to look more into if anyone could, well, I don't know how much the details on the code and all that to try to get to the bottom of that part of it. But that's what it appears, because, so yeah, sorry, I said a lot there, so I'll pass the mic.
I'll say it again. They don't fly east. It's not going to be 8 minutes per degree. They flying towards the north. Hey, you talking over me? You talking over me?
Well, it's kind of a separate topic. I was kind of more targeting that to New Perspective. I was kind of wanting to hear what he
It doesn't matter. You talk over me. We have agreement, right? I'm waiting. You waiting.
Go
so
ahead.
you don't go straight east or west. You go in an angle. To find what speed you go from the 550 goes to the component of east and west, you need to use the cosine function. To find the cosine function, maybe you go 50 miles an hour east or west, 105. That means it will not take 8 minutes. It will take 10 times more or 5 times more. This needs to be taken in consideration. Mike, to you.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I hear you. That is taken into consideration. Yes, dude. The direction absolutely is, man. It does change the sidereal rotation's position and direction because you're going northeast versus southwest. So yeah, I hear you, but that is taken into account on this.
I'm sure it is. That's why it matches. It won't be 8 minutes. It will be what you see in the video. Same. However, how much time it takes, it should match or close match.
Well, okay. So on a globe, the sidereal rotation is linked to the fact that the globe is supposed to be rotating. When you're flying on it, you're also, even if let's just say the Earth is rotating 1,000 miles an hour, and then you're flying your 500 mile per hour airplane, you are buffering that 1,000 mile an hour speed. However, so that would buffer the sidereal rotation. Yes, that would change it. That's why it moves pretty slow. When you see that time lapse, it's even for a time lapse. Like if you were to time lapse the sky just standing on the Earth stationary, it would be faster than that. So the reason it's slower than that is because you're going with it and it's buffering it a little bit. So you can already tell that buffer. The problem and the thing that's required is the additional vector of the 1 degree every 8 minutes that would be induced by the airplane actually tilting and flying over a curved surface rather than an airplane flying over a level planar surface. Over a level planar surface, the airplane does not have to tilt and fly around a curve. Therefore, there would not be that added vector. On a globe, no matter what speed you're going, well, unless you're going the exact same speed as the globe, 1,000 miles an hour, then you would offset it. Well, that's actually, I'd have to think about that. If you're flying with it. No, actually it would not offset it because you're still actually making that curve pass through space. So no, that would offset the sidereal, but it would not offset the 1 degree every 8 minutes. Even if you're flying with the globe at 1,000 miles an hour, but you're not. So that's the point, is that additional 1 degree every eight minutes has to be added because you're flying at 500 miles an hour over the sphere.
That's for the stars in the north. And those rotating, it's very hard to follow.
Hey Geo, check out like the speeds of the Earth there. I never really even thought about this, but look how so if you're at the North Pole, you're not spinning at all, right? You could live your whole life there and like not feel any spin. But you'd only have to go 200 miles, right? 229 miles to Alaska, where supposedly you're spinning at 515 miles per hour. Like that first circle goes to 515. That's like halfway already to the equator speed.
Right.
That's crazy. Like you wouldn't be able to argue. Like I could see them like somehow like in their head justifying like, well, it takes so long to get to the equator that you would get used to it, I guess, or you wouldn't have any adjustment time. You'd be able to adjust easily enough over the flight that it takes you to get to the equator. But here you could just like go, drive your car 200 miles and all of a sudden you'd be spinning at 500 miles per hour. Where you could have spent your whole life not spinning at all.
Yeah,
that
and the
is
thing is, yeah. Well, the thing is with that as well is that the sidereal rotation will have that different ground speed. Now it'll still have the same. It would still have the same rotational speed even on a globe, so it's not going to change the time of day or anything. It's not going to be a shorter day necessarily. Well, it actually will be because of the way the light would hit it. But I'm just saying, like that part is not necessarily because the same rotational speed. But yeah, the actual ground speed, like the speed at which the stars are moving over the proposed spherical surface, because on a globe, that sidereal rotation is due to the fact that you're on a globe and you're spinning.
Yeah.
So if you're spinning 500 miles an hour versus 1,000, that means that the ground speed of the stars will be that much different, which then throws a whole huge wrench in this whole time-lapse thing for them.
Yeah, because the sidereal rotation should only be caused by the plane moving along with the Earth. which we know it doesn't do either. I mean, it would have to, somehow defy physics just to do that, because it'd be flying in the opposite direction. It'd be southwest, where it would have to have more directly eastward tangential velocity, but it's flying against the spin and south. So you're seeing the stars move because of the atmosphere pushing the plane backwards faster than it's going forwards.
That's a conundrum.
Yeah, that doesn't work. But 200 miles from the North Pole, where you're not spinning at all, like, okay, so I'm living here at 0 miles per hour, or even 5, being close to that, wherever there's some land there. Like, you're living your whole life moving 5 miles per hour, and now you just drive like, in a day, in like a couple hours. Let's see, you could make it 200 miles in 4 hours, easy, right? All of a sudden, now you're spinning 500 miles per hour faster than where you started from. Redonkulous. Like, just think about the adjustment on your body that would take, or just the fact that you can't argue you wouldn't notice it if you went from 0 to 500 in 4 hours.
Well,
driving.
Let's think about it. You start at the North Pole, 0 tangential speed, right?
Right.
You get to the equator, let's say you're very speedy and you got there in 8 hours.
No,
And
I'm
you
talking
go
about
to
500. But look, it only takes 200 miles to get to the 500 mark. See that thing I put in there?
No.
Yeah, that's what says 515 miles per hour in Alaska.
Is it?
Yeah, see? Look at the thing I just posted. This is what we're told, that you only have to go to Alaska to now be spinning 500 miles an hour.
Did you verify
That's
what you've been told?
It's only 200 miles away from the North Pole.
Have you verified what we've been told? Maybe whoever told you made a mistake.
I don't think we're spinning. This is what Google tells us. This is what the official globe model says. That Alaska's spinning at 500 miles an hour. You see? Just look it up. Yeah, it sounds strange to you even, doesn't it? You're starting to question your own model just on that basis alone. Because it doesn't make no sense. You think you'd have to get like halfway to the equator before it's 500, but no. Just 200 miles an hour, or 200 miles away from the North Pole is Alaska, where that's supposed to be spinning at 500 miles an hour for your globe model to be supposedly correct.
Okay, that's the numbers. They take them as a fact. What should be the acceleration over this time? 2 hours, you say. What should be the acceleration?
If you went
What
over
should be the acceleration? What should be the acceleration from 0 to 550 over 2 hours?
With 200 miles, yeah, you'd feel that, because you'd be going from 0 to 500 in 3 hours.
Yeah, and what's the acceleration value? How does it compare for you living red light?
I'm just saying, even if there wasn't any acceleration, even if it was gradual enough, you would feel a difference in your body in the way that you feel, wouldn't you think?
I'm trying to find out if I will. That's why I'm asking you to a number.
Would you imagine?
What would be the acceleration? What should be the acceleration to reach 550 miles per hour over 2 hours, from 0 to 550?
Well, it wouldn't be 2 hours. It'd be more than that. It'd be like maybe 4 hours.
Well, whatever. Give me the number. What is the acceleration? Should I feel it or should I not feel it?
Well, I'd argue you should feel it no matter what. But
Well, of course you would, but we know how much you can feel, how much acceleration you can or cannot feel.
Well, it'd be 125 miles an hour. For every hour, it'd be 125 miles.
Find the calculator, find acceleration calculator, and do the math.
I divided 500 by 4. Be 125 miles every hour.
You divided 500 you need by 4 hours by times minutes times seconds. That's how we measure acceleration. Meter per second or miles per second.
Okay, so you think you wouldn't feel that acceleration?
No,
Why?
not the slightest, because it's minute.
125 miles an hour?
Yes, over 2 hours. You say 4 now, even weaker.
No, over 1 hour. Over 1 hour would be 125 miles per hour.
Pull up a acceleration calculator and do the math. You have the numbers. You just need to punch them in. You get the result. What is the acceleration?
I just got my result. You tell me a different result. 125 miles every hour. You'd have to accelerate. To get
What's
to
the acceleration? What's the acceleration then?
You're only going 500 miles or 200
Can you
miles.
stay?
Actually, yeah. No, it'd be less than that. So 200 miles, right? And you got 500. You're accelerating to 500 miles per hour over 2 hours, over 200 miles. There you go. That's what it is. So it'd be a lot more than that. Actually, that's the low estimate I was giving. So it'd be a lot faster than that. Why would you think you wouldn't feel that?
Again, I don't want to think. I want the number.
I'm not doing your homework for you.
Thinking.
About that.
No,
you
made assertion. You made a claim. You need to prove
You can check my claim. You can check my claim if you want, but I'm not following your direction.
Not until you did the math first.
I've listened to enough of you.
Show me you know what you're talking about. And not going by gut
I was just pointing out to Geo that it only takes 200 miles to get to the 500 mile per hour mark from freaking zero. It doesn't take any fucking details to realize that that's not happening, bro. Come on now.
Yeah, and how much that changes every those latitudes. Yeah, like when you're going from Alaska to roughly around, what is that Florida level, that kind of like Southern California, Florida. That's 963. The next one up 7. That's like Southern Canada, 762, 515. So yeah, that's a lot. And even between like the two latitudes of the Northern Canada and the Southern Florida one, that's like 200 miles an hour. But it's only in that little section.
Right. It's ridiculous. Yeah, but that 0 to 500 over 200 miles is just tops it off. I mean, shit, you could do like long distance. I mean, it's only 200 miles. You should be able to stand at the North Pole and watch these things just spinning around you. If it's that close, right? You're at 0. And the Earth is supposed to be spinning with you at 0. You could just like measure everything spinning around you. That would be a great debunk right there. If someone could just get even close to the where the North Pole is supposed to be and show that that's not happening. That means that like 100 miles, it would be 250 miles per hour. So you cut it in half, right? So I'm going to drive 100 miles today, Mom. I know we haven't been spinning in our little cabin here this whole time. We haven't been spinning at all. Haven't felt the spin of the earth ever. I'm going out to feel the spin of the earth. Only need to drive 100 miles and I'll be going up 250 miles an hour. I don't know why people haven't actually harped on this already. Just the tip of Greenland, the upper tip of Greenland should be like 250 miles per hour compared to 0. 0 at the fucking North Pole. Like there wouldn't be any body adjustment. Like you wouldn't feel that whatsoever. You're just going from 0 to 250. It's just laughable. Just like so many other things about the globe monitor. I don't know how people really still believe it.
What does Chike say? The magical winds just
push it along 200 miles an hour extra.
So the result is 0.67 feet per second square. That's the root of fuck all. You wouldn't feel it.
But you would be like at about 100 miles out. You'd be going 250 miles an hour, right? Yeah. I don't know how you convinced yourself that it would be fuck all, but whatever. Whatever you need to do to keep your paradigm in shape.
Sometimes an aggressive fuck all just kind of fills in the gaps.
Yeah. It's like, oh, it would be fuck all, negligible.
Not nominal.
All right, nominal.
Nominal.
Just say it nominal. Just say it nominal with that. And
Dude, that guy.
usually sounds good.
Do you remember that Mars landing rover guy? Oh my god, that guy was unreal. Oh, it's he probably said the word nominal about 70 times in that whole skit that they did.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, you
I don't
don't?
think.
Oh, dude. You got oh my god, that okay. It's like and it's like this NASA like post Mars landing thing. This guy's giving a whole presentation. If you haven't seen it, it's like one of the like highest level cringe in terms of what NASA is, like the fake acting at NASA.
I see. Gotcha. So it was about the rover coming down and how fast it would have to be going with the spin of the Mars or something like that. Was that the argument he was trying to say was nominal? It was about the rover landing on it and the speed it would have to be going to land.
I don't know all the details, but I'm pretty sure this was the first time they landed a thing on Mars, and it was like the post conference in the like mission control room. So it was kind of like in the mission control room, and let me see if I can even find it. Oh, here it is. Oh, here we go, dude. You got to watch this, man. It is, dude. It's a trip. Okay, I found a 7-minute one. Let's see if this is. This should be at least part of it. Or it might be all you need to get a little dose of this NASA. Yeah, it's here, dude. Yeah, you got to watch this, bro. You got to watch this. It's out of control, bro. I'm telling you. It's like this post. Yeah, so what this is Curiosity rover touchdown August 2012. So yeah, it's kind of earlier, 2012 type. Well, earlier in terms of the Mars stuff. And dude, these guys are at like this press conference thing. It's kind of like, I guess maybe it's not even in the mission control building, but it's like the mission control guys, like the head of the team and the whatever. And dude, this main guy, I forget what is his name. The main whatever. Let me see what the guy's name is. If it says, anyways, the main actor guy, dude. It is just a trip. He is the terrible actor, unbelievably bad actor, and he's just laying it on thick. And he keeps using nominal. It's right off a script. And the thing that's so funny about it is that he really doesn't know the information. Like, okay, this guy's supposed to be like the lead of the team, right? He's obviously this kind of slick looking guy. Looks like Elvis. He's got an earring and stuff. But it's like he's obviously like the slick actor guy. But when he's being the whole funny thing about it, because this is the early days of the kind of Mars stuff, so they did, even though the stuff now is terrible acted too. But basically, like, oh yeah, this looks like it's cut in with Eddie Bravo, this video. So it shows parts of the clip of the footage and then Eddie Bravo joking, whatever it is. But yeah, dude. Anyways, but he keeps, the thing is, people are asking him questions, like, oh, so how did this thing land? And he just had no information. It was almost like he had no idea what the thing even was, because he would just say things like, oh, well, the landing when it came in, it was nominal. And, it really just went in there nice, real nice and nominal. I mean, it's just ridiculous. The most non-technical thing. Like, just winging it.
I'm going to watch it right now.
Dude, it is like a little piece of the NASA history story that, yeah, it always stuck out to me, this footage. So yeah, it's funny, man.
Just
It's
the pan of the dudes in the very beginnings of there. It almost looks like a comedy skit from the start.
Right, it is. It's very comedy skitty, very Hollywood skitty. And then even the people in the audience, who I think are probably real people, unless they're actors too. I'd have to watch it again, but they seem like they're real people, and they're asking questions. And dude, the level, they're so deceived, because they think that these guys really just landed this thing on Mars, and so they're all like excited. It's just very it's all very like the energy behind it is all very weak, just there's no potency to it, it really shows in terms of these people
He's
being
saying
like,
he starts out with beautiful theater.
oh yeah, he says that too. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird encoded stuff in it too. Yeah, in the script.
It's so surreal.
Yeah, that's right. I'm remembering now because I'm gonna watch it. I think I'm gonna watch it again now, but I do remember he said something like, yeah, about theater. Yeah, I do remember that now that you're saying that.
The drama.
A good drama. It's so bad. He says they landed in a nice flat spot. That's what he says.
Tell us about the landing. I can't tell you too much about it. It looks good.
And then at one point, dude, one of the infamous parts, because that's why Eddie Bravo's commenting on it, because I've heard Eddie talk about it. He's like, have you guys seen this thing? Dude, it's a trip. But there's another point where he's like, he keeps asking for like he's getting asked like somewhat technical questions, or not like super technical, but he's kind of being asked questions. And so he starts saying, oh, is I forget the guy's name, but he's like, is Jamie in the audience? Jamie, our numbers guy, dude, it's just like he's like looking for this guy. It's so the whole theater scripting part of it is just very obvious to see.
It's almost like they're doing it on purpose to laugh themselves. Like they're laughing at it after the fact because they know how ridiculous it must have sounded, and they're laughing at people that buy it. Or that, that they get away with it, definitely a duper's delight. On the more benign side of our nominal expectation. We touched down with on the more benign side of our nominal expectations. This is hilarious. I remember this, but I don't remember how hilarious it was. This is preliminary data scooped with the sieve. Wait.
Dude, at 5 minutes and 25 seconds into it, a guy asks, like, that's why I think it's a real audience. It seems like those are real people. And because that's why it's that's why like the cringe level is even higher, because they're just straight deceiving these actual reporters and whoever's in the audience. It's like they're just totally being deceived that they just landed a thing on a rock in the sky. Anyways, but the one guy right at 5 minutes 25, he asks a question, a fairly technical question, and then when the guy responds, he has no actual answer to it. So he just starts going, I'm looking for someone. Oh, and he starts just like derailing and kind of, it's a thing liars do, It's sort of like right. When a liar's called out, they'll be like, oh yeah, oh, I'm looking over there for this person and that person, just right. Deflecting, just straight deflecting.
Yeah. Scooped with a sieve in the cacophony of the control room.
I remember that. Yeah, that line too. Scoop from the sieve. Oh my gosh.
Of the
Yep.
cacophony of the control room.
I mean, just using like basic body language analysis and a lot of very basic, like in terms of whether people are being authentic, in terms of like their eye movements and all that body language, whatever one wants to say about the earth or about space or any of that stuff, if this was real, it wouldn't have all those signs. It wouldn't have all of the, you know what I mean? Like if these were real people that were like, scientists and experts and they just did this thing, they would be on point, they would be calm, this guy is like literally it's like a bad acting job. And all of his body language, like there's so many problems. So I'm just saying, just even that based alone is a huge red flag for
well, like we always say, like if it actually happened, we would all be glued to our TVs and we'd all be amazed because it would actually be happening and there'd be no doubt about it. It wouldn't be like, oh, did it happen? Oh, okay, so we're seeing a cartoon of it happening, but it actually happened. Okay, so you promised it actually happened, but you're showing us a cartoon. Okay, like there wouldn't be any of that. It would be like all kinds of possible problems and things that actually might have gone wrong and like things that would be like very, very, and they could have a real camera and real footage. We've never seen any of that. Why is there not real? Now we have footage supposedly real from the rover on Mars. Why don't we have real footage of it landing supposedly? Oh, ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean by that. Yeah. No, that's an interesting thing to consider, that if it was real, we all would. Okay, here's the way I thought about what you said. Like the way it is now, it's almost like only the enthusiasts are into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like only the kind of space heads or space nerds, whatever the word you might want to use, the people that are really like believing this stuff and are actually like into it. And that's kind of a few, it's almost like Star Trekkies or whatever, there's only like some that actually care. But what you're suggesting is interesting, that if it were real from just a sociological perspective, that if it were real, like humanity would be activated in a very real way. Like the way we are about, abortion or whatever it may be, there's more passion behind it. Like there's a realness to it. So yeah, that's an interesting kind of consideration, that if it was real, people would be actually activated, almost like you were saying, like glued to our seats, like, wow, this is actually epic for humanity. Whereas the reality of it is most people don't care at all. And the only people that do are like the ones that are like, the most willing to kind of believe that whole story that they're selling.
Right. Like the guy that walked on the tightrope between the Twin Towers, like that's a fucking amazing achievement. And it was all filmed. He actually did it, and I'm sure at the time it was like, as much press could get out about it. People were just like, oh my God. Right. But it would be like, like he starts, going like for the whole mission to space, it'd be like, if you have him getting on the tightrope, like he's going to do it. And then you show a cartoon of a guy walking across the tightrope. And then you show like you cut to him like on the other side going, oh, I did it. That's the kind of excitement you would get from that. Right. Because you would just be like, OK, I guess they say he did it, but we only saw a cartoon of him going across. We didn't actually see him going across. That's why
they've been doing that with space stuff for decades.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. So people are already just like, yeah, right. Just on like an intuitive level, it's just sort of like this disconnect.
I mean, if somebody did that today, like if just walking a tightrope between two buildings like that, without a net, I mean, it would be on the news. You know, I mean, there's some feats like that, but there's like that. That's fucking dangerous. I mean, I can't even believe that it happened still. There's some amazing things though that I guess people like. We're all kind of desensitized to some of these amazing things, like the base jumpers. Have you looked at those videos of these guys doing the base jumping, like off cliffs and stuff, with like holding on to each other and not like letting their suits out until they're like almost up to the ground, and then they like start flying. It's like superhero shit. Like I'm just fucking, I can't even believe some of that. So
Yeah, that's way more like
it's dangerous.
I bet you could. I know that stuff's incredible. I bet you could show that footage to like any human being, and they would be like, "Wow!" Like you're saying, like on the edge of their seat, like, "Oh my gosh!" You know, there's like no human that wouldn't watch that, and you know, at any age, at any part of life, and just be like, you know.
Right.
But then you show them some men, some kind of men in the ISS looking all uncomfortable and weird, and like, you know, look like they're all like uptight with like harnesses on, and it's like. People are not at the edge of the seats. They're kind of like, oh yeah, that thing. Oh yeah, space, amazing. Like, and like only the people who are really into it are the enthusiasts. Like, you know, the subscribers to the state, to their whole thing. Yeah. Not everybody is. Yeah, that is very interesting, dude. That's a good point. If it were real, everybody would be activated by it, at least on some core level.
Oh yeah, and there'd be no doubt about it. I mean, there wouldn't be questionable whatsoever because they would have. There would be complications. You can't say it would always just come off without a hitch. There'd be so many different complications and so much real footage and so much like edge of your seat stuff going on. If some of the stuff they say happen, but we don't get any of that. Like another good point is of course that like I always bring up that there's a clip from a TV show that once that made such a good point. Like the guy, it's not important what the show was, but the guy was asking how many men died trying to get a man on the moon, Mr. Washington. And the guy doesn't answer with it. He just says, that's not the point. You know, but when you think about it, how many men did die trying to get a man on the moon? 0. All right. Like, well, you could say that, like, you know, but I'm talking about in space, like how many accidents there would have been once they left the atmosphere trying to get there, right? Not just like the people that were, you know, supposedly killed in this air pressure thing that happened on Earth. You know,
There's a bunch. Have you ever heard about how there's a bunch of these Apollo astronauts that all mysteriously died, like building up to the fake moon landing, like in Apollo like 4, Apollo 5, Apollo 6? Have you heard about all that? Like all these astronauts that like showed up.
They just kind of disappeared.
Well, no, there's like a bunch of there's like some that were like hit in a train. You know, they were like their car they died on a train track. Like there's like those
guys that didn't want to go along with it.
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, that's the very high likelihood that there were these
I've
several.
never seen anything about that. That's interesting.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's like 11, you know, of separate.
Wow.
Some of them were like suicided. I by the way, don't pin me on that number. It's somewhere around there though, if I remember. Yeah, but there's it's more than just like 2. It's more than 5. You know, yeah, it's like 10, 12, something like that, like in that range. I just don't know the exact number. But yeah, dude, were they like they like suicide, found suicided, like, that they committed suicide, or just, the couple that were just died in very strange ways leading up in that way. So it does indicate that, yeah, were they confronted like, hey, you want to, play game or not? And, if they were like, no, or maybe they told their family or they leaked, who knows what. So yeah, it's pretty sketchy.
Yeah, I'm kind of suspicious that the 3 guys that we were told about was even like a real thing now. Because like if you look at this thing here, like it has them like praying, doing this like weird occult praying thing over the capsule, and then like the suits and stuff that they showed us, some weird shit going on there if you zoom in.
Yeah, I mean the thing about even if they killed their own guys, though, you would think that like they were all Freemasons to begin with because NASA was, you know what I mean? But then it brings a question like, did they have people that were civilians, and then they were bringing their guys in as well? There's that idea,
Who
you know,
knows?
like
Yeah.
at the beginning, did they let actual civilians, you know, join their thing and then see who they could convert and then have their guys in there too, you know, like kind of plant their guys? It's interesting to consider that because why if they're all Freemasons, then you know if they're all part of their network, then why would they kill their own guys? I mean, their own guys would go along with it. You would
Right.
think.
Yeah, you never know.
Or they had to pull them out for other reasons. You know, they had to go off to Crisis Actor Island, or there could be that too, if you want to, you know,
Right.
from that angle. It's just strange that all those are documented deaths, you know, leading up to it, and they weren't deaths from like the actual missions or you know, in that sense, they were like weird deaths of just like hit by a train, suicided, drug overdose. It's like it's bizarre.
Mhm.
What are
Do you
those?
have a link for any of that? Is that hard to find? That stuff? All
I mean,
those
I,
other
I
deaths?
remember seeing it. I mean, I don't have a link on hand, but I could definitely find stuff and go back. And I remember back when I was researching the moon landing stuff, you know, many years ago, I remember going through it all and seeing it was all laid out in terms of, and it is like the official documentation of what they say, you know, because the astronauts are public record kind of thing, and then their deaths, you know, it doesn't obviously. There's no way to know for sure whether you know what it is. It's just the fact that there's all these deaths, you know, that happened leading up to the Apollo moon landing of Apollo astronauts in like Apollo 3, Apollo 4, like building up to it, you know, who just died, you know, in those ways, you know, kind of strange ways that they all. So, yeah, I mean, that part of it's like the public record, but so yeah, I saw that all broken down. And just the speculation as to like why, you know, why are all these NASA astronauts dying leading up to the moon landing or disappearing as it were?
Yeah, I've got something on it here. It says the details. The Fox TV program Did We Land on the Moon states that between 64 and 67, a total of 10 astronauts lost their lives in freak accidents. These deaths accounted for an astonishing 15% of NASA's astronaut corps. I'll post this if anyone's interested in it.
So it was 10. I was pretty close with 11.
Yeah. Right. And then you kind of, there's the 3 here. And I don't know if they're counting Gus Grissom and these other guys.
Well, this is Moon Hoax Debunked. So let's see what this says. This is all right. So this article is saying that 2 of them were not part of the Apollo program. So that's what this is saying. I don't know whether I'd have to look more into it, but was involved in the maybe not technically the Apollo program, but was involved in the testing of the equipment.
Okay, so the first one was a plane crash.
Yeah, I'm not saying all 10 of them are completely suspicious. Like, yeah, there could be some, but I know there were several that
Yeah.
I mean, this is supposed to be debunking it, so yeah, I always want to look
Yeah.
at both sides as
Yeah.
well. But yeah, it is.
Yeah, I guess. But this is the first thing that came up that even talked about mysterious deaths. But then they're claiming, well, so they're saying that they didn't have anything to do with the Apollo program, so these deaths could have just been random on their own. It's really strange that they all died right around the same time with freak accidents, regardless of what they were involved with.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that it is a more of a theory as to what the reason
Yeah.
is, but yeah, the Freak accidents, including crashes, collisions, and fires. I mean, it does make sense. Like whoever they are and whatever their networks are, you still have to get people to go along in the various ways, you know. So whoever,
Right.
whatever they're putting together, and it's like if you're building a thing, yeah. If you have people that are either like doing something that is not what they want.
Just the fact that they never had anybody die in space going to the moon and back.
I know, but
like
10 of them.
the claim is so ridiculous.
But 10 of them died on the ground.
Yeah, on a speak and spell computer, like the amount of RAM that a speak and spell would have, like amount of memory for their computer system. So they claim it's all analog, and then the guy would have to somehow get them to go land on the moon, where they would have to be in sync with the rotation of the moon, which they don't show. They just show it going down onto a stationary Earth. Somehow the camera's already there to get that, and then the guy, and then what was it, like 10 times he would have had to orbit the moon while they were down there playing golf or whatever, and then somehow get like the rendezvous perfectly timed without a computer system to even help them do that. I mean, anybody that looks at just like the basics of what their claim is should just be laughing their ass off.
Yeah. See, there's a question as to whether some of these people came in through the military, you know? Like if you have like let's say you're like this cabal of whomever they are, the Jesuit, Freemasonic, whatever you want to call them, and they're building NASA, but NASA is also connected through the the US Air Force. And I mean, that's how these guys get into the positions of like, being pilots and whatnot. Now, they're not necessarily the ones that are going to be going to space because they're like at the civilian level, but they would be the ones that were the pilots, and things that were in some of those positions through the military, through NASA. So it is conceivable that they weren't all sort of part of their cabal, that there actually were pilots and things. And then as the actual moon landing part was coming, they kind of had to like steer the program that direction.
Yeah, I don't know if you can still hear me. My headphone went out, but
I can hear you
yeah,
now.
yeah, okay.
You were talking before, though. Maybe I couldn't.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you totally. Who knows? I mean, it's all in the family. Like, obviously it was just. I don't think you even got to the point where they were going to like have you as part of the plan unless they knew for sure you were in on the plan, right? I don't know. It's interesting to speculate about how many of them knew from the start, or how many of them learned that we're not on a spinning ball just from being involved with this, right? Like how many of them actually believed we're actually on a spinning ball first, and then they had to like get their black pill along with their hoax pill or whatever they were being involved with. That was interesting. Did you watch that Jim Fetzer interview or the thing with Dave Weiss and Witsit with Jim Fetzer? How the guy could be completely like, he knows that they didn't go to the moon, but then he was like yelling at Woodson and David for not respecting people that were making claims just as ridiculous as the moon landing. That doesn't make any sense. He went nuts.
Yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing. I did skim through parts of it though, and I did see like some of it. But yeah, he definitely, from what I saw, he seemed really upset.
It's so hypocritical. I mean, he's saying they didn't land on the moon, but then he's saying it's disrespectful to claim that people are lying about other things that were just as ridiculous. I actually learned about the Earth not being a spinning ball from watching his show. I was watching his Sandy Hook stuff, and then David Weiss came on and did his presentation, and I was like, "What?" That's how I first learned about this whole thing. And then Jim Fetzer didn't even try to debate him or anything. He just let him do his presentation, and he's like, "Oh, that's the end of our show," and just cuts it. I don't know. Maybe he's playing his role still, and he realizes that we're right, and he has to play the middle of the range guy that keeps the purple pillars happy still, or something. I don't know.
Well, I think everyone's at different stages and phases of everything. So yeah, I mean, everyone's at different. I'm not trying to say that in like a judgmental way or a hierarchical way, but just in a generalized way in terms of just, yeah, everyone's at different phases of thought in terms of everything. And yeah, I mean, isn't that that's a thing though, right? Like what's the moon landing guy? Oh my gosh, I can't remember.
Bart Sabrell.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't know why that wasn't. Yeah, Bart Sabrell. Yeah, where you've heard him like talk a lot of like negative about flat Earth, right? You've heard that?
Yeah, I'm suspicious of that guy. Yeah, he seems like controlled opposition. He like puts out bad arguments on purpose so that he can be debunked easily. Makes it seem like he's representing our side.
I mean, I think he got like his whole thing. I think with flat Earth, he was like saying that like that whole thing of it's coming in to just discredit everything else, all the other truth movement stuff. Didn't he have that? That's what he said.
Yeah, it's similar to what somebody like Fetzer would be like. And they said that about the Kennedy thing too, like the idea that he wasn't even murdered, just like, or with 9/11, the idea there's no planes. I mean, like when you really look into it, there wasn't any planes, and Kennedy wasn't even murdered. But if you talk to most people that are clued in on either of those subjects, they're still not going there. They're like, okay, wait, there was planes, but it was an inside job, and it wasn't Oswald, but Kennedy was definitely killed. Like there's different levels to all these things, and then they make the truth so absurd that anybody gets to the no planes, Kennedy's still alive stage. They're like either like us, where they're like, oh my god, okay, now this is another level, I'm able to handle it, or they're like, I'm out, nope, that's it. They make it so absurd to accept it just makes you completely insane sounding or feeling, one or the other, or both.
I mean, I've never thought that that JFK is Jimmy Carter. I don't resonate with that one. I don't think that one's true. I think they may be siblings though. They definitely seem like family. But I do think that they didn't kill JFK. Yeah, I've come to that conclusion for sure. That whole thing
Then I saw the wife. The wife looks just like JFK's boyfriend, dude. That's what did it for me. I'm like, oh my god. There's no way that his lifelong boyfriend happens to look exactly like the wife.
I wouldn't really say there's that much resemblance, though. I mean, she does look strange in various ways. I mean, the connect with Lem Billings. You mean the connections? I've looked into a lot. I've seen that. I mean, I've seen. Isn't that mostly Riggs that came up with that one?
Well, he told me about it, and then I did the alignments, and I was convinced after taking the face and putting the face over the other face. Because once you do that, you're like, oh my god, this is way too close. This is, oh my god. I felt like I had been red pilled all over again. Like after aligning the faces, I'm like, holy shit. Now it's one thing that Jimmy Carter looks like JFK, but there's no way that the wife looks identical to what the boyfriend looks like. I mean, the exact same facial structure.
Well, I just think that's tough to align because she's elderly, you know, an elder woman. Even though I guess you can find pictures a little bit younger, but and then you know the pictures of Len Billings are when he's like a younger man. You know.
Well, there's pictures of him as an older guy too, so she could be going back and forth. I mean, there's a little bit of a discrepancy there.
That's a lot. I know
She's making appearances as him and as herself. I know it's a crazy one. It's like the one that makes you like totally like if that's true, then there's a whole nother level of control that we're talking about here in a way.
I
Like,
just think JFK is different as a different person than Jimmy Carter because JFK
Yeah, what
had
do you mean?
a very like a unique way of speaking, like a certain candor and a certain way that he spoke, whereas Jimmy Carter just didn't quite have that. He had something else going on. He was like a kind of a different, just had a different voice and kind of a whole
It
different
was
like.
well done. If it is the same guy, it was a well done. I mean, of course, it would have to be. You can't just like get up there and talk exactly like JFK and expect people to not know. I mean, you would have to like train yourself to be this other guy.
I mean, he was very
subtle
charismatic.
ways.
He was very charismatic. A lot of like the young people liked him. You know, like he kind of captured those. That whole
Yeah.
group.
Well, there's one distinguishing mark inside the left eye of JFK, and it looks like it was a scar from like maybe an injury when he was younger or something. Like it was a real scar on the inside. They did some plastic surgery on it, but it's still there for Jimmy Carter. It's a very distinguishing mark, and it's like a cut up through the eyebrow, and it's still there for Jimmy Carter. Those kind of things is what really kind of seals it. Subtle things like that. But the boyfriend, like, here, I'll just post this one thing. If you look at this picture long enough, it's hard not to see it, in my opinion.
Yeah, let's post a few if you want. Yeah, I'm.
All right.
I'm willing to see, maybe I haven't seen some stuff. I don't know about that mark. I don't know if I remember looking at that.
Yeah, I'll show you. Here.
What do you think they did with that? Like, okay, what do you think? Okay, so if they didn't actually shoot him, what is your current like thoughts on how they pulled it off? Like, what is the deepest red pill on the JFK thing? Like, what do you think really went down, including the Zapruder film, how they pulled it off in Dealey Plaza? Like, did they just shoot like fake guns into the sky and make noise? Did they shoot actual bullets? Was it just guns without bullets? Like, you know, and then how does the Zapruder film, you know, all that? What do you think? What is your
I heard the theory that I don't think you guys mentioned. You guys were going over the details that I hadn't even considered myself with that video with you and Riggs were talking about it. So you would have more detail on that. But the idea that Alfred Hitchcock might have had a part in it, like he was helping film it and stuff. The Zapruder tape and stuff was, and then there was a whole thing about the birds coming out the same year, and that there was some overlap. There was some predictive programming with the Birds movie, which is interesting. I hadn't heard that before. But yeah, probably just they could stage anything, right? But it seems like she might have pulled the cord, right? When she went up to when he goes down with his neck supposedly being hit, that's where they cut it, and then maybe she could pull the cord. Some people even thought she was shooting him because of the way the movements were. But you can see her look when you look at that slow motion one you guys were looking at. You can see her looking at the other guy, like instead of like looking straight to him to see what's going on. It was almost like she was looking for her cue. I don't know. It's not too craziest thing ever.
Yeah. Well, because that whole Zapruder film could just be its own thing. Like that doesn't even have to be what actually happened, in terms of that directly.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how the car before the sign versus like that whole sign is very weirdly placed and it's like added in there. And the sign basically denotes between the car before the sign and then after the sign. So yeah, that's interesting.
It's seamless.
Yeah, it looks like a composite video, as I've looked at in a lot of detail of it. So I mean, yeah, that's what they showed, you know, the people, but
All right, here now, just look at this here, and just take a good look at that close up. You see it?
yeah, I see that one.
You see that those seem like they might be the same people.
No, not from that. Just to be honest, that doesn't look very.
Look at the man hands. How big are hands?
I remember Ron Shekelson posting this one.
Those are some big ass hands.
I'm just laughing because I remember Ron posting this several times and being like, "Look at those hands." It's just funny. I mean, I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm just kind of like playing the other side, but it's like I don't know. They don't. Do we have some other shots of the hands to see? Because that one's a. She does. I will say that person does look manly. I will say that the shoulders, the head size, the hand size. Like I wouldn't doubt that that's a transformer.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised. I should say if that's a transers.
Transformer.
A gender translation. Just a good old trans investigation.
All right, here's the.
Yeah, because she does look manly. I would agree. But they do that with the presidents. That seems for sure. The old Michelle Obama. You know what I mean? Like that. They seem to want the best lady to be a man for whatever reason. They're into that. Or what do they call it? I said no, the first lady. Yeah, the first lady.
All right. Yeah, some people think all of them. I don't know about all of them. That'd be crazy though.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying all of them, but seems like at least it's a thing they do, like with Michelle, that's or Michael Obama.
Seems like it, yeah.
But yeah, dude, about the what you were saying, in whatever the clip we see in the Zapruder film, like whatever the F that is, it does. I know what you mean about her like pulling a trigger thing. It really does look like that, doesn't it?
Like a ripcord, yeah. Maybe she moved it. And then like the brains start going off the back, and it's like she's going to grab the brains, but maybe that wasn't supposed to happen. I don't know. Like why
You know
was
what
she
else
doing
I
that?
was thinking of that didn't make sense with that? All right, think about this. Well, I think okay, if that was a staged film later, which I do think it was, that whole thing was staged, then she had to get up on okay, here's my theory. She had to get up on the back of the car in order for the fake dummy thing to fall over. Because if it just sat there like lumped, you know what I mean? Just like it would look totally fake. So she had to get up for that thing to have room to fall over. However, when I was thinking about the logistics of it, think if you're in a car, you're with your husband, whatever, he's the president, you're there, he's getting shot, you see his head explode. What would you do? Would you get up in clear shot on the back of the thing, or would you duck down and hide because you're being shot at? You know what I mean? I would say like every human would be like, "Oh my god, we're being," and would like maybe like duck down. You know, you would put your hands over your head and duck. You know, there's shots. You know what I mean? You wouldn't get up on the back and get up on a stage and you know what I mean in the middle of the firing range. So it's kind of a contradiction that like if that was real, she would have hunkered down and been, tried to not get hit. And yeah, the story that she was trying to like get the brains. I mean, I don't know. That's a creepy story that is stuck in people's heads. But I mean, what are you going to do? Like put the brain back together? I mean, that doesn't even make for her to like on the fly think that it just doesn't even make sense. The other story is that she was supposed to be like signaling for the police or whatever. She was trying to go back to get the attention, which actually looks more like what she is doing. Like she doesn't really grab anything. She kind of goes back and then tries to like grab the hand of the police or whatever to have them jump up on the car.
I kind of this is probably most of the line.
Your mic is going out.
I said I kind of threw that comp together because I had done enough like that see that there's like way too similar in the face, but that's probably the best of the lot as far as the comparisons amongst the ones I made. The cheekbones, the eyes, I mean like the whole head structure. The nose. And as far as JFK and Jimmy Carter go, that. I don't know if you've seen this one. Have you seen this one yet?
These just a lot of different shots of him.
Yeah. But if you look at the right side, 4 rows up from the bottom, where he's smiling, and it's like his bulge of his cheek sticking out kind of there, like that is an exact match. I mean, they're all exact matches, but I mean, there's just some like too exact to be possibly not.
I still think they're different. I think they just seem like they're different to me, man. I mean, JFK was a lot more attractive than Jimmy Carter is too. Just as a person in general,
I got to agree.
JFK is a looker. Just the facial proportions. I mean, he looks like,
Well, they had recent surgery to make him a little different, and he's older. But the teeth are an exact match, though. Like the teeth are exactly the same.
I mean, they do look similar. I definitely would say they're in the same family line. That's what I've always thought with this one, that they are, they're brothers, siblings, Lord knows, yeah, in terms of that. So I've always thought that, but I just don't get the resonance. There's not enough similarities in there. In a lot of the factors of like their face and their expressions and their persona and the voice. There is similarity though. I would agree.
Yeah, that's a hard one to accept.
What do you think? Are you 100%? You think it is?
Well, I was just feeling exactly how you did until I lined up the boyfriend with the wife. I'm like, it could be, but that's almost too crazy for me. I don't even think that they wouldn't do that. And then Riggs told me take a closer look at Roslyn with Lim Billings, and I did the facial comparisons, and I'm like, holy shit. Here's where the you can see a pretty good mark on the inner eye that I was talking about. You see that scarring? They took it away a little bit for Jimmy, but you can still see it's there. It's that distinct line. It goes from the eyebrow down to the eyelid. It's almost like a scar. You see it?
I don't know. I may need to zoom in. You mean from where,
Yeah.
where the eyebrow meets the nose?
No, it's like from the corner of the eyelid going up through the eyebrow on the left side. The right side for us, left side for him. Goes right from the corner of the eye all the way up through the eyebrow.
It's kind of hard to tell, but maybe. Yeah. There is some similarity there.
Yeah, I think that I become more convinced sometimes because I'm doing like the actual layovers, and when you lay over the images a bunch of times, you're like, well, I'm looking at the same person here, and it takes doing that instead of just looking at them sometimes to maybe be convinced. Here's a close up of what I'm talking about. You see that distinguishing scar?
I mean, I would say possibly. I'm gonna leave. Yeah, I just on this alone, I would say I see what you're saying there, maybe, but it's hard to tell if that's a scar or if it's just the way the eyes are kind of layered. And how many humans would have similar thing? Like if you took a pictures of like hundreds of other people, but like it's. But yeah, I see what you're. I think I don't know. Hard to say.
Yeah. I'm sure I could find one that's a little more clear than that.
That eyebrow is different.
Yeah, they did some plastic surgery. It's not like that he's just the same exact person. They had to do a little bit of an overhaul on his face. They couldn't just be like, here's Jimmy Carter, looks just exactly like JFK. They had to do some facial.
They're gonna give Jimmy Carter a eyebrow down, a down lift. Got you.
Something like that. No, they tried to get rid of that scar. It looks like it's part of it. because it's not as distinguished on him, but it's still there.
Well, Snacks, outside of whether, well, okay, what do you think, Snacks? What do you think that JFK was actually shot, and do you think that separately as a separate thing? Let's start with that. Do you think he actually was assassinated that day, or was it a hoax?
I could see it like, I don't know. I think there's room to think that it was a hoax where he wasn't shot. There's room to think that. I think there's room to think that Jackie O did it, and I don't know if you can get there, then I don't know. That's where I'm at.
They had it like, I don't know if they edited some of those like the Zapruder tape as well to make it look like the driver did it, but I was convinced the driver did it for a while, like a lot of other people. It looks like he
Yeah.
turns around with the gun.
Well, no, I just don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Now, I don't think he was.
And
I don't.
I think there's something weird about. I mean, if he's good enough looking to get Marilyn Monroe or powerful enough or whatever, but then his wife's got her eyes too far apart, then that makes me think it's for money.
Well, we know he was gay though. Like he had a lifelong lover that lived in the White House and everything, and it seems like the Marilyn Monroe stuff was just to make him look like a. Yeah.
Really? Come on.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
not
like-
going to
that's
just
like actually
switch
not
rails
even
and go like, oh yeah, he was gay and had a live-in lover. No, I'm not
No, I
doing that.
think that's not even a conspiracy theory. I think that's kind of like known now.
What are you talking about? Where's the Oliver Stone movie?
Len Billings. Well, Oliver Stone's only allowed to tell us the shill version of the truth.
Like a riddle wrapped inside of a gordita.
Yeah.
Inside of a burrito.
Yeah.
I don't know. Geo, I didn't get to really answer that too much because then I all of a sudden had to deal with JFK's gay. GFJ.
There's
No,
all the pictures right here.
no, if I could just say, yeah, like maybe he was assassinated, maybe not. But then why that? Like his Jackie O without just running away and saying like, oh no, he was gay and had a live-in lover. Why is it that he picks that lady, for his own? Like, could he not find a woman with eyes farther apart? Maybe just
They are
on the
far apart. I don't know what
sideburn eyes would be better. If your eyes are that far apart, there's a probability that you have mental problems.
Seems like it.
But why pick her though? If it's not, if is it something in the money? Is it something with money? Is it money, or is it money?
Well, there's a whole thing about her being in competition with her sister for the stature and all that. Like marrying the person that's supposed to be the next president was like a one-upping her sister. There's a whole story about that.
Yeah, but she's like a femme fatale and an assassin, though. You got to figure that if she's going to kill JFK. Otherwise, the driver did it. That's too easy, and you would always expect the driver.
I don't think he was killed. I do not think he was killed any longer at all.
Man. So you think they, on top of faking it, you think that they faked that, and then, yeah, okay,
yeah, that's what I think.
All right.
Geo's thinking that too now, and he wasn't convinced at first. I didn't convince him, but I think that there's like a piece of footage that convinced him, or was it that piece of footage you guys were looking at that convinced you? But you looked a lot at this, didn't you, Geo?
For which part?
Just the fact that you don't think JFK was actually killed.
Oh yeah. Yep. There's a lot of factors to it that has brought me to that conclusion. Yeah. I first looked into the JFK thing, God, maybe in 1999, 2000, and then did more research in like 2003, 2004. Over the years, I've, done a decent amount of looking through all the information, all of the quote unquote eyewitness reports, the documentaries, the breakdown of the Zapruder film, so many different documentaries I've seen and papers and information and on the whole thing. And, obviously the footage and analysis. And, but yeah, the Zapruder film is a big factor as well in terms of what they actually presented. And, the fact that the Zapruder film for like that kind of breaks down to me, like, okay, I know without any question from my analysis with the Zapruder film and all of those components that is not an authentic footage for me. I'm saying I've come to the conclusion that is not an authentic footage of a man being shot, a real man being shot. And for many reasons, I've come to that conclusion. So if that's fake and is a kind of like a Hollywood skit setup, the way that they did that, then to say that he still was assassinated, you'd almost have to be like, okay, the only even way to logically do that is to say, okay, the Zapruder film was fake, but he actually was shot, and they just didn't show the real footage. There's that component of it, but I just ultimately I think that he is part of their royalty, like he's part of their whole royal family. So I don't think they have their own guys shot and killed like that. And yeah, just the whole story with Oswald and the Jack Ruby shooting thing is a total setup, a whole Hollywood setup as well. The whole staging of that and that's like a little Hollywood scene, basically. That there's like X's on the floor where the guys are supposed to be standing. The whole thing is a total just like a little skit. So the fact that there's so many different components of it, but yeah, I don't think he actually was shot.
It looks like to me he catches one like in the throat or something, but it's not a kill shot, so Jackie has to clean it up. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know. In my little mind. Because he holds his chest like he swallowed a watermelon seed or something like that. And he's like, oh, and she's like, oh, just swallow a watermelon seed, and he's like, yeah, I think I got one. And then she's like, oh, and then he's like, no, it's not bothering anymore. That's what it looks like that goes on in the video. It looks she hugs him close and then she blows his head off. I don't know, and then she acts like, oh my gosh, what just happened? I don't know. When I replay it, that's what I saw.
Well, from the level of a psyop, basically that was like the death of a king. It's like the archetype of the death of the king, and it instilled a tremendous amount of fear and dread and all kinds of like within the people. Like that was a huge event in the way that it happened. And
well, because we already had like wasn't MLK like assassinated before that? Like there was a time. It was just a time a lot of people were just getting assassinated.
Yeah, that was kind of it was kind of a psyop of that era. Yeah, because we don't really have that now in the same way that like major figures are just getting shot.
We need to bring assassinations, make assassinations great again.
Yeah, make them fake again. Make them fake again. Make them just as fake.
There may have been a part of that agenda around gun control, making people more afraid of guns, back then as a kind of preliminary effort in that sense as well. But yeah, I just think that the whole archetype of it. Obviously, I don't have any way to absolutely prove 1000%. What are we given? We're just given, the Zapruder film, all the content, analysis, and information that we can access, and all that. So it is, to come to an absolute conclusion on it is, that can be verified. But I just think that there's such a huge psyop component to it. He also was like the young president, of that time, and he was like one of the first presidents. This is like after World War II, and there's the whole baby boomers, and he was like the first president that all these young people could like connect with and could really, feel like was representing them, and he was attractive, and the girls liked him, and he had this very inspiring, charismatic kind of quality to him. So to have him be, claimed to be shot like that is like, yeah, it's pretty intense in that way.
It's
Like
like, oh, it's our country. You know what I mean? It's like it's our generation. We've got JFK in the White House, right?
Right.
But also
Exactly.
wasn't he trying to mess around with like putting everything back on silver certificates? And isn't that like a real reason why somebody would be like, hey, this JFK has gone off the rails? It's like, yep, we're gonna have to have Jackie O pull the trigger. Like, okay, that's why we hired her.
Well,
No,
it
I'm
was
just
the
joking.
lesson we got. It was the lesson. He was doing that whole speech about the secret societies and all that, and it was kind of like,
But then no secret societies, but you're gonna get like shot like on the fucking the bill of the owl. You know what I mean? In Texas, like as it's drawn on the fucking overhead, right? He's inside of owl.
yeah, exactly.
The overhead, right? Like where the street layout is. It's like made to look like an
Well,
owl. But
there's a whole
the guy's right in the
ritual.
triangle of the beak. He's right in the triangle of the beak when he gets assassinated. But then there's no secret society. But then they're gonna like put him in a tomb where they're gonna have a matrix torch. You know what I mean? That's not even like on all the time. But anyway, yeah, like Statue of Liberty shit. Like, uh,
There's actually a whole bunch of Freemasonic symbology. Eric Dubay had done a video on it that was pretty good on this, where, yeah, I think it's called like the Illuminati flame, where he kind of goes through all of the symbolism that's connected to that, to the flame, and why that's at all these sites. Like it's at 9/11, it's at the JFK Memorial, this like the flame, and then yeah, like the Statue of Liberty is holding that same that flame as well. So yeah, he goes through a lot of the symbology and how it's connected to
I
their kind of rituals.
Yeah, I think we're gonna think that it's Illuminati, but it's just matrix symbology. You know, Uh, I think that's really like the runners, the people who run the shit are in the solar. They're in the solar sun Helios business. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why we have a Statue of Liberty. That's why they're signing JFK's tomb. Like this, we did this. Like, somebody has got some long-standing business deals that supersede one man's idea to change the monetary system, right? It's like for hundreds of years, there's a train of there's a gravy train of money that's going on. So that, I mean, that's really what runs this country, is whatever that is. I mean, if you want to call that the Illuminati, yeah, but it's just all that collected interest over time. Yeah. So I do believe that they would take a president out. Or who's the one I keep forgetting, man? It's not Hamilton. It's I don't know how I could look it up like 5 minutes ago and I'd still forget it. But the guy that was killed at the World's Fair, the Tesla World's Fair, that put Roosevelt in the office. You know, that's a weird one too. Some dude just like jumps out from behind a box and pops the president in the gut. Uh, yeah, I don't know, man. It's like I don't know. I think it was just different in the past. Like what was just more blatant. You know what I mean? Just the grabbing for power, or these different groups and factions, kind of like uh, playing some kind of spy versus spy against each other. I think it just was more blatant in the early part of the century.
Well, like regardless if he was actually killed or not, like, but we're supposed to think that he was killed, and we're supposed to also think it was possibly the CIA or there was a cover up of some sort that we're not allowed to know about, regardless if it was real or not. The message is that you don't talk against the government or try to do your own you know currency or say anything about secret societies or this is what happens to you. Whether it actually happened or not doesn't matter. It's the message. And then you think about like who would want to be president after that, right? like like who would ever want to be a president that is like doing what he wants? And why would anyone believe that a president has full autonomy to do anything he wants after seeing that? Like obviously they have to do what they're told or they get shot in the head is the message, right?
Well, still, I'm just saying, like, is there another group that's just like, hey, we're above that office, and like we'll take a motherfucker out if we need to.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Yeah.
Like we really control this shit. Like we let y'all have presidents, kind of thing. Like,
right,
we brought you into this world, we'll take you out. Like, is that kind of shadow power there? And I don't see why it couldn't be.
Well, I think that power's there, but I think Kennedy is definitely one of those families. I don't think they would take the guy out like that because then that would send a message to everybody else.
Yeah,
not to play the game anymore.
But it breaks the spirit of an entire generation. Don't you want to do that?
Yeah, that was what they
we're
did.
Shadow power. We're shadow power. We're gonna fucking rule from behind the curtain.
Right, but they did that. They did that, and it was about the cultural impact. So whether it was real or not, they did that.
Well, but what does it do? It slows cultural progress, right? That's what, like, the hippies
creates a martyr.
The people after them, but they thought that they were going to change things, And I don't know, did they? Or
there's a Masonic ritual called the killing of the king.
Right. So is the president then a Mason subject to recall? Where they're like, hey, you know what? We can punch your ticket, sir. You know what I mean? You're sworn into this shit. So if he was like Skull and Bones, then right, it's fair game.
I don't think that people would want to be a part of the club that would do that to one of their club members.
But you're oathing that shit. You know what I mean? That's the price you pay to be in the club.
Yeah.
Fuck with
it's
us.
It's much better to fake. It's much better to fake it. Just like the moon landing. Like it's much better just to fake it because they have total control over every part of it.
But he didn't even do that. What if he thought that you could go to the moon? And they're like, you can't fucking go to the moon. What the fuck is he talking about? He's gonna get us into so much trouble. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to kill him and then fucking fake it with the shit. You know what I mean? Just to fucking get the shit off. Like, do you realize?
You shouldn't have said that.
Like, oh my god, JFK, you just caused this fucking huge problem. You don't even understand, man. Now we're gonna have to fucking do this stuff. We were saying that it was impossible before, and that, like, it's okay. We're just Americans, Now you got us with all this kind of nationalism. Now we're trying to, man.
Yeah, but then it became like, to honor him, we have to go to the moon.
Right, so it's like in Kennedy's memory, like the shattered dreams of that generation. Like, at least we got to the moon, and then we come around and be like, no, that shit was fake too, bitch. And man, the whining, JFK was my hero. The moon landing was my hero.
Yep.
Just like surrogates for champions that we should normally have in societies, like they just normally happen. So, like, we have to engineer them.
Yeah. It just seems like if they could put on a show, make it all a show. They don't really need to kill anybody for real if it's going to be a show. It's much easier not to do it and fake it. For everyone's sake. Keep people interested in being a part of the show. Like, oh, you're not going to really kill me, right? You're going to do the whole fake thing, right? Okay, cool. Well, I go along with that. And as long as you were fake killing Kennedy, I'm cool with that. But, I mean, to do the whole real killing thing, that makes your club very unpopular very quickly, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I know this sounds wild. I'm actually looking right now because it like at the Zapruder film again because it is so kind of wild to look at. But here's the thing that's wild about it. There's a whole movie called The Zapruder Film Hoax, a documentary, and there's actually several others as well. Now, they're not necessarily saying all of the components that I've come to in the conclusion of it. They're not necessarily saying all of those, but they are breaking down a lot of the issues in terms of like the actual frames, like the frame by frame. So essentially, the car goes behind the sign, and when it comes out from behind the sign, there are clear cuts on the upper side of the car and the bottom of the car where the road is essentially. And there's even specifically there's a lamppost that is on the side, like between what's supposed to be the guy filming, Zapruder, and the car and the limousine. So there is literally a lamppost there. And that lamppost is cut. The frame of it is cut because it's in front of the road. So if they were to paste another, basically what I'm suggesting is that they pasted a different car in there. Meaning when you see the footage at the Zapruder film, when the car's up at the road, that's real footage. Like, yeah, that was actual JFK, and there's real people, and he's waving, and he looks very fluid, and there's that part is the real motorcade. But after it goes behind the sign, I know it sounds wild, but from the analysis of it, after it goes, because it goes fully behind that sign, like there's a sign there that apparently there's a whole thing with that too, whether that sign was even there and why it's right in the way of the car, all of that. But when it comes from outside of behind the sign, there are cuts on the upper side of the road and the lower side of the road, which means that this could be a composite video in which that motorcade, the motorcade that we see in there, was actually filmed on a different day, different time, same motorcade, same kind of, setup of people, even though there's a question whether that actually is Jackie Onassis or whether that's an actress. And then there's the question of what the JFK figure guy is. Like, is that actually him or what? There's the idea that he's like that's like a dummy or like an animatronics almost, like some kind of like a kind of like a dummy figure type thing that's dressed up and that kind of looks like him. Because what happens is when the car comes from outside behind the sign, like I said, there's a lamppost that's cut, and which would have to be cut if they placed a different car in there. And then there's cuts on the top of there's like a black strip on the top part of the car and the bottom. And then as that motorcade goes, the little, if it is like a dummy thing, it does two actions. Right when it comes out from behind the sign, the arms, because if it's a dummy, they couldn't let it just sit there looking dumb and not waving. They would have to have something happen right away when it comes out from behind the sign. They couldn't just have some thing sitting there and not looking very fluid. So it seems like if it is some kind of like I'm saying the word animatronics, but you know what I mean, kind of like a mechanical dummy thing, that basically the first thing it does right when it comes out behind the sign is arms go up. So it would be like spring loaded, like its arms flop up, and then its head moves a little bit to the left. So it does have a little bit of that, the arms up, the head a little bit to the left. And then it's not very fluid. It doesn't make any other actions like at all. Like it doesn't even look like a real person. It's just kind of floating there. And then the woman kind of looks and she kind of, she does that thing. And then, she kind of goes up and it does look like she's fiddling with something. Now that's, to be interpreted at that sense, but it does look like she's kind of fiddling in a way. Now, granted, maybe she's grabbing for his hand or something. And then when the explosion thing goes off, like you see this just little puff of red, which I know is supposed to be the blood. But I mean, anyone who really gets shot, there would be way more blood. There'd be blood gushing. Anyway, so all we see is this little kind of spat of blood thing. And then, and then she kind of like looks like, and then she kind of gets up on the back of the car and all that. And when you look at it really slow motion, there's like, there's like a red bag that looks to be floating off of the head. Now, I know that that's also up to interpretation, and they try to say that was like the flap of the head or whatever that kind of folded out. It is kind of gruesome to think about that. But anyways, it looks like a bag. To me, it looks like a bag of like red blood thing that exploded, like a little Hollywood pyrotechnic explosion thing. And it just does not look authentic in terms of the way. And then this bag thing, or I know they try to say that's skin, but I mean, if that's like the side of the head, it would be gushing blood. It would be a mess. But instead, it's just sort of this dry bag thing that just sort of floats around. And then when she gets up on the back of the car, it allows that mechanical dummy thing to fall over in the seat. Because that's the other thing. Like they couldn't just have it flopping there. That would look too stupid too. So the fact that she gets up on the back of the car allows for that thing to hump over. And I've even seen, like when you slow down the footage when it's going, you can actually even see in the back of it, like they didn't quite have the back of the jacket was not like fully covered. Like it was kind of like open a little bit. And you can actually see like that it has like this this kind of square shape to it that just clumps over. It just flumps over like in one kind of motion. So that's another interesting thing about it. But yeah, I know it sounds wild, but yeah, I
Hey,
do.
Gio,
think
I heard you saying this
Post,
the other day. I was kind of interested if they had, like, you know how nowadays when they do auto hoaxing and they do like all these false flags and stuff, and they leave their signature, you know. What was the sign? Was there anything about the sign that in particular was it was it actually there? Was it a real sign? Did it have any like numbers on it, like a Stanley Kubrick kind of a thing, or did they just really want to fake it and not leave any trace at all?
Can you repost that footage you're talking about, Gio? I didn't ever get a chance to look at it closely like you're looking at it.
I've seen that before too. The the B footage or the pre footage or whatever that stuff
Yeah, the
is.
legs are apart and then they're like together again.
Like the
Whatever that
layout of the vehicle's
Yeah.
different too. Isn't the vehicle different? The layout.
Well,
That's
there's
the other
yeah.
thing, the Mandela effect about that. Yeah.
Wait, what's that? Okay, so wait. Oh, well, Carlos asked something. Wait, what did Carlos just about the the sign? Yeah, there's the sign, which is a very interesting component because I don't know all the details on it, but the thing is that it's claimed that sign. Well, I guess I'm not 100% clear actually on the whole story on the sign, because some claim that it was not there at all and it was added in the footage. Others claim that it was there, but then it was removed like shortly after this event. So it's kind of I'm not 100% sure on that, but I mean the sign is definitely like very interestingly placed, and they do apparently that sign's not there now, and it wasn't there like after the event. So that's the thing. It's like I don't know the exact details.
Can you post a link to that footage again, please? In a sec.
Well, you talk about the documentary, the Zapruder film hoax one.
Yeah, or the slow-mo one or whatever.
Well, I mean, there's tons of like footage of the actual thing, but
the one that you and Riggs were posting the other day, or
I think it's called there's a bunch of them, but one of them is I think the Great Zapruder Film Hoax. I believe that's the name of it.
Okay. There was a slow-mo version or something that you guys were looking at.
Yeah, it's just it's sort of like of the times. I feel like it was a time when some of the Greek money was sort of being like chipped off and sort of attached to U.S. interests, business interests, oil interests, different things like that. It's pre-adoption of the rocket, the NASA, the Apollo program. I think that in itself, like it. The chief of the physio team was a Greek guy, Tony something. Anthony something, but yeah, Tony. But like all the way through the Apollo program. Which I associate a little bit maybe to The Shining, with the Tony is the name of the character, the invisible guy that the kid talks to. The guy who did all the physio for all astronauts for all of the Apollo rocket programs, like the chief of the department. I think that's a little crazy. like just on a hunch, I'm thinking that like the Tony character in The Shining like would be if you were trying to recontextualize the movie as like a way to make statements and declarations about something, such as the NASA thing, like the scenes where they have the doctor working on the kid, and then he's like on a bear pillow, you know. I've taken this way out of left field. Well, whatever. I'm talking about The Shining.
Yeah, that's an interesting study on that whole thing for sure.
It's that, yeah. Like the only one that doesn't have an explained name is the Tony character that the kid talks to, and he goes, Tony's an invisible guy, and he lives in my mouth or whatever, which is a weird thing to say.
All right.
It's a weird line to drop or write. You know what I mean? And then be like, yep, that's correct. That's what we want in the movie. All this other stuff, all the little props with like Goofy on strings next to like a fishbowl. There's just like a lot of different like sort of hints and bits and pieces. But the tiger too gets me there as well, because it's like there's like a Tigger from Disney is in there, and that's like kind of Tony the Tiger using all these Disney things. That's like, you know, they're also kind of connected to the rocketry people. We brought you rockets and Mickey Mouse. You know, that's the shadow power, man. Whoever like is funding the rockets and Disney is like the same person. That's the fucked up part.
Yeah.
The way they pulled off 9/11 pretty smoothly, I think this Zapruder film, even though it really can be shown to be a composite, it's all hacked up, like you were saying, New Perspective, like in the background. Yeah, there's like frames missing, but not only that, you were talking about the one where the person's legs like snap together,
Right.
and that's been analyzed. There's like missing frames basically to where their legs like move together faster than any human possibly could snap their legs. So
Right.
yeah, that seemed to be a strange way, and it's a whole like scene, like all the like the woman in the umbrella, and like it's very bizarre. Like I wonder if this was like a ritual, you know, like a Freemasonic ritual, if all those characters in the background were somehow part of that, you know, like were like set
Mhm.
up in that way, because it's very bizarre. It's very strange the way that they're all, and the way that they interact with like what actually happened with the car. It's
Yeah.
it is wild.
Took a lot of planning.
Because like this Zapruder film hoax thing, this guy's not saying what I'm saying necessarily. Like he's not saying that it was like a dummy, a mechanical dummy, and like that it was filmed on a second day. He's not necessarily saying that. He's just breaking down all of these problems with it, all of these inconsistencies, just you know, and a lot of the details showing how it's a composite, and that there's just all kinds of yeah, he goes through this thing, yeah, with the lamppost and the sizes of it and the angular size. There's all these problems with it. Like, and that's why to me, like, I had to put the pieces together for myself to understand it for myself in terms of how all of even what he and others have, because I've seen a lot of other analysis of it as well, how that all goes together as to like how it's actually a composite, how the whole thing is a composite.
Mhm.
And even to the point to where that car, that motorcade, is not actually the one from that, you know, actual event. Yeah, and that the sign, and the thing about the sign, like I don't know all the, I just know that like it's a little bit unknown as to whether that sign actually was there, and or whether it got removed shortly after the event. And then like that's the thing, the sign would be needed in this kind of film to transition the car, if it is a different car, from before to after. And like Riggs was pointing out too, like before, when JFK's in, you see the car footage before, like I said, he's very fluid, he's smiling, he looks very, and then, you know, like, yeah, right when he comes out from behind the sign, his, you know, the arms go up. But even with the arms going up, it just looks different. Like it doesn't look like the same fluid guy. Now, granted, some, you know, you could say, oh, well, he just got shot in the neck, and so he's kind of like, you know, yeah, I mean, that obviously that could be said in that sense, but It is very mystifying in a sense, or very kind of
Yes.
it's very interesting to me as like just like a detective to try to decipher what this actually is, like what they pulled off and how they pulled it off.
But whether they actually killed him or they faked killing him, at the end of the day, he was gone. Like, maybe he lived on or maybe he didn't. But, like, the fact is they removed him from his position. That's the, you know, that's the story, right? That's the reality. And you have to know why they removed him from his position. Or maybe they had other ideas to use him and his brain for something else, you know, become another person, switch identities. Maybe there was some insurance scam or something. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there was a lot of corruption going on. Who knows? He might have been involved. Or, you know, he was in reality against all these secret societies, as he was saying. But don't think that this just affects Americans only, right?
Yeah, I mean, what a major event to have happened. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. No, there are multiple levels to it, and you're right. No, he was gone. I mean, unless there is that theory that he played Jimmy Carter and came back later. So yeah, there's that idea, which I personally don't think is the case currently. But I mean, I'm still willing to look more into it. But I don't see. For me, when I look at him, I don't think it's the same person. But I do think they're probably family members. That's where I'm at on that now. But yeah, I mean, I definitely. There's no doubt that like this event was a massive shift in a lot of ways. We were saying before that a lot of the young people were really into him and all that, and thinking kind of like Snack said, like, oh yeah, this is our America. We got this young president that we can all vibe with. And that was the first time that it happened, especially after, really ever, let alone after World War II and all that. Like that was the first time that the youngsters felt like, oh, there's finally someone representing them. And then for him to be shot, in this dramatic way, and then, Lyndon Johnson took over and all that. And it wasn't really long after that there was a lot of the youth started rebelling. That kind of led into the whole 60s, that whole, rebel against the system. And so, yeah, this event was major, was like a major turning stone for a lot
Yeah,
of
it's like
world events.
America's had a lot of influence on the world. It's like everyone in the world wears blue denim jeans, right? Even under their mosque clothes, everyone in the world has some influence from America, whether it be food or TV culture or personality or just like in general, just the social aspect. And it's not just you guys getting affected over there. It's like I grew up watching American TV too. It was a game changer, that's for sure. And I think it was a mark of the secret societies and the Illuminati to say, hey, don't mess with us. Right? We've got the power, and don't try it because we can take out a president. If we can take out a president, we can take out anyone.
Yeah, that was the message.
And now they've got their secret handshakes and their symbols and their codes and their colors. It's just a big deception, and I wonder how deep it goes. Yeah. It's definitely a form of control, mind control, like Bob Marley said.
Absolutely. Yeah. As a psyop, like as those psyop components of it. Yeah. Everything you said there does seem to be on the playing field as all possible kind of, the impacts. And Yeah, I mean, there was that message too. I've always thought about that too, because before this happened, he remember those speeches where he was the one infamous one where he's talking about that there's a cabal, that there's a secret society that's in control of things, and they operate underneath the surface, and they're seedy and they operate in covert ways. You remember all that whole speech?
Yep. It was basically revealing themselves, telling us it was the start of the whole conspiracy thing, like the whole killing of Kennedy was like the whole, prelude to the information age and questioning the authority and questioning the information we're getting and analyzing the information and giving us misdirection, and that the whole, if it was a hoax, especially, procedure of it with the JFK film, that we thought we were getting the truth finally through this like mainstream. So it gives us the idea that there's people out there that, like there's no withholding of information. People are actually able to make like a mainstream movie about the truth of JFK not being murdered by the story we were told wasn't true. We got that much. But then you come to find out that even he's a control agent to a certain degree, and he's giving us the other false version of the truth. They give you like 5 different versions of the truth, but all of them are false.
The only way I can think that it's possible that he did actually die is that if he wasn't related to any of the other presidents in some way, shape, or form, because it seems like all the presidents are all related to each other. Even fucking what's her name, Ellen, that lesbian entertainer. She's like related to the Queen of England. They're all related. These top personalities, and so I don't know. Was he related to anyone? Because if he wasn't, I'd say he could have died. Maybe.
Well, the Kennedy family is one of those families. There's lots of study been done on that. I mean, they're basically one of the bloodlines, named in one of the bloodlines that supposedly important.
How do we know? So their bloodline is basically just a family tree. Yeah, it's nothing special about their blood. It's just
Yeah.
their lineage.
As far as we know, yeah. I mean, it could be something special about it. Who knows? Special to them, whatever it means. Who knows what that means? All right.
It was so funny yesterday. Gio was talking about Stephen Greer being an alien. I took another look at his face, and it's like, yeah, he does look a bit like a fraud.
He looks masky, that's for sure.
I don't think I said that, but as you say that now, that does sound kind of it's funny because he does look a little otherworldly.
Well, wasn't that you talking about that? I thought that
No.
was you. Oh.
No, that he is an alien? I've never really thought about that actually. It's kind of funny though. He does seem
Jackie Kennedy has that look now too. And like Snack was saying about her eyes being far apart. That is pretty crazy.
I know where I saw it. I was watching Old World Florida yesterday. His latest video is awesome. If you got time, yeah. And he was talking about that. He had a show about aliens and how there's no way they exist. It's like if there are aliens, they're from another dimension. There's no way they're traveling across
or outer pounders.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Old World Florida's latest doctor.
No, but I like his channel. I'll check it out.
It's one of the best videos he's done. It's just a himself, answering calls and stuff and searching the internet.
Oh.
Yeah, he has a few bongs on the way, and he turns off his camera to do that. So polite.
Does he say outer pounders?
Oh well, he's a flat earther.
Right, but does he actually say the terminology outer pounders? Does he use that phrase?
I actually only watched half of the video, but
okay.
I've heard him say that before. Yeah, I've heard him say stuff like that before. And
yeah,
what else was I going to say about him? Yeah, he calls himself doctor, but on the stream before he said he hasn't got any qualifications at all. He's just a novice.
Just using that.
He's really well educated for sure, self-educated.
Yeah.
Autodidactic. Yeah.
Autodidactic. Yeah, that's another good channel actually.
Yeah. It's not too bad, but like for quality, there's also another channel, the Cirrus, Curtis with an X.
Xerxes. Yeah.
I think it's just Curtis, eh? But anyway, he
I
does
always pronounce it that way. Yeah.
he does like a weekly panel sort of a show with some really good co-hosts, and they have a lot of awesome information. Yeah, or very wide spectrum, but they're all flat earthers as well. They use the word globe and stuff like that, but they just use it. I don't know why. They say it's a flat earth, but some people just have to say the word globe.
Last thing I'll say about just for now, just I wanted to say one more thing about I'm not trying to take away from what you were saying there. If you want to continue on that, I just want to say on the Zapruder film thing, another thing, new perspective, and Carlos, like, is it just a coincidence that the motorcade slows down right at the time where that explosion happened and then it sped off? Like, just a coincidence that it seemed to slow down right at that time when it happened,
right
when they got shot.
It's like they must have pre-planned where they were going to be doing the cut in the film, and that's why they decided that spot and to do it in that way.
Well, it's like the car's going at a certain speed down the road, and it slows and literally almost stops, and then boom, the head explosion goes, and then the car zips off. It's like, is that just a coincidence? Well, it just happened to be. I guess the only way you could try to describe that is you could say, well, he got shot in the throat, and it happened to be that the driver noticed something was going on, so the driver put the brakes on, and they slowed down, exactly in that way, and then they just happened to get it into position to where, boom, then the head explosion goes, and then they sped off. So I mean, I guess you could try to say it that way, but it really just seems like the timing of it is too perfect. The fact that it just slows right at that moment and then speeds right off, like, it definitely looks like, to me, it has the timing that has more of a staged quality to it rather than just a coincidence. Because that's a huge coincidence that it happened to be timed with the big headshot. It gets almost on like a perfect rhythm, especially those footages where there's the Knicks film and the Muchmore one. Those were like taken from behind, and you can't really see much. But I mean, you see the car just going, and then it slows right at that. It's like it perfectly slows, like systematically, like a machine right at that time. Boom, it slows. It's like there's a rhythm to it. It's like boom, slow, and head hit and speed off. It's right in that kind of Hollywood pacing.
This is very similar to the no planes thing. Like you don't think it's possible at first, and then when you really do your analysis of the footage, you realize there wasn't any planes. There was no planes.
I know.
There was no fucking. It's very similar.
That's why it's all Hollywood, right? It's like there's so many things you can pick apart. I've seen Bruce Wayne movies, and in the background, like a jumbo jet flying, or power lines, or someone in the back, like one of the Indian dudes, like wearing a Swiss watch, and this is in the cowboy days. I mean, if these are the type of mistakes that we see them doing these days, like with the ISS and stuff like that. It's like they always leave either a clue or a mistake. Always.
Oh! Speaking of which, Geo, think about this. They have Star Trail footage from the ISS. How's that possible? Right? Because it's supposed to be going, like, the sidereal rotation is supposed to be from the rotation of the Earth, but it's not going around with the speed of the Earth. It's going supposedly, what, 20 what is it? How many miles?
I think 17.5. They try to say 17.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, that is interesting. I'd have to think about it. I know I've heard some thoughts on that, and I have thought about it as well. I mean, it's like analyzing that is so just like fake upon fake because it's like, okay, 250 miles up, ISS, and then those footages are so like they just look like complete CGI. But yeah, it'd be interesting to do some of the math on that because if it's going 17,000 miles an hour, how would that affect it? I mean, the Star Trail should be going 17 times faster, I guess, but then But then how would that even really
the angle and everything? Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Like I would argue that you never get a star trail from a spinning Earth anyway. I mean, the only way to get a star trail that's perfect concentric circles is to have one continuously smooth movement of just the camera turning in a circle, right? And it would be like just like aiming it at the North Star and somehow rotating the camera without any bump whatsoever. And they're saying that the spin of the Earth is causing that, right? It's either a completely stationary Earth and the sky's moving, or a completely smooth camera motion that has no bumps whatsoever. But then you have to figure in there's also the 67,000 miles an hour orbit around the sun, and then they argue the angle would be insignificant mathematically. It doesn't even add up to a bump in the camera. That's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, and if you have like multiple vectors like that as well, where you've got the 17,000 and I know it's hard to even kind of fathom what that even would look like.
Right? Like if you just barely bump the camera when it's stationary, it's going to mess up your whole thing. And you're saying that another vector of like 60 times the amount that you say that the Earth is going in a different direction, and because the angle and the distance of the star of the north, I mean, it's unfathomable.
Well, I don't know. Is the ISS going in exactly the same spin of the Earth, or are they going on a tangent?
Well, that depends on if you think it's actually going around a ball or not. But.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely going at a different rate. That's why on Earth, people say when they track the quote unquote ISS, that light, it's definitely going much faster than because they claim it's like 17,500 miles an hour versus the 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation of the Earth. So yeah, it's shooting by. And even to think that you could go 17,000 miles an hour, like you said, new perspective, and have just no turbulence at all. Like you could just be coasting. Yeah. Like imagine like you're going any speed, there's always rumbling and all that. I know they're going to say, oh, there's no atmosphere and all that, but just the idea that you could just be in this like whooshing, space thing going 17,000 miles an hour and just set up a perfect time lapse camera for the stars. Yeah, that
right. Is all those satellites supposedly out there to bump into, or space debris or whatever. Any kind of space junk, no worries there. And then when you see them like outside the ISS doing their repairs, it's all slow motion, but they're supposedly going 17,000 miles an hour. I mean, it's so laughable that, it just adds up to like more laughter. What's interesting is that people really that have been in this argument for a long time totally still buy it, or at least supposedly they still buy it. I don't know how many of them actually buy it, or if they're just defending it for their sanity or whatever.
Yeah, just to keep the worldview kind of together, just kind of patch it up and keep it together. Because I mean, for that to break down, they have to consider a lot of things that they might not be ready to consider.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Some people just can't handle change, right?
Or I mean, I guess there's a case to be made. I mean, if everybody knew that it was a hoax, then I guess it would tip over a lot of apple carts.
Yeah, they might have to let out the inner ponders.
Right? Like I said, I think they plan on using it eventually. I don't know how long, but I mean, the Outer Ponders is their best. I mean, it works so much better than Space Aliens. It's a way better psyop. Even if there are Outer Ponders, faking it would be so like to their advantage.
Can you have are there any upper ponders or lower ponders?
Yeah, underponders.
Maybe. Yeah, Under
Underponders
Ponders.
for sure. Right?
I call it Underworlders. I made it like a mock video game called Underworlders, I think I called it. And it was all like, you know, the cave system type thing. I'll see if I have that. Here it is. This is before I even knew the Earth was not a spinning ball. And it's funny that I called them Underworlders before I even thought of Outer Ponders. And in the back cover, I say, many are unaware that there are several networks of ancient tunnel systems that remain throughout the world, and very few know about the legends of the entire cultures who are said to have retreated below ground to avoid the destruction that came to most by floods and comets. Back when I was a globe cuck. They established civilizations that have advanced and evolved beyond our own. Ooh, sounds like Outer Ponders. And though they have remained mostly out of sight, they still exist and thrive thousands of years later. The Underworlders is more than just a game you play. It's an initiation into realms of knowledge and secrets that have been withheld from mankind throughout our unknown history. You will explore the world within our world, and possibly even discover a self within yourself that you would not have known before encountering the Underworlders.
That's intense copy.
That reminds me of a TV show that used to be on when in black and white when I was little, and it was a family, and their space rocket landed on some strange planet, and there was a robot with them as well. You remember that show?
Lost in Space?
Lost in Space. Jeez, nearly forgot that one. That was that was a big part of my childhood growing up.
Oh yeah.
New perspective. I'm gonna have to dig out my my notes on my underground video game concept that I created somewhere around 1993.
Yeah, send it to me.
But I think
not a competition, man.
Wouldn't it figure that we both have underground video game concepts?
Yeah, of course.
But 93, I think I'm definitely predating your material.
Does anyone remember that?
There's definitely gotta be an Outer Ponders video game.
Just as a segue for 2 seconds and go back to what you're talking about, but that just jogged my memory of a board game I had from America when I was little. My dad brought it back from LA, and it was a basketball court with all these hoops, and like you could. It had a fan inside it, and you could move this like these levers, and this a little ball like a tiny ping pong ball would float around the board, and you could manipulate it. To go through an obstacle course, like through hoops and through like tunnels and stuff.
Right.
Anyone ever have that game?
Yeah, it's ringing a bell.
Had a built-in fan, like one of those hockey puck floating disc games that had a fan in it, and yeah, only that game and the hockey puck one and the snooker table, the mini snooker table, and the other one was what the fuck was it? Yeah, you get where I'm going. These three. Oh, I had a game from America. It was a boxing ring, and there were these real boxers, and they had like these controls that came out from their back, and you could manipulate them and play boxing with.
I remember that one. Yeah.
And then there's this other game with this little metal marbles that you could you could place it on a board with a labyrinth and lots of holes, and you had to avoid falling down the holes. You ever played that?
Oh yeah.
All
yeah.
these
I had
3D.
that one.
They don't make 3D games anymore, right? They're just all just like shit. Barbie dolls.
Yeah. It's too much work for. They can make much more in a video game. Those are cool though. The real stuff. The real ones.
Go back to our competition here with snacks.